Traversing the world of elite soldiers, Tang Ming finds himself inexplicably cast as a humble pig farmer. With a heavy heart, he laments his fate, yet fortune smiles upon him as the Marvel hero system activates. By completing designated tasks, he can acquire the extraordinary abilities of various superheroes from the Marvel Universe. With the system's assistance, Tang Ming embarks on a remarkable journey, rising from obscurity to become the mightiest warrior in the entire army. Chapter 1. I am truly a pig farmer. Alas, what a frustrating predicament. Within the pigsty of the 702nd Regiment's logistical farm, Tang Ming sighed as he tended to the swine. The dozen or so pigs in the pen were the fruits of his labor over the past 6 months, nurtured from piglets into hefty creatures weighing hundreds of pounds. It could be said that he had dedicated his entire time at the logistical farm to this endeavor. When will this pig farming ever come to an end? I had envisioned entering the military to compete with Zhuang Yin and the cunning doghead Lao Gao. Yet here I am, relegated to swine herding while they thrive in combat units. Such is the capriciousness of fate. Indeed, this private Tang Ming is a time traveler, having crossed into the world of the military drama special forces. This realm features characters such as Zhuang Yin, doghead Lao Gao, and He Jijun. It was precisely this that inspired him to enlist. However, due to physical limitations, he found himself consistently at the bottom of the ranks during training, ultimately leading to his assignment in pig farming, a task he has now endured for over half a year. Tang Ming, hurry up, finish feeding, and assemble. Today, the commanding officers are visiting for an inspection, and the entire regiment must attend. We cannot afford to be late. The voice of the class leader echoed from outside the pigsty. Class leader, I'll be there shortly, Tang Ming replied, hastily completing his duties, returning to the dormitory change, and heading to the assembly point with the class leader. And several seasoned soldiers at AT that moment. Over 1,000 soldiers from the regiment had already gathered, with the logistical farm positioned at the farthest end. The most prominent unit, naturally, was the illustrious Night Tiger Reconnaissance Company of the 702nd Regiment. Tang Ming recalled that in the television series, such a large-scale inspection had never occurred. Instead, there had been a visit from the commanding officer accompanied by Doghead Lao Gao of the Wolfong Brigade to inspect the Night Tiger Reconnaissance Company. Could it be that my crossing has altered the timeline? Tang Ming pondered. Soon, the commanding officer arrived at the training ground, escorted by the elite Wolfong soldiers. Goodness, it truly is Doghead Lao Gao. It seems that indeed, some changes have transpired, Tang Ming marveled inwardly. After a brief exchange between the commanding officer and regiment commander Wang Jiming, the inspection commenced. However, rather than calling out a specific soldier, the officer summoned members of the Night Tiger Reconnaissance Company, intending to select 1 or 2 individuals from their ranks for evaluation. Although there may be some discrepancies with the plot of the television drama, it seems the protagonist remains the Night Tiger Reconnaissance Unit, merely. Accompanied by the audience, Tang Ming pondered, gazing enviously at the selected Zhuang Yin and Chen Shihua. Once upon a time, he too aspired to carve out a niche within the military alas. While others became reconnaissance soldiers, he found himself relegated to the role of a pig farmer. Ding! Acknowledging the host's profound yearning to become an exemplary soldier, the Marvel hero system is officially activated. At that moment, a voice echoed within Tang Ming's mind, causing him to shiver. What the hell is this? The Marvel hero system? Could it be one of those attribute systems typical of transmigrators? My goodness, such things truly exist in this world. System, are you there? Tang Ming tentatively inquired with his consciousness. The system is present, please speak. Host, the system replied. Ha. There really is a system. Tang Ming, will no longer need to raise pigs. Ha. Tang Ming exclaimed with delight. System? What exactly is the Marvel hero system? Does it refer to those superheroes from American films in my past life? Tang Ming inquired. Indeed, the system's mechanical voice elucidated in his mind. As the name suggests, the Marvel hero system rewards the host with special skills from a specific superhero in the Marvel universe upon the completion of tasks assigned by the system. After merging these skills, the host will possess abilities akin to theirs. Akin to theirs? Tang Ming was momentarily taken aback. Isn't this a military world? Are you trying to forcibly transform it into a science fiction realm? Ding. The system is now issuing the first task, to voluntarily present oneself for inspection by the commanding officer. Upon success, the host will receive corresponding physical attribute enhancements and skill rewards. Upon hearing this, Tang Ming nearly spat. System, are you seriously joking with me? Are you not aware of my marksmanship? Although I wish to grow stronger, my shooting skills are abysmal, to say the least. If I were to perform a shooting demonstration before the commanding officer and fail, wouldn't the regiment commander annihilate me? Are you truly aiding me or leading me to ruin? The host may open the novice gift pack to see if there are any rewards to assist in completing this task. Novice gift pack? Tang Ming was taken aback. As he pondered, a white panel materialized in his mind, showcasing rows of bold black text. Name: Tang Ming. Position: new recruit in logistics. Pig farming. Physical attributes: strength 90, speed 90, reaction time 90, comprehension 90. The average for normal individuals is 100, excluding certain exceptional cases. Skills: none. Beginner's gift pack 1. Alas, with such attributes, I cannot even compare to an average person. I am truly the weakest among the weak. Well, let me open the gift pack and see what it contains. System: open the beginner's gift pack. Tang Ming declared. System: acknowledged. Opening the beginner's gift pack. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the shooting skills of Hawkeye, the Marvel hero. Fusion rate 30. Hawkeye? Tang Ming paused in astonishment. In the Marvel universe, Hawkeye is the most formidable hero in terms of shooting prowess. However, he uses a bow and arrow, not a firearm. The system responded. Although Hawkeye utilizes a bow and arrow, the principles of shooting with a bow and a rifle are fundamentally akin, requiring a unique and transcendent level of calculation ability. Once this skill is fused, the host's proficiency with a rifle will reach an exceptionally high standard. What does a fusion rate of 30 signify? Tang Ming inquired. This allows the host room for gradual enhancement, encouraging diligence in future tasks and training. The higher the fusion rate, the greater the shooting prowess. While it currently stands at only 30, the shooting capability is sufficient for the upcoming shooting assessment by the military district commander. That's reassuring. System: I will trust you this once. At that moment, the military district commander had already selected 2 new recruits from the Night Tiger Reconnaissance Company to perform rapid-fire shooting. As expected, the performers were Zhuang Yin and Chen Shihua. They had already commenced their demonstration. At this juncture, it would be inappropriate for Tang Ming to intervene. However, he remained unperturbed. Following the unfolding of events, after Zhuang Yin and Chen Shihua completed their performance, the high school team from Wolfang would also showcase their remarkable shooting skills, motivating the troops. Indeed, after Zhuang Yin and Chen Shihua's display, they received commendations from the military district commander, who then invited the high school team to exhibit their talents. The high school team instructed someone to toss a bottle into the air from 50 meters away, then raise their rifles to shoot. Without the aid of a scope, they relied entirely on iron sights for their aim. With each gunshot, a bottle shattered, and during the display, the high school team even switched to shooting with their left hand, yet they remained flawless, leaving the soldiers present in awe. After consecutively shattering 7 or 8 bottles, the high school team finally lowered their rifles, approaching the somewhat dazed Zhuang Yin and Chen Shihua. One of them produced a pair of sunglasses from his pocket and coolly remarked, "New recruits, shooting relies not on sight." But on this, as he spoke, Gao Zhongdue tapped his heart lightly. Although Zhuang Yin felt deeply dissatisfied, he found himself at a loss for words. The shooting prowess demonstrated by Gao Zhongdue was beyond their reach. "Old Gao, are you slapping the face of our Night Tiger Reconnaissance Company?" Miao Lian remarked, his expression somewhat grim as he addressed Gao Zhongdue in a low voice. Gao Zhongdue replied with a faint smile, "What's the matter? Old Miao, can't you handle a loss? Am I incapable of handling defeat? If our Night Tiger Reconnaissance Company had even half of the training budget that your Wolfang possesses, the soldiers I train would undoubtedly surpass each of your Wolfang members," Miao Lian retorted indignantly. "Well, that's just tough luck after all. You're not a special forces unit." Gao Zhongdue chuckled. "Do not lose heart." At that moment, the commander offered words of consolation to Zhuang Yin and Chen Shihua. "They're nurtured on bullets. If you join the special forces, in the future, you too can reach his level. I have high hopes for you. Report. In the future, I will definitely surpass him." Zhuang Yin shouted resolutely. "Oh." The commander showed a hint of surprise at this juncture. Gao Zhongdue turned to Zhuang Yin and said, "Strength is not something that can be declared, it must be demonstrated. Only when you surpass me can you make such claims." Zhuang Yin clenched his lips tightly, remaining silent at that moment. A voice suddenly rang out across the venue. "Report. Tang Ming, a pig farmer from the logistics farm, wishes to seek guidance from the Wolfang Special Forces. I want to prove to the commander that our regiment soldiers are not necessarily inferior to the Wolfang Special Forces." The announcement sent shockwaves throughout the room. What on earth? A pig farmer from the logistics farm, challenging the Wolfang's king of soldiers? Chapter 2. Challenging the high school team. Swish, swish, swish. Everyone instinctively turned their gaze towards the source of the sound. The soldiers from the logistics farm stared at Tang Ming in shock and bewilderment. Next to the logistics farm were the clerks and non-commissioned officers from the regiment, a group known for their comparatively weaker combat capabilities. Even the regiment commander, Wang Jiming, was momentarily stunned. What on earth is happening? Who among the fearless dares to shout so boldly in this setting, audaciously challenging the Wolfang elite team? Has this individual lost their sanity? Or are they deliberately attempting to put my leadership in jeopardy? Did I provoke you in any way? Miao Lian couldn't help but chuckle upon hearing this. He never expected that even the soldiers from the logistics farm would possess such courage to challenge the infamous Gao, regardless of the outcome. Whether it was mere bravado or genuine skill, Miao, appreciate the audacity. Oh, the high school team has someone who dares defy you, Wolfang Special Operations Brigade. The military district leaders gestured towards the high school team. The high school team responded calmly. We, the Wolfang, have never feared a challenge. Very well. Since we still have time, why not let this brave young comrade step forward to test his mettle? Let us see if he is merely speaking empty words or if he possesses genuine capability. The military district leaders laughed. What capability does he have? Commander Wang Jiming was near tears. If he truly had any skill, he wouldn't have been assigned to the logistics farm. Everyone in the army knows that the soldiers from the logistics farm are the least combat ready. Tang Ming, have you lost your mind? Who permitted you to shout like that? The sergeant from the logistics farm reprimanded Tang Ming loudly. Tang Ming chuckled. I said it myself. I simply cannot stand the arrogance of these special forces and wish to diminish their bravado. The soldiers surrounding him immediately burst into laughter. With your level of skill, you think you can dampen their spirits? If you're not trampled underfoot, it would be a miracle. Even the Night Tiger Reconnaissance Company has been thoroughly beaten by them. What business do you have as a pig-farming soldier mixing in this chaos? Are you seeking death? Who is Tang Ming? The commander's aide rushed over, shouting towards the logistics farm with a rather unfriendly tone. Report. It's me. Tang Ming responded and dashed out. You're courting death, aren't you? The aide scolded in a low voice. Do you realize that such behavior could bring disgrace to the commander and even result in disciplinary action from the leaders? Tang Ming replied. Sergeant, don't worry. I'm going up to earn merit for the commander. Earn merit, my foot. Do you think earning merit is merely about shouting a few words of defiance? What nonsense. The guard cast a fierce glare at Tang Ming, issuing a stern warning. When the time comes, you must promptly apologize to the leadership, asserting that it was merely a moment of impulsiveness. Otherwise, should this situation spiral out of control, the commander will undoubtedly hold you accountable. Follow me. With that, the guard hurriedly led Tang Ming towards the military district leaders. Reporting. Comrade Tang Ming has arrived, the guard announced. Just as he stood at attention, Tang Ming felt a wave of hostility directed towards him. It emanated from Commander Wang Jiming, who appeared ready to eliminate Tang Ming on the spot. You, young man, are the one who dared to challenge the Wolf-Tooth's elite team? The military district leaders maintained a surprisingly calm demeanor, showing no signs of anger at Tang Ming's audacious challenge. Yes, sir, Tang Ming replied loudly. I believe the marksmanship displayed by the elite team was rather average, nothing extraordinary. If he can achieve it, so can the soldiers of our 702nd Regiment. Ha ha, elite team. Did you hear that? This young comrade just claimed your marksmanship was quite ordinary. The military district leader gestured towards the elite team, wearing sunglasses. The elite team member's expression remained composed, and with a tranquil demeanor, he responded, anyone can talk big. If you truly possess that capability, here is the gun. Take a shot. If you can hit 3 out of 10 glass bottles at the distance I just demonstrated, I will concede defeat. In the elite team's eyes, a rookie, especially one from a logistics farm raising pigs, could never hit flying bottles. What a joke. If any random soldier had that ability, what would be the purpose of their special forces? They might as well go back to pig farming. Tang Ming, without a doubt, could not do it. Nor could anyone from the entire 702nd Regiment, even those who had just performed well, like Zhuang Yin and Chen Shihua. Haha, you were quite magnanimous. The military district leader chuckled, turning to Tang Ming with an amused inquiry. So, young comrade, do you dare to accept the challenge? Yes, I dare, Tang Ming responded loudly. However, hitting 3 out of 10 bottles at 50 meters is an insult to our 702nd Regiment. I do not need the Wolf-Tooth's leniency. If we are to compete, let it be fair and square. I challenge you to hit airborne bottles from 100 meters. The commander Wang Jiming nearly spat out in disbelief. He felt an overwhelming urge to strangle Tang Ming. Fair and square? You think you can hit bottles at 100 meters? Do you consider yourself a sharpshooter? Even the elite team wouldn't dare to claim they could hit that. The soldiers from the 702nd Regiment, the elite team, and the military district leaders, including Miao Lian, were all taken aback. They never expected Tang Ming to make such a bold proclamation. A bottle at 100 meters was, in fact, as formidable as a 10-ring target at the same distance. If you were merely aiming at a stationary target, it would suffice, however. When it comes to hitting a moving object in midair, one must calculate the lead. To ascertain the lead, one must rely on visual judgment to assess the speed and trajectory of the bottle's ascent or descent. The data required for such calculations is not something an inexperienced marksman can compute in a short span of time. Of course, one could opt to shoot when the bottle reaches its apex, which would be relatively easier, yet, even then, a substantial amount of calculation is necessary, far beyond the capabilities of a novice like Tang Ming. In fact, it is likely that not a single individual in the entire regiment could accomplish such a feat. Even the high school team would hesitate to claim they could hit a flying bottle from 100 meters away without the aid of a scope or mechanical sight. Only those with exceptional marksmanship could confidently assert they could achieve such precision. Comrade, are you certain you are not jesting? This even prompted the military district leaders to begin questioning Tang Ming. Initially, they held some belief in his competence to make such bold statements. However, upon hearing him declare his intent to strike a bottle 100 meters away, they were led to think he was speaking nonsense. Indeed, Tang Ming nodded emphatically. Tang Ming, cease your nonsensical chatter. How could you possibly hit a bottle flying 100 meters away? Wang Jiming could no longer restrain himself and shouted at Tang Ming, hurry back to your logistics unit. Do not embarrass yourself here. How can one know without attempting? Tang Ming replied calmly, should I fail, I am willing to accept any punishment. However, since I have ascended to this stage, I hope you esteemed leaders might grant me this opportunity. Wang Jiming wished to rebuke Tang Ming again, but at that moment, the military district leader interjected, very well. Since you insist, I shall grant your request. In light of your audacity, I assure you, there will be no repercussions from me or your regiment commander. You may proceed with your shot. However, should you miss, the shame will not fall upon you, but rather upon your 702nd Regiment. Rest assured, leaders and commander, I shall not disappoint your expectations, Tang Ming declared, standing at attention. Wang Jiming was on the verge of tears. I am not at ease. Who is even anticipating your performance? Please, take your confidence elsewhere. Do not bring disgrace upon me. If you will, I still have my pride. And the 702nd Regiment has its dignity to uphold. Very well. If that is the case, let it be done, the military district leader stated. Turning to the high school team, inquiring, High school team, do you have any objections? We shall follow the leader's arrangements, replied the high school team. What objections could he possibly have? In his view, Tang Ming had no chance of hitting the target. Although the soldiers of the Night Tiger Reconnaissance Company regarded Tang Ming as a braggart, they admired his audacity to stand up for the 702nd Regiment, even if it was merely an act of leveraging authority. May I borrow your gun for a moment? Tang Ming inquired of Zhuang Yan. Our logistics farm lacks firearms. Zhuang Yan replied, taken aback and curious. You have no guns? Since joining the company, have you never fired one? No, Tang Ming shook his head. If you haven't practiced, how can you shoot? Shen Shiwa was equally astonished. Tang Ming, emulating the high school team, smiled and pointed to his heart. Shooting is not solely about practice. It relies more on this. Zhuang Yan, Shen Shiwa, and the others instinctively glanced towards the high school team. Such words, when uttered by the high school team, carried a certain weight. Yet, when spoken by Tang Ming, it elicited suppressed laughter. After all, those who had trained for over a decade, achieving a seamless bond with their firearms, had earned the right to speak thus. What audacity did this rookie, who had merely tended to pigs for a few months and had not even touched a gun, possess to make such a claim? Was it Liang Jingru who emboldened him? Chapter 3. A shock to the audience soon. The regiment sent someone with 10 glass bottles to the shooting trench. Wang Jiming dared not let anyone toss the bottles from ground level, as he had no idea how poor this fellow's marksmanship might be. What if he accidentally hit the soldier throwing the bottles? It was much safer to hurl them from within the trench. Wang Jiming and the soldiers of the regiment could only hope that Tang Ming would manage to hit at least one. This would prevent a humiliating defeat. The high school team remained in their sunglasses, maintaining an air of cool indifference. Miao Lian, responsible for giving the command to fire, turned to Tang Ming and asked, Young comrade, are you ready? I am prepared, Tang Ming replied, gripping the gun firmly. All right, then let us commence. Miao Lian, holding the walkie-talkie, issued a command to the soldier in the trench responsible for tossing the bottles. Whoosh! Almost as soon as Miao Lian's words fell, a bottle, appearing as nothing more than a black dot to the naked eye, soared into the air. Tang Ming immediately raised his gun and aimed. As he did, a stream of data emerged in his mind, requiring no extensive calculation. He merely focused his thoughts, and a clear trajectory materialized in his consciousness. The bottle, situated over 100 meters away, seemed as close as half a meter, incredibly vivid. Such eagle-eyed vision was indeed formidable. Bang! The instant the calculation was complete, Tang Ming swiftly pulled the trigger. Almost simultaneously with the sound of the gunfire, everyone instinctively turned their gaze upwards, only to witness the bottle shatter explosively before it even reached its apex. Upon witnessing a glass bottle shatter from a bullet strike 100 meters away, the entire audience simultaneously displayed expressions of profound astonishment. Each individual widened their eyes, slightly parted their lips, and the phrase impossible incessantly echoed in their minds. No one dared to believe that Tang Ming had truly hit the bottle. With a swift motion, the high school squad leader tore off his stylish sunglasses. His gaze transfixed on the scattering shards of glass. This fellow had indeed made the shot. He could actually strike a bottle suspended in midair from such a distance. Moreover, he succeeded while the bottle ascended, without pausing at its apex. This was even more terrifying. In that moment, everyone was rendered speechless, their astonishment palpable. Could it be mere luck? Yes, it must be luck. How could a pig-farming soldier possess such extraordinary marksmanship? This was the subconscious thought shared by all, even Wang Jiming. The soldier responsible for tossing the bottles in the firing trench was equally taken aback. He questioned his own perception, but when the glass fragments fell before him, he was compelled to accept the reality of the situation. The pig-farming soldier, whom they believed to be boastful and a source of embarrassment for the team, had indeed struck the bottle. Why has no one tossed a bottle? Tang Ming inquired. As his voice broke through the silence, the crowd snapped back to reality. Miao Lian restrained himself from questioning Tang Ming, fearing it might disrupt his rhythm, and quickly grabbed his radio, exclaiming, "What's going on in the firing trench? Why have you stopped? Continue tossing bottles." The soldier in the trench, regaining his composure, acknowledged and promptly hurled the second bottle. Bang! The bottle shattered before it had traveled 3 meters from the trench. Following this, the third, fourth, and fifth bottles met the same fate, each exploding before reaching their apex. All struck by Tang Ming's unerring aim. Throughout the entire ordeal, he expended not a single bullet in vain. Each shot found its mark with impeccable precision. As they witnessed bottle after bottle burst, the onlookers finally acknowledged that it was not mere chance. Hitting one might be attributed to luck. Hitting two could still be a possibility. However, striking a third bottle, despite their reluctance to accept it, compelled them to recognize the undeniable display of skill. What absurdity! Who possesses the ability to consecutively hit bottles 100 meters away? Do they believe themselves to be divine? The crowd was left utterly astounded by Tang Ming's extraordinary marksmanship. The squad leader's sunglasses even fell to the ground, unnoticed in the wake of such disbelief. Change hands. Tang Ming emulated the actions and phrases demonstrated by the high school team in their performance of hitting bottles at a distance of 50 meters. Seamlessly transitioning from shooting with his right hand to utilizing his left. Bang, crack, bang, crack. With each shot fired from his left hand, the glass bottles shattered spectacularly. After a series of 5 shots, he finally managed to obliterate all 10 bottles. Completing his 10 shots, Tang Ming exhaled deeply, relieved that the system had not deceived him. Otherwise, he would have faced severe humiliation. He lowered his firearm and turned to face the military district leaders and Miao Lian among others. Observing their astonished expressions, akin to witnessing a breathtaking beauty, he inquired with a playful grin, "Gentlemen, was my performance satisfactory? Was it not satisfactory?" The military district leaders, Miao Lian, the high school team, and Wang Jiming erupted in laughter at Tang Ming's audacity. You managed to hit flying bottles 100 meters away with a precision rifle. And you still dare to question if it was satisfactory? Do you harbor some misunderstanding of those words? Perhaps you ought to take them to heart and reconsider your phrasing. Their reactions were laden with humor and disbelief. They felt their own prowess was being overshadowed. Finally, it was Zhuang Yin who first regained composure, enthusiastically applauding and exclaiming, "Excellent! Excellent! Excellent!" His applause roused everyone from their stupor. Almost simultaneously, the entire battalion of soldiers, including Miao Lian, the military district leaders, and Wang Jiming, joined in the applause. The battalion erupted with cheers of wonderful. Exchanging glances, the high school team and Miao Lian recognized the shared excitement in each other's eyes. Although they were not from the same unit now, they had once been life and death comrades in the special forces, both deeply valuing exceptional talent among their ranks. Tang Ming's extraordinary shooting prowess had unveiled the potential of a rising star, a prodigious soldier who, if nurtured within the special forces, could possibly evolve into an unparalleled warrior. "Young comrade, you are truly remarkable, truly exceptional," praised the military district leader, repeatedly lauding Tang Ming. "You are the best marksman I have encountered outside of the special forces. I shall recommend you for merit." "Thank you, sir," Tang Ming responded, standing at attention. The military district leader nodded and turned to Wang Jiming, remarking, "You are quite negligent as a commander. How could you send such a talented soldier to tend to pigs?" Wang Jiming, wiping the cold sweat from his brow, quickly acknowledged, "Indeed, it was my oversight. I am willing to accept any disciplinary action from the organization." The commanding officer of the military district snorted and turned to Gao Zhongdue, saying, "How does it feel to taste defeat now, old Gao?" Gao Zhongdue nodded, conceding, "This time, I admit my loss." As he spoke, he glanced at Tang Ming, a slight smile gracing his lips, and inquired, "In half a month, it will be the selection for the Wolf Fong Special Forces. Since you seem so eager to challenge the authority of Wolf Fong, I trust you will not miss this opportunity, right?" Tang Ming, fully aware that Gao Zhongdue had his sights set on him for participation in the Wolf Fong selection, felt an innate yearning for the life of a special forces soldier and readily replied, "Of course. I will definitely go." "Very well, I await your arrival," the officer declared. "Now, time is of the essence. We must visit other battalions, so that will be all for now." He then turned back to Tang Ming and added, "Young man, work hard. I look forward to the day you thoroughly defeat the Wolfang Special Forces." Yes. After the commanding officer departed, the entire battalion was dismissed. Wang Jiming accompanied the commander, and as Tang Ming was about to head to his logistics farm, he was called back by Miao Lian. "Quite the impressive fellow you are. How is it that I did not realize your prowess during our time in the recruit battalion? You have hidden your abilities well," Miao Lian playfully chastised. "Perhaps my meridians have suddenly opened up," Tang Ming chuckled. "Indeed, regardless of the circumstances, you have certainly brought great honor to our 702nd Battalion. A third-class merit award is surely on the horizon," Miao Lian said, beaming at Tang Ming. "Would you care to join my Night Tiger Reconnaissance Company?" Taken aback, Tang Ming quickly replied, "Joining the reconnaissance company now seems futile. In half a month, I will participate in the Wolfang selection. If I do not make it into Wolfang, then we shall discuss it then. For now, I wish to spend some time at the logistics farm." Miao Lian pondered for a moment and then expressed with satisfaction, "Very well, you are indeed a person of deep sentiment. However, you must undergo special training to prepare for the Wolfang selection, correct?" Tang Ming assured him, "Do not worry, Miao Lian. I am ready and there will be no issues." "All right, since you have said so, I have no further objections," Miao Lian replied. After exchanging a few more words, he sent Tang Ming on his way. Ding. As Tang Ming made his way back to the farm, the voice of the system echoed in his mind. "Congratulations, host, for completing the task. You are rewarded with 100 points in physical strength, 100 points in speed, 100 points in neural reflexes, 50 points in comprehension, and a level 1 combat skill, fusion degree 30. The fusion degree of the eagle eye shooting skill has increased to 40. Hearing the system's announcement, Tang Ming felt a surge of joy. He swiftly opened the attributes panel. Name, Tang Ming. Position, new recruit in logistics farm pig raising. Physical attributes, strength 190, speed 190. Reflexes 190, insight 140. Skills, eagle eye shooting skill, fusion level 40, Captain America combat skill, fusion level 30. Finally, I am no longer a weakling. With shooting and combat skills, coupled with nearly double the physical attributes of an average person, I can at least contend with the Wolfang Special Forces, right? Chapter 4. Training Mission. Tang Ming felt a subtle excitement, eagerly anticipating the upcoming selection for the Wolfang. Upon returning to the logistics farm, his comrades congratulated him on his achievements. The next day, after completing his farm chores, Tang Ming donned his full gear for physical training. Although his physical attributes had reached 190, it might still fall short of the standards set by the Wolfang. Since he had the time, Tang Ming resolved to head straight to the training grounds for some intense self-imposed training. Perhaps he could enhance his abilities even further. Ding. Training mission issued. Just as Tang Ming began to sprint on the track, the voice of the system resonated in his mind. Complete a 20-kilometer extreme armed cross-country run within 1 hour. Mission accomplished. Grants 50 physical attribute points. Failure results in a deduction of 100 physical attribute points. What the heck? System, this is far too harsh, Tang Ming exclaimed. You only reward 50 attribute points for completion, but penalize double for failure? This is outrageous. The system is designed to motivate the host. The system replied. Motivation my foot. An hour for 20 kilometers, averaging 15 minutes for 5 kilometers? That would be reasonable if I were unburdened, but this is armed. I'm carrying 30 kilograms of gear. Tang Ming shouted. Keep pushing, host. Tang Ming retorted. Do you think I'm asking for your encouragement with all this chatter? You really know how to make your presence felt. Well, since the system task has been issued, Tang Ming had no choice but to sprint with all his might. If he failed, his physical attributes would revert to their former state. He certainly did not wish to return to the days of being a mere mediocre soldier. Oh, isn't that the new recruit from the logistics farm who outperformed the Wolfang Special Forces yesterday? At that moment, within the expansive training ground, various units were organizing their soldiers for training, and a figure dashed into the physical training arena. He had performed so excellently yesterday. Yet he had not been recruited by the Night Tiger Reconnaissance Company? I heard that the commander of the Night Tiger Reconnaissance Company went to invite him, but he declined. Declined? Why? Being part of the Night Tiger Reconnaissance Company is the dream of every soldier. How could he refuse? Does he intend to spend his life raising pigs at the logistics farm? That remains to be seen. Perhaps some individuals simply take pleasure in raising pigs? Those who witnessed Tang Ming's prowess were engaged in hushed discussions. Meanwhile, within a designated area, the soldiers of the Night Tiger Reconnaissance Company were immersed in their training, executing pull-ups and boxing drills. Naturally, Tang Ming's figure captured their attention. This lad truly exemplifies self-discipline. Miao Lian observed Tang Ming sprinting along the track, a faint smile gracing his lips, though he wondered about the young man's physical stamina. With this thought in mind, Miao Lian called out to everyone in the Night Tiger Reconnaissance Company. All personnel, don your full gear and prepare for a tactical run. Keep pace with that pig-raising recruit. Pig-raising recruit? The soldiers of the Night Tiger Reconnaissance Company halted and turned their heads, catching sight of Tang Ming's swift figure. They instantly recognized him as the logistics recruit who had demonstrated his marksmanship for the commander the previous day. Why are you still standing there? Did you not hear my command? Miao Lian barked again. Yes, sir. The soldiers of the Night Tiger Reconnaissance Company swiftly donned their gear. You too. Miao Lian directed his aide, Zhuang Yin, who stood beside him. Yes, sir. If you cannot outrun him, you will face my wrath. Miao Lian declared with a huff. Yes, sir. Zhuang Yin replied loudly, filled with determination as he hastened to prepare. Those familiar with the television series Special Forces 1 will recall that Zhuang Yin possessed remarkable physical capabilities. Within the Wolfang Special Forces, he was considered among the elite. In the regiment, no one could surpass his speed. Having lost to Tang Ming on the training ground the day before ignited his competitive spirit, prompting him to seek an opportunity to match Tang Ming in other military skills. Now, this was the perfect chance. Thus, dozens of soldiers from the Night Tiger Reconnaissance Company, equipped with their gear, swiftly ascended the track. Puffing and panting, Tang Ming struggled to maintain his running rhythm, adhering to a two-step inhale and two-step exhale cadence. When the soldiers of the Night Tiger Reconnaissance Company closed in on him, he remained oblivious to Miao Lian's intention to have them challenge him. After several laps, however, as he noticed them trailing closely behind, the realization dawned upon him. A physique 19 times that of an average person is no trivial matter. The soldiers of the Night Tiger Reconnaissance Company exhibited commendable physical fitness, yet they could not match his exceptional stamina, with a few exceptions, such as Zhuang Yin and Chen Pai. During the initial 5 kilometers, the soldiers of the Night Tiger Reconnaissance Company managed to keep pace with his speed. However, as they entered the second 5 kilometers, half of them began to falter. Tang Ming's strategy was to maintain a swift pace during the first 5 kilometers, followed by a slight reduction in speed during the subsequent 2 kilometers to recuperate. The fourth 5 kilometers beckoned a full-throttle sprint. It all hinged on whether this segment could push the boundaries of physical endurance. Should he succeed, the mission would be accomplished. If not, he would face the consequences. In the first 5 kilometers, he clocked in at 13.5 minutes, a time that stood at the pinnacle within the unit. The men of the Night Tiger Reconnaissance Company were also exerting themselves to their utmost, merely keeping pace. However, for Zhuang Yin and Chen Pai, whose physical prowess rivaled that of Tang Ming, it was hardly a daunting task. Were these individuals mad, running with such fervor? Were they disregarding their own safety? The soldiers from other units training on the field, astonished, watched as dozens from the Night Tiger Reconnaissance Company engaged in a fierce chase with Tang Ming. Their relentless pursuit truly remarkable. I just calculated the time. They seemed to have completed this 5 kilometers in under 14 minutes. Quite terrifying. In the distance, Miao Lian smiled, realizing that he had underestimated this young man's stamina. This year's selection for the Wolfang unit promised to be intriguing. Chapter 5. Breaking limits. As the second 5 kilometers commenced, Tang Ming felt only a modest weariness. His stamina had only been depleted by half, which was to be expected. Although his physical condition surpassed that of his comrades, completing 5 kilometers in 13.5 minutes was still a considerable drain on energy. The second and third 5 kilometers continued to be sustained by his endurance. Yet, as he approached the final 5 kilometers, it was the indomitable spirit of a soldier that would carry him through. Gasping for breath, Tang Ming charged forward with fervor. Chen Pai and Zhuang Yin clung tightly to his trail, never more than 10 meters behind. Both had evidently exhausted considerable energy during the initial burst, yet they managed to maintain pace with Tang Ming. Meanwhile, the other soldiers of the Reconnaissance Company, upon entering the 7th kilometer, had already fallen behind by at least 200 meters. My squad leader and my communicator do possess some strength, Miao Lian chuckled from afar. As time trickled by, the blazing sun intensified, accelerating the body's energy depletion under such conditions. Tang Ming took 15 minutes for the second 5 kilometers and 17 minutes for the third. This meant that he had only 14.5 minutes left to conquer the final 5 kilometers. However, by this point, his stamina was nearly exhausted. His complexion had turned pale, his legs felt weak, and he was devoid of sweat, a testament to his nearing limits. Chen Pai and Zhuang Yin mirrored his condition. Had they not been trailing Tang Ming, they might have completed the 20 kilometers with relative ease. However, Tang Ming's expectations of himself were exceedingly high, compelling him to exert an immense pressure on both speed and time. In order to keep pace with Tang Ming, his companions were required to expend even more physical energy in advance. As for the others in the reconnaissance unit, several had already succumbed to exhaustion, collapsing onto the ground. Even those who continued to run could hardly match the speed of the trio, having fallen behind by at least 3 kilometers. Bang! At last, Chen Pai could no longer proceed, collapsing onto the ground, gasping for breath. Simultaneously, he clutched his knee with his hand. "Shenpai, are you all right?" Zhuang Yin called out with concern. "I'm fine. You hurry and run. Don't worry about me," Shenpai shouted between breaths, gritting his teeth. Zhuang Yin once again pursued Tang Ming. Naturally, Tang Ming heard Shenpai's words ahead. He recalled that Shenpai had suffered a serious knee injury that had ultimately ended his military career. Watching a television drama in his previous life, where he saw Shenpai helplessly withdraw from the Special Forces selection, lying in a hospital bed and weeping, had not struck Tang Ming deeply at the time. However, now, clad in this military uniform, he suddenly comprehended the profound significance this attire held for a soldier. He resolved to find an opportunity to inform Miao Lian, urging him to take Shenpai to the hospital for treatment as soon as possible. Perhaps there was still a chance for recovery. Otherwise, if Shenpai continued to conceal his condition, not only would he be unable to become a Special Forces soldier, but he might also spend the latter part of his life confined to a wheelchair. After running for another 2 kilometers, Tang Ming finally reached his limit, as did Zhuang Yin behind him. Both wished to accelerate and continue running. However, anyone who has experienced long-distance running knows that, at this point, their legs were not only fatigued to the point of immobility, but they also struggled to breathe. "Old Miao, they have clearly reached their limit," the reconnaissance unit instructor remarked to Miao Lian. Miao Lian shook his head, retorting, "For soldiers to achieve a significant enhancement in strength, they must continually push beyond their current physical limits. Let us not forget that the selection process for Wolfang is far more grueling than their current training. It relentlessly forces them to transcend their physical, psychological, and mental boundaries. If one cannot break through, they will remain stagnant and ultimately be eliminated. For a long time, we have struggled to push Xiao Zhuang to his limits. Today, we finally have the opportunity for him to run alongside Tang Ming. To call it off now would be a waste." The instructor, aware of Miao Lian's stubborn temperament and the tenacity of his heart, understood that he would indeed push his soldiers to their utmost limits whenever possible. "We cannot give up. We cannot give up. Keep going. I can do this." Tang Ming lowered his head, his mind fervently shouting. If he failed to complete the task within the stipulated time, he would indeed face punishment. After several self-encouraging shouts, a surge of strength welled up within him. With a roar, Tang Ming suddenly quickened his pace, determined to seize this moment of power as a breakthrough to transcend his limits. Now, with only 2 kilometers remaining to the finish line and 5 minutes left on the clock, he realized he had to run faster than during his initial 5 kilometers to accomplish his task. With a series of fierce roars, Tang Ming charged forward recklessly, disregarding the strain on his body as he relentlessly tapped into his potential. Everything around him seemed to fade away, leaving only 6 words echoing in his mind. "Hold on. Do not give up." Behind him, Zhuang Yin, equally competitive, saw the distance between them widening. His initially dazed eyes suddenly widened in determination as he let out a furious roar, expending the last remnants of his strength in a desperate attempt to catch up with Tang Ming. A breakthrough. In the distance, Miao Lian's face lit up with joy as he erupted into laughter. "I knew these two wouldn't let me down." Chapter 6. The Wolfang selection begins finally. As Tang Ming crossed the finish line, the system's voice resonated in his mind. "Congratulations to the host for completing the training task, awarding 50 attribute points. Reward, Marvel Villain Scroll Disguise Skill 1, Fusion Degree 30. Lying on the ground, Tang Ming gasped for breath, utterly exhausted, yet his face radiated uncontrollable excitement. With 50 attribute points, his physical prowess had reached an astonishing 24 times that of an ordinary person. This physique was now comparable to that of a Wolfang Special Forces soldier, perhaps even surpassing them. If he were to run again now, he would easily conquer the 20-kilometer distance. Curious, Tang Ming inquired about the scroll disguise skill. Could he, too, transform his bodily structure to become another person like them? He recalled that scrolls were indeed notorious villains in the Marvel Universe, akin to Sun Wukong, capable of morphing into the appearance of anyone to achieve ultimate disguise. The system replied, "Let me reiterate, the Marvel system does not imply that the host possesses the extraordinary, inhuman power of these characters. These skills merely equip the host with a unique ability that can be matched to military training and real combat tasks. The scroll's camouflage ability allows the host to blend seamlessly into various combat environments by altering the colors of their body and equipment, thereby achieving the effect of concealment within nature. It does not directly modify the host's appearance or physical structure as one might assume. However, it does permit the imitation and alteration of vocal tones, as well as a modest transformation of one's visage through the use of cosmetic products." Upon hearing this, Tang Ming could not help but chuckle wryly. He had genuinely believed he was in a world of military fantasy rather than one grounded in reality. Nevertheless, even with these limitations, the skills were formidable enough to significantly enhance his prowess. Approximately 15 seconds after Tang Ming reached the finish line, Zhuang Yin finally arrived, collapsing beside him and gasping for breath. "Congratulations, you've made a breakthrough," Tang Ming remarked with a smile. Zhuang Yin replied with a rueful grin. What does it matter if I've broken through? I still lost to you. Just wait. One day, I shall surpass you. I have never been bested in running. You are the first. Tang Ming laughed heartily. Very well. I shall await that day, though it may never come in your lifetime. How would you know if I don't try? Zhuang Yin countered, and the two exchanged glances, bursting into laughter once more. Having surpassed their limits, both felt invigorated. Their physique strengthened, which naturally brought them joy. At that moment, Miao Lian approached. Good day, Commander. Tang Ming stood and saluted. After resting for about half a minute, he had regained considerable stamina and was no longer panting. In contrast, Zhuang Yin, despite his breakthrough, found that while an initial surge of strength propelled him to the finish line, he would require at least half a day to fully recuperate. Yet, Tang Ming had managed to recover in merely half a minute, his breath steady, limbs strong. Completely unlike someone who had just completed a grueling 20-kilometer run and surpassed their limits. This physique is truly remarkable, Miao Lian exclaimed, unaware that Tang Ming had received a boost to his physical attributes as a reward from the system upon completing a task. With this enhancement, he could recover swiftly and manifest considerable strength. Zhuang Yin gazed at Tang Ming with admiration. Previously, he had been the strongest in the entire unit, but now, with Tang Ming's emergence, he feared his position as the best would soon be relinquished. You have indeed astonished me, Miao Lian said with an approving smile directed at Tang Ming. In this selection for the Wolf Fang, I believe you will bring honor to our team. I will strive to do my best, Tang Ming replied. However, do not be overly confident, Miao Lian cautioned, gradually tempering his expression with seriousness. The selection process for Wolf Fang is exceptionally rigorous. Unless you are stripped of your very essence, you shall find no entry into their ranks. The training regimen of our regiment pales in comparison to the selection training of the Wolf Teeth unit. It is indeed a mere trifle. Tang Ming was well aware of this, as he had watched the television series. However, with his current physique and systematic approach, he possessed unwavering confidence in his ability to conquer those instructors. Miao Lian, rest assured, I have faith in myself, Tang Ming declared resolutely. Excellent. I admire your confidence and strength, soldier. I eagerly anticipate the day you join Wolf Teeth. Go for it, young man. Miao Lian patted Tang Ming on the shoulder before turning to leave. After a brief farewell to Tang Ming, Zhuang Yin hurried after Miao Lian. Once the two had departed, Tang Ming shouldered his gear once more and resumed his relentless pursuit of self-improvement. With little left to accomplish on the farm, he could only engage in rigorous self-inflicted training. The marvel system he possessed was unlike any other he had encountered in his previous life of reading novels. To attain greater strength, he must endure more hardships and sweat than the average person. The system would employ every conceivable method to compel him to push beyond his limits. And this process of surpassing those limits was the most excruciating. Only by enduring such trials could Tang Ming earn his rewards. Thus, rather than viewing the system as a direct means of enhancing Tang Ming's power, it could be likened to a merciless instructor, constantly supervising him and driving him to undergo grueling self-training. Miao Yin, who had not yet departed from physical training, was taken aback when he witnessed Tang Ming once again donning his gear to continue his fervent training. No one's strength is innate. Without a 1,000-fold effort, how can one expect a 100-fold return? This soldier's future is boundless. Miao Lian mused with profound reflection. For over half a month, Tang Ming operated like a machine, engaging in relentless self-training every day. His regimen focused primarily on physical conditioning. Shooting and combat skills were unnecessary, as he already possessed those abilities and had no one to teach him. After this period of intense training, his physical attributes escalated to an astonishing 26 times that of an average person. Finally, at the end of the month, an order arrived, and a green Wolf Teeth truck rolled into the regiment. It gathered Tang Ming and other specially selected soldiers who had received invitations from Wolf Teeth, transporting them to the elite training base. Thus commenced the annual selection of Wolf Teeth Special Forces. Chapter 7. The Game of Cat and Mouse in the television series. Tang Ming recalled that en route, Wolf Teeth halted the vehicle and opened fire, scattering everyone and taking them down one by one. 30 individuals were swiftly captured and eliminated. This scene was truly iconic. Within several vehicles, over 100 contestants brimmed with anticipation, envisioning the fervent life of the Wolf Fang. Observing their excited and eager expressions, Tang Ming couldn't help but let out a slight sigh. Aspiring to become a Wolf Fang Special Forces soldier was no simple feat, as Miao Lian had articulated. Unless the Wolf Fang stripped you of your very skin through rigorous training, you wouldn't even earn the right to enter. Ultimately, of those more than 100 individuals, no more than 15 would successfully pass the final assessment to become qualified members of Wolf Fang. The elimination rate was a staggering 80% or more, undeniably brutal. As the large truck approached within mere meters of the woods, it suddenly came to a screeching halt. The bodies of over 100 individuals lurched forward. What was happening? Did the driver not know how to operate the vehicle? Why had it stopped? The crowd quickly regained their composure, bewildered. Every novice, get out. A horn blared across the area. Listen, you have now entered the selection training base. The selection begins now. The first 30 novices we capture will be completely eliminated. Upon hearing this, the elite soldiers from various units in the truck changed their expressions dramatically. What the hell? It's starting already. Are you kidding me? Don't just stand there. Hurry up and get out. The Wolfang personnel are coming to catch us. Did you not hear? The first 30 captured will be directly eliminated. Shinpai shouted loudly. At his command, everyone hastily exited the vehicle. Just then, gunfire erupted, and the crowd, unarmed, realized they were utterly incapable of resisting the Wolfang troops. Quick! Everyone scatter into the woods. Shinpai yelled. We are unarmed and cannot compete with them. Find a place to hide. The longer we evade capture, the better. Shinpai understood the prowess of the Wolfang special forces. To say they were outmatched in weaponry was an understatement. Even if they had weapons, they would still not stand a chance against the special forces. With their belongings in tow, the contestants swiftly dispersed, some rushing toward the nearby woods, while others darted into thick underbrush. Tang Ming was no exception. This was not the time for bravado. Soon, everyone had scattered, while a group of special forces pursued them relentlessly. Using his keen eyesight, Tang Ming also noted that within the woods, numerous special forces soldiers lay in ambush. This time, Xiao Shuang and the others were in for a rough time. Tang Ming lamented. The concealment tactics of these special forces were astoundingly proficient. Some were hidden in the trees, blending seamlessly with the foliage through dazzling sunlight and their camouflage gear, making it difficult for those below to discern them. Anyone who looked up would be blinded by the sunlight, resulting in disorientation and an inability to see the soldiers perched above. At that moment, upon reaching the base of the tree, the Wolfang Special Forces soldier would swiftly descend, capturing you in one fell swoop. Others, clad in green and earth-toned camouflage, concealed themselves amidst the dense foliage and areas strewn with dry leaves, utilizing the natural environment for their concealment. Before Tang Ming, he discerned a Special Forces soldier hidden over 4 meters aloft in the tree. Were it not for Tang Ming's keen eagle-eye skill and extraordinary acuity in reconnaissance, he would have certainly been oblivious to the soldier's presence. Nevertheless, he continued forward with a facade of ignorance, pretending not to have noticed the seasoned Wolfang operative. As he approached the tree, the soldier suddenly glided down silently from above. In an inverted position, he descended rapidly, arms outstretched, aiming to seize Tang Ming's body directly. At that moment, a faint smile graced Tang Ming's lips as he slowly tilted his head upward. Upon seeing the smile on Tang Ming's face, the soldier's expression shifted drastically. Realizing the gravity of the situation, how could this kid have detected him? Instinctively, he attempted to grasp the sliding rope, but it was already too late. Tang Ming executed a sudden 360-degree spin, propelling himself upward over a meter and delivering a powerful kick to the soldier's chest. Bang! The Wolfang operative felt a surge of excruciating pain coursing through his body as he, along with the rope, crashed onto the muddy ground several meters away. Just as he sought to rise quickly, darkness enveloped his vision, and a figure appeared before him, leaving no time for a reaction. Apologies, old soldier, Tang Ming said with a faint smile. As his words fell, he grasped the rope and forcefully swung it, ensnaring the Wolfang operative's body. A swift tug secured the soldier's arms tightly, and after several more pulls, he was rendered immobile. Bastard! The Wolfang operative cursed furiously, and sensed that he had fallen to a mere novice. For seasoned veterans like him, this was a profound humiliation. Novice, you won't escape. My brothers will surely capture you, the Wolfang operative stated coldly. Tang Ming replied with a grin that remains to be seen. We shall see if they possess the capability. You Wolfang enjoy playing this cat-and-mouse game, and coincidentally, I relish it as well. Let us determine, in this opening act of the selection, who truly embodies the cat and who the mouse. The Wolfang operative widened his eyes slightly. This kid had an audacious spirit, daring to openly challenge their group of elite soldiers. How foolish could one be? Chapter 8. Novice, have you not yet awakened? Brother, you will have to endure a bit longer. Tang Ming patted the Wolfang soldier and then yanked him forcefully, leaving the soldier suspended in midair. Without hesitation, Tang Ming turned and fled. However, he did not venture far. After evading the soldier's line of sight, he quickly crouched down, employing his scroll camouflage skill to blend seamlessly with the natural surroundings. The suspended soldier remained oblivious to his presence. Meanwhile, through his eagle eye, Tang Ming noticed another Wolfang soldier sprinting towards him from over 100 meters away. A smile crept across his lips. Since the game had commenced, there was no intention of halting so easily. You capture my brother, and I shall seize your comrade. Let us see who captures more. Eagle, let me down. The suspended soldier shouted upon seeing his approaching companion. The soldier codenamed Eagle quickly rushed over upon hearing the call. When he beheld his comrade bound and hanging, a look of shock spread across his face. Who did this to you? He inquired. Who else but those rookies? The suspended soldier retorted in frustration. Rookies possess such skill? Eagle mused, slightly astonished. I was ambushed. Let me down first. I need to avenge myself on those rookies. The Wolf Fang soldier exclaimed. Ha ha. I never expected you to stumble in such a manner. Let us see if you dare to underestimate those rookies again. Eagle chuckled heartily. Yet, suddenly, his laughter ceased abruptly. As he reached out to untie the ropes and release his comrade, a military dagger was pressed against his neck. Old soldier, you're finished, came the chilling voice. Eagle stood frozen, turning to see Tang Ming's smiling face. No. When did you appear behind me? He exclaimed in surprise. I've always been here. Tang Ming replied with a grin. Always been here? Eagle's astonishment deepened. He had thoroughly surveyed the surroundings and confirmed no one was present before emerging. How had he not noticed Tang Ming's continued presence? This fellow's camouflage abilities were extraordinarily formidable. Viper, why didn't you warn me he was here? Your mouth isn't sealed. Eagle shouted angrily at his comrade. The soldier known as Viper was equally bewildered. I genuinely didn't know. I clearly saw him leave earlier. He protested. Are you saying that you were hanging here, looking down from such a height, and still failed to notice him approach? Eagle trembled in disbelief. No. I swear on your life. Viper retorted, exasperated. Get lost. The Eagle scolded angrily. After uttering his words, he did not forget to release his companion. Then turned to face Tang Ming, the novice. Your disguise skills are commendable, managing to deceive both of us. But who informed you that this is merely a drill? Tang Ming replied. The members of the Wolf Fang truly embody the absurdity portrayed in television dramas. Given the circumstances, do not blame me for being impolite. He sheathed his military knife, conceding, all right, I now comprehend the rules. The implication is that I must incapacitate you both before this can be deemed concluded. Is that correct? Very well, then, let it be so. I had no intention of resorting to violence, yet you have compelled my hand. Upon hearing this, the Eagle and the Rattlesnake exchanged glances, unable to suppress their laughter. This novice claims he will take down both of us. Ha ha. I have never encountered such an audacious rookie before. The Eagle remarked, chuckling heartily. The Rattlesnake added with a smirk, novice. You possess no understanding of what it means to be a special forces operative. However, soon enough, I believe you shall learn. Tang Ming hesitated momentarily before responding. It seems special forces are not all that impressive. Your high school team has fallen to me before. After all, you are not as formidable as you think. What did you just say? You claim our chief instructor was defeated by you? Novice, have you yet to awaken from your slumber? Who instilled such courage in you to assert you have bested the high school team? They retorted with derisive laughter. With a slight sigh, Tang Ming conceded, very well. You would not believe me regardless. Let us not waste time. I still have to deal with the other veterans of Wolf Fang. With that, he began to advance toward them, activating his Captain America combat skills. Although he had only fused 40% of them, Tang Ming had tested their power. His speed and strength were undoubtedly 4 times that of an ordinary person. Within Wolf Fang, no one could reach such heights. Novice, you underestimate us too much. Today, I shall teach you a lesson on humility, making you aware of the distinction between special forces and your conventional troops. However, before the Rattlesnake could finish his sentence, he noticed a massive shadow swiftly approaching. Before he could react, a sudden pain struck his abdomen, and he was launched backward. The Eagle stood frozen, eyes wide open, as if confronted by a monstrous apparition. Chapter 9. You dare tell me this is a rookie? Just as the Eagle was about to speak, he saw Tang Ming charging toward him with an attack. It was a lateral kick, executed with such swiftness that he had no time to evade, leaving him only the option to raise his arms in defense. The impact of Tang Ming's kick collided forcefully against his arms. The Eagle believed he could easily fend off the challenge presented by a mere rookie, underestimating the strength of the newcomer. However, in the next moment, his expression changed dramatically. It felt as though his arms had been struck by an elephant. Simultaneously, both his arms and Tang Ming's kick forcefully collided with his abdomen, sending him flying like a rattlesnake. He landed beside the rattlesnake itself. Gritting his teeth against the pain radiating from his stomach, the two locked eyes, each reflecting shock and disbelief. Did you just tell me he was an inexperienced rookie? How could a novice possess such astonishing speed and strength? This is absurd. The information they received prior to the selection assessment was evidently flawed. None of the candidates' profiles indicated exceptional prowess in combat. So where did this individual emerge from? Shall we continue? Tang Ming asked with a smile. The two exchanged bitter smiles and shook their heads in resignation. There was no need for further struggle. From the moment the opponent made his move, they both understood that their capabilities were nowhere near Tang Ming's level. With that kind of speed and power, even a few more of them wouldn't suffice. Given this reality, why should they subject themselves to further misery? Since you've come to this realization, would you kindly remove your clothing for me? Tang Ming said to the Eagle. The Eagle's physique was comparable to his own, making the attire a good fit. Are you planning to disguise yourself as one of our Wolf Fang members to ambush my teammates? The Eagle asked in surprise. Why not? Tang Ming replied. After all, You mentioned this ISNT in exercise, and there are no rules, it's simply a fight. If that is the case, what do I have to fear? I might as well boldly launch an ambush. The eagle and the rattlesnake exchanged a resigned smile, suddenly sensing an ominous intuition. They feared their fellow instructors would face dire consequences. As Tang Ming had stated, this operation, akin to a game of cat and mouse, was purely a contest of stealth, camouflage, and combat abilities. Tang Ming excelled in both domains. After donning the eagle's attire, Tang Ming retrieved a camouflage face paintbrush from his backpack, transforming his visage into that of a camouflaged warrior. Although this ISNTA drill, I have no desire to resort to violence against you. Let us just pretend you two have been completely incapacitated by me, shall we? He said with a grin. The two could only manage a resigned nod in response to Tang Ming's kindness. They couldn't refuse to adhere to even this minimal decorum. Rookie, good luck, they said, giving him a thumbs up with a hint of sarcasm. Tang Ming chuckled softly and turned to depart. At this moment, on the other side, a medic was also attacked by a soldier from the Wolf-Fong unit. This medic, named Sherdafin, was a member of the Lone Wolf Assault team in the television series, possessing commendable combat skills. However, during his altercation with a seasoned Wolf-Fong soldier, he inadvertently fractured the soldier's leg. Naturally, he could not simply flee. He had to remain to render aid. The consequence of his assistance was that he was captured by two approaching Wolf-Fong veterans. Get a piece of wood to bind him, or his leg will be ruined. Sherdafin shouted. Following his instructions, one of the veterans quickly secured the injured comrade and then carried him away. Veteran, he stayed behind to help your comrade. And yet you still take him away. Isn't that a bit unethical? A voice interjected from the side. The two Wolf-Fong soldiers escorting Sherdafin turned sharply at the sound, their expressions changing as they saw Tang Ming smiling at them. Sherdafin was momentarily taken aback by Tang Ming's military uniform and camouflaged face. What was happening? Was there infighting within the Wolf-Fong unit? This young man had incapacitated one of their comrades and even donned his attire. The two veterans scrutinized Tang Ming closely, realizing they did not recognize him, and immediately deduced the reason. Wow, brother, impressive. Quite remarkable. Sherdafin exclaimed with laughter. Brother, wait. I'll rescue you shortly, Tang Ming replied with a smile. Since these veterans are so devoid of rules and compassion, there is no need for us to be polite. Brother, I appreciate your intentions, but you should flee quickly. You cannot defeat them, Sherdafin insisted. Flee? Is that even possible? The two Wolf-Fong veterans bound Sherdafin to one side and approached Tang Ming with smiles. Rookie, don't think you're impressive just because you took down one of our comrades. In the Wolf-Fong, everyone's combat abilities vary. Is that so? I'd like to test that theory, Tang Ming responded with a smile. The two veterans exchanged cold glances and then simultaneously launched their attack. They struck from either side, one sweeping at Tang Ming's legs while the other targeted his upper body, forcing him into a corner. Unable to retreat? Then I shall not. Tang Ming suddenly tensed his muscles, taking a deep breath and holding it. Bang! Bang! The two veterans landed heavy kicks on Tang Ming's chest and knee. However, to their astonishment, he merely swayed slightly, maintaining his steadfast position. Reflecting on the two seasoned veterans, it felt as though their calves had collided with a tree, a jolt reverberating through them, accompanied by a wave of soreness and numbness. Impossible. Both men wore expressions of shock, although they had not exerted their full strength. The combined force of their strike should have been sufficient to fell even the most formidable special forces combatants. Yet, not only did Tang Ming remain standing, he forcefully repelled them. What kind of divine physique is this? It is utterly terrifying. On the side, Sherdafin was equally astonished. These two are special forces. Even he, faced with their assault, would likely have been defeated. This fellow managed to fend them off solely through his physical prowess. Incredible, isn't it? Is this what you refer to as a disparity in combat capability? Tang Ming, slightly disappointed, shook his head. It seemed they were not as formidable as he had anticipated. The two seasoned veterans of the Wolf-Fong unit acknowledged. All right, I've witnessed your combat skills. Now allow me to demonstrate mine. As Tang Ming's words fell, he unleashed a direct punch at the right-hand veteran. The speed was so astonishing that the veteran's pupils constricted in surprise. With no time for further thought, he instinctively raised his arms to shield his chest. Bang! He felt a numbing sensation in his arms, followed by an overwhelming force that sent him flying. Without pausing, Tang Ming executed a swift spinning kick, sending the other veteran hurtling through the air. It was not their lack of strength, rather. Tang Ming's speed and power were simply on an entirely different level. My heavens! The two were almost oblivious to their own pain, their faces reflecting sheer astonishment. At that moment, Tang Ming charged at them, and as they attempted to defend themselves, he swiftly dispatched them with two decisive moves. Bang! Bang! He struck each of their necks with a knife hand, rendering them unconscious. Observing the fallen veterans, Tang Ming allowed himself a slight smile before proceeding to free Sherdafin. Brother, have you unlocked some kind of cheat? Sherdafin exclaimed in awe. How did you develop such skills? Out of necessity, I practiced by hauling bricks during my impoverished childhood. Tang Ming replied with a chuckle. All right, quickly change into one of their uniforms and paint your face with camouflage, Dafin instructed. At this hour, our comrades have likely been captured. We are the last two remaining, and we cannot afford to be easily apprehended. We must let them know that even a mouse possesses the ability to blind an eagle. Dafin grinned. All right. I relish such exhilarating endeavors. Have they not been apprehended yet? The high school team inquired expressionlessly at Grey Wolf, stationed at the training base. Before him stood around 70 competitors, divided into two factions. On the left were those who had been captured first, now eliminated. On the right were those who were apprehended later, allowed to remain. Grey Wolf addressed the high school team in a low voice. 3 remain unapprehended. 5 of our team have been eliminated by them. I will take a few men to pursue them. As he spoke, he prepared to lead a group to search. Stop! The high school team commanded softly, gradually approaching a member of the Wolf-Tooth Special Forces. As confusion spread among the crowd, he executed a swift lateral kick, sending the disguised soldier flying. Bring him here, he ordered. The individual masquerading as a veteran of the Wolf-Tooth, known as Gung Jihui, was, in fact, the leader of the Lone Wolf Assault Team in the television drama. Having watched the show, Tang Ming understood that if someone like Gung Jihui infiltrated, discovery was inevitable. Thus, he opted for alternative tactics. The captured novices, realizing one of their own had infiltrated, erupted in excited cheers, having previously endured a severe beating upon their capture, which had left them feeling quite aggrieved. Silence! A group of seasoned Wolf-Tooth soldiers shouted, striking the competitors with their rifle butts to hush them. The high school team gripped Gung Jihui's chin, his expression impassive as he demanded, Tell me, where are the other 2? Gung Jihui forced a cold smile, retorting, In your dreams. Bang. No sooner had he spoken than the high school team kicked him away again. Hold your positions. He bellowed, his face darkening ominously. Leave 10 here to watch them. The rest, go find them. If you fail, I will penalize all of you. Tat tat tat. With that, the high school team raised his weapon and fired wildly into the sky, his fury unmistakable. Chapter 11. Is he really a pig breeder? Listen, the high school team said, gripping his earpiece. Since he was able to eliminate 3 of us, it proves his combat skills are formidable. Everyone, form groups of at least 3. Understood? Understood. The Wolf-Tooth Special Forces responded in unison. The assault teams then split into 2 smaller groups and ventured into the forest. High school team. The Sergeant Major Grey Wolf produced 2 files, the photographs therein clearly depicting Tang Ming and Dafin. These are the 2 we failed to capture. The Grey Wolf spoke in a deep voice. I have encountered this Dafin before. He hails from a lineage of traditional Chinese medicine, with 3 generations serving as military doctors. His grandfather was even the director of our military hospital. Dafin possesses commendable skills in traditional Chinese medicine and has also studied martial arts. He was once a promising candidate we held in high regard. However, the information we received indicates that, despite his martial prowess, he is not particularly formidable. In a direct confrontation, he would merely be able to draw with one of our team members at best. And what is this pig-farming soldier nonsense about Tang Ming? Who approved this individual's dossier? How can a pig-farming soldier even participate in the selection? I did, replied the captain calmly. Both the Grey Wolf and the Earth Wolf were taken aback. This soldier is not to be underestimated, the captain remarked, his eyes glinting with a peculiar light. Initially, I believed his strength lay solely in marksmanship. But it appears he possesses significant combat skills as well. Are you suggesting that it is quite possible our 3 comrades were eliminated by this pig-farming soldier? The Earth Wolf and Grey Wolf exchanged incredulous glances. The captain turned to them, a smirk playing on his lips. Did you not just say that Dafin's combat abilities could only match ours? So, this pig-farming soldier could have taken out our 3 comrades? He is merely a pig-farming soldier, exclaimed the Earth Wolf. In their subconscious, they had always perceived pig-farming soldiers as possessing inferior physical attributes and combat skills. Such a soldier would not only be excluded from the selection list for the Wolf Fang training, but would also be unwelcome in their own elite combat units. Their comrades were all rigorously trained special forces. If they indeed fell to this pig-farming soldier, it would imply that these special forces were inferior even to a pig-farming soldier. The captain coldly stated, yet it is precisely this pig-farming soldier who bested me in marksmanship. At this revelation, the Grey Wolf and Earth Wolf were utterly unsettled. Are you saying that during your inspection of the field unit, you lost to a rookie in shooting, referring to this pig-farming soldier? The Grey Wolf exclaimed. Although they had not been present at the time, they were well aware of the humiliation the captain suffered in the field unit. The captain remained silent, tacitly acknowledging the truth of the matter. My heavens! A pig-farming soldier possesses such remarkable marksmanship and formidable combat skills. Why would he still be farming pigs? Has the commander of the field unit lost his senses? The Grey Wolf marveled. Captain, our second team has come under attack. The enemy's combat capabilities are quite strong. We request support. We are in distress. Before the captain could respond, a harsh crackle emanated from the radio on his chest, followed by an abrupt silence. The captain's expression turned grim, while the Earth Wolf and Grey Wolf remained visibly shaken, unable to shake off their astonishment. It is evident that the second team has suffered significant losses. Along with the previous 3, they have already been eliminated, totaling 6. Such a record has never been witnessed in the history of the Wolf Fong selection. This soldier, with his remarkable prowess, is indeed formidable. The Grey Wolf and the Desert Wolf exchanged glances, realizing that their seasoned experience was about to be challenged. Other teams immediately searched for the location where the second team was taken out. They cannot have fled far. Surround them, commanded the high school team. His voice draped in a somber tone. Understood. A multitude of teams promptly set off. The high school team directed the Desert Wolf, quickly procure 2 military dogs. Yes. Let us personally assess the true extent of this young man's combat abilities. The high school team remarked coldly, leading the Grey Wolf swiftly into the forested mountains. A few minutes later, they arrived at the site of the second team, where medics were attending to the injuries of 3 members. One medic addressed the high school team. When we arrived, they were bound to trees, their arms dislocated. However, the rookie displayed remarkable restraint, inflicting no damage to the bones, with some rest. They shall recover in a few days. Rookie. Upon hearing this term, both the Grey Wolf and the high school team felt a wave of embarrassment wash over them. If these seasoned soldiers had been bested by someone referred to as a rookie, what did that make them? Mere mice, inferior even to rookies? The 3 members, wearing expressions of bitter amusement, added, high school team. Although these 2 attacked us by surprise, one of them possesses truly exceptional combat skills. Together, the 3 of us could not withstand even 2 rounds against him. High school team, Grey Wolf, Chapter 12. The Den of the Wolf Fong is destroyed. Report. The 4th team has been attacked. The enemy's combat prowess is overwhelming, requesting backup. The high school team's earpiece crackled with urgent cries for help. Quickly. Immediately locate the position of the 4th team and disseminate it to all groups. Instruct them to quickly surround that area and provide support. The high school team commanded loudly. Understood. Grey Wolf promptly activated the satellite computer for location tracking. Swiftly determining the position, all Wolf Fong commandos converged from various directions to encircle the area. However, upon their arrival, they discovered that the 3 members of the 4th team, like those of the 2nd, also had dislocated arms. The high school team's expression darkened ominously. High school team, we searched thoroughly along the way, yet we still have not spotted their figures. Those 2 possess exceptional stealth capabilities. Members of the various teams reported. What about the military dogs? The high school team inquired, his tone grave. They are here. Just as the high school team finished speaking, the Desert Wolf approached, leading 2 special forces soldiers who were handling 2 military dogs. The high school team commanded, everyone, split into 2 groups. Based on the information from the military dogs, we must unearth the targets. Remember, do not scatter too widely. Their combat prowess is formidable. Understood. The special forces responded in unison. Had this been before the selection began? They would have never dared to believe that such skilled individuals existed within the field units. Each of the 3 special forces members could easily triumph in a one-on-one confrontation, a notion they had previously deemed unimaginable. Meanwhile, on the other side, Shida Fan and Tang Ming were racing forward, laughing uproariously. Ha! Those old-timers will never suspect that we have already escaped the woods and are heading to their lair. We must hurry, Tang Ming urged. They won't be able to encircle us. They will either use thermal imaging equipment to track us or rely on the military dogs. Regardless, in this desolate forest, devoid of even a trickling stream, we have no means to utilize the natural environment for concealment. Before they capture us, let us go and take down their stronghold. Since we are bound for death anyway, let us make it exhilarating. As Tang Ming dashed towards the Wolf Fong base, the high school team, accompanied by military dogs, began their swift search. However, as the dogs followed the scent and emerged from the forest, they discovered a flat expanse of grassland ahead. Directly in the center lay the path leading to their Wolf Fong stronghold. This is bad. The high school team's expression changed dramatically, and the remaining veterans of Wolf Fong also seemed to grasp the gravity of the situation, their faces reflecting sheer astonishment. These 2 novices wouldn't dare to be so bold as to assault our lair, would they? Tilao exclaimed, wide-eyed. What are you waiting for? Get in the vehicle. Drive back at full speed. The high school team bellowed. If Tang Ming and Shida Fan truly managed to seize their stronghold, it would be a monumental disgrace for Wolf Fong. Meanwhile, at the Wolf Fong stronghold, the 5 special forces members guarding Zhuang Yin and the other trainees had all been incapacitated by Tang Ming. What is happening? Why are our own men fighting each other? The trainees were left in stunned silence. Haha, this feels incredible. Tang Ming laughed heartily. Having taken down so many special forces, even if he were to face severe repercussions from Wolf Fong afterward, he felt it was well worth it. What the heck? Tang Ming, is that you? Zhuang Yin, who had been intently observing Tang Ming, finally recognized him upon hearing his voice. Tang Ming, Chen Pai and Chen Shihua were momentarily taken aback before joyfully exclaiming, "Brothers, we've avenged you. I can't believe you're also contestants. This is amazing. Ha ha ha, brothers, you are truly outstanding." The seasoned veterans were undoubtedly taken aback by the audacity of the newcomers to invade their territory. The members of the Wolf Fong were bound to be infuriated. Ha ha. Previously agitated by the high school team, the gathered trainees erupted in excitement upon witnessing this scene. The 5 Wolf Fong commandos, utterly subdued by Tang Ming, exchanged glances of disbelief. They could hardly fathom that before the selection training had even commenced, they had already been bested by these novices. The Wolf Fong truly had lost all dignity. And who was this Tang Ming, who seemed to possess such extraordinary combat skills? Suddenly, a series of gunshots rang out from a distance, striking the ground before them. Goodness! Live ammunition. The crowd's expression shifted to one of alarm as they instinctively recoiled. At that moment, several military vehicles approached rapidly. The high school team's expression was as dark as thunder, their eyes ablaze with fury. Bang! 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 The rifle in the hands of the high school team unleashed a barrage of shots at the ground beneath the trainees' feet, creating a flurry of bullet holes. Indeed, the high school team was firing live rounds, as opposed to the blank cartridges used earlier to intimidate them. Have you lost your minds? Using live ammunition. Chen Pai exclaimed angrily. Bang! Bang! Before his words could fully escape his lips, the high school team expressionlessly fired 2 more shots at his feet. At this, although Chen Pai seethed with anger, he had no choice but to suppress his fury. Everyone, crouch down. Crouch down. Grey Wolf, along with a group of commandos, aimed their firearms at the trainees, forcefully bringing them all to the ground. Having experienced the prowess of these Wolf Fong veterans, the trainees dared not resist, for they knew what awaited them would be another brutal beating. Meanwhile, Tang Ming and Shi Dafen stood aside, unscathed by any attack. The high school team, accompanied by Grey Wolf and others, approached Tang Ming and Shi Dafen. The two exchanged glances, their faces still adorned with smiles. Unquestionably, having knocked down so many Wolf Fong veterans had dealt a resounding blow to their pride, and the fate that awaited them would surely be dire. Yet, despite this, they remained unafraid. The high school team disregarded Shi Dafen and directed their attention to Tang Ming, their voice hoarse and low. "We meet again. This time, you astonish me once more, but I am also filled with rage. Novice, you will come to regret your previous actions, I assure you." Chapter 13. Has this kid's mind been crushed by a door? Tang Ming grinned, unfazed by the threat. In the drama, the high school team consistently portrayed the ruthless figure of the unyielding instructor, devoid of compassion. In the eyes of Tang Ming, such individuals inherently possess the qualities of a leader. It is precisely due to the unique characteristics of the Gaozhong team, akin to elite special forces, that the television series Special Forces one exudes an air of rigor and fervor, which is one of the reasons it is hailed as one of the most classic military dramas. Bang! Upon witnessing Tang Ming's provocative smile, Gao Zheng's fury intensified, and he retaliated with a direct punch to Tang Ming's cheek. Spit! Tang Ming coughed up a mouthful of blood. Yet, he merely shook his head slightly and remarked with a smile, "Is this all the strength the illustrious ace of the Wolf Fong Special Forces possesses? Come, strike me again. I assure you, I can endure it. Don't hold back." Incredible! The selection candidates were astounded by Tang Ming's audacious demeanor. As the saying goes, when one is under a roof, one must bow their head. Having chosen to enter the Wolf Fong training camp, they should be prepared for various forms of hardship. Although currying favor with the instructors may not significantly alleviate one's suffering, confronting them head-on without hesitation would undoubtedly result in a collective retribution that would make one question their very existence. This holds true in any military unit. Not only had Tang Ming brazenly slapped the faces of the Wolf Fong instructors earlier, but he now dared to oppose the chief instructor. And the consequences of such insubordination were all too predictable. Gao Zheng grasped Tang Ming's chin, his expression dark and foreboding. "You arrogant little brat. You must understand that here, arrogance comes at a price. I will ensure you experience the consequences of opposing me. I guarantee you will endure the most arduous initiation that Wolf Fong has ever conceived. If you do not grasp the essence of suffering, then I shall write my name backward." Yet, Tang Ming remained composed, a smile gracing his face as he replied, "Oh, is that so? Then I am eager to truly experience what it means to suffer. I look forward to it. By the way, Gao Zheng, I believe your name is Gao Dazhuang. Isn't it? Such a mundane name. I do not like it. However, if it were changed to Zhuang Daga, I think it would be quite appealing. What do you think?" "Ha! Indeed. Let us call him Zhuang Daga. We think that name sounds splendid. Brothers, what do you think?" "Sounds good. Ha ha." The candidates could not help but burst into laughter. "Be quiet." Bang bang bang. The Special Forces instructors struck down upon the candidates once more. They all gasped in shock, casting glances at Tang Ming. This lad truly did not know the peril he was courting. Many of these instructors were products of Gao Zheng's rigorous training, and they were acutely aware of the ruthless methods he employed. Even now, the mere recollection of the specialized selection training they underwent sends shivers down their spines. The moniker King of the Underworld is not earned lightly. This audacious lad dares to challenge the elite high school team repeatedly, essentially courting disaster. Truly, he embodies the fearless spirit of a fledgling. The high school team, with smiles that barely masked their disdain, spoke with a chilling undertone. Indeed, quite impressive. I shall remember your words, to ensure that my name is not spoken in reverse. I will grant you an unprecedented special treatment. Oh, I eagerly anticipated, Tang Ming replied with a smile. Provoking the high school team was a deliberate act on his part. The existence of the system merely serves to motivate him to train with even greater fervor. By enduring relentless and rigorous training, he seeks to enhance his physique and earn corresponding rewards. After all, why would he foolishly provoke the king of the underworld? Of course, he understood that the chief instructor of the high school team did not harbor genuine resentment towards him, nor did he target him maliciously. It was merely an act designed to instill fear in everyone, thereby ensuring that the selection training proceeded with utmost rigor and organization. Such is the nature of Special Forces selection. Have you ever seen an instructor in any military unit who spends their days smiling and inquiring about your well-being? Do you think it's akin to a rookie squad in a combat unit where the sergeant constantly monitors your mental and physical state? Nonsense. This is the Special Forces. Always on the brink of battle. A strict master produces exceptional disciples. A harsher approach now significantly increases your chances of survival on the battlefield in the future. The high school team leader turned to address everyone, his voice cold and commanding. Originally, I intended for today's appetizer to involve a mere 10-kilometer cross-country run to warm you up before a brief rest. However, due to the presence of these two fools in your ranks, who dare to repeatedly challenge the authority of our Wolf-Fong instructors, I am quite displeased. Infuriated, in fact. Thus, I have altered the training regimen on the spot. Now, all of you will undertake a 20-kilometer cross-country run with a weight of 25 kilograms. Failure to complete this within 80 minutes will result in immediate elimination. As for you two, the team leader's gaze turned icy as it fell upon Tang Ming and Daffin. He pointed at Daffin. You will carry 30 kilograms. And you? He pointed at Tang Ming. You will bear 35 kilograms. Run 30 kilometers. I did promise to treat you with special consideration. 35 kilograms. A collective gasp echoed from the students and instructors alike. Typically, ordinary Special Forces training involves carrying between 20 to 30 kilograms, adjusting the weight as necessary for training or missions. However, exceeding 30 kilograms demands an exceptionally robust physique to endure such a challenge. Moreover, to complete a 30-kilometer cross-country run within 80 minutes, it is not only Tang Ming who is perplexed. Even the seasoned elite Special Forces of Wolf-Fong would be utterly exhausted by such a feat, although Tang Ming excels in combat. Can his physical stamina truly match such demands? Failure to accomplish this would mean immediate elimination. While they felt a sense of indignation at being outshone by Tang Ming, they could not deny that, in terms of camouflage and combat skills, he is indeed a promising candidate for a Special Forces operative. It would be a tremendous loss if he were to be eliminated. Suddenly, as everyone worried for Tang Ming, he stood at attention and declared loudly, I request to add an additional 40 kilograms. Gasp. The crowd collectively inhaled sharply, astonished at Tang Ming's audacity. Had he lost his senses? Did he truly comprehend what a 40-kilogram cross-country run entailed? This was not merely a run on a flat track. The term cross-country refers to running on rugged mountain trails, fraught with steep inclines and declines, which would significantly deplete one's stamina and hinder speed. Indeed, he was just a rookie. Chapter 14. Is this guy cheating? Upon hearing this, the senior team narrowed their eyes in disbelief. This young man was incredibly bold. Completing 20 kilometers with 40 kilograms of gear in 80 minutes was a tall order indeed. The only ones who could manage a wry smile were Chen Pai, Zhuang Yin, Lao Pao, and Chen Shihua. They were well aware of Tang Ming's physical capabilities within the regiment. When he runs, he seems to disregard his own safety. They believed that even with the added weight, Tang Ming stood a fair chance of succeeding. Very well, if that is your wish. As the chief instructor, the senior team had no choice but to acquiesce to Tang Ming's request. Should he fail to return within 80 minutes, he would be required to pack his belongings and leave. Wolf-Fong had no need for such arrogance. Yes, thank you, chief instructor. Tang Ming saluted and began, like everyone else, to load the heavy bricks into his tactical backpack. I must say, old Tang, you truly have a penchant for pushing yourself to the brink. Zhuang Yin chided him with a smile. Tang Ming grinned. After all these runs together, you know me well. If we are to train, we train to our utmost limits. Chen Pai expressed his concern. Little Tang, do you have confidence? If you cannot return on time, with the temperament of these Wolf-Fong veterans, they might truly make you leave. Lao Pao also regarded him with worry. Tang Ming reassured them, have no fear, I am confident in my abilities. Enough of this idle chatter. Hurry up and secure your weights, we need to start running. Gray Wolf bellowed from behind. Yes. The crowd responded promptly, quickly stowing bricks into their bags. After the inspection by the seasoned veteran of the Wolf Fong, which confirmed the weight, they each began to sprint rapidly. The high school team member examining Tang Ming's backpack squinted slightly, gazing at him with surprise. Novice, you must understand that failure means you will certainly be expelled. No one can protect you. Tang Ming flashed a grin. I understand. Besides, I don't need anyone's protection, since I chose to participate in this training. I have but one objective, to conquer the Wolf Fong. The high school team chuckled coldly. What audacity. Do you truly believe that a mere proficiency in combat and marksmanship allows you to look down upon the Wolf Fong? Tang Ming rolled his eyes. If I held you in such low regard, you wouldn't even have the qualification to be conquered by me. With heavy breaths, the group of trainees raced fervently into the mountains. The dirt path within was relatively firm, albeit slightly uneven, yet not excessively so. However, every few hundred meters, there was a small incline, significantly increasing their physical exertion. Ahead, in the middle, and behind them, military jeeps followed closely. The veteran of the Wolf Fong continuously fired blank rounds into the sky while shouting through a megaphone, Hurry up. You're too slow. Don't you claim to be the elite of your unit? Is this all you've got? Even grandmothers rushing for discounted eggs at the supermarket can outrun you. A bunch of pathetic novices. How do you have the audacity to participate in this training? Move faster. With a final shout, Tang Ming glanced at the military jeep several dozen meters ahead, turned to Chun and the others, and suddenly accelerated, breaking free from the group. This prodigy. Even someone as formidable as Zhuang Yin couldn't help but curse. During their initial armed sprint competition, he had only been left half a minute behind by Tang Ming. Yet, over the following 2 weeks, Tang Ming's progress had skyrocketed as if propelled by a rocket. Zhuang Yin had improved as well, but in comparison to Tang Ming, he felt like a snail, increasingly distanced from him. After 2 weeks, their physical capabilities had diverged even further. Chun and Lao Pao exchanged wry smiles. Like Zhuang Yin, they had witnessed Tang Ming's grueling self-training regimen. Without 1,000% effort, how could one achieve even a mere fraction of improvement? Tang Ming's dedication justified his accomplishments. The other trainees, witnessing Tang Ming carry 10 kilograms more than they did yet run faster and more effortlessly, were left in awe. I am certain that this fellow must be cheating. Who possesses such an extraordinary physique? Exclaimed the paratrooper, Dang Jinhua. Following closely behind, the medic, Shi Dafan, chuckled while gasping for breath. You haven't yet witnessed his even more astonishing abilities. This fellow must have had his head caught in a door, otherwise. How could he be so monstrous? Dang Jinhua cast a disapproving glance at him and retorted, I say, you insufferable medic, why do you persist in trailing behind me? Are we that familiar? It's because I am carrying more weight than you. Staying behind you allows me to shield myself from the wind and lessen the resistance. Shi Dafan replied, Get lost. I have no intention of shielding you. After cursing, Dang Jinhua accelerated swiftly, attempting to shake off Shi Dafan. Yet, as he sped up, so did Shi Dafan, sticking closely to him. You, medic, get away from me. Do not follow me. But I wish to stay close. Get lost. Not a chance. Do you dare to strike me? You could never defeat me. I'll make sure to take on your entire family. Chapter 15. Breaking the wolf tooth record during his time with the 702nd Regiment. Tang Ming could cover 20 kilometers in under 50 minutes while carrying a load of 30 kilograms. This was quite different from now, as he was running on rugged terrain rather than a flat track, making the run considerably more arduous. However, accustomed to pushing his limits, he found this pressure to be inconsequential. Panting heavily, Tang Ming sprinted with wild abandon, quickly entering a state of oblivion. With only the path ahead and the finish line in his sights, he maintained an incredibly swift pace. The vehicle in front was maintaining a steady speed. Yet within less than 20 seconds, Tang Ming caught up to them. As the members of the vehicle, including the Dirt Wolf, witnessed Tang Ming closing in, their eyes nearly bulged out in disbelief. What is going on? This guy, burdened with such weight, can still run so swiftly? Their astonishment was fleeting, for they soon realized that Tang Ming's figure had vanished, having surged past their vehicle. Goodness! Hurry, we must catch up, Dirt Wolf shouted. The fact that a pair of legs could outpace a four-wheeled vehicle was something that would leave anyone flabbergasted. Tang Ming's speed was nearly 7 meters per second, which translates to 420 meters in a minute. If he could maintain this speed, he could complete 20 kilometers in under 48 minutes. Even in a lightweight scenario, there was likely no one in the Wolf Tooth unit who could match such velocity. However, they remained skeptical that Tang Ming could sustain this pace indefinitely. In the initial stages, the human body is brimming with energy, allowing for a quicker pace. However, as stamina is gradually depleted, speed inevitably diminishes. This reveals the extent of one's physical strength and endurance. Has this fellow never participated in long-distance running? After covering less than 2 kilometers, he is sprinting at this pace. He won't last 5 kilometers before collapsing. The coyote scoffed. Yet, Soon they found no reason to laugh. For Tang Ming had already sprinted a distance of 6 kilometers, and his speed had merely slowed a fraction. While he did not reach a pace of 7 meters per second, he still managed to maintain a remarkable 6.5 meters per second. Unbelievable. This monster. The special forces exchanged glances, astonished. Such speed, even if they had begun running at the outset, would have been unattainable under such burdens. Unless it was during the first kilometer. However, if they exerted their full strength in that manner, they would surely exhaust their stamina in the subsequent kilometers, leaving them too fatigued to even walk. Coyote, is this truly a novice? Are we certain he hasn't come from another military district's special forces for training? Another special forces soldier in the vehicle widened his eyes, his voice trembling with disbelief. Goodness. Coyote slightly moved his stiff neck. Time passed incrementally. Tang Ming's speed gradually decreased. Yet, even in his slowed state, it remained superior to their peak 5-kilometer pace. This means that despite carrying a 40-kilogram load and running for over 10 kilometers, Tang Ming's speed could still confidently surpass that of any of their elite soldiers over the initial 5 kilometers. His stamina and endurance are nothing short of extraordinary. At the finish line, the High Commander and Grey Wolf were leisurely barbecuing, awaiting the arrival of the novices. High Commander, if Tang Ming truly cannot return within the stipulated time, must we really eliminate him? Grey Wolf inquired of the High Commander. We cannot alter the rules. The High Commander casually remarked while turning the chicken wings in his hand. Grey Wolf, visibly anxious, responded, but Tang Ming is undeniably a promising candidate for a special forces soldier. With proper training, he could certainly become a formidable asset to our team. The High Commander slightly turned to face Grey Wolf, a smile gracing his lips. If he is indeed a promising candidate, then it is even more imperative to hone his skills during this selection phase. If he cannot even pass our selection training, it signifies that he is not yet worthy of joining our ranks. However, the difficulty of his sprint is considerably greater than that of the other competitors. This was his own choice. The High Commander calmly stated, everyone must be accountable for their own words. If one can express intentions but fail to fulfill them, then what value do such individuals hold for our team? Therefore, there is no contradiction between the two. Grey Wolf, how much time has passed? The high school team inquired. After 55 minutes, Grey Wolf glanced at the time and remarked, they must have run at least 10 kilometers. What is going on? How did the Coyote return by car? Just then, a military jeep surged over a small hill, coming into view. Wasn't he supposed to drive the team? How could he have returned early? The high school team also stood up, their brows slightly furrowed. Yet before they could ease their expressions, they noticed a figure emerging behind the vehicle, desperately chasing after the jeep occupied by the Coyote. Goodness. Isn't that Tang Ming? He actually returned first? This is impossible. It's only been over 50 minutes. With a 40-kilogram load and a 20-kilometer distance, how could he possibly make it back within an hour? Several special forces instructors exclaimed in astonishment. The high school team and Grey Wolf now clearly recognized the face of the individual behind the vehicle. Who but Tang Ming could it be? This fellow had truly returned. How could this be? Achieving such a feat within an hour, carrying 40 kilograms over 20 kilometers, was unprecedented in the history of their Wolfang team. As they stood in stunned silence, the jeep arrived at the finish line. Immediately thereafter, Tang Ming's body surged past the finish line as well. Gasping for breath, Tang Ming was drenched in sweat, his complexion pale, and his legs weak, nearly collapsing. It was evident that he was on the brink of exhaustion. Observing Tang Ming up close, Grey Wolf instinctively lowered his somewhat stiff neck to check the time. Trembling, he uttered, 57 minutes and 15 seconds. Upon hearing this time, everyone present was jolted, rendered momentarily speechless. Chapter 16. Are you truly humble, or merely boasting? As the crowd remained in shock, Tang Ming finally regained his composure. He looked towards the high school team and Grey Wolf, smiling as he inquired, Gentlemen, would you consider my performance to be satisfactory? Satisfactory? Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted in disbelief. You carried a 40-kilogram load and traversed 20 kilometers of mountainous terrain in under an hour, and you merely deem it satisfactory? Do you possess a peculiar understanding of the term satisfactory? With such a performance, you have shattered the records of our Wolfang team. Is this humility, or mere bragging? Grey Wolf replied, his voice hoarse and trembling. After a considerable time, the high school team also emerged from their shock. He approached Tang Ming, gazing intently at him. Striving to steady his tone, have you undergone special physical training prior to this? Tang Ming Dao, not exactly. I have merely engaged in self-training over the past fortnight. Regardless, during each run, I exert myself to the utmost. There is a saying, give your all, and leave the rest to fate. High school team, Grey Wolf and other special forces, a prodigy. If what Tang Ming says is true, then his physical potential is indeed boundless. The limits of an individual can be transcended. It is only through surpassing these limits that one can experience a qualitative change in physical capabilities. This is why the instructors in Special Forces selection go to great lengths to train and push the recruits to their extremes. Such rigorous training accelerates their journey to the brink, facilitating breakthroughs and enhancing their physical prowess. However, for anyone, each limit becomes increasingly challenging to surpass. As one's physical condition strengthens, the thresholds become more elusive and harder to breach. When assessing a soldier's physical potential, one can gauge it by their ability to reach their limits. The more times one reaches their peak, the greater their potential appears. Conversely, if, no matter the training, one cannot approach the edge of their limits before exhaustion sets in, it indicates that their true potential has plateaued, rendering further improvement nearly impossible. If one is unable to transcend their limits and does not meet the standards required of Special Forces, they naturally cannot be admitted into the Wolf-Fong Special Forces. Thus, if what Tang Ming just stated is indeed true, it implies that reaching the brink of his limits is relatively effortless for him, and he is capable of surpassing them. Consequently, soldiers like him possess immense potential for future growth. Currently, Tang Ming's physical capabilities have already far surpassed the standards of their unit. Yet they remain unable to ascertain the extent of his future potential. This suggests that his development is beyond their imagination. With this in mind, excitement and exhilaration flickered in the eyes of the high school team in Grey Wolf. Such soldiers are a rarity, appearing once in a century. If he can maintain this trajectory of progress, he will undoubtedly emerge as one of the foremost elite soldiers in the Huaxia military. Though they are aware, they choose to remain silent in their anticipation. Chief Instructor, there is something I believe warrants reporting to you. Tang Ming pondered briefly before addressing the high school team. He continued, the Qin platoon of our 702nd Regiment, you are aware of them, right? They are led by platoon leader Zhuang Yin of the Night Tiger Reconnaissance Company. I know. The high school team nodded in agreement. He and Miao Lian were comrades, and prior to the selection, he had gathered information on Chun Pai, Lao Pao, and Zhuang Yin. These three individuals were regarded as promising candidates for the Special Forces. If all goes well, they are likely to become members of the Wolf-Fong unit. I suspect there is an issue with his right leg, Tang Ming stated solemnly, and it is of a particularly severe nature. I recommend that you arrange for someone to examine him. Otherwise, I fear he may not only fail to complete the selection training, but if his condition worsens, he might spend the rest of his life confined to a wheelchair. Originally, he intended to discuss this matter with Miao Lian while at the regiment. However, knowing that Chen Pai had aspirations of joining the Special Forces, he hesitated to mention it. He thought it best to allow Chen Pai to experience the training camp. Even if he ultimately could not fulfill his dreams, at least he could grasp the opportunity, which would mitigate the sense of regret. In the television drama, Chen Pai's leg ailment went untreated, and the rigorous training at Wolf-Fong exacerbated his condition, ultimately leading to a life spent in a wheelchair. What? The high school team and Grey Wolf exchanged glances, their expression shifting. Are you serious? High school team asked firmly. He understood the significance of Chen Pai and Miao Lian's eyes. If Chen Pai were truly incapacitated, Miao Lian would undoubtedly hold him accountable. Absolutely, Tang Ming replied. I have witnessed him in agony, unable to stand. He has persisted solely through sheer willpower until now. Yet, I believe he cannot endure much longer. He must not continue such high-intensity training. If you do not wish to see a good soldier spend his life bound to a wheelchair, it would be best to take him to the hospital for a thorough examination. The high school team gazed intently into Tang Ming's eyes, confirming that he was indeed speaking the truth and genuinely concerned for Chen Pai. He then nodded, saying, very well, I will take care of this matter. You need not concern yourself further, nor should you speak of it to anyone. Understood. Tang Ming saluted, thanking the chief instructor. Chapter 17. Could you please act like a normal person and do something? As everyone returned, exhausted from their exertions, Tang Ming had essentially fully recovered his stamina. What the heck, Lao Tang, when did you arrive at the finish line? As the others caught their breath and noticed Tang Ming sitting there as if unfazed, they became quite agitated. Oh, it wasn't too long, merely 20 minutes earlier than you all, Tang Ming replied. 20 minutes? So, you mean to say you ran back in an hour? The group stared at him in disbelief. What on earth? Is it even possible? You carried a load significantly heavier than ours, and yet you managed to return so quickly. Are you kidding? Are you resorting to shortcuts, my friend? Time's up. At that moment, the Grey Wolf pressed the stopwatch and declared solemnly, all those who have not returned on time will be eliminated. The competitors, who were merely a few strides away from the finish line, instantly changed their expressions. Instructor, we are so close. Please grant us another chance. A dissatisfied second lieutenant implored. I have prepared for this selection for a full 3 years. Other Special Forces soldiers, hastily returning, joined in their pleas. Zhuang Yin and the others could only watch them with sympathetic gasps, helpless to offer any assistance. The captain, with an impassive demeanor, stated, rules are rules. They cannot be broken. Regardless of who you are, anyone who fails to complete the training task within the stipulated time will be eliminated. I am aware that many of you present have exerted tremendous effort to join the Wolf-Fong. However, remember that the battlefield is merciless, without sufficient strength. The next outcome could be death. I would rather you continue training in your old units as conventional soldiers than see you perish on the battlefield. If you still wish to join us in Wolf Fong, upon your return, engage in relentless training to solidify your foundation. I look forward to the next selection, where you may become one of us. Salute. Upon finishing, the captain and all the instructors stood at attention, saluting the eliminated competitors. Those who had failed, with tears in their eyes, turned away in despair. A few minutes later, the captain gathered all the candidates who had passed this round of assessments. Originally over 300 participants, nearly half had been eliminated after just half a day of selection. The brutal elimination rate weighed heavily on the hearts of all remaining competitors. Fearing they might be the next to go, with a stern expression, the captain barked, "Listen up. The formal selection process is about to commence. I will assign each of you a numerical code, starting from Rookie 1 and continuing sequentially. Remember your numbers. If during training I call your code and you do not respond, I regret to inform you that you will be eliminated. Is that clear?" "Understood." The remaining competitors responded loudly. The captain nodded at the Grey Wolf, who immediately led several instructors to distribute the prepared numbered shoulder insignias to the candidates. From Rookie 1 to Rookie over 100, Tang Ming was Rookie 8, Zhuang Yan was 9, and Lao Pao was 10. Afterward, the captain once again took up the megaphone and announced, "Next, let me explain the special training plan. The first phase will be a hellish training week, lasting for half a month. You will have no more than 3 hours of sleep each day, and there may even be times when you cannot rest for 24 hours. Each day consists solely of 2 steamed buns, a bowl of corn porridge, and a jug of water. Should anyone dare to be caught pilfering any morsel, even a mouse scurrying on the ground, there shall be no negotiation, immediate elimination. Every morning, one must endure a grueling 10-kilometer armed cross-country run while bearing a weight of 25 kilograms, followed by 500 push-ups and 10 repetitions of a 400-meter obstacle course across the sea to an island. There is no respite at noon. All members will engage in a 10-kilometer armed swim. In the afternoon, one will squat and rise with a log in a muddy pit 1,000 times, followed by another 10-kilometer armed cross-country run. 1,000 push-ups in the muck shall follow. As night falls, the physical training continues with 1,000 sit-ups while holding a log, and 20 repetitions of crawling low through a 50-meter stretch of barbed wire in the mire. Bear in mind, this is merely the basic training regimen for a single day, interspersed with additional extreme physical conditioning. Each individual starts with a score of 100 points, which will be deducted based on your performance in physical training. Note that good deeds will not earn you points, but mistakes will incur penalties. Once your score reaches 0, you will be dismissed. If anyone wishes to forfeit and withdraw midway, simply place your helmet beneath the military flag, and someone will escort you back to your previous unit. Is that understood? Only one voice rang out in response. Understood. This voice belonged to Tang Ming, tinged with an undercurrent of excitement and anticipation. The others, however, appeared dazed and overwhelmed by the daunting training tasks announced by the senior squad. A continuous half-month of such rigorous training seemed unfathomable. They could comprehend a day or two. But half a month? If this regimen persisted, how many of them would emerge unscathed, shedding layers of skin and flesh? Upon hearing Tang Ming's spirited response, the other trainees turned to him. "What are you so excited about? This is not a reward. It's a form of torture. Are you not afraid of angering the instructors, yet you seem elated? Please, act like a normal person. Your enthusiasm reflects poorly on the rest of us." Chapter 18. This is meant to push Tang Ming to his limits. Is it only Rookie number 8 who is listening? Have you all gone mute? The senior squad barked. Except for Rookie number 8, everyone loses 5 points. The atmosphere grew heavy with despair as the group realized the implications of such a penalty. How long could they sustain their score of 100? Once more, "Did you hear me? We heard you." This time, there was no hesitation as they shouted in unison. "Excellent." The senior squad glanced at the clock and declared, "It is now 5:30 in the afternoon. I hereby announce the commencement of the Devil's Week special training. Everyone, to the mud pit. Push-ups, 2 hours, 1,000 of them. Failure to complete will result in a deduction of 5 points. Move out." The high school team roared defiantly, their firearms discharging wildly into the sky. "My goodness, are they truly trying to kill us?" lamented paratrooper Deng Zhenhua. All the recruits were hastily propelled into a vast pit of mud. Below lay sludge and standing water. Once they commenced their push-ups, their bodies would submerge, and upon rising, they would be ensnared by the muck, thereby amplifying their exertion. Completing a few dozen might be feasible, but 1,000? By the end, it would surely deplete every ounce of their stamina. Moreover, they had just finished a 20-kilometer run, leaving them already fatigued. This was tantamount to an endless extraction of their potential. "Hurry, everyone down. Begin now." A cadre of seasoned veterans unceremoniously kicked the recruits into the pit, with several instructors even wielding water guns to mercilessly drench them. They scarcely regained their footing before being knocked back by the onslaught of water. "Damn you, wolf tooth. You wretched beasts. If you have the guts, spray me directly. Come on, chuckled one of the veterans. This group of novices must have lost their minds. The recruits, incensed by the veterans' brutality, erupted in a chorus of curses. 1, 2, 3. As the recruits hurled insults while being prodded to hastily assume the push-up position, a numerical countdown echoed nearby. Everyone paused, startled, and turned to see Tang Ming, burdened by his 40-kilogram backpack, executing push-ups with remarkable speed. Incredible. This fellow truly possesses boundless energy. Not only is he performing the exercise, but he is doing so while carrying additional weight. Has he lost his senses? That backpack weighs 40 kilograms, and if the bricks inside become soaked, the weight will increase by at least another 10. Completing 1,000 push-ups under the burden of 50 kilograms would surely break his back. What a madman. At that moment, the high school team also took note of Tang Ming's defiance, their astonishment palpable. They had believed themselves to be sufficiently harsh on these recruits. Yet Tang Ming was even more relentless with himself. Only he dared to impose such a heavy burden since the establishment of Wolf Tooth. Moreover, he appeared to be managing it with relative ease. The high school team remarked, "This lad truly possesses immense potential." The gray wolf could not help but click his tongue in admiration. The high school team, with a tone of subdued gravity, noted, "Great potential signifies vast possibilities for future growth. However, it is his discipline and self-demand that are truly invaluable. After years of training soldiers, I have yet to encounter a rookie who engages in such relentless, self-destructive training as he does." The gray wolf nodded and remarked, thus, "What he previously mentioned about training diligently every day in the 702nd Regiment must indeed be true. Such a frenzied and disciplined form of self-imposed pressure, combined with his inherent physical potential, makes it nearly impossible for him not to grow stronger." A water gun was procured specifically to attend to him. The senior officer, with a forced smile, remarked, "I am curious to see just how far he can endure." Indeed, the gray wolf immediately instructed the coyote to make arrangements. Throughout the mire, the sound of numbers echoed as the trainees shouted while performing their tasks. Above them, several seasoned veterans from the Wolf Fong were calculating their efforts. On the other side, Tang Ming was executing his exercises at an astonishing speed. The water guns relentlessly sprayed his body and head, yet he remained steadfast. The other trainees, caught in the spray, could not withstand the force and collapsed. A comparison revealed the stark difference in physical prowess between Tang Ming and the others. This lad possesses an astonishing physique. Even we cannot manage to perform 200 to 300 push-ups under such weighted conditions without taking a break. The gray wolf exclaimed in shock. "Add another water gun," the senior officer said, narrowing his eyes and speaking in a low tone. The gray wolf responded, "This is truly pushing Tang Ming to his limits." Chapter 19. What is fighting spirit? This is it. When the second water gun was unleashed upon Tang Ming, he distinctly felt the pressure on his body intensify. Losing his balance, he collapsed, becoming completely submerged in the mire. Old Tang, Xiaoshuang, alarmed, quickly got up and reached out to pull Tang Ming up. Zhang Sanpao also rushed over. "What are you two doing? Who permitted you to get up?" 5 points deducted. The senior officer bellowed. "This is outrageous. Why target Tang Ming like this? Who can endure being sprayed by 2 water guns?" Zhuang Yin shouted in anger at the senior officer. "At Wolf Fong, we need not explain ourselves," the senior officer replied, his expression unyielding. "You have 5 seconds to return to your positions, or I shall deduct another 5 points. You, Xiaoshuang, return." At that moment, Tang Ming also managed to rise and urgently called out to Zhuang Yin. "Brother, hold on. We cannot allow these veterans to look down on us." Zhuang Yin firmly told Tang Ming and shot a fierce glare at the senior officer before reluctantly returning to his position. "Xiao Tang, persevere. The path you chose is yours. You must crawl to the finish." Zhang Sanpao spoke sternly before retreating. Tang Ming slightly tilted his head to gaze at the senior team. "What is the matter? Aren't you supposed to be quite capable? Can't handle just 2 water guns? It seems you're not so formidable after all," the senior team provocatively remarked. Breathing heavily, Tang Ming retorted, "Just 2 water guns? They barely tickle. I demand another." Upon hearing his declaration, the gunfire abruptly ceased, and everyone stared at him as if he were insane. Even the trainees were bewildered. How could one boast when already knocked down? With 3 water guns aimed at him, he would surely be doused into the muddy pit, unable to rise again. The senior team, having recovered from their initial shock, reacted promptly. They would not refuse such a request from a trainee. "Bring another hose," the senior team commanded in a low voice. "Chief Instructor, let us add another." "I fear he may not withstand it." Gray Wolf expressed his concern. "Execute the order," the senior team replied tersely. "Understood." Gray Wolf glanced at Tang Ming before turning to prepare. As the third hose was brought forth, the senior team discarded the loudspeaker and took up the water gun. "Rookie, show me your prowess," he shouted from the shore, addressing Tang Ming. "Ha ha ha, bring it on. Let the storm rage fiercer." Tang Ming yelled like a mad ant. After his outburst, he once again positioned himself low and resumed his vigorous efforts. Meanwhile, the three from the senior team activated their water guns, unleashing a torrential spray upon Tang Ming. The other two aimed at his body below the head, targeting his arms and legs, while the senior team focused on his helmet. The power of the water guns could be adjusted. Set to maximum, they could propel a person several meters away, rendering them unable to rise. Although they operated at a moderate setting, the combined force unleashed upon a single individual was indeed formidable. Other trainees, occasionally caught in the spray, struggled to maintain their footing, let alone someone like Tang Ming, who was directly assaulted by 3 water hoses. "Come on, bring it on," Tang Ming shouted as he furiously continued his task. Resembling a machine, tireless and brimming with vitality. Yet, despite his tenacity, he was repeatedly knocked down, his body crashing heavily into the muddy pit. Nevertheless, each time he fell, he would rise again, resolutely continuing his efforts, regardless of whether it is the high school team, the other instructors, or the surrounding trainees. All are captivated and filled with admiration for Tang Ming's intense fighting spirit and willpower. To fall once and rise again is the mark of an ordinary person. To fall 3 times and rise again defines a man. To fall 5 times and rise again characterizes a warrior. To fall countless times, yet still muster the strength to rise again, is the essence of a hero. At this moment, Tang Ming has subtly become a symbol of indomitable spirit and relentless fighting will in the hearts of many trainees. Even the high school team must concede that Tang Ming is the most tenacious and spirited warrior they have ever encountered. The fervent state of combat he exhibits now far surpasses anything he possessed in his youth. Bang! Each time Tang Ming rises, he barely manages to accomplish 2 or 3 tasks before being forcefully knocked down again. Perhaps it is this indomitable spirit of Tang Ming that has inspired numerous trainees, who now fervently shout and roar with renewed vigor. No longer do they fear the water guns. No longer do they dread exhaustion, as they pour every last ounce of strength into completing their mission. This spectacle leaves the seasoned instructors in awe. Throughout years of training novice recruits, they have never encountered a cohort with such elevated morale. If they can maintain this fervor, perhaps this batch of special forces will become the most formidable in the history of the Wolfang unit. Chapter 20. These madmen. When the high school team announced the end of training, nearly everyone was utterly exhausted, lying in the mud. Though their faces bore the marks of fatigue, they were also illuminated by an unmistakable sense of excitement. Prior to this, they could never have imagined that they would push beyond their limits and accomplish this training task. Their ability to achieve such feats was largely inspired by Tang Ming's unwavering fighting spirit. Despite carrying a 100-pound load and facing the onslaught of 3 water guns, he gritted his teeth and persevered until the very end. What right do they, who are lightly equipped and only occasionally sprayed by water guns, have to falter? Not only were these novice trainees utterly spent, but Tang Ming himself was also completely drained. Though his physical constitution is significantly stronger than that of others, he too did not breach his limits this time. His physical attributes had yet to accumulate to 5 points, preventing him from receiving the system's doubling rewards, thus placing his body in a weakened state. However, his recovery speed is naturally unmatched by others. Just a little more time, and he will quickly regain his strength. "How's it going, old Tang?" Zhuang Yin, Chen Pai, Zheng Sanpao, and Chen Shiwa, the 4 members of the Night Tiger Reconnaissance Company, approached with weary bodies to assist Tang Ming in removing his gear. Tang Ming managed a wry smile, apologizing for the spectacle he had created. Indeed, he felt utterly exhausted. Upon hearing his words, Zhuang Yin and the others could hardly contain their laughter. "You completed the training mission with such exceptional results, far exceeding our own. How dare you say you are embarrassed? Are you being modest or just showing off? What should we, who bore no burden and were not drenched by the water guns, think? Do we not care for our pride?" With mutual support, they climbed ashore, where their instructor, Gao Zhang, spoke through a loudspeaker, declaring, "You have performed admirably in this training task, and I am quite pleased. Therefore, as a reward, I permit you to conclude today's mission early. Everyone, go wash up. Enjoy your dinner and rest." After delivering his message, Gao Zhang turned and departed. The trainees, initially stunned, erupted into jubilant cheers. Who could possibly fathom the struggle they had endured that day? Though it had only been a brief half-day of grueling physical training, it had thoroughly exhausted them. While they were unaware of the even harsher training that awaited them the following day, they felt liberated at that moment. Once back, they swiftly washed up and devoured their steamed buns and corn porridge before retreating to their dormitory in the warehouse, eager for rest. Gao Zhang had previously mentioned that their sleep schedule allowed for merely 2 to 4 hours of slumber, the exact duration dictated by the experienced veterans. Their quarters were situated within 2 vast metal warehouses, each capable of housing dozens of individuals. As everyone drifted into a deep sleep, a figure, the Grey Wolf, entered and called Chen Pai awake, instructing him to step outside. Confused, Chen Pai complied and followed him out. Meanwhile, Tang Ming, having opened his eyes with a quiet sigh, understood the reason behind Chen Pai's summons. It was undoubtedly a mandate from Gao Zhang for a thorough examination of his legs. While Tang Ming recognized Chen Pai's aspiration to become a member of the Wolf-Tooth Special Forces, he knew that failure to seek treatment could lead to irreversible paralysis in the future. With a heavy heart, Tang Ming resolved to inform Gao Zhang of the matter. At 3:30 in the morning, after a day of brutal training, the group was utterly fatigued, succumbing to deep slumber. Suddenly, several tear gas canisters were hurled through the entrance, and both doors and windows were sealed shut. The gas quickly filled the warehouse, rousing the slumbering trainees, who awoke in a fit of violent coughing. At this moment, the blaring of a horn echoed from outside. All personnel, assemble fully armed within 1 minute. Exceeding 1 second incurs a deduction of 5 points. Exceeding 10 seconds results in a 10-point deduction. Exceeding 30 seconds leads to immediate elimination. Hurry, hurry. By heavens. These lunatics. Cough, cough, cough. Wolfang, for heaven's sake. Stop your prattling and get dressed. If you're late, you'll be eliminated. A group of inexperienced recruits coughed while wiping tears, appearing utterly disheveled as they donned their gear. Hurry up. Are you turtles? You can't even compare to a 70-year-old lady, yet you dare to train here at Wolfang as special forces. Quick, quick, quick. Grey Wolf and his comrades frantically urged from the entrance. A few recruits, unable to endure, dashed out without their gear, only to be struck back inside by the butts of Grey Wolf's rifles. I said, fully armed. Are you deaf? Grey Wolf bellowed. Chapter 21. The Harsh Training Report. At that moment, a figure burst forth. Who else could it be but Tang Ming? As Tang Ming dashed outside to take his position, the senior team instinctively glanced at the time. 15 seconds. His pupils slightly contracted. 15 seconds to navigate through the gas-filled smoke of the warehouse and don his attire and gear. Not even these rookies, let alone seasoned veterans like them, could accomplish such a feat. What was most alarming was that after Tang Ming emerged, his eyes showed no redness, nor did he cough. This indicated that he had not been affected at all by the acrid, stinging smoke of the gas. Had this lad not breathed or opened his eyes at all? How did he manage to dress so swiftly? As the crowd stood in bewilderment and astonishment, the other recruits began to emerge as well. However, they either coughed violently or continuously wiped their tears, their disarray forming a stark contrast to Tang Ming. High school team, in comparison to this lad. The physical prowess of the other recruits is simply on a different level, Grey Wolf remarked. High school team scoffed. Aren't we also not on the same level as him? Grey Wolf replied, but you must understand that the demands of a special forces soldier extend beyond mere physicality. They encompass a myriad of combat skills: marksmanship, physical fitness, mine placement and clearance, reconnaissance and counter-reconnaissance, infiltration, electronic information, and so forth. Currently, the prowess this lad exhibits may indeed be formidable, but it is confined to marksmanship and physical abilities, as well as combat. To become an exceptional special forces soldier, proficiency in other specialized combat skills is required as well. It remains to be seen whether his talent can sustain such excellence. Grey Wolf and the other veterans of Wolfang nodded in agreement. What are you all weeping for? You are behaving more like delicate flowers than warriors. Stand in line and get ready. The high school team shouted loudly. The rookies quickly rubbed their eyes, wiping away the tears caused by the harshness of the situation, and then stood straight with great effort. The high school team glanced at his watch and coldly remarked, "It is now 3 in the morning. The weather is splendid today. It promises to be a delightful day. To embrace this wonderful day, I have decided to lead you all to the summit of our Wolfang training base to welcome the sunrise. It is not far, merely 5 to 6 kilometers in a straight line. For you reconnaissance soldiers, it is as easy as a leisurely stroll. Therefore, to add a bit of challenge, I have prepared some weighted tools for you." As he spoke, the high school team pointed to a hefty log, approximately 1.5 meters long and 20 centimeters in diameter, and declared, "Each of you shall carry a log to the top. Remember, if your log falls from your shoulder even once, you will lose 5 points. If you do not reach the summit before the sun rises, you will lose 10 points. Now march forth with your logs. Report." At that moment, a voice rang out. It was Zhuang Yin. "Speak." The high school team responded. "Report, Chief Instructor." "My squad leader is missing," Zhuang Yin exclaimed. Zheng Sanpao and Chun Shua turned to look, and indeed, they did not see Chen's figure. They recalled that he had been in bed just before they went to sleep last night. Could he still be in the warehouse? "Your squad leader has withdrawn from the selection due to injury and has returned to his old unit," the high school team replied. "What? When did my squad leader get injured? How come I didn't know?" Zhuang Yan's expression changed. "When I say he is injured, he is injured. Do I need to report to you?" The high school team stepped in front of Zhuang Yan and barked, "If you wish to see your squad leader, place your helmet beneath the flagpole, and you will see him as soon as you return to your old unit." Zhuang Yan was instantly furious. He was a man of deep loyalty, and to him, Chen was like a brother. He knew that becoming a Wolfang Special Forces soldier was Chen's lifelong dream. And now, After a single night's rest, to hear that he was sent back to the reconnaissance unit due to injury filled him with anxiety. Xiao Zhuang. Seeing that Xiao Zhuang was about to act impulsively, Tang Ming quickly interjected, "What the chief instructor said is true. Chen has indeed been injured and withdrawn. While you all slept last night, I stayed awake and heard the painful sounds coming from Chen's bed. That is why I reported to the instructor. You surely remember that during our time in the reconnaissance unit, Chen often trained despite his knees being in great pain, right? That was his injury. He had been concealing his condition. If he continued to train, he could have been severely harmed." Upon hearing Tang Ming's reminder, Zhuang Yan recalled that during their time in the Night Tiger reconnaissance unit, Chen had indeed often suffered from knee issues. He had also inquired about Chen Pai, but Chen Pai merely claimed to be a bit fatigued, and he paid it no mind. Little did he expect the severity of the situation. Freshman of 08. Who permitted you to speak without filing a report? The senior team glared at Tang Ming, deducting 5 points immediately. The seasoned member responsible for tallying the scores promptly recorded this in the points ledger. Understood. Tang Ming offered no rebuttal. Instead, he shot a glance at Zhuang Yan, urging him to remain composed, and stood upright. Upon Tang Ming's reminder, Zhuang Yan refrained from further comment, though his thoughts lingered on Chen Pai. "Why are you still standing there? Quickly lift that log and charge up the hill," the senior team commanded. Yes. The novices rushed toward the pile of logs. Freshman of 08. The senior team called out. "Present." Tang Ming responded loudly, standing at attention. "Your log is over here." The senior team pointed in another direction. Tang Ming turned to find a log, 2 meters in length and at least 25 centimeters in diameter, submerged in a muddy puddle. Zhuang Yan and the others also noticed the situation, collectively inhaling sharply. The logs on their side were dry, weighing approximately 15 kilograms each. However, the one Tang Ming faced was not only larger but also soaked. It is well known that a waterlogged log weighs at least twice that of a dry one. Thus, the log Tang Ming encountered weighed no less than 40 kilograms, double that of theirs. Carrying a log was far more arduous than running with equipment. Who could possibly bear a log weighing over 40 kilograms up the hill? Moreover, Tang Ming's backpack was significantly heavier than theirs. "Thank you, Chief Instructor." However, to everyone's astonishment, Tang Ming seemed entirely unfazed, even exhilarated. He grinned widely and sprinted toward the soaked log, lifting it effortlessly onto his shoulder. The corners of the mouths of the senior team and the other seasoned members twitched in disbelief. What on earth, this prodigy? Chapter 22. I will grow stronger regrettably. The system rewards bestowed upon Tang Ming did not include any direct enhancements to physical constitution. While there were some bonuses to physical attributes, the focus remained primarily on skills. Therefore, if Tang Ming wished to strengthen his physique, he had to rely on his own efforts for self-improvement. During the grueling training week, everyone was fervently engaged in their training, seizing every opportunity to fulfill their training tasks. Yet, even so, they often completed each task teetering on the edge of failure. In the brief span of less than a week, nearly 1/3 of the participants have been eliminated. Their perfect scores of 100 deducted entirely due to their inability to keep up. Some, unable to endure the pressure, have chosen to withdraw voluntarily. Except for Tang Ming. All others have seen their scores diminished by at least 50 points. They are deeply apprehensive that, if this trend continues, they may not last until the end of the grueling training week. Their only hope of remaining lies in relentlessly pushing their physical limits and completing various training tasks to earn a chance at survival. However, one individual remains unconcerned, Tang Ming. Other than the 5-point deduction he received for explaining to Xiao Zhuang why Chen Pai had left, he has consistently exceeded expectations in every training task, even breaking long-standing records set by the Wolf Fong team. Finally, after 2 weeks, the arduous training period of 2 weeks has come to a close. While Tang Ming retains an impressive score of 95, none of the others have surpassed 30 points. The number of participants has plummeted from over 100 to fewer than 50, resulting in an elimination rate exceeding 50%. Inside the warehouse, the exhausted participants are deeply asleep, their slumber undisturbed. After a hearty meal the previous night, they finally succumbed to sleep late into the night, utterly drained from their efforts. Over the course of 2 weeks, their sleep time dwindled from an initial 3 hours per day to a mere 2 hours in the final days. It is only through sheer willpower and unwavering belief that they have managed to endure this far. At 4 a.m, in the wooden cabin outside the warehouse, Gao Zhang stood by the window, observing the sleeping figures within. Are they all sound asleep? He inquired lightly. Yes, replied the Grey Wolf. These kids have been thoroughly exhausted over the past month. After a pause, Grey Wolf hesitated and asked, should we wake them tonight? Gao Zhang shook his head slightly. Let them rest for a couple of days. They have been under immense strain for too long. We can take this time to further strategize for the second phase of the selection training. Upon hearing this, Grey Wolf let out a small sigh of relief. He had genuinely believed that Gao Zhang might be inclined to continue training them through the night. This cohort is considerably stronger than previous ones, perhaps from the 40-odd remaining. We can retain at least 20. Grey Wolf expressed this with a hint of joy. Gao Zhang, however, remained impassive, responding coolly, until the very end. No one can be certain. He then added, "All right, you all have worked hard these days. You should return and rest early." Grey Wolf nodded in agreement. As he was preparing to leave the command cabin and make his way towards their dormitory, a figure suddenly emerged from the rookie dormitory storage room. What is happening? Why is someone coming out? The Grey Wolf was taken aback. The senior team narrowed his eyes. It's this kid again. What does he intend to do? The two quickly stepped outside. Upon noticing the senior team and the Grey Wolf, the figure rushed over and saluted. "Greetings, instructors. Rookie 08. Why are you out here instead of getting some rest?" Grey Wolf questioned, his brow slightly furrowed. "Report. I have risen to train, and I seek your approval, instructors." Tang Ming replied. "Training?" Grey Wolf's anger simmered as he retorted, "Have you lost your mind, you little rascal? After 2 weeks of grueling training, are you still not satisfied? We've given you the chance to enjoy a good night's sleep, and yet you choose to train instead?" Tang Ming replied earnestly, "Instructor Grey Wolf. It's not that I don't wish to sleep. Rather, I simply cannot. Perhaps I have become accustomed to this intensity of training, and my body instinctively reacts. In fact, I woke up half an hour ago when you came in to cover us with blankets." Grey Wolf was momentarily taken aback. Tang Ming continued, after waking. "I attempted to return to sleep, but I found it increasingly impossible. I thought to myself, rather than lying in bed, why not rise and train? I am not fatigued." After all, not fatigued? Grey Wolf thought to himself, cursing inwardly. The training regimen over the past 2 weeks had been immense. Even seasoned veterans would be utterly exhausted from such exertion. How could this guy, like a monkey, still possess such abundant energy? The senior team shook his head slightly and said coldly, "The rules are set by us and will not be amended lightly. I cannot allow you to train just because you can't sleep. This is a special forces unit, not your makeshift field army, unless you can provide a convincing reason. Return to bed and lie down until you can sleep." Without hesitation, Tang Ming declared, "The sole reason I am training so earnestly is that I wish to grow stronger." Grow stronger? Both the senior team and Grey Wolf were momentarily stunned. At this point, your physique is already among the strongest in our unit. Once you master all the special operations skills, you may very well become our only all-around elite soldier. Are you still not satisfied? Chapter 23. A hidden gem. The corner of the senior team's mouth twitched. Now that the young man had expressed his determination, what more could they say? Very well. Just be cautious, was all the senior team could remind him. "Chief Instructor, I have a small request. Could you provide me with some sandbags? I wish to strap them to myself to increase the weight. Not much, just one for each hand and foot. 5 kilograms apiece should suffice." Is 5 kilograms truly not excessive? That totals to 20 kilograms, which is 40 pounds, mind you. Others in training, unless unencumbered by equipment, would not bear such heavy sandbags. Yet here you are, bearing the weight along with the sandbags, propelling yourself to over 100 pounds. Do you even comprehend the meaning of hardship? Your training puts us seasoned veterans to shame. Grey Wolf, fetch it for him. The corner of Senior High's mouth twitched slightly. Yes. After casting a profound glance at Tang Ming, Grey Wolf dashed to the equipment room and returned with the sandbags for him. Tang Ming swiftly arranged the gear and then dashed up the mountain. His backpack remained bulging, as he had not removed the bricks he had previously stowed inside. Therefore, his load consistently exceeded 100 pounds. This weight far surpassed the training load of our special forces. Even we seasoned veterans could only walk to the summit with such a heavy burden. Running was out of the question. Yet they witnessed Tang Ming appearing somewhat at ease, his speed not lagging behind their light-footed runs. This extraordinary constitution made Senior High and Grey Wolf feel like mere novices. "Senior High, we have truly struck gold with this one," Grey Wolf exclaimed. Senior High smirked slightly, hoping it to be true. "Arrange for someone to follow him, ensuring they do not disturb him. Just watch over him and guarantee his safety." Yes. At precisely 5 o'clock in the morning, the rookie barracks were once again filled with the pungent gas from gas grenades, rousing the recruits from their slumber. However, after half a month of enduring the gas, these recruits seemed to have grown somewhat indifferent to it. Everyone managed to arm themselves and rush out of the barracks to the assembly point within half a minute. Yet, just as they stood at attention, a dark figure came sprinting down the hillside. At 5 o'clock, the dawn was still somewhat dim, obscuring their view. When Tang Ming's silhouette became clear before them, everyone was taken aback. "Old Tang? How did this fellow descend from the mountain? Did he get singled out for punishment?" The crowd was taken by surprise. Soaked through and panting, Tang Ming ran to the end of the line, saluted Senior High, and declared loudly, reporting to the chief instructor. "Rookie 08 reporting for duty, requesting to rejoin the team." Senior High glanced at him coolly and replied, "Rejoin." "Yes." Tang Ming quickly took his place at the end of the line. Curiosity enveloped the group as they pondered why the rookie from 2008 had descended from the mountain. The high school team surveyed everyone, inquiring loudly. Silence reigned, yet the expressions on their faces betrayed their intrigue. "While you were still nestled in the comfort of your beds, He had risen at 3 in the morning, voluntarily presenting himself before me to request physical training. Within a span of 2 hours, he had already completed 2 round trips to the mountain peak. The rookies were taken aback. What on earth was wrong with this individual? After enduring 2 weeks of relentless training, finally having the chance to enjoy a restful slumber, he willingly chose to train instead? Is this a joke? With such remarkable physical prowess, why the need for such madness? How are we to survive under such pressure? Those who excelled were striving even harder. While you still had not fully awakened, the high school team's voice suddenly escalated, proclaiming loudly, "Grey Wolf, bring over the hoses, let us rouse them." Yes, immediately. Grey Wolf and his team brought 2 hoses, dousing the rookies thoroughly, leaving each one drenched and rather disheveled. "Are you all awake now?" The high school team bellowed. "Awake!" Everyone shouted with all their might. "Do not think that having survived the Devil's Training Week makes you one of my Wolfang team. Let me inform you. You are still far from meeting the qualification standards. Surviving the Devil's Week merely indicates that your physical fitness and willpower have barely reached the acceptable threshold. However, your other skills are still woefully lacking. Therefore, we will proceed to the second phase of skills training. Over the next 2 months, we will impart specialized skills, including combat techniques, tactical assaults, sniper shooting, tactics, infiltration, reconnaissance and counter-reconnaissance, and various electronic information technologies, among dozens of other skills. The expectation is that all skills must meet our stringent standards. Once the time is up, if you do not qualify, you will be eliminated without hesitation. During this period, physical training will remain a constant. So now, everyone, prepare for a 10-kilometer armed cross-country run. Begin. Rookie 2008, you must run alongside us. Your personal training is your own affair, but during collective training, participation is mandatory. Anyone who fails to reach the finish line within the allotted time will incur penalties. Once your points are exhausted, elimination will follow. Yes, Tang Ming and all the rookies responded in unison. After 2 weeks of training, they had become well acquainted with the mercilessness of their tyrannical instructor. Here, there is no room for choice. Obedience is the only command. Or else you may as well pack your belongings and leave. Everything is dictated by strength if you cannot endure. It simply means you are not yet worthy of becoming a Special Forces soldier. Chapter 24. Is there such an evaluation for shooting? Once again, after enduring a grueling 10-kilometer armed march, Tang Ming found himself utterly exhausted. However, in the final moments, he managed to transcend his limits, resulting in a 5-point enhancement to his physical attributes. Subsequently, the system rewarded him with an additional 5 points, allowing him to regain some energy and preventing him from collapsing altogether. Sitting on the ground, Tang Ming gasped for breath, a smile gracing his lips. It had indeed been an arduous journey. After half a month of intense training, coupled with the 10 points he had just earned, he had achieved a total of 20 points in physical attribute enhancement, yielding this slight improvement. It was evident that as his physical prowess grew, further advancements would become increasingly challenging. He accessed his attribute panel. Name, Tang Ming. Position, new recruit. Physical attributes, strength 280, speed 280. Perception 170. Skills, Eagle Eye Shooting Skill, Fusion level 40, Captain America Combat Skill, Fusion level 30, Scroll Disguise Skill, Fusion level 30. Not too shabby. His physical attributes were nearly 3 times that of an average person. Once he officially became a member of the Wolfang, he should at least reach a factor of 3.5 times that of an ordinary individual, right? Old Tang, how on earth did you train to achieve such physicality? Zhuang Yin and Sergeant Lao Pao, among others, looked at Tang Ming, panting heavily, filled with envy. Indeed, Paratrooper Deng Jinhua exclaimed, "You've scaled the mountain twice and run this 10 kilometers with us. Most importantly, you were the first to reach the finish line. Are you even human?" Tang Ming replied with a bittersweet smile, "Just train like your life depends on it, and that's all it takes." Then, a voice boomed throughout the area. "All personnel assemble in 5 minutes. Move at full speed to the shooting range. Today, we commence shooting training." Upon hearing this announcement, all the rookies erupted in excitement. Finally, the shooting training has arrived. At last, I can showcase my marksmanship, they exclaimed. This time, I will prove to the Wolfang that our field troops are not to be underestimated. Shooting is my forte. I shall make these veterans take notice of me. The rookies clamored with enthusiasm, eager to demonstrate their skills. "Hey, old Tang, how's your shooting performance?" Paratrooper Deng Jinhua nudged Tang Ming with his shoulder, inquiring expectantly. "Just average," Tang Ming replied modestly, not wanting to dampen Deng Jinhua's spirits. "Haha, I finally found someone whose combat skills are not as impressive as mine." Deng Jinhua laughed heartily. "Let me tell you, as a paratrooper, my marksmanship ranks among the best in our Eagle Division. Within the entire military district, it is truly formidable. This past half-month, your prowess has left me questioning my very existence, but now I can regain some confidence through shooting." Zhuang Yin, Lao Pao, and Chen Shihua stifled their laughter, casting sympathetic glances at Deng Jinhua. While Tang Ming merely displayed a modicum of humility, Dang seemed to take it all too seriously. With Tang Ming's marksmanship, even the chief instructor had been thoroughly outclassed. Did Dang really believe he could compete? Was he seeking punishment? What kind of looks are you giving me? Do you doubt the marksmanship of a paratrooper? Dang Jinhua raised an eyebrow at the expressions on Zhuang Yin and his companions. No. Paratroopers are inherently formidable. We would never underestimate you, Zhuang Yin dismissed with a wave of his hand and a scoff. Dang Jinhua retorted, just wait. I will astonish you all. 5 minutes later, everyone convened and ran to the shooting range. They were divided into 3 groups, each consisting of 15 individuals, with Tang Ming and Zhuang Yin placed in the final group. The target was set at 200 meters, featuring a human silhouette. The requirement was to fire all 30 rounds from the magazine within 40 seconds, with at least 20 rounds hitting the target to be deemed acceptable. Grey Wolf, holding a stopwatch, shouted loudly to the novice trainees. A human target? 200 meters? The group of novice trainees was momentarily taken aback. This requirement was not particularly challenging. In fact, it was somewhat simple for elite soldiers from field units. It appeared that the special forces did not have excessively high standards for shooting, Deng Jinhua thought, a smirk tugging at the corners of his mouth. Others among the trainees shared his sentiment, except for Tang Ming. An instinct warned him that the training assessment at Wolfang would not be so straightforward. There was surely some hidden agenda at play. First row, prepare, set, go. With Grey Wolf's command, the first group of 15 surged forward. Just as they were poised to showcase their shooting prowess to Wolfang, they were met with a shocking revelation. The firearms were completely disassembled. What the hell? One trainee exclaimed in disbelief. The sights were also sealed. How were they supposed to aim? This was absurd. How could anyone possibly complete their shooting within 40 seconds and hit the target more than 20 times under such conditions? The trainees were thrown into a frenzy. Regardless, they had no choice but to quickly assemble their weapons. The trainees in the subsequent groups, hearing the commotion from the first row, were left in stunned silence. If they were to finish firing 30 rounds within 40 seconds and hit the target 20 times, it would indeed be a miraculous feat. Those seasoned veterans at Wolfang were clearly toying with them. Who conducts shooting assessments in such a manner? Chapter 25. The surge of collective anger starts shooting. 20 seconds have already passed. What are you all doing? The senior team, watching through binoculars, shouted in exasperation. However, the first row of trainees was still in the process of assembling their rifles. In a mere 20 seconds, they were unable to complete the task. Finally, at the 25-second mark, a novice managed to finish assembling and quickly aimed at the silhouette target to fire. Yet, due to the sights being obstructed, precise aiming was impossible, forcing them to rely solely on rough estimation as they fired repeatedly. With only a few seconds remaining, they needed to discharge 30 rounds, which meant firing 2 bullets per second. Such a rapid shooting pace led to considerable instability in their aim, causing the bullets to deviate significantly from their intended trajectory, making it exceedingly difficult to hit the target. Bang, bang. Soon, the air was filled with a cacophony of gunfire as others completed their rifle assembly and began shooting. Click, click. However, 2 or 3 individuals, due to poor assembly, experienced malfunctions after firing a few rounds. The others fared little better. Without proper sights, their bullets went astray. They could only rely on instinct, firing rapidly in the hope of landing a few hits. Given the current circumstances, achieving more than 20 hits out of 30 rounds seemed an insurmountable challenge. Click. The Grey Wolf kept a close watch on the stopwatch and, as the 40-second mark approached, he called out loudly, "Time's up. Cease fire. Lower your weapons and stand at attention." Bang, bang. It was unclear whether it was due to not hearing the command or a deliberate choice to continue firing. But the novice at Target 5 fired 2 more shots after the ceasefire order was issued. Subtract 2 points. The high school team declared expressionlessly. Once everyone stood at attention, the voice of the target range reporting officer crackled through their radios. Report. Target 1, 1 hit. Target 2, 2 hits. Target 3, none. Target 4. Upon hearing these results, everyone was dumbfounded. Out of 30 rounds, the scores were predominantly 1 or 2 hits. Not a single individual exceeded 3 hits. Target 15, 1 hit. End of report. At this point, the expression on the high school team's face darkened considerably. Out of 15 targets, only 28 rounds had hit the mark. This shooting range had never witnessed such dismal performance. Never. It was utterly disgraceful. You so-called marksmen. All of you lose 5 points. The high school team bellowed. Report. At this moment, a novice shouted defiantly. Number 18 speaking. The high school team responded. The novice turned around and exclaimed, "Instructor, we cannot be blamed for such poor results. The firearms were completely disassembled, and we barely had enough time to assemble them, let alone aim before shooting. Furthermore, the sights were obstructed, leaving us no choice but to shoot based on instinct." Emphasizing subjective reasons, deduct 2 points. The high school team first shouted at the Grey Wolf before turning to the rookie numbered 18 and retorted, "Are you unable to shoot without a sight?" If this were a battlefield, in a dark environment where firearms cannot be aimed, would you refrain from fighting? The rookie, feeling discontent, cast a glance at the high school team but had no choice but to turn away. Report. I request to withdraw. At that moment, an enraged voice erupted. A rookie adorned with the label 22 spun around, his gaze filled with resentment and defiance as he shouted at the high school team. The crowd was taken aback. They had not anticipated such resolve from number 22, choosing to withdraw after enduring for so long. Who would willingly step back now? Tang Ming recognized him as a squad leader from a reconnaissance unit of a certain field army, possessing commendable skills. If he persevered, he might still have a chance to become a special forces soldier. The high school team, with an impassive expression, cast a glance at him and remarked, "Very well. Each of you has the opportunity to forfeit. Place your helmets on the flagpole, and you may leave at any time." Report. This is not a forfeit. I am withdrawing. Number 22 bellowed. Under such conditions, no one can accomplish the shooting task and achieve the qualifying score you demand. You are merely finding ways to humiliate and torment us to satisfy your so-called vanity, your perverse vanity. Unless you can find someone who can meet your required score, I will withdraw. Furthermore, I will report to the military district headquarters to express my disdain for the unseemly practices of your Wolf Fong Special Forces. The high school team's fierce gaze swept over him as he swiftly approached. The two stood rigidly, barely 30 centimeters apart. The surrounding individuals could almost sense the fury in their eyes, as if a confrontation could erupt at any moment. The high school team spoke in a low voice. I will give you one more chance. Retract your previous statement, and I will allow you to continue training. Otherwise, I will find someone. And if he can accomplish this shooting task, you can leave. I will not retract. Number 22 shouted, I challenge you. You shoot. If you can achieve what you deem a qualifying score with the same rifle I just used, I will forfeit. Disassemble your firearm, the high school team coldly instructed. Number 22 resolutely turned and walked to his shooting position, disassembling the rifle completely. Gray Wolf, change the magazine, commanded the high school team. Yes. Gray Wolf prepared a magazine filled with ammunition and placed it on the rifle, declaring, all set. The high school team observed number 22, stating, I have served longer in the military and have trained in special forces for an extended period. I will not take advantage of you. After speaking, the high school team instructed Gray Wolf to bring a black belt to blindfold him. The crowd gasped. Was he truly about to assemble the firearm blindfolded? Upon the command issued by the Gray Wolf, everyone widened their eyes in astonishment as the high school team swiftly reached for the firearm components. Click, click. Despite being blindfolded, the dexterity of the high school team was remarkably swift, as each component was inserted with utmost precision. Moreover, he managed to hold 2 or 3 parts simultaneously, inserting them almost in unison, without a hint of error. How could this be possible? The novice trainees gazed in disbelief at this spectacle. In less than 5 seconds, the high school team had completely assembled the firearm and cocked the trigger. Chapter 26. Tang Ming, you enigmatic prodigy. He then yanked off the blindfold and aimed the weapon. Bang, bang, bang. The speed at which the high school team fired was astonishing, 2 shots per second. Furthermore, it appeared he was not relying on sights for aiming. His actions were purely instinctive and based on experience. Everyone was left in awe of the high school team's remarkable display. Although they could not see whether the bullets struck the target at that distance, the steadiness of his aim suggested that the results would not be lacking. In a mere matter of seconds, the high school team expended an entire magazine of bullets. 19 seconds. The Gray Wolf announced the time. Hiss. The crowd inhaled sharply at this revelation. 19 seconds. Had it been them, they wouldn't have even assembled the weapon yet. Was this the true prowess of a special forces soldier? Report. All bullets on target completed. The voice of the target reporter crackled through the intercom. All on target? The novices were utterly flabbergasted. To shoot so rapidly, without using sights, and to hit every target? Was this a joke? Surely, this couldn't be legitimate. I demand to see the target, shouted trainee number 22. Bring it. The Gray Wolf promptly instructed the target reporter to present the target. When trainee number 22 scrutinized the target, he was completely subdued, his face betraying a look of despondency. He dared not glance at the high school team again, instead lowering his head slightly, his voice tinged with regret. I concede. The Gray Wolf and the other instructors sighed softly, shaking their heads in resignation. The other trainees were left with a mix of emotions. Aside from a tinge of sympathy for trainee number 22, they were overwhelmed by a sense of helplessness. The marksmanship displayed by the high school team illuminated the vast distance they still had to cover to become exceptional special forces soldiers. After trainee number 22 was escorted away, the high school team commanded, training continues. Second group, prepare, start. At the Gray Wolf's command, the 15 members of the second group charged forward with alacrity. With the previous performance of the high school team, they are aware that assembling a firearm and shooting without sights within 40 seconds is indeed feasible. It is merely a reflection of their current lack of capability. Paratroopers, do they still dare to boast about their shooting prowess? hoping to outshine the seasoned veterans of Wolfang? Sure, Daffin gestured towards Deng Zhenhua. Deng Zhenhua twitched his lips. What prowess are you talking about? Compared to that old dog, I feel like a mere ostrich. Who can be as abnormal as him, assembling and shooting so accurately in such a short span of time? It's absurd. I can, came the response from Tang Ming. You? Deng Zhenhua shot a sidelong glance at Tang Ming. Look, Lao Tang, I acknowledge your formidable physique. But this is shooting. It requires innate talent. You're just a rookie who has barely handled a firearm a few times and fired live rounds. Spare me the nonsense. If you can achieve results like that old dog, I will call you big brother from now on. Zhuang Yan and the old squad leader exchanged amused glances. Lao Tang. It seems you may soon have an additional little brother, Zhuang Yan remarked with a smile. No way, you can't possibly believe that this Tang Ming can achieve such results. The paratroopers exclaimed in disbelief. You'll see soon enough, Zhuang Yan replied. What are you all chattering about? Silence, barked an instructor. At that moment, the second group had also completed their shooting, but their results were similar to those of the first group. After disassembling the firearms and replacing the magazines, Grey Wolf turned to the final group of Tang Ming and others. Third group, prepare, set, go. The members of the third group rushed forward. This disassembly is way too scattered. A paratrooper lamented, yet their movements did not falter. Suddenly, the seasoned veterans of Wolfang widened their eyes, gazing towards the 10th target position, Tang Ming's station. After sprinting to his spot, Tang Ming astonishingly completed the assembly in a mere 4 seconds. A second faster than the high school team, despite the latter being blindfolded. Nevertheless, his speed was remarkable, apart from the high school team. No one else in Wolfang could match it. The high school team also took note of Tang Ming. This guy certainly does not disappoint. A knowing smile crept across the lips of the high school team members. Bang, bang, bang. Tang Ming commenced firing, his pace surpassing that of the high school team, as he discharged 3 rounds in just 2 seconds. Holy smokes. Lao Tang, you're a freak. Zhuang Yan and the old squad leader exclaimed. Finally, after several tense seconds, Tang Ming finished firing all his rounds. Many of the other members had yet to fully assemble their rifles. Bang, bang, bang. After Tang Ming completed his shooting, the likes of Zhuang Yan and the old paratrooper quickly finished assembling their weapons and rushed to fire. However, without the aid of sights, controlling their trajectories proved quite challenging, relying merely on intuition and a semblance of feeling. Finally, the 40 seconds elapsed, and everyone stood up. Fewer than a third managed to fire all 30 rounds. Old Tang, you are truly a marvel. How did you assemble so rapidly? The paratrooper whispered in astonishment. Tang Ming smiled slightly. It's not difficult. I'll teach you later. Not difficult? You assembled a rifle in 4 seconds, and you dare to say it's easy? Nonsense. The others rolled their eyes in disbelief. Chapter 27. Enduring hardships to become the best. The target announcer began to report the scores. Unsurprisingly, the majority of the participants had only managed 1 or 2 hits. However, to everyone's surprise, the paratrooper scored 7 hits, while Zhuang Yin and the old cannon, Gung Jihui, managed only 3 or 4. Although not remarkable, it was a significant improvement compared to the previous 2 groups. Deng Zhenhua, feeling somewhat pleased, remarked, hee, 7 hits might not be passing, but at least I outperformed my teammates. Old Tang, for once I've beaten you. Yet, before he could finish his sentence, the intercom crackled with the announcement of Tang Ming's score. All 10 shots on target. The announcer paused momentarily, his tone laced with astonishment. Clearly, even he was taken aback by Tang Ming's performance. As professionals, the target announcers typically stood in the trenches during training. Apart from the high school team's recent achievement of hitting all targets, it had been years since anyone, let alone a novice like Tang Ming, had achieved such a feat. Upon hearing this, not only did the instructors react with shock, but the trainees also turned to gaze at Tang Ming in disbelief. All on target? Are you joking? Your assembly speed is impressive enough, but to shoot so accurately as well? Does this mean your shooting prowess surpasses that of the esteemed Doghead? The high school team exchanged glances, smiles creeping into their expressions. After years of waiting, they had finally discovered such an exceptional talent. At a distance of 200 meters, without sights, Tang Ming had swiftly assembled and fired all his shots in mere seconds, hitting every target. In the entire Wolfang unit, none besides himself could accomplish such a feat. Tang Ming turned slightly towards Deng Zhenhua, a hint of apology in his eyes. My apologies, paratrooper. It seems your moment of triumph was in vain. Deng Zhenhua, how can this be merely a fleeting moment of joy? I am completely overwhelmed by your countless critical strikes. Is it truly possible for a human to achieve such results? Your shooting speed surpasses even the swiftest, and yet all your bullets hit the target. How is that conceivable? I acknowledge your remarkable physical prowess and your combat skills, but how is it that you excel even in a talent-based discipline like shooting? We are all novices. Why are you the only one who shines so brightly? Is there no room for us, the inexperienced ones, to grow? Your extraordinary capabilities make us, your teammates, appear utterly inept. Zhuang Yin and Lao Pao, who were in the same unit as Tang Ming, were aware of Tang Ming's exceptional shooting skills. Yet they never anticipated such an astounding level of excellence. Suddenly, they felt a twinge of sympathy for the novice who had chosen to forfeit, number 22. If the high school team achieved a perfect score because he is a master soldier, honed by years of rigorous training in special forces, then what about Tang Ming? He is just like the rest of us, a trainee, yet he accomplishes such feats. This serves as evidence that attaining such results is not an impossibility. Rather, it highlights our current inadequacies in reaching that level of skill. This is the very reason we have yet to become special forces soldiers. We must undergo the stringent training of the elite if we wish to have a chance. With this realization, the morale of all the novices reignited, each one yearning to grow stronger through the rigors of special forces training. After a brief pause, the target announcer reported the remaining scores. Once finished, the high school team coldly addressed all the novices. You are well aware of the results you have produced, are you not? Reflect on how you fared during the selection phase, how my soldiers handled you, and what your scores have been throughout this training. Enduring the harshest trials shapes the most formidable warriors. What right do you have to boast before me? As the high school team spoke, he pointed at Tang Ming and challenged the group. Consider this. Why does number 08 excel in both physical fitness and marksmanship? Is it merely talent? Why do you not observe the same time, the same location, the same training subjects, and recognize the effort he has invested compared to your own? Upon hearing these words, the group felt a sense of shame, their heads bowed slightly. The high school team's remarks struck a chord with their vulnerabilities. They had witnessed Tang Ming's relentless training, a fervor they could not hope to match. Although there was an element of natural talent involved, his mindset was significantly superior to theirs. Without the determination to survive and thrive against all odds, how could one possess the strength to instill fear in their adversaries? The voice of the high school team suddenly rose in pitch. From now on, every morning, all our time will be devoted to training in this subject. There will be no shortage of ammunition. If a gun breaks, simply replace it. Within half a month, if the results do not meet the passing standard, elimination will be immediate. Bring all the ammunition forward. Let them practice, with not a second of rest. Yes, as the high school team concluded, the seasoned veterans of the Wolf-Tooth Brigade carried in dozens of boxes filled with bullets. Upon seeing the sheer number of bullets, all the rookies collectively gasped, a chill running down their spines. After firing all those rounds, their hands and shoulders would surely be thickly calloused. They were being pushed to their limits. Number 08. The high school team called out to Tang Ming. Here, Tang Ming responded. For the next half month, you will join the instructor team and teach them shooting techniques alongside the instructors, commanded the high school team. What? You want me to be an instructor? Tang Ming was taken aback. Hadn't he just been a trainee? How had he suddenly become an instructor? Were they not going to train him anymore? Damn, but I want to train. Chapter 28. Acquiring new skills for the next half month. Every morning, the Wolf-Tooth Brigade seemed to treat bullets as if they were free, moving box after box of ammunition to the shooting range. The rookies, having been soldiers for some time, found themselves feeling nauseous from firing live rounds for the first time. Tang Ming also dedicated 2 hours each morning to share some techniques and experiences with everyone. What left him even more speechless was that while he was explaining these techniques, the seasoned veterans of Wolf-Tooth set aside their own duties to listen and take notes. Wait, aren't you all my instructors? Why are you coming to learn from me? Is this really appropriate? In the afternoons and evenings, training focused on camouflage, assault tactics, urban warfare, and other subjects. After undergoing training in various special operation skills, Tang Ming's performance shattered existing records within Wolf-Tooth in nearly every category. In terms of camouflage skills, whenever he was involved, both the seasoned veterans and the trainee rookies found it nearly impossible to spot him. Conversely, when tasked with identifying others, he could almost instantly discern their camouflage flaws, including those of the seasoned veterans. Regarding assault tactics, Tang Ming's methods were incorporated into the future teaching materials for both seasoned veterans and new recruits just 3 days into his training. In urban combat scenarios, he could effortlessly take down more than 5 assailants single-handedly. It could be said that regardless of the type of special operation skill, training under Tang Ming felt as effortless as breathing, were it not for concerns about impact. The Wolf-Tooth Brigade might have directly ordered him to assume the role of instructor for all combat skill training. The talent of this individual is truly astonishing. After a fortnight, the time for evaluation finally arrived. Following a rigorous assessment, a third of the trainees were ultimately eliminated in the shooting test and various other special operation skills. Only 30 individuals remained in the entire team. However, these 30 were not yet deemed special forces. There were still 3 months of training ahead, and should they falter in the upcoming sessions, they could be dismissed at any moment. Nonetheless, their endurance thus far indicated that these remaining 30 possessed remarkable potential and aptitude. The Wolf Fang unit would not eliminate them unless absolutely necessary. Ding! At that moment, a voice resonated in Tang Ming's mind. the system announced. As the host assists the Wolf Fong in training the trainees, your performance has surpassed the latest records of the unit. After a comprehensive evaluation, the following rewards will be granted to you: 20 physical attribute points and knowledge skills of Dr. Banner. Dr. Banner? The Hulk? Tang Ming's eyes sparkled with excitement. Are you saying I have gained the strength of the Hulk? Many fans of Marvel films are enamored with the character of the Hulk. They are drawn to his brute strength, his endearing nature, and his occasional humor. The action sequences featuring the Hulk in battle evoke a thrilling rush of adrenaline and excitement. The system clarified, it is not the Hulk you have acquired, but rather the intellect of Banner before his transformation. Tang Ming paused in confusion. Is there a distinction? They are essentially the same person, merely differing in appearance and mindset pre- and post-transformation. Indeed, there is a difference, the system responded. Banner is Banner, and Hulk is Hulk. Although they inhabit the same body, each possesses a distinct consciousness. Banner is imbued with wisdom and rationality, having reached the pinnacle of human knowledge across various fields. In contrast, the Hulk is merely a force of destruction, devoid of reason, and does not embody the essence of a normal human being. The skills granted by the system pertain solely to Banner's knowledge. Tang Ming felt a tinge of disappointment. Then, what does the knowledge skill of Dr. Banner encompass? He realized that his fascination lay primarily with the Hulk, while his understanding of Dr. Banner was rather limited. The system responded. Banner has achieved 7 doctoral degrees in the academic realm, including nuclear physics, biology, mechanical engineering, bioengineering, mathematics, electronics, and astronomy. Beyond these 7 major fields, he has profound expertise in various specialized domains, such as gamma-ray weapon development, practical applications of wormhole theory, and advancements in biotechnological membranes. His knowledge virtually encompasses all fields of academia, with each aspect reaching near-peak standards. Remarkable. Upon hearing this, Tang Ming could not help but give Banner a thumbs up. Attaining a doctoral degree is already an impressive feat. Yet, here he was, boasting 7 doctoral degrees while excelling in various other fields. What extraordinary intelligence and innate talent must one possess to achieve such a remarkable accomplishment? It is no wonder that he is hailed by a significant portion of Marvel enthusiasts as the most formidable of all superheroes. As Tang Ming engaged in dialogue with the system, he followed the team under the guidance of instructor Wolf Fong into a building. This evening, they would commence their training in electronic information technology. In modern warfare, contemporary conflicts, and even future battles, information warfare has become an indispensable aspect of combat, occupying a significant proportion of strategic importance. Every nation is vigorously developing mechanized forces with advanced information capabilities, including special operations units. Mastering fundamental information technology is one of the essential skills for elite soldiers. Chapter 29. It's clearly a display of authority. The classroom was spacious, equipped with an array of high-tech satellite computers, satellite radios, and various other facilities. At that moment, other special forces operatives donned military green headphones, diligently inputting various codes into their computers. Some were establishing cybersecurity systems, while others were breaching systems. Modern information warfare primarily revolves around seizing command over the opponent's electronic information or stealing strategic secrets contained within their information archives. Much like the information battle depicted in Wolf Warrior, where one side's superior electronic operations could provide robust support to frontline troops. Often a single operation could incapacitate the adversary's network information systems, rendering communication between their commanders and ground forces ineffective. The resulting chaos is, undoubtedly, catastrophic. Outside the classroom, the high school team explained, due to maintenance and upgrades in other computer labs, this classroom is the only one available. However, according to the training schedule, our veteran members of the Wolf Fong unit will also be undergoing electronic information technology training today. There are enough computers inside. You can learn alongside them. The veterans will be focused on their tasks and won't disturb you. The first 3 rows are already vacant. You may take your seats there. An instructor will teach you the fundamental operational skills. After the high school team concluded, Grey Wolf ushered them inside. Once inside, they took their seats. The Wolf Fong veterans in the back rows were engrossed in their computers, paying little attention to the newcomers. At the front of the room sat a female instructor, appearing to be around 30 years old. Clearly, she was responsible for teaching Tang Ming and his peers about electronic technology. The high school team approached her and exchanged a few quiet words. As the conversation unfolded, not only did the high-ranking officer cast a meaningful glance at Tang Ming, but the female instructor also regarded him with a significant look. Tang Ming, not being oblivious, could not discern their words. Yet their expressions clearly indicated that the high-ranking officer sought to assert his authority through the female instructor. In his view, electronic information technology was a skill of considerable complexity. It was evident that not only the novices, but even seasoned special forces soldiers required regular training in this domain, akin to the training of veterans present here. This underscores the high regard that Wolfang holds for information technology skills among its warriors. Typically, individuals who qualify as special forces possess an education level of at least high school, with many being officers who have attended military academies. Consequently, a basic understanding of computer technology is to be expected. After the high-ranking officer escorted his team out of the classroom, the female instructor finally rose and addressed the novices below. Greetings. I am your instructor in electronic information technology, Li Ying. You may refer to me as instructor or officer Li henceforth. I trust that you are aware of the significance of information technology in special operations, particularly within our esteemed Wolfang Special Forces. I shall not squander time reiterating its importance. First, I would like to ascertain whether each of you has studied the fundamentals of electronic information technology. Those who have, please raise your hands. Upon her conclusion, a flurry of hands shot up among the novices. Apart from Zhuang Yin and Tang Ming, who were privates, the remaining individuals comprised half non-commissioned officers and half commissioned officers. The non-commissioned officers, having spent years in their respective units, naturally received training in information technology. As for the commissioned officers, they underwent assessments in this subject during their time at military academies. Zhuang Yin, prior to enlisting, had attended university where he also studied this discipline. And being an academic achiever, he certainly possessed foundational knowledge in information technology. The only exception was Tang Ming, who enlisted immediately after graduating high school. While he had encountered information technology courses during his secondary education, these were rudimentary, as they were not part of the college entrance examination curriculum, leading students to prioritize other subjects. Tang Ming had only been exposed to basic operations during his first 2 years of high school. However, one must not forget that he had recently assimilated the knowledge and skills of Dr. Banner. Among his 7 doctoral degrees, one was in electronic information engineering, and his expertise in information technology within the Marvel universe is unparalleled. Thus, after a moment's hesitation, Tang Ming raised his hand as well. In that instant, all novices had their hands raised. Indeed, you have all been quite forthright. Indeed, I have perused your personal profiles, but I merely sought to ascertain your honesty. Since we all possess some knowledge, the subsequent training should prove somewhat easier. Li Ying remarked, rising to directly inquire of Tang Ming. Number 08. I noticed your hesitation in raising your hand earlier. Do you possess some knowledge, or did you raise your hand out of a sense of pride? All the novices turned their gaze toward Tang Ming. Chapter 30. Waiting for your words in terms of combat skills, Tang Ming's abilities far surpassed theirs. However, the requirements for talent in those areas were not particularly stringent and could be enhanced through human effort. Information technology, on the other hand, was intricately linked to mathematics. Without a modicum of innate talent, no amount of late diligence would lead to mastery. Among them, Tang Ming was the youngest, having not even attended university, which would typically suggest a lack of prowess in information technology. This thought led the others to feel a sense of concern for him. Having established a brotherly bond over this period, coupled with Tang Ming's numerous acts of assistance, their care and gratitude for him were distinctly profound. I do possess some knowledge in this area. I can write basic code, Tang Ming modestly asserted. Upon hearing this, a glint of cunning flashed in Li Ying's eyes. This sly expression did not escape Tang Ming's notice, prompting him to internally scoff at how this sly fox never missed an opportunity to assert dominance. Having some knowledge is insufficient. Let us conduct a simple test. I will randomly select a Special Forces trainee here to engage in a contest of system authority acquisition with you, allowing us to ascertain the depth of your understanding. This way, I can tailor my guidance in future lessons to help you catch up and not fall behind, Li Ying proposed. Given your limited educational background, your aptitude in information technology may not be as high as others, who have already undergone formal training and education, making it easier for them to keep pace with me. Tang Ming grimaced slightly. Instructor Li, is it appropriate to engage in such a competitive exercise on my very first day of class? He questioned. The others sensed something amiss. Typically, one would not conduct tests on the first day of class in such a manner. It was blatantly apparent that this was designed to put Tang Ming in a challenging position. Do not worry, it is merely a friendly match. Not only will it foster camaraderie among you and your classmates, but it will also enable me to quickly assess your capabilities. Moreover, such simulations will enhance your reaction speed, allowing you to recognize your shortcomings and thus elevate your skills, Li Ying assured him with a smile. Tang Ming felt a bittersweet chuckle arise within him. He had articulated his points quite thoroughly. It would be rather unreasonable for him to refuse any further. Very well then, could you kindly elucidate the rules of the competition? Instructor? The rules are quite straightforward. I shall establish a communal network system and divide you into 2 teams, red and blue. The blue team will be responsible for maintaining the security of the system, while the red team will endeavor to breach it and seize the operational privileges from the blue side. Winning or losing matters little. My primary intention is to assess your capabilities, so I may tailor more targeted training for you in the future. Li Ying smiled and remarked. This is merely a preliminary test in information technology. If you find it too challenging, we can certainly explore alternative methods. Upon hearing this, the other novices could not help but furrow their brows. Is this what you deem a preliminary test? Such a privileged-seizing game already delves into coding. To master these skills, one would need at least a month of study. Tang Ming, with only a high school education, had never encountered such concepts before. To commence with this as a test is clearly intended to intimidate him and put him in an awkward position. How insidious! Aware of Tang Ming's exceptional skills and other specializations, she specifically sought out this weakness to provoke him. Li Ying watched Tang Ming with a subtle smile, thinking he would likely choose to withdraw voluntarily. In truth, she held no personal grudge against him. She was merely the instructor for this subject. However, to instill a sense of reality in the novices, she felt compelled to proceed in this manner, guiding them to recognize their own strengths and approach their training with humility. Yet to her astonishment, Tang Ming agreed. He nodded and said, "Let it be so." The utterance elicited surprise among those present. Could it be that this fellow truly possesses the skills for such privilege-seizing operations? Chapter 31. Is this what you meant by knowing a bit? Very well, Lin Hao. Come forth and compete with him. Present the best system you have developed over the past few years for everyone to observe, Li Ying instructed, turning to a special forces student seated by the window. Yes, instructor, Lin Hao replied as he stood up. 10 minutes later, Lin Hao successfully connected his finest system, developed over the years, to the classroom's main network. Li Ying typed a few commands on the keyboard to lock the other students' computers. Subsequently, she set up 2 projections on each computer, enabling them to monitor the progress of the confrontation. Red team, Tang Ming. Blue team, Lin Hao. Li Ying scrutinized Lin Hao's network system. Although it still had room for improvement, it was generally commendable. Instructor, I am ready, Lin Hao confidently addressed Li Ying. Good. Li Ying nodded slightly and then turned to Tang Ming, inquiring, what about you? Are you ready? Tang Ming, exuding calmness, nodded in affirmation. He had long deciphered the network system created by Lin Hao. It was a quintessential small-scale reconnaissance system. Utilizing his extensive knowledge and skills, he swiftly identified the vulnerabilities within this system. To Tang Ming, this rudimentary reconnaissance system appeared rather crude. Nevertheless, the fact that an individual could conceive and develop it was commendable. After all, designing a large-scale military reconnaissance and defense system necessitates a substantial team effort. This indicated that Lin Hao's computer skills were indeed impressive, qualifying him as an elite-level computer expert in society. However, in Tang Ming's eyes, this level of proficiency was still lacking. Upon hearing Tang Ming's soft sigh, the others presumed that his capabilities were inadequate for breaching the system. Even Li Ying believed he was merely lamenting, wondering if Lin Hao, the veteran, truly possessed commendable computer skills. After all, this system was the result of several years of research and numerous enhancements. Yet, she encouraged him not to be disheartened. It was only natural that his skills were not on par with Lin Hao's, given he was new to this environment. Just give it a simple try. My purpose in this test is merely to ascertain your true abilities. Tang Ming remained silent and proceeded to take action. As the competition commenced, everyone's attention shifted back to the computer screens, observing the confrontation between the two. To their bewilderment, Tang Ming did not initiate an immediate attack. Instead, he created a new page and began programming. What was he up to? Gradually, the code on the page multiplied, and Li Ying along with the other students realized that Tang Ming was programming an entirely new software. Was he attempting to uncover the vulnerabilities in Lin Hao's system using this new software? Speculation arose among the onlookers. This was indeed a clever approach, albeit a conventional one. However, temporary software of this nature typically yielded subpar results, making it nearly impossible to breach Lin Hao's system. Ignoring the astonishment around him, Tang Ming rapidly typed on the keyboard, his fingers flying as symbols and letters sprang forth on the screen. The speed at which he coded suggested that his computer skills were quite commendable. It seems this fellow possesses some genuine talent, Li Ying thought to herself, slightly taken aback. 3 minutes later, he finally paused his typing. The computer screen displayed dozens of lines of code and thousands of symbols and letters. With a gentle tap of the Enter key, the other computers in the classroom instantly transformed into blue screens. On Tang Ming's computer screen, a flurry of rapidly scrolling code emerged, so swift that none could discern its content. Li Ying's expression shifted slightly. Chapter 32. What manner of prodigy is this? This is a virus software. This fellow intends to breach Lin Hao's system using malware. A few students finally recognized that Tang Ming was employing a virus. The crowd gasped in astonishment. While they all had some familiarity with virus software, and a few were particularly adept, the code Tang Ming had just executed was evidently a standard vulnerability scanner. How had it suddenly transformed into malware? Moreover, it had immediately incapacitated Lin Hao's diminutive reconnaissance system. However, Lin Hao showed only mild surprise before swiftly resuming his keystrokes. Although virus software could indeed paralyze a defense system, It did not necessarily grant the ability to seize supreme administrative privileges. Only exceptionally sophisticated malware could achieve such a feat. The code Tang Ming had just entered comprised merely a few thousand lines, indicating that the virus was not particularly formidable. Lin Hao simply needed to access his system's code interface and eliminate the virus that Tang Ming had introduced. Just as Lin Hao confidently tapped at his keyboard, he was taken aback to discover that no matter how he typed, his computer remained unresponsive, the blue screen of code continuing its relentless scroll. How could this be? Lin Hao panicked. This virus should not have been capable of commandeering his highest administrative privileges. He had dedicated years to developing this system, and he held strong confidence in its defenses. Yet, he could never have anticipated that his defenses would be effortlessly vanquished by Tang Ming's malware. Lin Hao even began to question his own existence. Meanwhile, Li Ying on the podium was equally astonished. While others might not grasp the true potency of Tang Ming's software, she, as an instructor, recognized it immediately. Despite the virus comprising only a few thousand lines of source code, these symbols coalesced to form an exceedingly rare and aggressive malware. Once this virus infiltrated an adversary system, it would incessantly invade and consume the enemy's resources to augment its own power, escalating at an exponential rate. Li Ying furrowed her brow, typing furiously as she sought a breakthrough to access the virus interface and eradicate the malware. Her initial progress was smooth. But upon entering the virus interface, her classroom's main control computer was swiftly locked down. Li Ying was left utterly dumbfounded. This was her instructor's computer. How could Tang Ming's virus infect even her computer, capable of controlling the entire classroom's computer system? Li Ying initially believed she could effortlessly eradicate Tang Ming's virus, only to find herself unexpectedly locked out and compromised. A new code symbol appeared on Tang Ming's screen, indicating that another computer system had been overtaken and ensnared by his virus. Within the classroom, it seemed that only the instructor's computer had yet to fall victim to the virus. Tang Ming raised his head slightly to glance at Li Ying, who, with a stern and furious expression, was furiously typing on the keyboard. This newly emerged code symbol must pertain to the instructor's computer. Half a minute later, the rolling blue screen restored itself. Li Ying exhaled a sigh of relief as she beheld her computer returning to normal. As the most formidable instructor of the computer networking course at this prestigious school, a collapse of her computer due to Tang Ming's virus would be a significant embarrassment. With a cold glare directed at Tang Ming below, she silently seethed. How could he refer to his level of proficiency as merely a slight understanding? The virus he had crafted was indeed quite formidable, making her tasks considerably challenging. Seeing the screen restored, Lin Hao hastily resumed typing, checking the status of his surveillance system. However, to his utter disbelief, a red alert box popped up on his screen. Sorry, you do not have access rights. Lin Hao was momentarily stunned. Hadn't the virus been eradicated? How could his highest administrative privileges still be revoked? In shock, he leapt from his chair, incredulous as he looked at Tang Ming, exclaiming, "What kind of virus is this? Even after being cleared, it can still strip away my highest privileges?" Others in the room were equally astonished, gazing at Tang Ming in disbelief. This individual had managed to breach Lin Hao's years of hard work with nothing more than a piece of virus software. What a remarkable feat. Chapter 33, The Height of Arrogance. This person was undeniably a computer expert. Just moments ago, he claimed to only possess a basic understanding. Is this what he refers to as a slight understanding? If this is his level of understanding, what does that make us? This is the number 5 virus. Tang Ming said with a slight smile, "Rest assured, I will restore your administrative privileges." After which, he casually typed a few commands on the keyboard and turned to Lin Hao, saying, "Try again." Lin Hao hesitated for a moment, skeptical, before sitting down to type on his keyboard, attempting to access the system. He truly succeeded. "I concede." Lin Hao, after a moment of shock, managed a wry smile, feeling quite dejected as he spoke. The other seasoned veterans were equally astonished, rendered speechless. Lin Hao's computer skills were considered average among them. Yet he was unexpectedly defeated by the novice Tang Ming. On the stage, Li Ying was taken aback, unable to articulate her thoughts, mentally berating the high school team. Wasn't it said that this young man possessed only a high school education and lacked proficiency in electronic information technology? How could this be deemed inadequate? Was the data you gathered so flawed? Taking a deep breath, Li Ying rose and approached Tang Ming. "You are clearly playing the part of a simpleton while hiding your true capabilities. How can you refer to such computer skills as merely a slight understanding, leaving those who entered the program before you with nowhere to save face?" Tang Ming replied, "I already mentioned that I wouldn't compete. It was you, the instructor, who insisted I face Lin Hao." Li Ying found herself momentarily at a loss for words, a lump forming in her throat before she could finally respond. "Tang Ming, your strength is well concealed. I am keen to discover just how formidable you truly are." Tang Ming smiled. "If we are speaking solely of computer skills, this should be considered my foundational level." Li Ying was once again left speechless. She knew this young man was far from ordinary. If such virus software constituted a basic level of skill, one could only imagine the depth of his true prowess. No, she could not allow Tang Ming to monopolize the spotlight. As an instructor, it was imperative to reclaim the stage. Dare you to compete once more? If you win this time, you may exempt yourself from this subject henceforth, and I shall grant you a perfect score, allowing you to pass on the spot. Gritting her teeth, Li Ying declared, this time, I shall have 45 senior students as your opponents. You will defend against their assault. If you can withstand them, then you shall be deemed the victor. Tang Ming's lips twitched in disbelief. Was this truly a challenge set forth by an instructor? Pitting him against 45 individuals was utterly outrageous. Even the 45 senior students felt that Li Ying's demands were somewhat excessive, no matter how skilled Tang Ming was. It was inconceivable that he could defend against simultaneous attacks from all 45. If it came to a contest, wouldn't they simply obliterate him? It was baffling to comprehend Li Ying's intentions. Was she merely attempting to temper the newcomer's arrogance? Surely, such a risk was unnecessary, especially by allowing all 45 to join forces. What? Are you afraid? Li Ying smirked, observing Tang Ming's expression with a hint of glee. Her frustration with him had prompted this unreasonable challenge. Faced with the triumphant smile of the woman before him, Tang Ming sighed in resignation. Instructor, with such enticing conditions laid out, it would be unreasonable for me not to compete. Very well, I shall indulge you. Everyone watched in astonishment, unable to fathom that he had genuinely accepted Li Ying's provocation. Chapter 34. How much disdain do they hold for us? This individual has truly lost his senses. He genuinely believes he can withstand the onslaught of 45 seasoned veterans. A surge of indignation ignited within the hearts of the 45. Was Tang Ming not blatantly displaying contempt for them? Very well, you possess audacity. Li Ying cast a cold smirk at Tang Ming before turning to address the 45 elite soldiers. Veterans, showcase your prowess, and let this novice truly comprehend your might. Understood. The 45 veterans responded in unison. Tang Ming, connect your electronic system to the computer, Li Ying instructed. Tang Ming shook his head. I do not possess my own electronic system, but that is not a significant issue. I can utilize the compact reconnaissance system created by veteran Lin Hao. This declaration further incensed the group of veterans. Although Lin Hao's system was the result of years of dedication, within the context of the systems developed by these veterans, it was rather inferior. How dare Tang Ming propose to engage them with such a defensive system? How much disdain did he harbor for them? Even Li Ying gazed at Tang Ming in astonishment. Was he overly confident in himself or dreadfully underestimating these veterans? Wasn't he courting disaster with such words? The combined strength of 45 individuals was formidable. Even Li Ying, employing this system, would falter against the assault of 45 elite soldiers, unable to withstand even a minute before being utterly overwhelmed. Where did Tang Ming derive such confidence, believing he could endure? Are you certain? Li Ying inquired. Her brow furrowed in disbelief. Of course, using veteran Lin Hao's system will suffice, Tang Ming replied nonchalantly, shrugging his shoulders. Will suffice? What do you mean by that? The veterans were thoroughly incensed. Tang Ming was undeniably arrogant. Your courage is commendable, Li Ying remarked sympathetically, patting Tang Ming on the shoulder. Since you possess such confidence, let us proceed as you wish. Lin Hao, please provide him with your system. Yes, Lin Hao replied. His face etched with concern as he transferred the original version of the system to Tang Ming. In no time, Tang Ming modified the highest administrative privileges of the reconnaissance system to himself and subsequently programmed a dual-screen, dual-use system, adding an additional keyboard to operate the same system through 2 keyboards and 2 displays. Witnessing this approach, even Li Ying couldn't help but nod slightly in approval. She admired Tang Ming's ingenuity. Had she been in his position, she would have adopted the same strategy. This method essentially allowed for dual defenses, significantly enhancing the system's defensive capabilities. However, this approach profoundly tests an individual's mental fortitude and multitasking abilities. In the realm of computer technology, few possess the capability to multitask effectively, particularly those who can operate 2 keyboards simultaneously. She eagerly anticipated Tang Ming's forthcoming performance. Soon, everything was set. Tang Ming nodded at Li Ying, stating, Instructor, I am ready. Good, Li Ying replied, glancing at the time before turning her attention to the 45 seasoned Special Forces soldiers. At that moment, these veterans exuded immense confidence, believing it was impossible for Tang Ming to withstand their onslaught with his defensive system. Begin. With this command, the 45 veterans swiftly sprang into action, utilizing Tang Ming's system interface to delve into the underlying code, searching for vulnerabilities within the system. Some opted to launch direct assaults, while others employed malicious software in an attempt to incapacitate Tang Ming's system. They employed various tactics, striving to uncover the weaknesses in his reconnaissance system, intending to compromise it and seize the highest level of administrative control, thereby ejecting Tang Ming and winning the match. As the veterans initiated their attacks, Tang Ming's computer screen erupted with dozens of ominous warning signals, indicating that the system was on the verge of collapse. At this rate, within a minute, Tang Ming's system would be utterly incapacitated. Li Ying was ready to announce the results of the match, yet Tang Ming remained composed, even sporting a faint smile. He calmly interlaced his fingers, cracking his knuckles before finally placing his hands on the keyboard to begin his operations. Li Ying, witnessing this, was momentarily speechless. Had he truly surrendered? Just as doubts arose among the onlookers, Tang Ming accessed the firewall code of the reconnaissance system and, with remarkable speed, his 10 fingers flew across the keyboard, unleashing a torrent of source code. In a miraculous display, the multitude of red warning boxes that once cluttered the screen vanished entirely. The 45 seasoned soldiers were taken aback. Just moments ago, they had identified dozens of vulnerabilities and unleashed hundreds of attacks, expecting to bring the system to its knees swiftly. Yet, to their astonishment, the attack codes they had just executed disappeared and became ineffective in an instant. How was this possible? The veterans, incredulous, pressed on with their assaults, while Tang Ming's fingers danced swiftly across the keyboard. The left hand was tasked with fending off and neutralizing all the attacks from the seasoned veterans, while the right hand was engaged in rectifying the system's vulnerabilities. The speed of these veterans was already remarkable, capable of executing dozens of lines of source code in a mere second. Yet, unbeknownst to them, his speed surpassed theirs, managing to produce a staggering 100 lines in the same time frame, leaving Li Ying utterly astonished. Even she could muster no more than 80 lines per second. How could this individual possess such remarkable dexterity? Moreover, not only was his speed impressive, but the defensive capability of his source code was exceptionally robust, effortlessly parrying all 45 attacks from the veterans. Simultaneously, while his right hand worked on patching the system's vulnerabilities, he managed to enhance the encryption, making it increasingly difficult for the veterans to locate any weaknesses. The system, once riddled with numerous flaws, gradually transformed into an impregnable fortress. The veterans' path of assault was effectively obstructed by Tang Ming, who had erected an impenetrable wall, rendering their efforts futile. No matter how fervently they attacked, they could not breach this barrier. Li Ying, observing from behind, was thoroughly astounded. Tang Ming's computer skills were indeed formidable. It was no wonder that the high school team referred to him as a prodigious talent. In terms of computer prowess, even Li Ying felt overshadowed. If this trend continued, it wouldn't be long before Tang Ming had patched up all the system's vulnerabilities, rendering the veterans' attacks utterly ineffectual. Li Ying mused, although she yearned to join the fray. As an instructor, she ultimately decided against it after much deliberation. Chapter 36. Bah. Scoundrel. I'm done playing. This was a competition among students, and she would remain a silent observer. Soon enough, all the vulnerabilities in the system were completely patched, allowing Tang Ming to finally launch a counterattack. His fingers flew across the keyboard as he began to trace the addresses of the 45 veteran Special Forces soldiers through their assaults. Subsequently, he initiated a counteroffensive against them. In truth, Tang Ming could have opted not to rectify the vulnerabilities at all. He could have defended while simultaneously attacking, incapacitating the computer systems of the 45 veterans. However, out of consideration for their dignity, he refrained from doing so. Thus, he chose to first secure the system before retaliating. With Tang Ming's onslaught, one veteran's computer system soon succumbed, and in an instant, control of his operating system was seized by Tang Ming. What is happening? Why can't I control my computer? The veteran, who had been desperately attempting to breach Tang Ming's defenses just moments before, now found his computer rendered uncontrollable. Mine too is unresponsive. My experience is similar. Gradually, an increasing number of seasoned individuals discovered that their computers were afflicted by the same predicament. Something was amiss. Their devices had been commandeered. Upon realizing this, they raised their gazes towards Tang Ming. Those seasoned users, whose computers had been taken over, felt a pang of reluctance and attempted to reclaim control. However, their efforts proved futile, leading them to ultimately surrender and instead stand behind Tang Ming, observing his adept maneuvers. Indeed, it was he. Was he even human? How could one devolve to such an extent? As they watched Tang Ming's operations, the onlookers gasped in astonishment. How was this possible? Confronted with simultaneous assaults from 45 individuals, this fellow not only defended himself, but also mounted a counterattack. Within a minute, the computers of all 45 seasoned users lay in ruins. Chapter 37. How shall we proceed now? We have lost. With the last seasoned user's computer succumbing to paralysis, all 45 stood dumbfounded, staring at Tang Ming as if he were a creature of myth. Li Ying was equally taken aback by such an outcome. While shocked, she sighed softly, recognizing that her status as the premier computer technician was now in jeopardy. All right, no need to stand idly here. Return to your seats and reflect on the confrontation we just experienced. Glean lessons from it and strive for understanding, Li Ying instructed. Tang Ming, please unlock their computers. Understood. Tang Ming affirmed with a nod before releasing the locks on the computers of the 45 seasoned soldiers. Tang Ming, You have wagered and accepted defeat. Your information technology skills are indeed remarkable. I shall grant you full marks for this subject, and you may choose not to attend this course henceforth." In her gaze, Li Ying held a hint of admiration. Being an expert in this domain, she understood better than most the daunting challenge of mastering computer skills. Tang Ming's prowess transcended mere proficiency. His capabilities could easily earn him recognition on a national scale. Such a master was deserving of her respect, regardless of his status as a recent high school graduate and a novice. Reflecting on her own abilities at Tang Ming's age, she realized she had scarcely measured up. They were not even in the same league. Chapter 37. How shall we proceed now? Thank you, instructor. Tang Ming saluted, smiled at Zhuang Yin and the others, and then turned to exit. He saw no reason to squander time on skills he had already mastered. Instead, he preferred to spend that time in the training ground performing additional sets of push-ups. In comparison to other skills, Tang Ming placed greater emphasis on the strength of his physical constitution. As they exited the building, the high school team paused, taken aback at the sight of Tang Ming. "How did you come out?" the high school leader inquired, a slight frown creasing his forehead. "Could it be that your aptitude is insufficient, and you were expelled by Li Ying?" This Li Ying had merely intended for Tang Ming to experience a minor setback, to humble him. Yet he had been sent out of the classroom entirely. "In reporting, I was not expelled. Instructor Li instructed me to return for a rest," Tang Ming replied. "Return for a rest? For what rest?" The group stared in astonishment. What had transpired in those brief moments they had been absent? Instructor Li stated that I received a perfect score in this subject, and henceforth, I am exempt from her classes, effectively graduating, Tang Ming declared with a smile. "What? A perfect score? You achieved that under her tutelage?" Grey Wolf exclaimed in disbelief. They were all acutely aware of Li Ying's stringent standards. Merely passing was a significant challenge. Even seasoned veterans faced difficulty during training, let alone these inexperienced newcomers. "But why would she grant you a perfect score?" Earthwolf questioned, perplexed. "It was nothing extraordinary. I merely bet her in a game, and I won. She awarded me the perfect score." Tang Ming recounted briefly about the system defense assault game. His summary was succinct, yet his audience was left utterly astonished. Though Tang Ming presented it simply, they grasped its implications. The software system defense assault game was one they frequently engaged with during training. Indeed, their generation of special forces had honed their skills against Li Ying. Fully aware of her formidable prowess in this domain, her capabilities were in an entirely different league. Otherwise, she would not have attained the position of chief instructor for this subject. They also understood Li Ying's temperament. As the chief instructor, she would not willingly concede defeat to a mere rookie in front of so many witnesses. Thus, it was evident that she had genuinely lost. The fact that Tang Ming could best Li Ying suggested that his prowess in computer science surpassed hers. How are we supposed to compete now? They had initially entertained thoughts of Li Ying subduing Tang Ming, yet in an instant, the tables had turned, and the instructor had been defeated. While one might expect instructors to feel pride in their students' accomplishments, the sight of Tang Ming's beaming smile left them feeling inexplicably disheartened. The high school leader's lips twitched in irritation, and he sighed heavily. Why must exceptional individuals excel in every domain? Given this, you may return for a rest. He said wearily. Report. It is still early. I do not require rest, Tang Ming replied. In the special forces, I believe that taking time off for rest rather than training is a waste of life and a disservice to this uniform. I beseech the instructor to permit me to return to the training ground for self-practice. Tang Ming implored loudly. The expressions on the faces of several members of the senior team were nothing short of peculiar. Just moments ago, they had wished for a chance to relax, relying on Li Ying to keep an eye on things, as they rarely had the opportunity to unwind. Now, with Tang Ming's words, could it be interpreted as a veiled critique of their supposed lethargy, implying they were squandering their lives and dishonoring their military attire? Chapter 38. Do you truly not know how to write the word humility? 2 months later, the senior team surveyed the remaining 20 or so trainees with stern expressions and piercing gazes. Listen up, after nearly 4 months of training, the foundational training tasks have concluded. Only you 20 have successfully passed all assessments. Upon hearing this, Zhang Sanpao and others were filled with joy. Does this mean we have passed the evaluations and officially become part of the special forces? But do not rejoice too soon. I did not say you passed the final assessment to become members of the Wolf Fang. With these words, the rookies felt a tinge of disappointment. Without passing the final assessment, what is the point of this build-up? I have already bared my soul, and you tell me this? The senior team continued. However, even though you have not passed the final assessment, we believe you possess a certain level of combat capability. Coincidentally, Wolfang is also in need of personnel to undertake missions. Next, you will be dispatched to the border for real combat operations. Real combat is the ultimate test of your abilities and the true measure of whether you can become qualified special forces. The specifics of the mission will be communicated to you before departure. Now, everyone, take your multifunctional stools and gather. With a command from the senior team, The rookies swiftly dispersed, rushing back to their dormitories to fetch their multifunctional stools. These stools could be used for sitting or transformed into a small square table for note-taking. At this moment, Grey Wolf, accompanied by a group of instructors, distributed a sheet of stationery and a pen to each individual. Everyone began to write their last letters. The senior team spoke gravely. This upcoming mission carries significant life-threatening risks. I cannot guarantee that each one of you will return safely. And it may even be said that none will return. According to regulations, before undertaking a mission, it is mandatory to write farewell letters to your families. This is a responsibility towards your loved ones. Report. We do not need to write farewell letters. We guarantee to complete the mission and return alive. Gung Jihui shouted boldly. No one can assure safety on the battlefield. The senior team swiftly approached him, their gaze icy and voice low. Do you rookies truly understand what a real battlefield entails? Do you comprehend the brutal reality of genuine combat? A group of fledglings, who have never ventured beyond the confines of their cages, dares to speak of guarantees in my presence. What credentials do you possess? Even if you escape sacrifice this time, there will always be a next. And the one after that. As long as you remain with the Wolf Fong, the reality of combat missions will never cease, and your peril will remain unrelieved. You may choose not to write, then shoulder your burden and depart. I am not here to negotiate. This is an order. Indeed, Gung Jihui could only helplessly acquiesce, raising his voice in surrender. As the other fledglings grasped their pens, a somber mood gradually enveloped them. This was their inaugural experience in composing a farewell letter, perhaps also their final one. As they wrote, a non-commissioned officer slowly rose, his demeanor tinged with anxiety, an unshakable fear, and a sense of despondency. Report. I choose to withdraw. The officer spoke in a voice laden with despair. What are you doing? We have persevered thus far, and now you wish to withdraw? A companion hastily urged. With a sense of shame, the officer replied, previously, I believed myself quite brave, convinced that when the mission arrived, I would recklessly dedicate myself to its completion. Yet, as I lifted my pen to write my farewell, I realized the depths of my fear. I do not fear death. Truly, not in the slightest. But as the sole child of my family, I cannot fathom how my parents would endure my demise. Forgive me. With that, the officer departed without waiting for further persuasion from his comrades. The instructors of the High Command made no effort to intervene. In their view, choosing to withdraw at this juncture was entirely reasonable. Each individual harbors their own fears. If one cannot conquer such trepidation, it merely signifies a lack of merit to join the ranks of the Wolf Fong. The remaining fledglings watched the officers retreat with heavy hearts. Many of those present were also the sole children in their families, cherished by their parents. Should calamity befall them, every family would be plunged into despair, living a lifetime in sorrow for their lost son. Yet, if everyone harbors such concerns, who shall protect this nation? Their only recourse is to sacrifice their families for the sake of their homeland, to forsake the small family for the greater good. Without this awareness, how could one possibly endure within the ranks of the Wolf Fong? Tang Ming gazed at the retreating figure of the departing officer, letting out a faint sigh. According to the narratives portrayed on television, this imminent combat mission was merely a simulation, a trap orchestrated by seasoned veterans. Its purpose was to assess their loyalty, interrogation, counterinterrogation, and resistance skills. The act of writing farewell letters was merely intended to impose a certain psychological pressure upon them. However, if one succumbs to such fears, akin to that officer, it would be challenging to persist in the future. Should the Wolf Fong identify this weakness, they would surely dismiss him. In the midst of their heavy hearts, numerous novices completed their farewell letters. You are the novice team, you are the novice team, you are the novice team. The high school team promptly divided them into 3 small groups, each assigned to different regions along the border. The novice group comprised Zhuang Yin, Zhang Sanpao, Gung Jihui, Shi Daifan, Dang Jinhua, and Qiangzi. The remaining dozen or so individuals formed the other 2 groups. To Tang Ming's surprise, he found himself excluded from any group. The high school team called him aside, inquiring, "Do you know why I haven't allowed you to join them?" Tang Ming hesitated momentarily before replying. "Is it because I am too formidable?" The high school team, along with the other instructors, thought to themselves, this kid truly does not understand the concept of humility. Despite the accuracy of his statement, it indeed left an uncomfortable impression, especially in the presence of the instructors. It was rather embarrassing for the instructors to be perceived as weaker than the students. The corner of the high school team leader's mouth twitched slightly before he responded, "Well, one might say that. Thus, this so-called practical mission is merely a charade?" Tang Ming smiled, inquiring further, "How did you discern that?" The instructors, including Grey Wolf and the high school team leader, were momentarily taken aback. Tang Ming scoffed, "Is it not obvious? The fact that I am not allowed to participate clearly indicates a fear of my overwhelming strength disrupting the team's equilibrium and preventing a true assessment of their capabilities." The instructors exchanged glances, realizing they had underestimated Tang Ming's intellect. Chapter 39. Chief Instructor, I wish to challenge my Achilles heel. All right. Since you are so exceptional, everything you say must be correct, right? The high school team leader, exasperated with Tang Ming, conceded, for the next few days. We will conduct the final assessment of your companions, focusing on their faith and loyalty to the nation. As long as they pass, they will be deemed qualified to officially join Wolf Fang. Tang Ming nodded. I have seen similar scenarios in television dramas and films. Armed organizations often have such a test. However, I am still a novice, so why am I not allowed to participate? The others rolled their eyes in disbelief. With your abilities to utterly dominate the instructors, you still consider yourself a novice? What does that make us, fledglings just hatched? Grey Wolf interjected. With those eyes of yours, can you not see through any disguise? If you were to expose our ruse on the spot, how would we continue our performance? They had contemplated allowing Tang Ming to join them. Yet his discerning gaze seemed to penetrate all facades, rendering them as mere illusions. Allowing him to participate posed the risk of him acting recklessly in a moment of fervor, leading to chaos. Such an assessment plan proves effective only during the initial instance. Subsequent evaluations make it exceedingly challenging to unveil the true psychological state of the participants. Shall I demonstrate? After all, I am but a fledgling in training, Tang Ming inquired tentatively. Get lost. Do as you please. However, for this final assessment, you shall not partake. We fear your presence. The high school team responded with irritation. I shall consider you passed, exempt from further evaluation. Is that satisfactory? With a face full of disappointment, Tang Ming murmured, it's all about participation. At this, the crowd erupted in laughter. Participation, my foot. You simply cannot stand the thought of not muddying our clear waters, can you? Very well. Since you yearn to partake, why not join our cadre of instructors? Utilize your unique skills and disguise detection to render our exercise more authentic, preventing them from discerning any flaws. After a moment's contemplation, the high school team declared. Since we cannot argue with you, we shall include you as well. Tang Ming then observed as the high school team revealed their final assessment plan. In truth, he already had an inkling of its contents, even without perusing it. After feigning a cursory glance, he remarked, in theory, your plan appears sound and straightforward to implement. Yet, from my perspective, it remains overly simplistic, failing to encapsulate the authenticity and brutality of warfare, thus not fully igniting the inner fears of the participants. Oh, pray tell. How so? Inquired the high school team and the other instructors, intrigued. Tang Ming elaborated. In the framework of your plan, initially, they engage in the eradication of criminal organizations. Yet, before they even catch a glimpse of the criminals, they are rendered unconscious and transported to a prisoner of war camp for interrogation. The so-called battlefield scenes never transpire. How can you expect them to truly experience a real battlefield? Furthermore, the interrogation merely involves a concealed hammer striking Grey Wolf's hand, depriving them of witnessing the visceral destruction of flesh, thereby significantly diminishing the psychological impact. Ultimately, the one-on-one physical assault consists of merely a few punches and strikes, far too simplistic. Observe those spy films. They employ knives, branding irons, electric shocks, and more, all of which serve to heighten the participants' innate fears. Tang Ming's assertions prompted a realization among them that perhaps the plan was indeed too simplistic. Previously, they had emphasized the brutality of war to the novices. Yet their assessment plan seemed to lack a genuine portrayal of its harsh realities, relying solely on physical torment to coerce betrayal. The high school team nodded slightly, acknowledging. What you say holds merit. So, according to your perspective, what modifications would enhance this plan? Tang Ming pondered for a moment before speaking. This is quite simple. We can simulate the brutality of war. Numerous medical research institutions in society possess highly realistic synthetic bodies, which we can procure. We can bury some of them underground and detonate them with real explosives, turning them into a gruesome display of carnage. In a dimly lit environment, combined with the acrid smoke of gunpowder and the palpable tension of the battlefield, it will be exceedingly difficult for the novice recruits to discern the authenticity of the scene, thus leading them to believe it is real. Additionally, we can affix some of these synthetic bodies to select members of the instructor team, who will then be subjected to shrapnel injuries or gunfire. This close proximity will allow the recruits to viscerally experience the horrifying reality of their comrades being lost in battle. The combination of both elements will maximize their internal terror. Following this, we can release a sedative to incapacitate them, after which they will be taken to a prisoner of war camp, entering the subsequent interrogation phase. Upon hearing this, the captain's eyes instantly lit up. This method is intriguing, however. Are there indeed such highly realistic synthetic bodies available from the medical research institutions? There should be. It depends on how you choose to reach out to them. It will certainly require some expenditure, replied Tang Ming. Should that be the case, then it would be manageable. What is your plan for the interrogation phase? The captain inquired. This part is even simpler, Tang Ming responded. We shall present a representative of the tortured, inflicting real torture before their very eyes. Remember, I mean real torture. Not some veiled display. For instance, We will slowly carve into the flesh of the victim with a knife in their presence, pouring chili oil and sprinkling salt upon the wounds. Additionally, we might employ electric shocks, branding irons, or inject nerve-dulling substances, exposing the recruits to the most brutal scenes of torture possible. The captain and the other instructors stared wide-eyed. Are you serious? You dare to call this simple? Do you possess a peculiar understanding of the term simple? Brother, this is taking it to an extreme. That's a living human being. The thought of inflicting such punishment sends shivers down my spine. While we are indeed special forces, I do not recall ever being trained in this manner. Furthermore, where do you propose we find someone willing to endure such suffering for the sake of interrogation? As they expressed their astonishment, Tang Ming merely smiled and winked at them. The implication unmistakable. This lad isn't suggesting he will volunteer, is he? Chief Instructor, I would like to challenge my own limits. Tang Ming beamed. 2 days later, in the dead of night, according to Tang Ming's plan, the highly realistic synthetic bodies were successfully transported to the border. Tang Ming assumed the role of the chief director for this operation, seated within the confines of a room, intently observing the surveillance equipment before him. At this moment, a group of 6 novice members, under the guidance of the seasoned instructor and several other trainers, cautiously navigated through a dense jungle in a region along the border. Everyone, exercise caution. According to the intelligence we've received, armed criminals have already crossed into our territory and are likely concealed within this area, the instructor warned gravely. I certainly don't wish for you rookies to become casualties. Zhuang Yin and his companions rolled their eyes. Though it was their inaugural experience in a real combat scenario, they felt a pang of dissatisfaction at being regarded with such disdain by these veterans. Instructor, you're now entering a minefield. The operation is about to commence. Please prepare yourselves. At that moment, Tang Ming's voice echoed through the headsets of the veterans. Standing behind Tang Ming, the high school team observed the monitoring screens with a tinge of anxiety. Is everything going to be all right? They are armed with live ammunition. One voiced concern. Fear not. Tang Ming reassured them. It is nightfall. Our personnel are concealed in shallow ditches, and the figures that rise are merely high-quality decoys. They want to perceive a thing. As he spoke, he turned his attention to the high school team. Have they entered the designated area? Are we commencing? Your role is that of the chief director. Simply issue the commands, the high school team responded. Understood. Tang Ming nodded, then adjusted his headset, promptly issuing orders. Actor 1. Prepare yourself. In 10 seconds, the landmine will detonate. Immediately retreat to a secure area and execute a swift concealment. Actor 1 referred to the seasoned veterans accompanying Zhuang Yin and his team. At that moment, the last veteran in line gradually halted, then quietly lowered himself into the underbrush, swiftly crawling away. Given the deep night and his position at the rear, he made little noise, and the frontline members, including Zhuang Yin and Geng Jihui, remained blissfully unaware of the team member who had quietly withdrawn behind them. Once Actor 1 had evacuated, Tang Ming's voice resonated in the instructor's earpiece. Instructor, prepare for the landmine explosion. It will detonate in 3 seconds. 3, 2, 1. As Tang Ming's countdown concluded, a veteran responsible for remotely detonating the mine pressed the activation switch. Boom. Suddenly, a tremendous explosion reverberated through the vicinity. Flames soared skyward, and debris scattered. The shockwave from the landmine blast sent everyone present tumbling forward. Quick! Conceal yourselves. There are landmines on the ground. No one should move recklessly. The instructor bellowed. Zhuang Yin, Geng Jihui, and the others hastily dropped to the ground, seeking the best cover while scanning their surroundings. Despite being among the most accomplished novices, even they could not shake off a sense of tension and fear amidst the chaos of the explosive battlefield. The first time on the battlefield. To claim one is devoid of fear would be utterly implausible. Black Wolf! Black Wolf! At that moment, a mournful roar echoed. Zhuang Yin and his companions turned to witness the Earth Wolf cradling a dismembered corpse, its lower half obliterated by an explosion, lamenting in despair. The body, emerging from the soil, was drenched in dark blood, and amidst the shadows, they could not discern whether it belonged to their comrade, Black Wolf. However, given the Earth Wolf's anguished cry, there could be no doubt. It must be said that the Earth Wolf's performance was quite remarkable. They stood in shock, their eyes reddening with emotion, their hearts ignited with rage. It was unimaginable that scarcely half an hour after their arrival, they had already fallen into a trap set by the enemy. A brother had been mercilessly killed. Black Wolf, Zhuang Yin, and the seasoned veterans cried out in sorrow, their eyes glistening, yearning to rush forward. For heaven's sake, do not move recklessly. Beware of nearby landmines. The Earth Wolf turned, bellowing at them, stay alert, stay alert. The enemy may be close by. Suddenly, gunfire erupted from several dozen meters away, unleashing a barrage toward them. Puff, puff. 2 more seasoned fighters were engulfed in a spray of crimson mist, blood spilling from their mouths as they collapsed. Instructor, Zhuang Yin and the others were furious, desperate to rush over and check on their instructor's condition. Do not approach. Take cover. Take cover. The instructor shouted, blood pooling in his mouth. In that instant, two instructors, despite their grievous injuries, sprang to their feet, exclaiming, "I will fight with you." They unleashed a frenzied hail of bullets at the swaying figures in the distance. The shadows fell swiftly, yet blood erupted from the two instructors as well, their eyes wide, blood streaming forth as they toppled backward, lifeless. "Ah, I will annihilate you all." With three instructors slain before their eyes, Zhuang Yin and his comrades were consumed by fury, gripping their weapons and firing frenetically at the moving silhouettes. "Quite a performance," remarked Tang Ming, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth as he observed the scene from the control room. Beside him, the high school team could not help but click their tongues in awe. Had they not been forewarned that this was merely a staged act, they might have believed they were witnessing a genuine battlefield. "All right, that should suffice. Let us proceed to the next phase," Tang Ming declared, issuing his command. In an instant, the concealed air tubes hidden beneath the soil began to emit a colorless and odorless gas, swiftly enveloping the vicinity of Zhuang Yin and his companions. As Zhuang Yin and the others were fervently firing their weapons, they suddenly experienced a wave of dizziness, as if all strength had drained from their bodies. "This is bad. They have released toxic gas. Hold your breath and retrieve your gas masks," Gung Jihui shouted urgently. In a flurry, everyone scrambled to open their backpacks, desperately trying to don their gas masks. Yet, it was already too late. Unbeknownst to them, they had inhaled a significant amount of the narcotic, causing their bodies to weaken and falter. Suddenly, one among them succumbed, collapsing unconscious. Zhuang Yin and Gung Jihui, possessing stronger willpower, managed to hold on for a few more seconds, but as they finally donned their masks, they too succumbed to the effects. Once they had all fallen into unconsciousness, the nearby wolf and two seasoned veterans swiftly approached to check on them. Confirming that they were entirely incapacitated, one of them communicated through the earpiece, "Directorate. The rookies have fallen victim. Please advise." These individuals had preemptively placed the antidote in their mouths, thus remaining unaffected. "Bring them all back," Tang Ming commanded. "Received." The wolf responded, nodding to the veteran team, and each carried one of the incapacitated individuals back to the makeshift prisoner camp situated a few hundred meters away. At this moment, Tang Ming also stood up, declaring, "All right, I must prepare now." The high school team hesitated, casting a wary glance at Tang Ming, and confirmed, 08. "Are you certain you wish to proceed with this?" Tang Ming replied, "Did we not agree on this beforehand? Use me as the experiment. You need not worry. We shall adhere to the plan. I can handle it." With such assurance from Tang Ming, the high school team had no further objections and proceeded to make arrangements. When Zhuang Yin and the others regained consciousness, they found themselves each bound to a pillar within the room, unable to move. "Old Tang, how did you end up here?" Zhuang Yin, now awake, was startled to see Tang Ming similarly restrained. "Old Tang, did you not accompany us?" Gung Jihui inquired. Tang Ming let out a wry smile. "Who said I did not join the operation? I was the vanguard, tasked with establishing a sniper position for the troops. Unfortunately, I fell into the enemy's trap, and I believed my end was near. To my surprise, they did not kill me. What about you? How did you end up here?" Zhuang Yan's voice was low as he replied. "We too fell into a trap set by armed bandits. Several veterans were killed by them. Damn it. We must find a way to avenge them. Those scoundrels." The members of the rookie team were filled with rage, their thoughts consumed by the scenes of their fallen comrades. Yearning to dismantle those armed bandits piece by piece, Tang Ming displayed a trace of sorrow, sighing, "How can we seek vengeance in our current predicament?" Gung Jihui replied in a grave tone, "I wonder how Doghead and the others are faring. Have they, like us, fallen into the enemy's trap and been captured? If not, they would undoubtedly come to our rescue." Zhang Sanpao, with a bitter expression, lamented, "I feel utterly drained. They have administered a narcotic to us, and its effects have yet to subside. I fear our prospects are grim. But why haven't they killed us?" Dang Jinhua furrowed his brow, pondering. What advantage do they gain by keeping us alive? Perhaps they seek to extract information from us, strategic deployments, or affiliations, to facilitate their future criminal endeavors or to blackmail our unit. Sure, Dafin spoke solemnly. Zhuang Yin coldly declared, "They shall not pry a single word of information from me. I, Zhuang Yin, would rather die than yield. Loyal to my country, loyal to my people." The others echoed resolutely, their voices united in fervor. Ah, what a noble declaration of loyalty to the motherland and the people. At that moment, the doors swung open, and several masked, heavily armed assailants entered. Among them was one who did not wear a mask, but instead sported camouflage makeup and dark sunglasses. A serpentine smile curled at his lips, exuding a palpable aura of menace. "Allow me to introduce myself. I am Scorpion, the target your Huaxia forces aim to capture in this operation," he said with a mocking tone. "I had thought your special forces were formidable, yet here you are, ensnared by a mere minefield and a hint of narcotics. With your entire team captured and several of your comrades perished. It seems I have overestimated you." Hearing this, Zhuang Yin and his companions felt a wave of sorrow and shame wash over them. They regretted not exerting themselves more during training, wishing to have grown stronger. They finally comprehended the brutal nature of the battlefield, witnessing their comrades perish in excruciating ways while being powerless to intervene, a torment that is beyond words. You should kill us. Deng Zhenhua spat venomously. Otherwise, I will ensure you pay for your blood debts. Oh, even at death's door, you retain such defiance. Quite commendable. Reminiscent of your Huaxia special forces. Scorpion chuckled as he reclined with an air of casual superiority. However, your desire for death is not so easily granted. Of course, if you could provide me with some valuable information, I might consider sparing your lives, allowing you to return to your families. Chapter 42. Is this it? Bah. Deng Zhenhua spat fiercely at the scorpion, attempting to extract information from us. You fool. If you have the capability, then kill us. If I, a paratrooper, were to frown, I would cease to be a special soldier of Huaxia. Zhuang Yan and the others also gazed at the scorpion with cold indifference and murderous intent, showing no signs of compromise or fear. Indeed, the soldiers of Huaxia possess a certain backbone, the scorpion remarked with a slight smile. However, his smile gradually turned frigid. Over the years, your Huaxia forces have caused my organization significant losses in valuable pharmaceuticals. Today, I shall seek some recompense from you. Until you reveal your unit's specific information and compensate for my losses by returning my medicines, you will not escape this fate. You can forget about it. Tang Ming retorted in a low voice. Soldiers of Huaxia never yield to criminals. Oh, is that so? The scorpion stepped closer to Tang Ming, a cold smirk tugging at his lips. I believe you have yet to experience my methods. Otherwise, you would never utter such foolish words. Since I, the scorpion, embarked on this path, I have never encountered a mouth I could not pry open. Tang Ming scoffed. Very well. I am quite eager to see what tricks you possess. Do not let me down. Excellent. You have spirit. I, the scorpion, relish men of such fortitude. He laughed heartily. For conquering men like you would bring me immense satisfaction. Clang. With that, the scorpion drew a military dagger. What do you intend to do? If you have any tricks, come at me. I fear you not. Upon seeing the dagger wave before Tang Ming, Zhuang Yan and the others changed their expressions and shouted at the scorpion. No need to rush. Soon, it will be your turn. The scorpion turned to them and softly spoke, then looked at Tang Ming, placing the blade against his chest. I wonder if speaking to you in this manner will be more gratifying. As his words fell, the dagger in the scorpion's hand carved a gash into Tang Ming's flesh. The camouflage of his military uniform quickly soaked in blood. Tang Ming's body tensed suddenly, and his facial muscles twitched slightly. This pain, he could not feign. It was indeed excruciating. He was not a deity, he was a mere mortal. To have one's flesh slowly sliced by a dagger and claim it did not hurt would be a lie. Bastard. Stop. Zhuang Yan and the others, witnessing the blood gushing from Tang Ming, felt their veins bulge as they struggled and yelled in fury. However, they were already low on strength and tightly bound, unable to break free. Is this all you can muster? Can you not be a bit fiercer? It is insufficient. Tang Ming coldly laughed. Very well. Then let us indulge you. The scorpion coldly uttered a few words before inflicting 3 more cuts on Tang Ming. Instantly, Tang Ming's clothing was soaked in crimson blood. Yet, he remained silent, fixated on his tormentor. However, at that moment, his eyes glimmered with a hint of red, and the veins in his neck bulged ominously. How do you feel? The scorpion grasped Tang Ming's chin and demanded, tell me the name of your unit, its designation, the name of your commander, and your contact information, and I shall release you. I harbor no desire to oppose your forces. I merely wish to reclaim my medicine. In response, Tang Ming spat directly in the scorpion's face. If this is what you seek, then take it for analysis. Haha. Refusing a toast only to drink a penalty, very well. You shall regret your actions. The scorpion slowly wiped the saliva from his face, revealing a terrifying grimace. This is of your own making. He wiped his face with ferocity and commanded, bring me salt and chili water. Chapter 43. This lad is truly ruthless towards himself. Zhuang Yan and the others widened their eyes in alarm. What are you planning? Let go of my brother. If you have any tricks, direct them at me. Zhuang Yan shouted, struggling against his restraints. The scorpion cast a cold glance at them. If you don't want your brother to suffer, then divulge the information I seek. Do not speak. Tang Ming cried, his eyes reddening. I can endure. Do not forget the oath you took under the national flag for your motherland. Loyalty to the country. Loyalty to the people. Zhuang Yan and the others, their eyes glistening with fervor, shouted passionately. At that moment, their only recourse against the brutal interrogation was to rally their spirits through their cries. Very well. I shall see just how resilient your spirits are. The scorpion seized a handful of salt and pressed it harshly into Tang Ming's wounds. Instantly, an overwhelming agony surged through Tang Ming's body. His face contorted in excruciating pain, and a series of hoarse, guttural groans escaped his lips. Bastard! Let go of my brother. Release him. Upon witnessing Tang Ming's torment, Zhuang Yan and the others lost their composure. Yet the scorpion paid them no heed. He then took the chilly water and splashed it onto Tang Ming's wounds. Unable to endure any longer, Tang Ming emitted a deep, sorrowful cry. He clenched his teeth, feeling as if every blood vessel in his body were about to burst. Seeing Tang Ming's unbearable suffering, even the scorpion felt a twinge of compassion, fearing that he might not withstand the ordeal. However, as he endured the searing pain, Tang Ming managed to blink at the scorpion, signaling that he could withstand it and that they should proceed as planned. Noticing the determination in Tang Ming's gaze, the scorpion finally exhaled a slight breath of relief. Bang! The scorpion delivered a vicious punch to Tang Ming's abdomen, causing his body to double over. Grasping Tang Ming's mouth, blood trickled from his lips. Yet, Tang Ming's gaze remained remarkably resolute and unyielding. Such defiance in your eyes? Are you still unwilling to submit? The scorpion sneered in rage. What do you think? You wretched cur, if you have the ability, then kill me. Otherwise, you shall not extract a single word from my lips. Still daring to be stubborn. Very well. I know that you will not relent without witnessing my true methods. With a wave of his hand, the scorpion ordered 2 henchmen to untie Tang Ming's ropes, while several others leveled their guns at him. What do you intend to do with him? Zhuang Yan and the others panicked. The scorpion coldly smiled, remaining silent as Tang Ming was bound to the electric chair. It was then that Zhuang Yan and the others finally comprehended their intentions: electrocution. The cruel torture of spies captured in the bygone era. This band of scoundrels actually planned to inflict it upon them. Electrocution typically avoids the area around the heart. Even a slight voltage passing through it could be fatal. The kind of electric torture depicted in films, with electrodes clamped to the hands, is extremely dangerous and seldom employed, as it poses a high risk of death. Generally, electrocution targets sensitive areas of the body, away from the heart, inflicting excruciating pain without being lethal, scorching the skin in localized areas while leaving the individual alive. The voltage for electrocution is usually kept below 200 volts, as anything exceeding 220 volts or currents over 7 amps can cause immediate unconsciousness or death. Low-voltage electrocution utilizes the subject's larger body mass as a current circuit, delivering shocks to the nerves, muscles, and bones simultaneously, rather than merely at the surface. Particularly when the current circuit passes through the heart, it inflicts agonizing cardiac paralysis on the victim, resulting in dysfunction across all bodily organs. In severe cases, it can even lead to involuntary loss of control over bodily functions. The scorpion subtly signaled Tang Ming with a glance, urging him to brace himself mentally. In return, Tang Ming met his gaze, reassuring him to proceed without hesitation. Position face to face. The scorpion's body shielded their exchange from Zhuang Yin and the others, concealing their silent communication. Commenced the torture. With the scorpion's chilling command, his subordinates swiftly pulled the switch. Suddenly, as Tang Ming was tightly bound to the electric chair, he first felt a wave of paralysis sweep over his body, followed immediately by an onslaught of excruciating pain, as if countless sharp blades were slicing through him. This torment transcended mere physical agony, affecting his nervous system and mental fortitude. Tang Ming's body began to convulse violently, the muscles in his face twitching as he endured immense suffering. He was truly unfeigned. This was his first encounter with such a perverse and brutal form of punishment. The electric torture was real, and so was the agony. Bastards! Let go of my brother. Release him. Damn you. I will annihilate you all. Witnessing Tang Ming's expression of sheer torment, Zhuang Yin and the others were driven to madness, hurling furious curses and struggling relentlessly. In another room, the high school team and instructors like Grey Wolf gasped in horror at the scene before them. This lad is truly relentless with himself, Grey Wolf remarked. Chapter 44. This lad undoubtedly has a penchant for suffering. High school team, are you certain about this? The coyote expressed some concern. Will this young man be able to endure? The high school team smiled slightly. You are well aware of his willpower, are you not? Rest assured, I have faith that he can withstand it. Furthermore, from our current perspective, this plan is proving to be exceptionally successful. Grey Wolf sighed. It seems that our previous plan diverges significantly from Tang Ming's approach. Coyote voiced his apprehension. Are we truly not going to inform them that this is merely a drill? The high school team shook his head gently. Tang Ming's plan is executed with such realism. The battlefield mimics an actual conflict, and the interrogation is genuine. If they were to discover the truth, the impact would be considerably diminished. Our objective is to fortify their psychological resilience, to make them comprehend the true brutality of the battlefield, and to understand the perilous nature of being a special forces operative, whether on a mission or when captured by the enemy. Upon returning, if they steadfastly choose to remain, it would signify their potential to become one of us. Otherwise, the high school team left the thought unspoken. Should they falter and retreat after this mission, it would demonstrate their unsuitability for the role of a special forces soldier. All right, it is nearly time. Prepare to bring that lad out, the high school team instructed. Those few boys seem unlikely to yield. We can proceed directly to the next interrogation. Understood, Grey Wolf acknowledged, casting one last glance at the screen before stepping out to make arrangements. In the interrogation room, Tang Ming endured 3 rounds of electric torture, each lasting 15 seconds. His complexion had turned extremely pale, and the veins in his eyes appeared as if they might burst at any moment. Yet he remained resolute, eventually not uttering a single sound. Whether it was due to exhaustion or sheer willpower, he did not relent. Meanwhile, Zhuang Yan and the others refrained from betraying their country to save Tang Ming, but they could only watch helplessly as he bore the torment. During the 3rd round of electric torture, Scorpion had signaled for Tang Ming to relent. However, Tang Ming resolutely insisted on continuing. The Scorpion and other veterans felt utterly exasperated. Was this lad truly addicted to electric shocks? One could only hope he would render himself completely unconscious to put an end to it. Any ordinary person, subjected to electric shocks thrice, would already succumb to the ordeal, losing consciousness entirely. The agony endured is not something one wishes to experience again. Yet, the likes of Tang Ming, who willingly subjects himself to such torment, is an unprecedented phenomenon in their lives. This boy undoubtedly harbors a penchant for self-destruction. In truth, Tang Ming yearned to challenge his own limits. What if, one day in the future, he were to be captured? His enemies would undoubtedly show him no mercy. It is only through formidable willpower and physical resilience that one can endure the perverse tortures inflicted by adversaries. It is uncertain when it all began. But Tang Ming has developed a penchant for pursuing excellence in every endeavor. Only by achieving the utmost, surpassing all limits, can he attain greater strength. Nevertheless, despite his indomitable will and robust physique, during the 6th electric shock, Tang Ming finally could not withstand the ordeal, collapsing into unconsciousness. Old Tang! Old Tang! Zhuang Yan and the others exclaimed in alarm, their faces turning pale. He has fainted. An experienced veteran examined Tang Ming and, upon discovering there was no grave danger, only a state of unconsciousness, let out a subtle sigh of relief. Scorpion and the other veterans felt their hearts lighten as well. They too had been anxious. After all, this was merely a training exercise. If they were to lose a rare talent like Tang Ming through such trials, they would surely face dire consequences from He Jijun. Take him away. Scorpion waved his hand, and 2 veterans carried Tang Ming out. Next, Scorpion turned to Zhuang Yin and coldly declared, "You were quite boastful just now, so you shall go first. Let us see if your words hold any weight." "Is this lad going to be all right?" Gao Zhongdue asked, his concern evident as he looked at the stretcher bearing Tang Ming. A medic reassured him, "Rest assured, he is not severely harmed, merely weakened." Gao Zhongdue nodded, "Then let us proceed as planned." Understood. After Tang Ming was taken away, Gao Zhongdue addressed the others. "All right, everyone. Return and prepare. In 1 hour, we commence the rescue." "Yes." Chapter 45, The Wolf Fong Induction Ceremony. An hour later, Zhuang Yan and the others were brought into the dungeon, battered and bruised. Dubbed a dungeon, it was, in fact, a pit 2.5 meters deep. Hastily constructed by Gao Zhongdue and his team, covered with wooden boards. Veterans stood watch above. They had previously succumbed to the effects of an anesthetic, rendering their bodies weak and feeble. After enduring torture, they bore numerous injuries, leaving them devoid of any combat capability. Upon their arrival, Tang Ming had also regained consciousness. "Old Tang, how are you?" Zhuang Yin inquired with concern. Though they too had suffered, their injuries were not as severe as Tang Ming's. "I'm fine," Tang Ming replied with a faint smile, attempting to reassure his companions. "Just hold on a little longer. I am certain that old Gao from the Dog-Ed will come to our rescue." Just as Tang Ming's words echoed, a series of gunshots erupted from above. "Enemy attack! Quick! Take cover! Counterattack!" The armed assailants shouted. The sounds of gunfire and explosions rang out incessantly. "It has begun. Old Gao must have come to save us." "Ha ha! I told you." Although this group is often exasperating, they will never abandon their comrades in critical moments. "I won't have to die after all," Deng Zhenhua exclaimed with exhilaration. Geng Jihue and Zhuang Yin shared in his elation, while Tang Ming wore a smile that, unlike the others, bore a hint of bitterness. For him, this was merely a performance, devoid of any genuine thrill. 2 minutes later, the gunfire ceased. The wooden door above them was raised, revealing a familiar figure. Gao, the squad leader, smirked. "You little rascals, are you all right?" Zhuang Yan and the others exchanged smiles. "I've just realized how melodious old Gao's voice is." Xiangzi chuckled. Soon, they were all pulled up. Upon reaching the surface, they discovered that the armed assailants had been eliminated by Gao and his team. "Quick, get in the vehicle. You need to evacuate while we cover your retreat. Reinforcements are nearby," Gao urged. "Commander, we won't leave. We want to fight." Zhuang Yan's face was filled with fury. "Several of our brothers have been killed by them. I must avenge them personally. Yes, I want to take down these bastards." Deng Zhenhua cursed vehemently. Hearing Deng Zhenhua's words, Gao and the others' expressions darkened. "If you wish to seek revenge, do so, but there is no need for insults. Enough chatter. In your current condition, how can you fight? Get in the vehicle and evacuate," Gao commanded sternly. "What nonsense. If you stay behind to fight and something goes wrong, what will happen? We are armed with blank rounds. However, Zhuang Yin still wished to say something when the senior team barked, "Execute the orders." Yes. The group reluctantly boarded the vehicles and swiftly retreated. Once they had all departed, the senior team members finally breathed a sigh of relief. Sharing a knowing smile, the senior team leader declared, "Prepare for the next group." Yes. Half a month later, at the Wolf Fong training ground, over 1,000 members of the Wolf Fong Brigade, comprising all special forces and newly recruited elite soldiers, gathered for the induction ceremony. Dressed in immaculate forest green camouflage uniforms, the special forces stood tall beneath the national and military flags. Their expressions were solemn, their gazes sincere and resolute. After nearly half a year of rigorous selection, they had finally earned the recognition of the Wolf Fong Brigade, becoming part of this esteemed force. At that moment, on the podium, Colonel He Jijun surveyed the assembly with a stern demeanor, his expression unreadable. After a brief pause, his commanding voice resonated through the air. "Attention, all personnel. The annual induction ceremony for new members of the Army Wolf Fong Special Forces commenced." With the national anthem playing and the flag rising, "Salute." With Colonel He's command, every Special Forces soldier swiftly saluted, standing tall with chests out. Their eyes filled with reverence as they gazed at the fluttering red flag. Each individual poured their utmost effort into singing the national anthem, their voices rugged yet soul-stirring. Throughout their lives, in school and society, they had heard the anthem countless times, often devoid of any profound sense of honor or responsibility. However, this time was different. Clad in the uniform of the Huaxia Special Forces, they bore the solemn duty of defending their homeland. They were the frontline warriors of the nation. They acutely felt the weight upon their shoulders and finally comprehended the gravity of their roles as they donned this military attire and faced the future. Once the anthem concluded, a Special Forces officer bellowed, "At ease." With a crisp sound, everyone lowered their hands. He Jijun scanned the crowd and, with a voice both robust and penetrating, shouted at his troops, "What are you?" All responded in unison, "Wolf Fong." He Jijun inquired once more, "What are you?" "Wolf Fong." The fervor in their voices escalated further. He Jijun pressed on, "Who bestowed your name upon you?" "The enemy." He Jijun continued, "Why do the enemies call you Wolf Fong?" "Because we are precise. Because we are fierce. Because we fear not death. Because we dare to die." He Jijun cast his gaze upon Tang Ming and the newly inducted members. "Do you remember?" "We remember." Tang Ming and his companions shouted in unison. He Jijun faced everyone once more. "What are you?" "Wolf Fong." Everyone shouted at the top of their lungs, pouring every ounce of strength they possessed into their cries. "Who bestowed upon you your names?" "The enemy." "Why does the enemy refer to you as Wolf Fong?" "Because we are precise. Because we are ruthless. Because we fear not death. Because we dare to embrace it." Their voices echoed throughout the entirety of the Wolf Fong base, lingering in the air. Chapter 46. Did Tang Ming err? In the days that followed, they officially commenced their training in specialized combat skills. They formed a small team, each member assigned distinct roles: sniper, observer, main assault, secondary assault, demolitions expert, medic, and pilot. Each position was tailored to enhance their individual strengths. Additionally, they engaged in various psychological courses, reconnaissance and counter-reconnaissance, interrogation and counter-interrogation, as well as urban warfare. In summary, the special forces were required to master numerous skills, all of which demanded rigorous training. All members were incorporated into the Wolf Fong Logistics Warehouse 026. Officially, they were logistics personnel. In reality, they constituted a special response unit, also known as the Lone Wolf Team, comprised of individuals from the high school team, Gray Wolves, and Earth Wolves. 3 months later, outside Logistics Warehouse 026, the high school team surveyed Tang Ming and 6 others. After 3 months of training, you have all fundamentally grasped the skills expected of special forces. Now, I shall revise the dynamics within your team. The high school team turned to Gung Jihui, stating, "From this moment forward, you, Forest Wolf, shall lead the Lone Wolf team, while the roles of the other members remain unchanged. I am to be the leader?" Gung Jihui was taken aback, instinctively glancing at Tang Ming. Since their induction into the Lone Wolf team, Tang Ming had assumed leadership, his prowess far surpassing theirs, earning their unwavering respect. To appoint Gung Jihui as captain implied that Tang Ming had been ousted. Throughout the past 3 months, Tang Ming had consistently outperformed them. His qualifications for the leadership role unquestionable. His commands had rarely faltered, drawing even an expression of astonishment from Gung Jihui. Yet, Tang Ming remained composed, likely discerning the high school team's intentions. "Report. What of Tang Ming?" asked Zhuang Yan, voicing the collective concern. The high school team replied calmly, "Fire Wolf, Tang Ming's codename, will no longer serve as the team leader, or rather, he shall be removed from the Lone Wolf team, separating from you all." "What?" The group was taken aback, shock evident on their faces. Did Tang Ming commit some error? They implored urgently. They all understood that the Lone Wolf Assault Team is currently one of the most formidable special task forces within the Wolf Fong, and indeed the only ace unit. If even Tang Ming is deemed unworthy of joining, then who else could qualify? The team leader glanced at the composed Tang Ming and said, "Fire Wolf. Please inform everyone of your transgression." All eyes turned to Tang Ming. Had he truly erred? Tang Ming offered a wry smile, admitting, "My fault lies in my overwhelming strength, which has surpassed the collective capability of the unit. Should I take on the role of leader, it would disrupt the team's equilibrium. In the short term, it may seem inconsequential. In fact, one could argue that tasks could be executed with remarkable efficiency. However, whether in training or in the field, my superior prowess would inevitably skew all challenges towards me, relegating my teammates to merely supportive roles. This is what I mean when I say that with my presence, the mission might be accomplished with relative ease and perfection. Isn't that commendable?" Zhuang Yin and the others were taken aback. Could it be that due to your exceptional strength, you were barred from remaining in the Lone Wolf Special Assault Team? What kind of logic is that? Tang Ming sighed softly, looking at Zhuang Yin and the others. Have you considered that if we continue to operate centered around my capabilities, the accolades would disproportionately accrue to me? What then would you gain? We do not concern ourselves with such accolades. As long as we fulfill our mission, that is sufficient. Is it not? Surely, we possess at least this level of awareness, Dang Jinwo interjected. The others nodded in agreement. Tang Ming acknowledged. I understand that you are indifferent to this. We are all brothers, and discussing this feels somewhat distant. Yet, I am concerned. I cannot allow my presence to overshadow the recognition that rightfully belongs to you. This is but one reason. The other is that my existence may hinder your growth and strength. Chapter 47. The Military District Grand Exercise. An exemplary soldier must possess a wealth of practical experience. If I am too powerful, it will stifle your potential, significantly diminishing the combat experience you would gain. One day, if for some unforeseen reason I am unable to accompany you on a mission, would you be able to adapt in my absence? Could you independently accomplish the task at hand? I believe this is what the team fears most. A team cannot have an individual who stands too far above the rest. Such disparity would undermine the team's inherent balance and cooperative combat capability. If one day that individual is no longer present, the team would disband. A consequence that Wolf Fong cannot afford. After investing immense resources and effort into cultivating our skills, must we allow such a reason to lead to our disbandment? Upon hearing Tang Ming's words, Zhuang Yin and the others finally fell silent. They had grasped the essence of Tang Ming's perspective. He spoke with considerable insight. Indeed, a team that relies excessively on a single individual faces significant criticism, which greatly restricts its development. The members of the high school team, including the Grey Wolves, nodded in silent agreement. Though they had never discussed this with Tang Ming, his ability to perceive this truth so clearly was quite unexpected for them. Therefore, even if the high school team did not mention it, I would voluntarily request to depart from the Lone Wolf Assault Team, as this would be beneficial for both you and me, Tang Ming remarked, glancing at the high school team. I believe they understand that I am not suited for collaborative combat, but rather excel in solitary operations. Indeed, the high school team responded with a slight smile. You possess a profound understanding of yourself. Then, if Tang Ming is no longer with the Lone Wolves, where shall he go? Zhuang Yin inquired. Nowhere else. He is a solitary king within our Wolf Fong, a true blade. The high school team declared solemnly. We must concede that, given Tang Ming's current prowess, none of us in the Wolf Fong can compare. A competent special operations unit requires not only outstanding assault troops, but also exceptional all-around solitary warriors. Previously, we lacked such a figure, but now we possess one. Naturally, if challenging missions arise in the future, he will participate, albeit in a supportive role. The Wolf Fong engages in numerous tasks each year, necessitating both team and individual efforts. Do you understand my meaning? The group nodded in agreement. Very well, it is settled. From this moment forth, the Forest Wolf shall be your captain. You must expedite your integration and establish a new level of synergy, the high school team instructed. In 1 month, we will face the largest military exercise of the year. The assembled individuals were momentarily taken aback, then excitement surged among them. Tang Ming was also startled. He recalled that this exercise was indeed depicted in a television series. The commanding officer of the Military Heaven District was Lei Qiming, a figure of exceptional tactical prowess, who even earned the respect of He Jijun. In the series, although the Wolf Fong emerged victorious and Zhuang Yin successfully decapitated the Blue Army's commander, they were nearly fatally injured by the commander's guards. Yes, this pertains to our southeast military region. As always, we will be divided into red and blue factions, with our Wolf Fong representing the Red Army. To ensure balance in the exercise, a unit from the Tianfu Military District will be seconded to the Blue Army to challenge us. The high school team explained. The Tianfu forces are formidable, and we must confront them head-on. This is a matter of pride for the Wolf Fong. Indeed, it is a matter of face. We absolutely cannot afford to lose. Specific details regarding their situation will be conveyed to you by the commander before the exercise commences. Now, you shall embark on a month of intensive training to prepare for the upcoming exercise. Yes. After everyone had departed, the high school team called out to Tang Ming. What are your thoughts on this drill? The high school team inquired with a smile. When the soldiers come, we shall meet them. When the waters rise, we shall build dams. Tang Ming replied nonchalantly. Can you refrain from being facetious? The high school team chided with a laugh. You should understand that the primary objective of the Red and Blue Army exercises is to eliminate the enemy commander. If I were to assign you this task, would you be confident in your ability to execute it? Tang Ming was taken aback. This assassination mission had also been accomplished by Zhuang Yin in the television series. Would he be usurping Zhuang Yin's glory? Ding. At that moment, the system's voice echoed. System has issued a drill mission. Capture the Blue Army commander alive and return to the Red Army territory. Reward. New skill 1. Upon hearing this, Tang Ming was momentarily stunned. What did you say, system? Are you certain it's to capture the Blue Army commander alive, not to eliminate him? Tang Ming asked incredulously. Indeed, it is to capture him alive. The moment he processed this, Tang Ming exploded in frustration. What the heck? Is this a task that any human could accomplish? Perhaps due to his overwhelming agitation, he did not merely convey this thought telepathically but blurted it out loud. The high school team and the Grey Wolf, upon hearing Tang Ming's outburst, instantly wore dark expressions. If you can't accomplish it, then just admit it. Why the foul language? Have we wronged you in any way? Chapter 48. System, are you toying with me? As those words left Tang Ming's lips, he quickly realized his blunder. Noticing the grim faces of the high school team, he hastily chuckled. Veterans, please don't misunderstand. What I meant to say is that an assassination operation is inherently the duty of our special forces. And I assure you, I will strive to accomplish it without your prompting. However, I have a question. If I were to suggest capturing the Blue Army commander instead of eliminating him, would that be permissible? Tang Ming cautiously posed his inquiry. Upon hearing this, the faces of the high school team transformed instantly. What did you say? You mean to capture him? Everyone's eyes widened in disbelief. Tang Ming nodded. Yes. Capturing the Blue Army commander and bringing him to our Red Army territory. This wouldn't violate the drill regulations, would it? The high school team scrutinized Tang Ming's eyes. Do you even comprehend what you are proposing? Grey Wolf interjected. Tang Ming, as a rookie in your first year, participating in your inaugural drill, you have no idea how meticulous this undertaking is. Attempting to eliminate the enemy commander is already a daunting challenge, let alone capturing him. In previous years, the number of successful eliminations has been exceedingly rare. Do you know that the Blue Army Command is generally situated deep within enemy territory, fortified by no fewer than 50 Special Forces operatives providing security, alongside a guard regiment of over 1,000 troops stationed nearby, ensuring the protection of enemy commanders and various levels of military officers? To infiltrate the Blue Army Command and eliminate its commander requires extraordinary reconnaissance skills, discernment, strength, and a stroke of luck, yielding a mere 1% chance of success. Historically, no personnel from our side has ever emerged alive after such attempts. They are invariably captured and eliminated at the first opportunity, resulting in a mutual destruction scenario. The notion of capturing an individual from the Blue Army Command is even more far-fetched. Even if one were to successfully apprehend the Blue Army commander, how would one effect an escape? Not to mention the presence of those special forces and the 1,000-strong guard regiment. Once the Blue Army realizes their commander has been captured, the entire rapid response unit stationed at their rear would swiftly deploy overwhelming forces to pursue and intercept. The journey back to our Red Army territory spans at least 50 kilometers. Under the scrutiny of tens of thousands of Blue Army troops employing advanced technological reconnaissance and pursuit tactics, do you still hope to return? Undoubtedly. Capturing a commander would be far more advantageous than executing them outright, as it would significantly undermine Blue Army morale. However, such an occurrence has never transpired in the history of our nation since its founding. Tang Ming bitterly chuckled to himself, without needing to be told by the wolf. He already understood that capturing the Blue Army commander was an almost impossible task. System, did you hear that? This is not a mission you've assigned to me. It's essentially a death sentence. Is this a task any human could accomplish? Tang Ming shouted at the system. The system replied. Tasks are issued based on the host's current capabilities. The fact that a task is assigned indicates that the host possesses a certain probability of completion. And what is that probability? Tang Ming inquired with curiosity. 5%. System, you wretched entity. Tang Ming exclaimed. If the host fails to complete the task, penalties will be incurred, including a deduction of physical attributes and the loss of a skill. Is this a game to you? Tang Ming lamented. In addition to the main task, there are 2 side missions. Would the host like to hear about them now? Tang Ming was nearly on the verge of tears. This is utterly unfair. Can I opt not to listen? He said, feeling quite aggrieved. You may choose not to listen, but completion is still required. Otherwise, Penalties will be enforced, the system answered bluntly. Tang Ming nearly erupted in frustration once more. If I must complete it regardless, why even ask if I want to listen? Just say it outright. The system, interpreting the host's current displeasure, responded, I sense you are not in a cheerful mood. Would you like to hear it? I am absolutely delighted. Please, proceed, dear system. Tang Ming replied, utterly exhausted. System, Side Mission 1. Eliminate the commander of the Blue Army Special Forces. Side Mission 2. Destroy the combat effectiveness of at least 3 fully mechanized regiments of the Blue Army. Upon completion of these 2 side missions, an additional skill will be granted. System, do you truly believe in me? Such arduous tasks, and you dare to label them as mere side missions? Is there no end to your audacity? The system fell silent. Tang Ming also relented. There was no choice. The mission had been issued, and he had to fulfill it. Otherwise, the physical attribute points he had painstakingly accumulated over the past half-year would be squandered. Was all his hard work to be in vain? Tang Ming turned to the Grey Wolf and the high school team, chuckling. I was merely inquiring. Since it is so challenging, let us set aside the idea. Let us attempt the assassination instead. He feared that if he mentioned capturing the Blue Army commander, that old dog, Gao, would outright exclude him from the exercise, thus avoiding the needless sacrifice of his life. The high school team encouraged him. We believe in you. There is 1 month left, so give it your all. Yes. Chapter 49. The grand military exercise commences a month later. With the blaring of the Level 1 Wolf Fong alert, the annual military district grand exercise commenced. Tang Ming, alongside the main force of Wolf Fong, directly airdropped to the temporary command center. Immediately, the high school team summoned the Lone Wolf teams and Tang Ming for a meeting. Lone Wolf team, here are your mission directives, along with a rough distribution map of the Blue Army provided by the Directorate. The accuracy may vary. You must rely on your reconnaissance to assess and accomplish the mission. The high school team handed a stack of documents to Gung Jihui. Gung Jihui accepted it. And the 6 members of the Lone Wolf team stood at attention, saluting loudly. Yes, we guarantee the completion of the mission. Let us go. The high school team nodded. Good luck. Tang Ming gave them a thumbs up. Zhuang Yin and the others smiled back at him, then turned and dashed into the jungle, fully equipped. The high school team looked at Tang Ming, handing him a copy of the map. This is for you as well. From now on, you must explore on your own. Our Lone Wolf team must also set off to fulfill our designated mission. If you encounter any issues, call us directly via radio. Yes. Tang Ming took the map, saluted, and departed. After Tang Ming's figure vanished into the jungle, Grey Wolf expressed some concern. High school team, after all. Tang Ming is just a rookie and lacks experience in exercise combat. Do you think he can manage alone? Tu Lang also shared his worries. Indeed. This exercise area spans over 200 miles, with a complex terrain that conceals various dangers. If something were to happen to him, he would have no comrades nearby to assist. The high school team replied, that is not for us to worry about. Special forces are meant to be the gods of jungle warfare. Since he is one of us in Wolf Fong, he must master this skill. If one cannot even surmount a slightly complex environment, it merely signifies that he is unworthy of being one of us. The Grey Wolf nodded, offering no further commentary. After scrutinizing the map, Tang Ming discerned that it merely depicted several red dots, representing ordinary field troops. The command centers of the Black Tiger Special Forces, led by Lei Keming, and the Blue Army were conspicuously absent. By initially providing a few points of reference, the intention was to facilitate a swift engagement between both sides. Naturally, the units that could be disclosed were primarily those often referred to as cannon fodder. Thus, neither Tang Ming nor the Lone Wolf squad would participate. For what if they were encircled by the enemy? Tang Ming followed the mapped route, directly penetrating the Blue Army's territory while conducting reconnaissance with caution. The primary objective was to capture the Blue Army's commander, while the secondary missions involved eliminating Lei Keming and dismantling 3 mechanized brigades. Mechanized units are those equipped with tanks, armored vehicles, and heavy weaponry, rather than mere infantry or automotive field troops. This presented a considerable challenge for Tang Ming. Among his arsenal were a rifle, a sniper rifle, a handgun, a communication radio, a portable satellite computer, and various auxiliary equipment, essential gear for a versatile lone operative. Had he been engaged in team operations like Zhuang Yin and his comrades, with a defined group identity, carrying such an extensive array of equipment would have added unnecessary burden. Upon entering the Blue Army's domain, Tang Ming concealed himself behind a relatively hidden hillside, retrieving his portable satellite computer in hopes of locating nearby Blue Army forces. Only exceptionally skilled computer experts could utilize a portable satellite computer to ascertain enemy positions through military satellite networks within the entire Wolf Fong unit. It seemed only Li Ying and Tang Ming possessed such capability, which is why High Command entrusted this advanced equipment to him. Tang Ming diligently manipulated the computer, attempting to intercept signals from the Blue Army's satellite communications, while he could identify the locations of Blue Army units. This was typically limited to a range of no more than 10 kilometers. Beyond that, the signals weakened considerably, making interception exceedingly difficult. Ah, I found one. Soon. Tang Ming captured a signal from the Blue Army, silently intercepting their communication. A tank-armored regiment. Tang Ming's eyes lit up. This was precisely one of the side missions he needed to accomplish. Located 8 kilometers to the northeast of his current position. Without hesitation, Tang Ming stowed away his computer and swiftly headed northeast. As he approached the armored brigade of the Blue Army, halting at a mere 500 meters, he nestled himself among the grass, immediately employing his camouflage skills to blend seamlessly with the surrounding foliage. His keen eagle-eye ability had detected the presence of 2 sentinels lurking over 200 meters ahead. Typically, areas where troops are stationed are surrounded by numerous hidden or visible sentries to thwart any enemy incursions. Glancing at his watch, Tang Ming noted that it was already past 4 in the afternoon. The daylight was not conducive to combat. He resolved to wait for the cloak of night to descend. Chapter 50. Annihilating a fully staffed armored infantry brigade at last. As darkness enveloped the landscape and obscured the light, Tang Ming initiated his operation. He utilized his eagle eye to lock onto a sentinel who had just completed his shift. Those who serve as independent sentinels are usually seasoned veterans, either non-commissioned officers or junior officers, while privates typically accompany experienced soldiers as visible sentries. The target of Tang Ming's focus was a first-class non-commissioned officer, presumably in his 5th year of service. This officer, highly vigilant, lay concealed in the underbrush, scrutinizing his surroundings. However, despite being part of an armored field unit, there exists a noticeable gap in reconnaissance capabilities compared to specialized reconnaissance troops and special forces. After scanning the vicinity several times and finding no apparent threats, his guard began to lower. Unbeknownst to him, Tang Ming had silently maneuvered behind him, employing his camouflage and climbing skills. With a swift and decisive strike, he executed a flying chop to the back of the officer's neck, rendering him unconscious. Tang Ming was acutely aware that the resolve of conventional troops pales in comparison to that of special forces. Often, even when silently dispatched, they might, in a misguided attempt to uphold their unit's honor, shout out and launch an attack, disregarding the rules of engagement. Such a scenario could prove perilous. Even if he were to be incapacitated, the adversary might refuse to acknowledge the situation, leaving him to bear the consequences. The directing body had not yet developed the capability to investigate such minor incidents thoroughly. Thus, it was prudent to incapacitate him entirely. Tang Ming swiftly donned the officer's uniform, adjusted it, and stealthily infiltrated their tank-armored unit. In mountainous regions, twilight descends rapidly, while it may take until 6 o'clock for darkness to settle in the plains. By 5:30 in the mountains, sunlight is scarcely visible. Dinner time, during summer, typically falls around 6 o'clock. Consequently, the cooking team was still in the midst of preparing the evening meal. Clad in the tank crew's camouflage, Tang Ming seamlessly entered the kitchen area. The personnel in an armored regiment are fewer in number compared to that of a mechanized infantry or a pure infantry regiment. Typically, a company consists of merely a few dozen individuals, unlike the 100 soldiers that constitute a pure infantry regiment. Consequently, the total strength of an entire regiment amounts to just over 1,000 individuals. During exercises, for the sake of convenience, the cooking teams of a single battalion prepare meals collectively. Tang Ming entered one of the cooking teams, offered a simple salute to the head cook, and remarked with a smile, "Hello, chef. I am the communications officer for Chief Wang from the regiment. My surname is Tang. Chief Wang has been experiencing some gastrointestinal discomfort lately and has asked me to visit the cooking teams of each battalion to see if there are suitable meals for him." The head cook, realizing Tang's identity, exclaimed, "Ah, you are Chief Wang's communications officer. Pleased to meet you." However, he had no knowledge of who Chief Wang was. As there were numerous officers within the regiment, and the regiment's staff comprised 7 or 8 members, each with different surnames, he was oblivious to the identities of these officers, let alone their communications personnel. Naturally, he had no inkling of Tang Ming's true identity in their eyes. Who would possess the audacity to impersonate a member of the command staff? Nevertheless, in both civilian life and the military, personnel from administrative units represent a form of minor authority. Even a non-commissioned officer would receive a warm reception from the company commander and political instructor when visiting a unit. And thus, the cooks dared not treat him with indifference. The head cook continued, "Officer Tang, take a look at our meals here. We have 1 or 2 dishes left to finish before we can serve dinner. If you see anything suitable, let me know, and I'll prepare it for you. If nothing is to your liking, you can ask Chief Wang what he desires, and I can make it for him." "Very well, I will take a look first. Please carry on with your work. There's no need to concern yourself with me." Tang Ming replied cheerfully, "Of course, Officer Tang, take your time." The head cook responded before turning back to his cooking. Meanwhile, Tang Ming wandered about, and when the cooks were momentarily distracted, he discreetly added the white powder he had in hand into the soup of the dishes, stirring it with a spoon. The cooks assumed Tang Ming was merely inspecting the quality of the food and paid no attention to his actions. Afterward, Tang Ming informed the head cook that none of the dishes were suitable and proceeded to the next battalion's cooking team. The white powder he had introduced was, in fact, a potent laxative they had prepared in advance for the exercise. After receiving a task from the system, Tang Ming had even requested additional supplies from the medic to be prepared for unforeseen circumstances. Now, the moment had finally arrived to utilize it, employing the same method. Tang Ming also introduced laxatives into the meals at the cooking teams of 2 other battalions, swiftly concealing himself afterward. Now, he awaited their dinner. Finally, 20 minutes later, the signal sounded, and each battalion began organizing the soldiers for their evening meal. Upon witnessing this scene, Tang Ming smiled briefly before departing. The fate of the armored battalion was already sealed. While it may not be an absolute certainty that every soldier would suffer from the effects of laxatives, there was undoubtedly an over 80% likelihood. According to the exercise regulations, if a battalion loses 3/4 of its combat effectiveness, it is deemed a failure and must withdraw from the exercise. Ding! Half an hour after Tang Ming's departure, a voice resonated in his mind. Congratulations, host, on incapacitating a fully equipped mechanized armored infantry battalion. Please continue your efforts. Chapter 51. I do not converse with the dead. What is the current situation? At the command center of the Black Tiger Special Forces, Lei Kuming was engrossed in a book while listening to Peking opera. Upon closer inspection, one could hardly perceive him as a special operations officer. Rather, he resembled an artist. Yet, no one dared to question his prowess in operational command. Just moments ago, one of our armored battalions was neutralized by a soldier from the Wolf Fong Special Forces. A lieutenant colonel rushed to report to Lei Kuming. This Wolf Fong soldier infiltrated our Blue Army, mingling with the cooking team to administer laxatives. More than 3/4 of the armored battalion fell victim to debilitating diarrhea, rendering them combat ineffective. The directing authority has declared them defeated, and they have withdrawn from the exercise. Lei Kuming displayed no hint of surprise. Instead, he smiled faintly and remarked, "Indeed, the speed of the Wolf Fong is quite commendable. It seems the team has invested considerable effort in this area over the years." "What of our various special teams?" inquired the lieutenant colonel. "They have infiltrated multiple sectors of the Red Army, preparing for diverse sabotage operations." "Excellent. Let us see whether the soldiers of the Wolf Fong Special Forces are truly superior or if my Black Tiger Special Forces possess greater prowess." Soon enough, Tang Ming located their second armored base. To his delight, it turned out to be the Blue Army's Aviation Brigade. At this moment, it was already past 1 in the morning. Administering laxatives was no longer feasible, but he could attempt to seize control of their operational duty room and commandeer an armed helicopter laden with weaponry. Quickly, Tang Ming discovered numerous hidden sentinels on the periphery. He employed his camouflage and climbing skills to approach stealthily, incapacitating each one and marking their necks with lipstick. After neutralizing all the sentinels, Tang Ming cautiously made his way toward their operational duty room. Although it was the dead of night, the exercise meant that while most soldiers and officers were resting, some training officers remained on duty in the operational room. At that moment, in the operational duty room, there was a lieutenant colonel accompanied by 2 majors and 2 technicians operating computers and instruments. Throughout the camp, 2 or 3 groups were patrolling the area. In the dim light, they were utterly oblivious to Tang Ming, who skillfully concealed himself. Silently, he crept beside their command tent. And once he ascertained that the 3 patrol teams were distracted, he executed a swift roll and leaped into the tent. In that fleeting moment of entry, Tang Ming had already drawn his pistol, firing at the 5 Blue Army officers who were yet to comprehend the situation. Thanks to the silencer affixed to his handgun, the outside world remained unaware of the commotion. It was only when wisps of smoke emanated from the bodies of the 5 that they finally reacted. The colonel, incensed, was about to vocalize his outrage when Tang Ming coldly interjected, "Sir, you are all out of the game. I trust you will adhere to the exercise rules and remain perfectly still. Otherwise, I shall promptly report this to the commanding authority and hold you accountable." The 5 exchanged glances, a collective sigh escaping them. With such a declaration from Tang Ming, any breach of the rules would likely result in severe repercussions. He approached the technicians, instructing one to rise while he took a seat at the satellite computer. "What are you doing?" the colonel's aide demanded, his expression shifting to one of alarm. Without turning, Tang Ming replied icily, "I do not converse with the deceased." Swiftly, he began to tap away at the satellite computer, leveraging their radar reconnaissance system to ascertain the positions of nearby Blue Army units. Regrettably, he could only detect a semi-mechanized infantry regiment and a pure infantry regiment, situated over 30 kilometers from the Air Cavalry Brigade's encampment. Tang Ming then commenced deciphering their command operations, issuing orders to the various air cavalry squadrons located several hundred meters away, instructing them to proceed with carpet bombing of the 2 infantry regiments. Each operation order required a password, yet for someone of Tang Ming's caliber and computer proficiency, breaking their coded directives was a trivial task. He recalled that in a television series, the Lone Wolf team had employed a similar strategy to eliminate the Blue Army Special Forces Command. Moreover, it seemed that the Air Cavalry Brigade was involved as well. However, the Blue Army had only one Air Cavalry Brigade, and it appeared that he had usurped the Lone Wolf team's mission. In such information-centric units, commands issued through communication networks with coded instructions were of the highest order. Once the executing forces received the orders, they would mobilize immediately. Similarly, the orders disseminated within the Blue Army Command were fundamentally alike, seldom relying on voice commands via satellite radios. This was due to the simplicity of radio communication frequencies, which could be easily intercepted by adversaries, potentially compromising their plans and revealing their positions. Commands relayed directly through the internal communications network of satellite computers can significantly minimize the risk of detection by enemy forces. In his orders, Tang Ming indicated that these two infantry regiments had fallen under the control of the Red Army, instructing for immediate bombardment while prohibiting any communication until the assault was complete to avoid detection. Subsequently, Tang Ming severed the communication channel. The lieutenant colonel and his 4 companions were left in astonishment at how effortlessly Tang Ming had decrypted their coded instructions. Upon receiving his orders, their expressions shifted dramatically. If the entire aviation brigade were to mobilize against these 2 regiments, the casualties would be devastatingly swift, leading to their immediate withdrawal from the exercise. Is it truly the case that your Wolfang unit is this formidable? The lieutenant colonel could not restrain himself from inquiring. Tang Ming gestured to his insignia with a smile, replying, "No, I am the least impressive. Did you not see? I am but a rookie." Meanwhile, a score of armed helicopters swiftly took off, fully loaded with munitions. The commander of the grounded aviation brigade, alerted by the commotion, hastily rose and summoned a guard to inquire about the situation. However, the guard was equally uninformed, compelling him to hastily don his attire. Upon exiting, he discovered that several aviation squadrons had already departed to execute the bombardment against the 2 infantry regiments. Why was there no notification of this operation? The brigade commander demanded as he rushed into the command tent. Yet before he could finish, 2 silenced gunshots echoed, and he and his guard fell, each struck down by Tang Ming. It was only at that moment that he managed to utter his final words. What in the world is happening? The brigade commander was left in a state of utter confusion. The lieutenant colonel sighed wryly. What else could it be? Our command post has been overrun by Wolfang Special Forces. The brigade commander gasped. So our aviation brigade is to bombard our own Blue Force infantry regiments? He nearly collapsed under the weight of the realization. His career was effectively over, an entire aviation brigade compromised by a single Wolfang operative, leading to the annihilation of 2 allied regiments, a blunder monumental enough to warrant premature retirement. My apologies, esteemed officers. Farewell, Tang Ming waved as he swiftly exited the command tent. The orders had been issued, and his presence there was now superfluous. Quick, recall all squads that have been dispatched. The brigade commander commanded the lieutenant colonel. But we have already been eliminated. The lieutenant colonel hesitated. That is of no consequence. I will bear all responsibility. Hurry. The brigade commander barked through gritted teeth. The 2 technicians swiftly took their seats, only to discover that the entire system had collapsed. Report. The system is down. It appeared that the Wolfang Special Forces had intentionally incapacitated it before their departure, likely to prevent us from contacting the squad to execute combat orders. We shall communicate via satellite radio. However, after numerous attempts, the 2 technicians received no response. It's futile, the colonel remarked with a bitter smile. He specifically stated in the coded instructions to sever all radio communications before the mission's completion. The captain exclaimed, "What on earth?" Chapter 53. How could I miss such amusement? News of the 2 infantry regiments being obliterated reached both the Blue Army and Red Army command centers with great swiftness. The Blue Army command promptly issued orders for all units to enhance their nighttime defensive measures to thwart any infiltration by the Wolfang Special Team, which posed an even greater threat of destruction. Similarly, the Red Army command relayed an identical directive. Despite the persistent sabotage conducted by the Wolfang Special Team deep within the Blue Army's rear, the Black Tiger Special Unit had also dispatched their own teams, engaging in similar disruptive actions within the Red Army's territory. Thus, on this front, both sides were evenly matched. Inside the headquarters of the Black Tiger Special Unit, Lei Ming, after hearing the report detailing the damage inflicted by the Wolfang Special Team on their Blue Army forces, could not help but smirk coldly. He gazed intently at the pale moonlight outside, contemplating the idea of publicly disclosing the Black Tiger Unit's communications and their position. What? The face of his subordinate? A lieutenant colonel shifted in concern. Commander Lei Ming, that's reckless. Lei Ming waved his hand dismissively. If they wish to play, then let us engage them in an exhilarating game. You strike me, and I shall return the blow. That's merely child's play, devoid of interest. I intend to make it clear. If you strike me, I will take your head. If you seek to sever my head, I shall be the one to strike first. Thus, no one would dare to challenge him again. After issuing his commands, Ming promptly organized the special forces within the command to lay in ambush around their vicinity. He was acutely aware that once their position was made known, the Wolf Fong special team would inevitably come sniffing around. Even if they knew it was a trap, they would find ways to eliminate them. This was, after all, a confrontation between special forces. Ming simply employed the most straightforward method to provoke direct engagement between the two units. Before long, due to the lack of encryption in the Black Tiger unit's radio communications, their position was deliberately revealed, and both reconnaissance teams of the Wolf Fong swiftly intercepted this information. However, they now found themselves behind enemy lines of the Blue Army, hesitant to establish radio contact for fear of detection. This is a trap. After careful analysis, the expressions of the high school team grew serious. The Grey Wolf remarked, "What shall we do? Since we understand this is a trap, the Lone Wolf team is surely aware as well. If they act recklessly, they might fall victim to the Black Tiger Brigade. Yet, we are uncertain if they will take action." The high school team pondered briefly. "Based on my understanding of them, even if they recognize it as a trap, they will likely attempt to proceed. This presents an opportunity, our only opportunity at present. However, we cannot allow them to take that risk." Before the high school team could finish, Grey Wolf interjected, "So you intend for us to act first, to set a trap for them. If we succeed, they will be out of danger. But if we fail, they will grasp the peril of the trap and refrain from further risks." The high school team smiled, recognizing a kindred spirit in Grey Wolf. "Very well, let us proceed. Prepare for action." Indeed, as the high school team had anticipated, the Lone Wolf team convened once more. They too had intercepted radio communications regarding the Black Tiger Brigade, likely an attempt to lure them in. "Let us make a decision. Shall we go?" Geng Jihui inquired, his voice grave. After a moment of silence, Zhuang Yin replied, "I believe it is worth a try." Song Kaifei shook his head, stating, "I think they have laid a meticulous trap. Going there would be akin to walking into the lion's den. I do not recommend it." Zheng Sampao added, "But if we do not go and fail to eliminate their command center, our rear will continue to suffer significant damage. Rather than that, we might as well take a chance. If we can dismantle their command center, even if we are ultimately defeated, we will still hold our heads high." Sure Daffin concurred. "I agree with him. Fortune favors the brave. This exercise is fundamentally a confrontation with the Black Tiger Brigade, and we will face them sooner or later. Why not confront them head-on?" Xiangzi also expressed his agreement. With 5 out of 6 in favor, Song Kaifei reluctantly acquiesced, and the group swiftly made their way to the command center of the Black Tiger Brigade. Meanwhile, in another sector, Tang Ming had also detected this information. "Surely, the Lone Wolf teams have already moved in by now," he mused with a smile. "Such an exhilarating event could not unfold without my involvement. I shall join in." Chapter 54. Tang Ming arrives. Tang Ming raced toward the direction he had deduced was the location of the Black Tiger Brigade's command center. However, he was still over 20 kilometers away from where the high school team and Zhuang Yin were positioned. As he pressed forward, the night had fully descended. At that moment, the high school team and the Lone Wolf group had already initiated their operation, stealthily approaching the vicinity of the Black Tiger Brigade's command center. As they approached the various tents of the command center, a dozen ambushed Black Tiger special forces suddenly emerged, surrounding them entirely. In an instant, several members of the high school team were subdued. In the television drama, the high school team took the lead and ventured into danger deliberately to provide an opportunity for the Lone Wolf team, placing all their hopes on Zhuang Yin and his companions. In this regard, the plot remained unchanged, save for the addition of Tang Ming. "This is bad. It's the high school team. They've been captured." More than 1,000 meters away, on a high ground, Song Kaifei observed the scene through binoculars, his expression changing markedly. It was indeed a trap. Xiangzi spoke in a low voice. "If even the high school team had no means of resistance upon entering, we would only be walking to our demise." This time, no one opposed Xiangzi's words, nor did anyone dare to suggest charging in to confront the Black Tiger squad. "We must retreat." Team leader Geng Jihui gritted his teeth and spoke firmly. "Retreat? Are we not going to rescue the high school team?" Zhuang Yin exclaimed anxiously. "Rescue? How?" "Inside lies a den of dragons and tigers. It's like Ming. The traps are numerous. Even the high school team had no chance to fire their weapons before being subdued. What other outcome could we expect from entering?" Geng Jihui said solemnly. "Do not forget our mission. Retreat." Everyone understood the difficulty of attempting to enter, eliminate Like Ming's, and rescue the high school team. With other tasks at hand, they had no choice but to withdraw. Meanwhile, within the command camp of the Black Tiger squad, Like Ming emerged, looking at the high school team with a hint of surprise in his eyes. "Old Gao, it has been a long time," Like Ming remarked. The high school team replied with a forced smile. "Indeed, it has been quite a while." Like Ming continued, "I am quite curious about what kind of special operations team is worthy of your old soldiers sacrificing themselves as bait." The Grey Wolves of the high school team exchanged knowing glances, assuring him, "Trust me, they will appear in ways you cannot imagine." and then make you question the very meaning of life. Very well. I shall await this. Let us see whether your Wolf Fong A's team is superior or my Black Tiger squad. Without further ado, Ming waved his hand, ordering the high school team members to be taken away and temporarily detained. Maintain vigilance for further ambushes. There may be other Wolf Fong teams approaching. Ming commanded his subordinates. Understood. An hour later, a figure finally appeared at the reconnaissance position previously occupied by the Lone Wolf team. Tang Ming's keen eyes quickly discerned that someone had indeed been here. From the footprints above, it was evident that Zhuang Yin and his companions had passed this way. Tang Ming scanned the surroundings of the Black Tiger Squad command camp. All was tranquil, without a trace of battle. It appears that the formidable Doghead and his companions have been captured, and Xiao Zhuang and his team have retreated, Tang Ming mused. With keen precision, he scanned the surroundings with his eagle eye and soon detected numerous concealed snipers, observers, sentinels, and various traps such as landmines. Very well, they have all departed. Now it is my turn to take the stage. A subtle smile curved Tang Ming's lips. Chapter 55. A commotion at the Black Tiger Brigade's headquarters. After stealthily advancing 300 meters, Tang Ming finally came to a halt. The radar indicated the presence of 2 sentinels lurking 50 meters to his left and right, at the entrance of the Black Tiger Brigade's camp. 4 fully armed guards stood vigilant. Inside, a small team from the Black Tiger Brigade was engaged in overlapping patrols. Having thoroughly assessed the enemy situation, Tang Ming employed his camouflage and crawling skills to approach one of the sentinels. Utilizing his eagle eye skill, Tang Ming locked onto the Black Tiger Special Forces soldier and silently maneuvered behind him. Like a venomous serpent, he was utterly silent. The darkness cloaked his form perfectly, rendering him undetectable. The sentinel remained oblivious until, with a chilling blade poised at his throat, he was jolted into awareness. Do not move. You are already dead. Please adhere to the exercise rules. Tang Ming whispered ominously. The Black Tiger Special Forces soldier, taken aback, struggled to find his voice, gradually lowering his weapon. His face a mask of terror as he turned to face Tang Ming. What the hell are you? A ghost? You made no sound. I nearly wet myself. His voice trembled with fear, clearly shaken by Tang Ming's sudden appearance. Tang Ming grinned. I am indeed human. However, when it comes to crawling and concealment, I surpass even the most spectral of beings. Remain still. You are essentially a corpse now. After issuing another warning, he pivoted and crawled toward the next sentinel. Watching Tang Ming's eerie crawling technique, the incapacitated Black Tiger Special Forces soldier gaped in astonishment. When did the Wolf Fong unit produce such a master of crawling skills? Soon, Tang Ming reached the rear of the next sentinel. Just as effortlessly as he dealt with the first, he dispatched this sentinel as well. Following that, he eliminated 7 more sentinels and 3 snipers, rendering all enemies within several hundred meters silently subdued. Once these threats were neutralized, Tang Ming's gaze fell upon the headquarters of the Black Tiger Brigade. Inside, dozens of individuals were present. Aside from the patrolling squad, the rest were at rest. Meanwhile, the high-ranking team found themselves bound within a steel enclosure. Ming and the other commanders of the Black Tiger Brigade were engrossed in strategizing within their tent, utterly oblivious to the fact that all the concealed sentinels and snipers outside had been eliminated by Tang Ming. Subsequently, Tang Ming stealthily advanced towards their command center. In a short span, he found himself 50 meters from the entrance, where he employed his keen eyesight and radar system to meticulously survey the interior. After confirming the headcount, he noted that there were a total of 58 Special Forces operatives remaining in the Black Tiger Brigade's headquarters. 4 guards were stationed at the entrance, with 2 additional sentinels beyond the iron bars surrounding the high school team. The command center was fortified with over 3 meters of barbed wire, each direction equipped with surveillance cameras, presenting a formidable defense. Should anyone approach, they would be immediately detected by the cameras. And numerous vigilant Special Forces operatives made evading their watch nearly impossible. Given such robust defenses in the presence of over 50 Black Tiger operatives, rescuing anyone from their grasp would necessitate an assault by at least a fully staffed battalion of 300 men to stand a chance. The only course of action available to Tang Ming was to utilize his skills in camouflage and keen vision to execute a nighttime sniping operation, eliminating them all, without hesitation. As darkness enveloped the surroundings, Tang Ming prepared to act swiftly. He fixed his gaze on the 4 guards at the entrance, then retrieved a grenade, hurling it towards them with urgency. A resounding thud echoed as the grenade landed at their feet. The 4 Special Forces operatives were struck by panic upon sighting the explosive. Danger! Grenade! Take cover! One shouted. In a desperate bid, one of the operatives lunged toward the grenade, using his body to shield it. Meanwhile, the other 3 swiftly executed evasive maneuvers, leaping away from the imminent blast. A muffled explosion resonated. The operative who had sacrificed himself was instantly eliminated, a plume of white smoke rising from his form. Enemy attack! Everyone, take cover and alert the others to prepare for battle, bellowed one of the remaining operatives. Yet, Scarcely had he finished speaking when a bullet struck his chest, and he too was enveloped in a cloud of white smoke, eliminated in an instant. The commotion at the entrance soon captured the attention of those inside, prompting an increasing number of Special Forces operatives to converge towards the doorway. The two sentinels at the entrance also detected Tang Ming's position. 9 o'clock. Position compromised. Tang Ming instantly retracted his weapon and, without hesitation, darted into the forest. Bullets whizzed perilously close to his heels as he fled. Mere moments after his departure, the area he had just vacated erupted in a cacophony of gunfire, as countless rounds were unleashed upon that spot. Indeed, the prowess of the Black Tiger personnel is remarkable, as they possess exceptional reconnaissance abilities, able to ascertain their precise location merely by the sound of gunfire. Tang Ming reflected as he ran, thankful for his swift retreat. Had he delayed by even a second longer, he feared he would have fallen victim to those pursuing him. Chapter 56, Rescue of the High School Team. What is happening? The Wolf Fong team has arrived? In the command room, Li Ming stood up. Report. It appears that individuals from the Wolf Fong have approached, though their numbers remain uncertain. The 4 guards stationed at the entrance have already been eliminated. The major reported to Li Ming. Uncertain of their numbers? What about our scouts and snipers? Li Ming narrowed his eyes. We've called for them, but there has been no response. They are likely incapacitated, the major replied solemnly. Li Ming was momentarily taken aback. Then his eyes narrowed even further. He had not anticipated the prowess of this particular squad from the Wolf Fong. It is no wonder the high school team would willingly sacrifice themselves to protect them. With a cold smirk, Li Ming thought. But what does it matter how formidable you are? Do you truly believe you can dismantle the command center of my Black Tiger Brigade? Relay the orders. Initiate a siege against the encroaching Wolf Fong commandos. They must be nearby. We cannot allow them to escape. Yes. The major seized his weapon and dashed out swiftly. In an instant, dozens of elite soldiers from the Black Tiger Brigade surged forth under the major's command, forming groups of 3 as they rapidly plunged into the jungle, pursuing the position where Tang Ming had recently appeared. What is going on? The high school team, including Grey Wolf, was momentarily taken aback. Surely the Lone Wolf squad hasn't recklessly charged in? Grey Wolf wore a worried expression. The high school team, however, furrowed their brows slightly. That seems unlikely. While the Lone Wolf squad possesses immense potential and is known for their unorthodox tactics, you have witnessed the defensive measures in place here. We encountered no resistance on our way. It was impossible for those youngsters to breach the vicinity of this base, let alone eliminate 4 of our men. They lack the capability. But who else could it be? Grey Wolf questioned, puzzled. The high school team turned to Grey Wolf, a faint smile gracing their lips. Though they remained silent, the smile on their face sparked a realization in Grey Wolf's mind. Tang Ming, that young man, he has arrived, Grey Wolf exclaimed. The high school team smirked. Given that we can detect the communication signals of the Black Tiger Brigade, there is no way Tang Ming, with his astuteness, would fail to notice. What we cannot achieve, he may very well accomplish. With his stealth capabilities, the scouts of the Black Tiger Brigade will indeed find it challenging to detect him. Can he manage alone? Grey Wolf expressed concern. The high school team sighed softly. Contemplating the situation, the outcome rests solely on him. This lad has never let us down. Let us hope that this time will be no exception. Everyone, remain vigilant and cautious. The fact that the enemy has reached the front gate indicates that our sentries and snipers outside have already been eliminated. This individual possesses exceptional skills in stealth and reconnaissance, and he is likely a marksman. Do not let your guard down. We cannot afford to stumble in the shadows. A major spoke in a grave tone. Maintain a distance of no more than 20 meters between squads as we track his escape route. Indeed, although Tang Ming is adept at camouflage and infiltration, in such a critical moment, it is impossible for him to evacuate without leaving a trace. Moreover, retreating at such a rapid pace is beyond even the most elite special forces. The major led his men, following the trail left by Tang Ming. Before long, they discovered the 2 sentries they had lost. The 2 men sat there with their weapons, displaying expressions of despair. The major, momentarily at a loss for words, looked at them. Black Hawk, I'm afraid we're done for. One of them remarked with a bitter smile. Who could they possibly be? With your skills, you shouldn't have been taken down so easily. Black Hawk inquired. The Black Tiger Special Forces soldier shook his head. Black Hawk, we have been eliminated, so I am unable to divulge further information. I can only say that this individual is formidable. His crawling abilities are the most impressive I have ever witnessed. Discussing anything further would be against protocol. Black Hawk understood, nodded solemnly, and refrained from pressing further. Continue the pursuit. At this moment, Tang Ming had ceased his flight. He did not intend to run indefinitely. With dozens of pursuers trailing him across the mountains, he could not afford to prolong the chase. Instead, he circled around and turned back towards the Black Tiger command post. This was a strategic maneuver to draw the enemy away from their stronghold. With his speed, He could exploit this opportunity to return to the Black Tiger base, eliminate Tang Ming and his associates, and subsequently rescue the high school team. Even though Black Hawk was pursuing him with over 30 Black Tiger Special Forces, there remained more than 20 Special Forces personnel at the Black Tiger base. However, they were relatively dispersed. Some were on guard around the perimeter, others were protecting Tang Ming and the operations staff inside the command post, while some were monitoring the captured high school team members. The remainder were stationed behind the defensive positions of their base, maintaining vigilance. Tang Ming scanned his surroundings and ultimately resolved to first eliminate the 2 Black Tiger Special Forces guarding the high school team, thereby freeing them. Chapter 57. Drawing the tiger from its mountain, Tang Ming swiftly crawled behind the iron fence, which was constructed from extremely sharp barbed wire. The high school team, consisting of 7 members, found themselves securely bound, utterly incapable of self-rescue. Each of them, trained as special forces, was acutely aware of their mutual prowess and thus would not allow themselves to be easily freed or escape. The iron enclosure was relatively modest, approximately 80 square meters, with fully armed soldiers patrolling the front and back. The other Black Panther commandos maintained their vigilance, occasionally glancing in their direction but ultimately focusing on their designated posts. Tang Ming stealthily approached the front of one of the Black Panther commandos, camouflaging himself within a patch of grass. The Black Tiger commando, oblivious to the presence just 2 meters away, remained unaware. Once Tang Ming confirmed that the other Black Tiger commando was distracted, he sprang into action. He swiftly covered the Black Panther commando's mouth with one hand while the other gripped his face, gently twisting until the commando succumbed to unconsciousness. This scene did not escape the notice of the high school team, although the vigilant Black Tiger commando, facing another direction, remained oblivious. The situation nearly compelled the wolf to call out, but he was swiftly silenced by a sharp jab from his teammates. He quickly clamped his mouth shut, his eyes darting anxiously towards the other Black Tiger commando. Meanwhile, Tang Ming advanced towards another Black Panther commando at a rapid pace. Just as the Black Tiger commando turned to assess the situation, a shadow lunged at him, knocking him to the ground. A hand pressed firmly over his mouth, stifling any sound. The Black Tiger commando, startled, attempted to resist, only to feel the chilling pressure of a military knife resting against his throat. "Veteran, you are finished. Adhere to the exercise protocols." Tang Ming's voice echoed in his ear. The commando was left bewildered, especially upon seeing Tang Ming's rank insignia. He was merely a recruit. How could a newcomer possess such skill to infiltrate undetected and launch a surprise attack? It was utterly astonishing. Without further ado, Tang Ming swiftly dragged the commando to a concealed spot and promptly unlocked the iron gate, liberating his high school teammates. "Tang Ming, are you the only one?" the gray wolf exclaimed with excitement. "Yes," Tang Ming nodded, urging his comrades to swiftly remove the equipment of the 2 individuals and divert the enemy's firepower while he dealt with them. "You little rascal, it's your turn now," he declared, his expression mirroring that of his superior, who was equally relieved. Soon, the group stealthily made their exit. Just as they had all slipped away, a patrolling team inside finally caught sight of the unfolding situation. "This is bad. The captives have been rescued. There are Wolf Fong's special forces among them. Sound the alarm." In an instant, the entire command base erupted with alarm bells, prompting the remaining 20 or so special forces to surge towards the scene. However, by this time, Tang Ming and his team had already plunged into the heart of the jungle. Rek Ming, accompanied by 2 advisors, emerged with grim expressions, barking orders. "What are you all doing? The enemy has infiltrated and rescued our people, and you failed to notice. Pursue them. They are unarmed. We cannot allow them to escape." "Yes," responded a major advisor, gesturing decisively. "Teams 1, 2, and 3, follow me. Team 4, stay behind to protect Tiger Head." With that, the major led 20 Black Tiger special forces in pursuit of Tang Ming's fleeing team, while the remaining few stayed back to safeguard Rek Ming. "Damn it." Rek Ming slammed his fist down on the table, his face darkening. "I am well aware of the capabilities of those Wolf Fong special operations teams. They do not possess such stealth and assault prowess. So who, then, was behind this ambush?" The remaining lieutenant colonel furrowed his brow, suggesting, "This year, Wolf Fong conducted a new recruit selection. Could it be a rookie team?" Rek Ming narrowed his eyes slightly. "Are you implying that a newly established rookie special operations team possesses the capability to take down our seasoned Black Tiger operatives?" The lieutenant colonel remained silent, sharing his skepticism. Yet, the current situation left them uncertain about the existing capabilities of Wolf Fong. They had once believed that the Lone Wolf Assault Team was the pinnacle of special operations. But now, their command base had faced repeated assaults, with captives rescued, while they had yet to apprehend the assailants. This was ample proof that the attackers indeed surpassed them in strength. "What is the situation with Black Hawk?" Rek Ming inquired of the 3 nearby technicians. One of the captain technicians replied, "We have notified Black Hawk of the situation. They are en route to assist in the pursuit of the captives. However, After pursuing for several kilometers, they have found no trace of the Wolfang team and suspect it might be a diversion tactic. Upon hearing this, Ming and the lieutenant colonel's faces darkened further. Tiger Head, our position has been completely compromised. We have no defenses left. We must retreat. Or they could return at any moment, suggested the lieutenant colonel. Ming finally sighed, expressing his astonishment. I never anticipated that after these years of not dealing with the Wolfang, they have become so formidable. Let us proceed to our second temporary command post. With that, Ming and his companions swiftly donned their gear and exited the tent, hastily boarding their vehicle. Chapter 58. Who is so powerful? However, just as they entered the vehicle, before the driver could close the door or roll up the windows, a gunshot rang out. The sound of the bullet striking the driver's helmet was sharp, followed by a thick plume of white smoke enveloping him. At that moment, a grenade was precisely tossed into the vehicle. Grenade! Get out! Ming, seated in the back, kicked the door open and rolled out in a desperate escape. Unfortunately, the major officer lacked such agility. Before he could exit, the grenade exploded, taking both him and the vehicle with it. Having narrowly escaped, Ming executed a roll and took refuge behind a nearby obstacle. Meanwhile, the 4th Special Operations Team had already disembarked from another vehicle, unleashing a barrage of gunfire towards the direction of the sounds emanating from the jungle. In the darkness, the gunfire echoed from the thick underbrush several dozen meters away, making it nearly impossible for them to locate the enemy's position in such a brief span of time. Black Hawk! Black Hawk! The Tiger Head is under attack. Return immediately, came the urgent calls over the radio from the 4th team. Received. Acknowledged. They responded. The sound of gunfire continued to reverberate throughout the area. In the distance, Tang Ming fired a single shot, then refrained from firing again. Following the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd teams in pursuit of the captured enemy, the Black Hawk's expression darkened upon receiving this information. Damn it! Another diversion tactic. Hurry! Return to the base, he bellowed. In an instant, 30 Special Forces soldiers began their hurried retreat. Meanwhile, the major officer, accompanied by 3 special operations teams, also sought to withdraw. However, the senior team suddenly emerged, launching a direct assault against them. Hold them off. Buy Tang Ming some more time, the senior team commanded. They were not without weaponry. During their previous rescue, Tang Ming had strategically equipped them with arms concealed in the jungle. These weapons belonged to the sentinels and snipers he had eliminated. Under attack, the major officer and his 3 special operations teams found themselves momentarily immobilized, forced to confront the senior team before they could retreat. Back at the Black Tiger Brigade's headquarters, the 4th Special Operations Team formed a protective perimeter around Ming, remaining vigilant and observant of their surroundings. Tang Ming operated from the shadows, while they remained in the light. Given Tang Ming's previous display of stealth, they were acutely aware of the potency of his concealment techniques. Finding his location proves to be an arduous task. For the time being, they can only wait for the main force to return before daring to take any action. Ming never anticipated that as the commander of the formidable Black Tiger Brigade, he would be compelled to such a dire state by the elite soldiers of Wolfang. Throughout this ordeal, they have not even glimpsed the enemy, yet they have already suffered the loss of over a dozen men. Are these Wolfang soldiers phantoms? Their concealment skills are astonishingly adept. Even the tactical master Ming finds himself at a loss when confronted by the lurking Tang Ming. Bang! At that moment, while they remained vigilant, attempting to ascertain Tang Ming's position, yet another gunshot rang out. One of their comrades was struck in the head, eliminated instantly. 11 o'clock direction. As the gunfire echoed, they had no time to mourn their fallen ally. Each one hastily trained their night vision scopes towards 11 o'clock. Sniper, have you located him? Called the captain of the 4th squad. No, there is no sign of him at all, replied the sniper. After firing a shot, Tang Ming swiftly crouched down and changed his position, continuing to aim. Each member of this squad occupied different locations, and from any single vantage point, they could only target one adversary. He had to eliminate Ming before their main force returned. Bang! Mere seconds later, yet another gunshot resounded. The sniper from this squad was taken out with a single shot. 3 o'clock direction. We can't find him. Where could he possibly be? Damn it. How many of them are there? The 7-man squad had already lost 2 members, and they had only heard the gunshots without ever seeing the shooter. This left them feeling utterly frustrated. Ming stated solemnly, their concealment skills are far too superior, and their marksmanship is exceptional. We cannot remain idle here waiting for our main force to return. We will meet our end if we do. Deploy smoke grenades. Everyone, retreat into the jungle. Understood. The captain of the 4th squad responded promptly, issuing commands for the team to throw all their smoke grenades, igniting them in a flurry. Move. The group plunged into the smoke, rushing towards the nearest jungle, mere dozens of meters away. Do they think that by entering the smoke, I cannot find them? Within the jungle, Tang Ming had emerged from behind a tree, revealing a sly grin. Eagle eye, while he could not achieve true X-ray vision. The smoke swirling in the air, when disturbed by movement, would shift with the airflow. Such subtle changes were not lost on Tang Ming's keen perception. As long as the direction of this flowing movement is discerned, one can clearly locate the enemy's presence. Chapter 59. What kind of monster is this? Bang, bang, bang. Tang Ming fired several consecutive shots with precision. With no enemies targeting him, he could directly eliminate these foes. What on earth is this extraordinary marksman? How can he hit so accurately? I've been struck too. Is this even human? In the midst of the smoke, several Black Tiger Special Forces soldiers were left speechless, cursing in disbelief. They had encountered numerous elite soldiers before, but never had they been so astounded by an adversary who, concealed within thick smoke, could execute such precise sniper kills. It's unfathomable. If one were to claim that firing recklessly could yield a few lucky shots, that might be plausible. But to fire 4 shots and hit 4 times, each one a fatal shot to the head, do you expect me to believe that was mere chance? Who would buy that? The individuals who had rushed into the jungle, including Lei Ming and the captain of the 4th squad, along with another technical soldier from the same squad, were shaken upon witnessing the demise of 4 of their comrades. The captain of the 4th squad swallowed hard and asked, "Are you certain these enemies belong to the Wolfang, and not some second or even first-tier units of those freaks?" Lei Ming's eyes were filled with astonishment. Perhaps it wasn't a squad at all, but merely a single individual. One individual? The 3 of them widened their eyes in disbelief. If it were a squad, they would have fired together at the smoke. Yet, they only used a sniper rifle, indicating that their adversary was merely a single sniper. Realization dawned upon them. Indeed. From the very beginning, it was just this one person who had taken down so many of them and toyed with them. Good heavens! When did the Wolfang produce such an extraordinary individual? The captain exclaimed. What should we do now? The 3 men turned their gazes towards Lei Ming. Lei Ming replied gravely. Hold on. Wait for the main force to return. We have no idea where the enemy is positioned, and we've exhausted our smoke grenades. Acting recklessly will surely lead to bang. Before Lei Ming could finish his sentence, a technical special forces soldier crouched behind a nearby rock was struck dead by a bullet. The sound emanating from over 100 meters away. From the northeast. Conceal yourselves, Lei Ming shouted. The 3 quickly dropped to the ground. They no longer dared to scout for Tang Ming's location. If they had struggled to locate him before with their numbers, how could they hope to find him now with only the 3 of them remaining? Moreover, the opponent's marksmanship was alarmingly precise. Even a slight exposure would render one a living target. Damn it, I, Lei Keeman, have served as a special forces soldier for many years. Yet I have never felt as stifled as I do today. Once the exercise concludes, I am determined to recruit that young man into my Black Tiger Brigade. Lei Keeman declared vehemently. 100 meters away, Tang Ming observed that they had ceased their movement, a cruel smile curling at the corners of his mouth. If you remain still, I shall take action. With that, Tang Ming swiftly crawled forward, soundless in his approach. In the heart of the jungle, aside from a sliver of moonlight filtering through the dense foliage, darkness enveloped the surroundings. In such conditions, detecting him would prove exceedingly difficult for the adversaries. He did not advance directly to their vicinity. Instead, he halted 30 meters away, producing 2 grenades and hurling them towards their position. Grenade! Someone shouted. And the remaining 3 sprang up, hastily evading the impending threat. Bang! Bang! 2 muffled explosions reverberated through the air. 2 of them were directly caught in the blast. Shrouded in white smoke, eliminated on the spot. One individual, fortunate enough to evade this fate, rolled forward, darting between obstacles to shield himself from Tang Ming's fire. Upon closer inspection, it was none other than Lei Keeman himself. It was astonishing to witness such agility in a man of his age. No wonder he garnered the admiration of the Wolf Commander. Tang Ming mused. He took aim directly at him. Bang! 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 Tang Ming fired several rounds in succession but failed to hit Lei Keeman, instead forcing him to retreat towards a safer position. With each shot, Lei Keeman was compelled to escape in the direction that had not been targeted. After sprinting over 100 meters, Tang Ming finally adjusted his aim, firing in front of him with such precision that the bullets grazed his clothing. Helplessly, Lei Keeman could only drop to the ground, seeking refuge behind a rock to conceal himself. Damn it, this maniac! Lei Keeman cursed vehemently. After decades of military service, he had never been driven to such a desperate state. Tiger Head, this is Black Hawk. We have arrived. Please report your location and the situation on the ground. Over. At that moment, Lei Keeman's earpiece crackled with the voice of Black Hawk. Not far away, at a sniper's nest. Tang Ming's earpiece echoed with the same message from Black Hawk. The fish has arrived. A sly grin appeared on Tang Ming's lips. Chapter 60. The trap moments ago. Tang Ming had the opportunity to eliminate Lei Keeman with a single shot. However, he remained composed, intending to use Lei Keeman to lure other Black Tiger Special Forces soldiers towards him. At this point, Lei Keeman was entirely within his control. He could easily dispatch him at any moment he desired. Lei Keeman spoke into his walkie-talkie, I am positioned on a small slope approximately 1.5 kilometers northwest of the command center. Be advised, a sniper from Wolf Fong is located 150 meters southeast of my position. Exercise extreme caution. This sniper possesses exceptional concealment skills and remarkable accuracy. To date, we have not caught a glimpse of him. Everyone but myself has fallen victim to his shots. The expressions of the 20 or so members of Black Hawk shifted dramatically. Tiger Head, are you certain there is only one enemy? Black Hawk inquired for confirmation. Absolutely. Exercise caution. He is currently focused on me, and I dare not make a move. You must locate and eliminate him. Lei Keeman replied in a grave tone. Understood. Black Hawk and his team immediately organized themselves into groups: assault team, observation team, and sniper team. Some members were tasked with rescuing Lei Keeman, while others flanked from the sides. The remaining individuals advanced cautiously, attempting to draw Tang Ming's fire. The sniper team sought the optimal vantage point, ready to eliminate Tang Ming at the first sighting. Naturally, all their movements were well within Tang Ming's view. They required scopes or binoculars to see him. But no matter the environment, if it could be perceived by the naked eye, he could see it, even in the dark of night. He perceived as though it were daylight. Moreover, the capabilities of his eagle eye extended beyond mere visibility. It allowed him to multitask. For instance, while aiming at one enemy, he remained acutely aware of the movements of adversaries in all directions, including their eye movements in the act of pulling the trigger. This was the true terror of the eagle eye. Thus, Black Hawk's strategy was completely laid bare before Tang Ming. His current position was advantageous for both offense and defense. Within a radius of 200 meters, the enemy had few places to conceal themselves. Meanwhile, he could swiftly pinpoint their locations and deliver a lethal shot. This was the genuine reason for his decision to spare Lei Keeman. If Black Hawk and his team had charged at him from a single direction, Tang Ming would have been uncertain of his chances. After all, facing over 20 adversaries firing accurately at his position would render him immobile under their suppressive fire. However, with their forces divided, it became simpler. He could dismantle them one by one. Tang Ming crouched down. The encircling Black Tiger special forces were not as swift. Yet the team tasked with extracting Lei Ming had already arrived. They tossed a couple of smoke grenades toward Lei Ming's location and swiftly grabbed him. Tiger Head, move. Lei Ming urged quickly. Be cautious and look for cover. That Wolf Fong sniper can accurately target through the smoke. What? Through the smoke? The members of this team were momentarily stunned. He cannot fire. The moment he does, our snipers will surely lock onto his position. The team leader, taken by surprise, hurriedly communicated with Lei Ming. However, as they lifted Lei Ming, gunfire erupted. Bang, bang. 2 consecutive shots rang out. At that moment, Tang Ming was not using a sniper rifle, but rather an assault rifle. Although the sniper rifle boasted rapid firing and high precision, its slow reload time favored the automatic rifle for speed. Moreover, at this distance, both weapons were equally effective for him. Chapter 61. What an immense appetite. As the 2 gunshots echoed, the 2 individuals who had been shielding Lei Ming were instantly eliminated with headshots. Report. We have lost 2 team members. A Black Tiger soldier shouted. Get down. Quickly. Get down. The remaining 3 swiftly pulled Lei Ming down. Sniper. Identify the enemy's position. Black Hawk bellowed. The remaining Black Tiger soldiers were astonished. The Wolf Fong sniper could indeed shoot accurately through the smoke. It was simply unbelievable. Bang. Bang. Yet, at this moment, Tang Ming continued his relentless firing. Although the smoke lingered and they had taken cover behind obstacles, they were still methodically eliminated by Tang Ming one by one, as several more shots rang out. The team members who had come to rescue Lei Ming were entirely wiped out, leaving Lei Ming utterly alone. Furthermore, Lei Ming was firmly suppressed by Tang Ming, unable to move an inch. Sniper. Sniper. Have you found his position? Because they had flanked from the side. Black Hawk and his team were still at a distance from Tang Ming's location and could not ascertain where he was. The 3 sniper teams, positioned at different vantage points, were fixated on the area from which the gunfire had originated. Although Tang Ming had fired several shots, the speed was incredibly rapid. Only a brief second or 2 had passed. Moreover, his position was well concealed, aided by his camouflage skills, making it quite challenging for the snipers to locate him. Damn it. I cannot locate anyone. This individual fired a weapon late at night without even equipping a night vision scope? Why is there not a single glimmer of light reflected? Furthermore, during the shooting, how is it possible that not even a spark from the ejected bullet is visible? You fool, that was a blank round. Where could the flame possibly come from? Even if it weren't a blank, the probability of a flame appearing is quite low, wouldn't you agree? A few shots were fired. It's not as if there was a frenzied barrage. The sound of the gunfire belongs to our standard issue rifle, that is certain. But if this individual is not using a night scope, it is indeed alarming, judging by the gunfire. He is at least 150 meters away from the Tiger Head position. At this distance, in such darkness, achieving headshots with mere iron sights? Is he out of his mind? This person must possess some sort of X-ray vision. The snipers from the three designated teams are utterly bewildered, each one venting their frustration. Traditionally, when the enemy fires in this manner, it would not be unusual for even a single sniper from any of the three teams to easily pinpoint their location. Yet now, despite the gunfire coming from that direction, they are unable to locate him no matter how thoroughly they search. Bang! At last, after eliminating that small squad, Tang Ming shifted his focus towards the three sniper teams. Each sniper team consists of one marksman and one observer, paired together. These three teams are positioned 3 locations, each 200 meters ahead of him. From Tang Ming's vantage point, he can see them all. As the gunfire erupted, the leftmost sniper was promptly taken out by a single shot. Just as that sniper had finished grumbling, he noticed white smoke billowing from his body, leaving him utterly stunned. They had failed to ascertain Tang Ming's position, yet he had successfully located theirs. We haven't even fired a shot. How could we have been discovered? Following the sniper's demise, the nearby observer quickly realized the situation and prepared to crouch down and conceal himself. Alas, it was too late. As he attempted to lower his body, gunfire resounded once more, and his body erupted in white smoke. Report to the squad leader. Sniper Team 2 has been compromised. Bang! Bang! The marksman from Sniper Team 1, holding his headset, was attempting to relay the situation to Black Hawk when he discovered that before he could finish speaking, the elimination triggers attached to both himself and his observer had detonated, engulfing them in white smoke. I can't believe it. They were also discovered. The situation was evidently observed by Sniper Team 3. Without hesitation, the two of them pressed their bodies down, their eyes filled with terror. Since Tang Ming was able to detect Sniper Teams 1 and 2, it was certain that Team 3 had also been discovered. If they did not completely lower their bodies, their fate would undoubtedly mirror that of Sniper Teams 1 and 2. Upon receiving the news, Black Hawk and his companions were utterly bewildered. In a mere span of less than 10 seconds, their small squad, along with 2 sniper teams totaling 10 individuals, had been annihilated by the enemy. What kind of monstrous prowess is this? 1 per second. Damn it. Hurry. Accelerate the encirclement. We must eliminate this scoundrel. Black Hawk roared in fury, causing both flanks to sprint with renewed urgency. Meanwhile, Lei Keeman, witnessing this scene, finally grasped the truth. Tang Ming did not lack the ability to eliminate him with a single shot. Rather, he intended to use him as bait to eliminate his own team. This was a trap. Just moments ago, the few members guarding him, who had concealed themselves even better than he, had still been taken down with 1 shot. Not to mention himself. The only reason he had not yet been eliminated was that Tang Ming had deliberately spared him, keeping him here to lure his teammates into a rescue, thereby achieving his own sinister objectives. What audacity! Not only did he intend to behead me, but he also aimed to wipe out my Black Tiger squad in one fell swoop. Chapter 62. Iron Man is impressive at this moment. Lei Keeman also picked up his weapon, intent on locating Tang Ming, just like Black Hawk. Yet, he found nothing. After a moment of contemplation, Lei Keeman immediately called out to Black Hawk. Black Hawk, do you copy? Black Hawk received. Black Hawk gasped slightly. Lei Keeman spoke with gravity. This Wolf Fong sniper is exceedingly terrifying. We must eliminate him today, no matter the cost, even if it means sacrificing all of us. Otherwise, if he escapes, his strength will undoubtedly pose a significant threat to our Blue Army. He may even succeed in his beheading plan. With the defense at headquarters, we might not be able to withstand him. Black Hawk replied. Black Hawk acknowledges. Captain, do you have any plans? Tactical assault sprint. Lei Keeman declared firmly. Even if it costs a few more lives, we must quickly ascertain his location and take him down. Understood. We should be no more than 200 meters from his position. I refuse to believe he possesses 3 sets of eyes to simultaneously see us from all directions. Black Hawk responded soberly. Captain, conceal yourself well. We are moving. Be cautious. Lei Keeman cautioned. Unbeknownst to them, their conversation had been entirely overheard by Tang Ming. At this moment, Tang Ming also realized that Lei Keeman's continued existence held no further significance. Therefore, bang, the gunshot rang out. The once well-concealed Lei Keeman was suddenly enveloped in a plume of white smoke. He was left in utter shock. Report. The captain has been taken down. In the distance. Following the sound of gunfire, the last sniper team, clutching their headsets, exclaimed urgently, What? Captain. The Black Hawk team underwent a dramatic transformation, and simultaneously, an immense fury surged within them. Don't ask me. I'm already out. Lei Ming grimaced as he tore off his arm insignia and collapsed onto the ground. Damn it, brothers. Charge forward at full speed. Eliminate him. Avenge the captain and our fallen comrades. Black Hawk roared. Understood. Instantly, the remaining 10 Black Tiger commandos surged forward, advancing from both flanks and through the center of the second sniper team towards Tang Ming's position. Meanwhile, a voice resonated in Tang Ming's mind. Congratulations, host. You have eliminated the Black Tiger captain and successfully completed 2 side quests. Reward, Iron Man's Iron Suit Radar Warning Skill Level 1, 30 Integration. Iron Suit Radar Warning? Tang Ming's eyes sparkled with interest. System, what does this radar warning entail? System, the iron suit possesses numerous combat skills, one of which is the ability to detect incoming enemy attacks through a warning mechanism. When danger approaches, the radar warning emits an alarm, indicating to the host the direction of the threat, the nature of the danger, its speed, and whether to evade left or right. Currently, this skill has a 30 integration level and can only predict threats within a 500-meter radius. In other words, if enemies shoot at you, the radar warning will activate when the bullet enters your 500-meter vicinity, alerting you to evade. That's impressive. Tang Ming's eyes gleamed. The average bullet travels at a speed of around 700 to 800 meters per second. Although the radar warning only activates at 500 meters, it provides over half a second for evasion, sufficient time indeed. With this skill, he would hardly need to fear enemy snipers at medium to long ranges. Furthermore, even at the current distance of 200 to 300 meters, when the Black Tiger commandos fired, he would instantly know the origin of the shot. While the warning time may be brief, it was certainly better than having none at all. Tang Ming immediately activated the skill to test it. He was astounded. The radar warning was not merely an alarm. It could also scan the movements of the Black Tiger commandos and possessed penetrating capabilities. It featured radar scanning functionality. This meant that even if the Black Tiger commandos were hiding behind rocks, the radar could detect their silhouettes behind the cover. Of course, while he could identify their presence, he wouldn't be able to shoot them. This was nothing short of a godlike skill akin to cheating. With this capability, within a radius of 500 meters, regardless of the surrounding environment, even in a completely enclosed building, every individual and object within can be scrutinized effortlessly. Tang Ming recalled that the iron armor indeed possessed such functionality. Truly, Iron Man is remarkable. Chapter 63. How is this possible? Armed with this skill, Tang Ming could now confront the remaining 10 Black Tiger Special Forces soldiers with newfound confidence. He found himself nestled within a 3-meter-wide depression. In this slight elevation, unless he stood up, none of the surrounding individuals could eliminate him. At that moment, the remaining 10 Black Tiger soldiers were charging towards him at an astonishing speed. There was no time for the leisurely sniping he had previously employed. A swift resolution was imperative. Thus, he seized his weapon, activating the Eagle Eye shooting skill and the radar warning defense system in full. Bang! He aimed directly at the nearest Black Tiger soldier and fired. The distance was minimal while he had been discussing the iron armor's abilities with the system. The Black Eagle and his men had already encroached within 100 meters of him. If he did not act quickly once they all closed in, no amount of skills would avail him. The Black Tiger soldier, who had previously been uncertain of Tang Ming's position, was enveloped in white smoke as the gunshot rang out. At this range, Tang Ming's presence was finally revealed to the Black Eagle and his team. There. Fire. As they rapidly repositioned, they directed their fire towards Tang Ming's location. Bang, bang. Tang Ming fired off 2 quick shots. However, his position had been compromised, and the remaining Black Tiger soldiers were now on high alert, making it exceedingly difficult for him to land another hit. Among the 2 soldiers he had aimed at to the east, one fell, while the other managed to evade. At this moment, Tang Ming had no time to aim further. Beep, beep, beep. The radar warning from the iron armor resonated in his mind. This alert did not indicate that bullets were already flying towards him, but rather that other Black Tiger soldiers had raised their weapons, preparing to pull the trigger. The radar could now scan the trajectories of the bullets as they were fired, determining if they would directly strike his body. The various trajectories displayed in his mind were densely clustered around him. However, the radar's warning visualization also indicated the optimal, safest position to ensure that Tang Ming would evade enemy fire. Acting on the system's guidance, he executed a swift roll, emerging in an alternative defensive position. As he made a movement, gunfire erupted rapidly. He could even distinctly feel the searing heat of bullets grazing his cheek. Fortunately, none of the bullets struck his body. As Tang Ming crouched down, he simultaneously retrieved 2 smoke grenades from his person and detonated them, instantly enveloping a 10-meter radius in thick smoke. Throw grenades! The Black Hawk shouted, as each of his comrades pulled out their grenades and hurled them into the obscured area, while they armed themselves. Tang Ming had already melded with the underbrush, swiftly crawling away. When the grenades detonated amidst the smoke, he had already distanced himself over 20 meters from his previous position, rendering him unharmed by the blasts. Now it is my turn to perform, Tang Ming smirked coldly. He rapidly ascended a tree, his weapon trained on the smoke. The eagle-eyed operatives could not pierce through the shroud of smoke to discern the enemy on the other side. However, the radar scanning technology could. With the radar scanning in effect, the Black Hawk and his team were utterly exposed. Just as the 8 members were about to race over to confirm whether Tang Ming had been eliminated, gunfire rang out once more. 3 consecutive shots were fired, and the Black Hawk team witnessed 3 of their comrades, who were approaching to regroup, suddenly enveloped in white smoke. The sound of gunfire unmistakably emanated from behind the smoke. Take cover. Quickly, the Black Hawk bellowed. The remaining 5 members promptly crouched down, hiding behind small slopes, trees, or rocks, their faces etched with terror. The gunfire was sourced from behind the smoke, implying that this Wolfang sniper could see through the haze, accurately pinpointing their locations for lethal strikes. Yet, how could this be possible? With the current technological capabilities of the world, no individual combat gear existed that would allow Special Forces operatives to see through smoke grenades. How then did this Wolfang soldier achieve such a feat? Chapter 64. Are you human or ghost? Before they could process the situation, gunfire erupted again. Although the Black Hawk and his team had all taken cover, it was essential to remember that Tang Ming was still perched in the tree. Despite the smoke obscuring his view and the foliage blocking his line of sight to the Black Hawk operatives, his radar skill enabled him to scan the area. While the training ammunition was blank, at close range, even blank rounds could shatter leaves. Therefore, without hesitation, Tang Ming continued to fire. As the echoes of gunfire faded, only the Black Hawk remained at the scene, concealed behind a large rock. Although Tang Ming was aware of his whereabouts, the stone provided ample cover, leaving Tang Ming with no recourse. A smirk grazed Tang Ming's lips as he leapt down, swiftly maneuvering around to charge forward. Meanwhile, the smoke began to dissipate, and Black Hawk found himself slightly panting, acutely aware that they faced an unprecedented foe. Despite having a significant advantage with 20 men on their side, they had been ruthlessly torn apart, leaving him utterly isolated. Even as the smoke cleared, he dared not peek out, fearing that any exposure would result in a fatal shot. What to do? Beads of cold sweat adorned Black Hawk's forehead. The other eliminated Black Tiger commandos exchanged wry smiles, their frustration palpable. Thus far, they had only caught a fleeting glimpse of their adversary's shadow, having yet to discern even their face. Now, they were left with only Black Hawk, a testament to their incompetence. At this moment, not only was Black Hawk cautiously hidden, too afraid to move, but even the others were scanning their surroundings, eager to discover the whereabouts of this Wolfang soldier and how he had dispatched them. Are you searching for me? A voice suddenly resonated behind them. The moment the words were uttered, the faces of the Black Hawk commandos shifted dramatically. They turned to see a figure standing 10 meters away on a small slope, a pistol in hand, grinning as he aimed it at Black Hawk. All were momentarily stunned. How had this person managed to flank them? Were they human or ghost? Black Hawk couldn't help but exclaim. Bang! The reply came in the form of a gunshot, and smoke wafted from Black Hawk's body. Tang Ming holstered his weapon and approached. It was then that the others, illuminated by the moonlight, finally recognized Tang Ming's youthful visage. So young? Wait, a private? A one-year private? Was this a deliberate disguise? Yet, his youth was unmistakable. Age does not lie. You are a private? Black Hawk squinted slightly. Tang Ming descended the slope, chuckling. What? Do I not look the part? The others responded. Wolfang soldier? Indeed, just one of me. Is that so? Was it you who dismantled our Black Tiger Brigade's command center? Indeed. The crowd gasped in astonishment. No. Have you finished your inquiries? If so, please remove your grenades and smoke bombs. I must take my leave. Our Wolfang members are still encircled by your Black Tiger Special Forces. Tang Ming expressed his impatience. Hand them over. A voice rang out. Lei Ming approached and commanded Black Hawk and his team. Turning to Tang Ming, he asked, Young comrade, what is your name? Tang Ming, he replied, saluting. Captain Lei. We from Wolfhead extend our greetings to you. Oh, has Brigade Commander he spoken of me to you? Lei Ming inquired, mildly astonished. Certainly, Tang Ming replied. The Wolfhead instructed us to take your head. Ha ha ha. Lei Ming, unfazed, chuckled. You are quite remarkable. Truly, heroes emerge from the youth. I would willingly accept defeat at your hands. Chapter 65. The Power of Disguise Techniques. Tang Ming smiled. Thank you. However, the battle is not yet over. Allow me to eliminate the remaining special forces from your Black Tiger Brigade first. With that, he seized their communication device and began broadcasting. This is Lei Ming. This is Lei Ming. Everyone, respond. Report your status. Over. Upon hearing Tang Ming's words, the crowd was left in stunned silence, including Lei Ming himself. All present gaped at Tang Ming, for the voice he had just used on the radio was unmistakably Lei Ming's. Indeed, it was precisely Lei Ming's voice. Only in this manner would the commanders below the Black Tiger Brigade believe that it was Lei Ming calling them. Voice replication is one of the additional skills of the Scroll's disguise technique. It allows for a 99% accuracy in mimicking any sound one hears. As for the leader of the 20 Black Tiger Special Forces pursuing the high school team, Tang Ming was unaware of his name and had to resort to this method of communication. Once they heard this call, they would undoubtedly believe it was truly their brigade commander, Lei Ming, reaching out to them, and they would respond immediately. Wait, how is it that your voice? Lei Ming asked, utterly astonished. Yet Tang Ming did not answer him, for a response had already come through. Report, Brigade Commander, this is Flying Tiger. We are still engaged in pursuit of the Wolfang Lone Wolf Assault Team. Currently, we have eliminated 5 of them, leaving 2 remaining. We have lost 4 of our own. Over. Have 5 been eliminated? Tang Ming sighed softly. However, One could not fault the high school team for this. With only a firearm in hand and lacking any additional equipment, they found themselves at a significant disadvantage, outnumbered 3-1. Under such dire circumstances, managing to eliminate 4 of the adversaries and by precious time until now was indeed commendable. Tang Ming immediately commanded, "Do not concern yourselves with the remaining 2. Hurry back. We are under attack from the Wolf Fong squad. We are located 5 miles northwest of the camp, so come quickly to our aid." Received. Fei Hu responded, "We will head over immediately. Captain, hold your ground. Over and out." After concluding the communication, Tang Ming turned to Lei Qiming and the others, saying, "Gentlemen, I must ask you to conceal yourselves for the time being." Lei Qiming and his companions exchanged glances, fully aware that Tang Ming was preparing a trap, waiting for their foes to walk right into it. A sense of helplessness washed over them, accompanied by wry smiles. Even with their modest group of 20, they felt utterly vulnerable in Tang Ming's presence, not to mention the fate that awaited Fei Hu and his team once Tang Ming had set his trap. "I underestimated you," Lei Qiming remarked with a rueful smile. Following Tang Ming's guidance, the eliminated Black Tiger commandos left behind 2 or 3 support personnel, while the rest were escorted to a more concealed location by Tang Ming. Otherwise, their presence would surely lead to complications. Once Lei Qiming and the others were hidden away, Tang Ming took one of the Black Tiger commandos to a relatively open spot, instructing him to lie down, and then pulled the pins from 2 grenades, urging him to hold them down with his body. "Brother, adhere to the exercise rules. No talking, no moving." Tang Ming patted the commando on the shoulder before proceeding to set up the next trap. The Black Tiger commando could only manage a grim smile. He had no intention of breaking the rules, and even if he did, Lei Qiming would never allow it. A man of strict principles, Lei Qiming believed that losing meant losing. Should they blatantly violate the exercise rules, they would undoubtedly face severe consequences upon their return. Chapter 66. The new recruits of Wolf Fong are indeed formidable. After employing 2 decoy bodies, Tang Ming proceeded to establish a small minefield. Once completed, he made his way to an optimal sniping position where he could survey the surroundings and eliminate any target in sight. Now, all that remained was to wait for Fei Hu and the last remaining members of the Black Tiger squad to arrive. Finally, an hour later, Fei Hu and his comrades raced into the 500-meter range of Tang Ming's radar scan. "Calling Fei Hu. Calling Fei Hu. This is Lei Qiming. Please respond." "Received," came the answer. Over and out. Tang Ming grasped the communication device once more, ready to call again. At this moment, the stealthy Flying Tiger team, upon hearing the call, quickly concealed themselves and responded. "Flying Tiger acknowledges. We have reached a position 500 meters northeast of your indicated location. Captain, please provide instructions." "Excellent. Now, divide into 3 groups, the rescue team, the mine-clearing team, and the assault team," Tang Ming quickly instructed. "Currently, we have 2 comrades positioned 350 meters in your 1 o'clock direction, behind a small slope. They are injured and likely unconscious. We cannot afford to lose any more teammates. We must retrieve them first to prevent the Wolf Fong squad from finishing them off. Rest assured, the area over there is secure. Simply send personnel over." "Understood." Flying Tiger received the order and promptly arranged for 2 individuals to take a detour to the location indicated by Tang Ming. "Between your 2 o'clock and 300 to 350 meters, our observers have noted that they have set up a small minefield to thwart our advance. They are currently trapped within, and to eliminate them, we must first clear this minefield. Exercise caution." Received. Flying Tiger directed the demolition team to advance. "Assault team, you will probe forward from the front. There are a sniper and an observer among them that must be neutralized first," Tang Ming said solemnly. "I only have 3 men left. We cannot launch an attack and can only provide cover." 3 men? Flying Tiger's expression changed. "Captain, are the Wolf Fong soldiers that formidable?" "Quite formidable," Tang Ming replied. "They likely have 2 squads. We have already neutralized 1 squad in another area, and here we have eliminated 2 more, leaving 5 remaining in the area I mentioned. We have yet to locate their exact positions. It's up to you now." "Understood," Flying Tiger replied with determination. "We will find and eliminate them. They are all of the same caliber as our special forces. They cannot afford to be careless." In the distance, Lei Qiming and his team overheard the conversation between Tang Ming and Flying Tiger. They exchanged glances, fully aware that their Black Tiger team was truly in peril this time. Tang Ming's strategy was straightforward. 2 corpses were rigged with grenades, and upon being turned over, the grenades would detonate, eliminating any Black Tiger special forces attempting a rescue at such close range. Moreover, the minefield Tang Ming spoke of was indeed real. They had also observed the remote-controlled explosives he had installed. Once they entered that area, Tang Ming could detonate them, triggering the surrounding landmines to explode, ensuring that no one within the minefield would survive. The remaining personnel, following Tang Ming's instructions, proceeded forward. As they approached that area, Tang Ming would launch a surprise attack from behind. With Tang Ming's extraordinary marksmanship, the remaining members of the Flying Tigers were undoubtedly no match for him. This new recruit from Wolf Fong was truly formidable. His array of special operations skills had already reached a first-rate level. Camouflage, reconnaissance, demolition, marksmanship. Speed, each skill far surpassed our own. It was simply astonishing. A recruit who had barely been enlisted for a year possessed such immense power. Wolf Fong had indeed struck gold. Black Hawk couldn't help but click his tongue. Laming also sighed, remarking, "The Wolf Fong of today is no longer the Wolf Fong I once knew. This time, we Black Tigers have faced defeat. My current concern is that after this new recruit, Tang Ming, deals with us, he will undoubtedly seek out our Blue Army Command for a decapitation strike." Black Hawk frowned. "Our Blue Army Command is guarded by a special operations company and a fully staffed security regiment, with numerous reconnaissance units stationed nearby. It shouldn't be easy for them to infiltrate." Laming scoffed. Even with the rigorous defenses surrounding our Black Tiger Command, he could still easily rescue those he seeks and eliminate all of us right under our noses. Moreover, judging by his earlier state, it is evident that he has yet to exert his full strength. With a slight sigh, Laming added, "Now, it all comes down to luck. I hope our Cobra Strike team can take out their Red Army commander before he does." Chapter 67, Defeated. Completely defeated. Meanwhile, as this conversation unfolded, the third group had also reached their designated position. To the 1 o'clock direction, 2 Black Tiger commandos lay prone on the ground, pressing down on grenades. They sensed someone approaching, and their nerves were on high alert. "Damn it, don't come any closer. We have grenades beneath us. It's a trap, run." But their thoughts remained unheard by their teammates. Eagle, Eagle." At that moment, the arriving team member quickly dropped to the ground, realizing the identity of the corpse, and urgently called out. However, the body of the one called Eagle could not respond, lying with closed eyes. A few meters away, another team member was also calling out. "Report. Eagle and Chick seem to be unconscious." No response. The member reported to the Flying Tiger. "Get them out of here to a safe location," commanded the Flying Tiger. Received. The two members, upon receiving the order, exchanged glances and began to move the two bodies. "It's over. It's over." The two corpses could only bitterly chuckle internally. Just as their bodies were lifted from the ground, the grenades they had been pressing down ignited in an instant. One of the Black Tiger commandos, upon spotting the grenade, suddenly turned pale. "This is bad. A grenade. It's a trap. Get down," he shouted as his body instinctively leapt backward. Yet, he was ultimately a moment too late. Bang! Bang! With the sounds of 2 grenades exploding, the 2 Black Tiger commandos were engulfed in a cloud of white smoke, leaving them momentarily dazed. "Good grief! You 2 fools! How could you not recognize such a simple trap?" shouted the Eagle of the Corps as he rose, berating the 2. "How are we to know? It was the captain who ordered us to rescue you. You had grenades beneath you. Why didn't you alert us?" One Black Tiger commando retorted. "We've long been eliminated. How could we inform you? What a bunch of idiots." The 4 of them felt a wave of frustration wash over them. Meanwhile, upon hearing the explosions, the Flying Tiger's expressions shifted dramatically, and they hurriedly called out, yet received no replies. At that moment, Tang Ming, who had positioned himself behind them, observed as the 5 Black Tiger commandos responsible for the minefield reached the middle of the trap he had set. He promptly retrieved his electronic remote and pressed the detonator button. Boom, boom, boom. Instantly, a series of explosions erupted within a radius of several meters. The remote-controlled bomb detonated, triggering all the nearby landmines. The 5 Black Tiger commandos, unaware of the minefield-esque layout, were obliterated and eliminated from the competition. "Who the hell stepped on a mine?" the leading Black Tiger commando exclaimed. The others looked equally bewildered, shaking their heads, indicating their ignorance of the situation. "What is happening?" Flying Tiger was equally taken aback. Within a mere 2 or 3 seconds, 7 of their members had been taken down. From a group of over 10, they were now reduced to just 7. What kind of game was this? The traps set by the Wolf Fong team were exceedingly formidable, indeed. Captain, 7 of our team members, following your orders, proceeded to those 2 areas, and they have all been eliminated. Yet we haven't encountered a single Wolf Fong soldier." Flying Tiger urgently called out to Lei Keeman. However, this time, there was no response. In the distance, Lei Keeman struck his forehead in frustration. "A bunch of imbeciles. Even now, they have yet to realize they've been eliminated, misled by someone impersonating me into entering a trap." Despite his frustration and anger, Lei Keeman understood that this was not the fault of Flying Tiger and his team. Tang Ming's imitation of the voice was astonishingly identical to his own. His subordinates, upon hearing his verbal commands, could not possibly refuse to comply. Who could be blamed for this? Meanwhile, the Flying Tigers, having called out several times without receiving a response, began to harbor doubts. What was happening? Why was Tigerhead not replying? "Captain, could it be that this was a trap from the outset?" one of them speculated. recalling that both areas were laden with grenades and landmines, which might have been detonated as soon as they arrived. With our Tiger Head's capabilities, such a rudimentary command error is inconceivable. The only explanation, they uttered, their expressions darkening. Are you suggesting that the one who just issued commands was not Tiger Head, but rather someone from the Wolf Fang, who mimicked his voice to lure us into a snare? The expression on Flying Tiger's face shifted dramatically. Impossible. That voice was unmistakably Tiger Head's. Another team member asserted. Have you finally come to this realization? A voice echoed in their headsets, unmistakably that of Ming. However, before this revelation could settle, another voice followed, and it became apparent that it was too late. This is bad. It truly is a trap. The remaining members of Flying Tiger turned pale. Quick, take cover, take cover, Flying Tiger shouted. But as Tang Ming had predicted, it was already too late. At their current location, there were hardly any obstacles, and around them lay the landmines set by Tang Ming. Bang, bang, bang. Suddenly, a figure appeared several dozen meters behind them and began firing at them. Tang Ming's shooting was incredibly rapid, almost 3 shots per second. With his marksmanship, at this distance, he was guaranteed to hit every target. Moreover, he was positioned behind the Flying Tigers, and their concealed positions lay completely exposed under Tang Ming's radar scan, all within his shooting range. With the sound of gunfire, 3 of the Flying Tigers were swiftly eliminated. Behind us. Run. The remaining few reacted with remarkable speed, turning to fire blindly while sprinting forward. However, it must be remembered that it was the cover of night. Their visibility, even with night vision goggles, was severely limited, making it nearly impossible to spot Tang Ming in time. Thus, their bullets had little chance of finding their mark. Tang Ming didn't even bother to take cover. He continued to fire. Their frantic attempts to escape rendered them little more than living targets. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of gunfire rang out again, claiming 4 more of the anti-Black Tiger Special Forces. Among them was Captain Fei Hu. The remaining 2 directly triggered the landmines set by Tang Ming and were instantly eliminated. Thus, all the more than a dozen Black Tiger Special Forces who rushed over were declared defeated. The entire scene plunged into a profound silence. Defeated. Utterly defeated. This was the sole thought occupying the minds of those Black Tiger Special Forces. Chapter 68. What is it that he dares not do, or cannot do? At last, it has come to an end. Tang Ming exhaled slowly, relieved. You single-handedly took down over a dozen of us. And you were just a rookie? The more than a dozen members of Fei Hu stood frozen in disbelief as they beheld Tang Ming emerging. Am I not enough on my own? Tang Ming replied with a smile. If a few more had come, you would not have been able to endure for so long. At that moment, 2 figures swiftly approached. It was the high school team and Grey Wolf. Tang Ming. The high school team called out. Tang Ming waved his hand, signaling them to come over. There is no danger now. I have taken care of all of them. Upon hearing this, the high school team and Grey Wolf hurried over. When they saw Fei Hu and the others, still emitting wisps of white smoke, both of them were completely taken aback. Tang Ming nodded and added, not only them, but that group over there as well. I took care of them too. He pointed to the approaching Ming and his team. When the high school team and Grey Wolf laid eyes on Ming and his companions, they were utterly stunned. Fei Hu and his men, too, widened their eyes in shock. Though they had just been speculating whether their commander had truly sacrificed himself, they were reluctant to believe it. However, seeing Ming and Black Hawk confirmed their suspicions. So, this rookie from Wolf Fang single-handedly eliminated all the special forces from our Black Tiger unit? Is this even possible? How could a mere human accomplish such a feat? And he is but a rookie. Old Gao, it's good to see you again. Ming had now approached and greeted the high school team. The high school team finally snapped out of their astonishment and, hesitantly, asked, did you really get taken down by one of our Wolf Fang soldiers? Even though Tang Ming had said so, the high school team still found it hard to believe. Ming paused, slightly puzzled. What? Even you, the chief instructor, are unaware of the capabilities of your own soldiers? High school team, Grey Wolf. Both men found themselves momentarily speechless. They were indeed instructors. But when one learns that this soldier surpassed them in every aspect during the selection training, even breaking the records of the Wolf Fang, one begins to comprehend the depth of his capabilities. That rascal. Well done. You have brought honor to our Wolf Fang. At this moment, both men were finally convinced that it was indeed Tang Ming who accomplished this feat alone. Grey Wolf gave Tang Ming a hearty pat on the shoulder. This was Lei Qimen, from the Black Tiger team. The prowess of the Black Tiger team within the Northwest military region is nothing short of formidable. Even among all the special forces in the army, they rank among the top 3. Who would have imagined that Tang Ming, single-handedly, not only rescued them, but also annihilated their captors entirely? Truly astonishing. Lei Qimen chuckled bitterly. Now I understand why you, Gao, chose to bring the Lone Wolf group on this perilous venture, willing to sacrifice yourself to safeguard those beneath you. Indeed, they possess formidable strength. The waves of the Yangtze River push the former waves aside. This adage holds true. I, Lei Qimen, concede my defeat wholeheartedly. The high school team remarked, to be honest. If it weren't for this exercise, we would have remained oblivious to this kid's extraordinary strength. Lake Heeman replied with a smile, keep it up. I know what you plan to do next. I believe in your capabilities. As for us, we shall rest for now. However, where you are headed? There are still many of our Black Tiger team members. Let us see who ultimately prevails. Let us see. The high school team responded affirmatively, leading Tang Ming away. This area had experienced conflict, and it was unwise to linger. Otherwise, they would be in dire straits once the main force of the Black Tiger team arrived. After sprinting a good distance of several kilometers, the trio finally paused. Both the high school team and Grey Wolf were panting heavily, drenched in sweat, while Tang Ming merely breathed slightly harder, not a bead of sweat visible on his forehead. The contrast among the three was striking. Damn it, you freak. Grey Wolf could not help but exclaim. At this moment, the sky had brightened considerably. The high school team, no longer dwelling on the previous battle, turned to Tang Ming and asked, what are your plans next? Without hesitation, Tang Ming replied, we will infiltrate the Blue Army's command post, capture their commander, and bring him back to our Red Army territory. The high school team and Grey Wolf's mouths fell agape. After a moment of astonishment, they burst into laughter. So, what you said at the beginning of the exercise was indeed true. You actually intend to capture the Blue Army's commander. How audacious. When Tang Ming made such a statement earlier, they naturally did not believe him in the slightest. However, the circumstances had changed dramatically. This individual has even taken down the command center of the Black Tiger Brigade. What is there that he would not dare to undertake? Chapter 69. Do you think this is merely catching a chick? How do you intend to execute this plan? The senior team did not outright reject or question the proposal this time. In fact, there was a flicker of anticipation and excitement within them. Perhaps this fellow could indeed accomplish what they, and indeed everyone, deemed impossible. Should he succeed, Tang Ming would etch his name in history. Capturing the esteemed commander of the Blue Army is a feat beyond their wildest imaginations. Achieving a successful decapitation strike is already an arduous task. Every year there are grand drills, yet since the inception of their special forces, only a handful have managed to accomplish such a mission, let alone capturing someone. Only this eccentric would dare to contemplate and execute such a notion. Tang Ming regarded the pair with earnestness. First, we must locate their Blue Army command center. And then, we infiltrate. And then, we seize the Blue Army commander. Is that all? No, we carry him back to our Red Army territory. Just like that? What else should we do? Upon hearing this, the senior team and Grey Wolf were on the verge of exclaiming in disbelief. Is this what you call a plan? To rush in, grab the person, and flee? Do you think this is akin to catching a chick? Just snatch and run? Your approach seems rather haphazard. What about the process? Is there no process? Do you believe the Blue Army security team is inept? Do you think the Special Operations Unit of the Black Tiger Brigade is incapable? Or do you think we are so easily deceived that we would let you act on a whim after hearing your words? Do we appear that foolish? Observing the disgruntled expressions of the two, Tang Ming felt a tinge of embarrassment. The truth is, I currently have no idea where their Blue Army command center is. Nor do I know the situation inside. A detailed plan must await the discovery of their command center. We need to scout it thoroughly before making decisions, do we not? Upon hearing this, their expressions softened slightly. The paramount issue now is locating the Blue Army command center. The senior team remarked. Without that, any discussion is futile. With that, the senior team turned to Grey Wolf. Have we established contact with the Lone Wolf team? Grey Wolf shook his head. No contact has been made. They are likely aware of our capture by the Black Tiger Brigade and have shut down their communication channels. Otherwise, if the Black Tiger Brigade were to decode our communications through the equipment they seized from us and contact the Lone Wolf team, our whereabouts would be compromised, leading to an ambush. The senior team nodded in agreement. Their approach was indeed sound. Tang Ming Dao, given the circumstances, we must act separately. With that, Tang Ming produced 2 communication radios from the Black Tiger Brigade stowed in his backpack. You take one, and I shall take the other. Should either of us make a discovery, we shall promptly inform the other. Upon seeing the radios, the members of the high school team, Grey Wolf and another, brightened with realization. You clever lad, how did we not consider utilizing their equipment? This way, the Blue Army's intelligence department will not scrutinize our communication channels excessively. Let us hasten our actions, Grey Wolf declared. After a brief discussion, the trio parted ways. Tang Ming recalled the television series where the Lone Wolf team encountered the Night Tiger Reconnaissance Company. The Lone Wolf team was besieged by the Night Tiger Reconnaissance Company, ultimately leaving only Zhuang Yin alive, who stealthily concealed himself beneath their convoy, infiltrating the Blue Army's command post. Thus, if they could swiftly locate the Lone Wolf team, there would be a chance to discover the Blue Army's command center. Chapter 70. Finding the Lone Wolf team locating a special operations squad amidst the vast wilderness proved exceedingly arduous. Even for Tang Ming, it was beyond reach. However, tracking a regiment of the Blue Army was not as formidable a task. Utilizing the Black Tiger Brigade's communication equipment and satellite computer, Tang Ming monitored the internal communication channels, keeping an ear out for movements within the Blue Army's regiments in the approximate vicinity. After half a day, he finally pinpointed the whereabouts of the Night Tiger Reconnaissance Company. By now, night had fallen. The Night Tiger Reconnaissance Company was receiving orders from higher command to encircle the Lone Wolf assault team. Zhuang Yin and his comrades were evidently cornered, ensnared in a precarious situation by the Night Tiger Reconnaissance Company personnel. Listen, they must be within a few hundred meters of this area. Conduct a meticulous search, leaving no stone unturned. The newly appointed company commander of the Night Tiger Reconnaissance Company sternly addressed the entire unit. Furthermore, no individual actions are permitted. Proceed as squads. They are special forces, not conventional troops. Do you understand? Yes. The squad leaders of the Night Tiger Reconnaissance Company responded in a sparse chorus. This was not a reflection of their capabilities, but rather an indication of their lack of respect and acceptance for the newly appointed young commander. With Miao Lian's retirement, the entire company felt a deep sense of loss and sorrow. Naturally, the arrival of this inexperienced commander did not endear him to the seasoned veterans in the unit. Those who have served in the military understand that newly assigned officers from military academies often face skepticism from the long-serving non-commissioned officers, who regard them as lacking in experience. This stage is indeed one of the most challenging for them. The significance of an experienced non-commissioned officer in a company cannot be overstated. While the soldiers may not respect the commander, they will undoubtedly hold the old sergeant in high regard. Due to their lengthy periods of solitary duty and the close camaraderie developed from living and playing alongside the soldiers, the bonds formed are notably strong. However, the newly appointed squad leader and company commander inevitably introduce a sense of distance. Their authoritative demeanor, proclaiming, "I am the leader, and my word is final," does little to endear them to the troops. Yet, as the initial adjustment period elapses and familiarity breeds, along with the recognition of the leader's genuine capabilities, the unit begins to coalesce harmoniously. It is evident that the Night Tiger Reconnaissance Company currently finds itself in this transitional phase. Several seasoned squad leaders harbor reservations towards the newly appointed company commander, deeming him lacking in skill yet possessing a rather formidable temperament. Observing the disdain from the veteran squad leaders, the new commander is filled with frustration, feeling powerless to alter their perceptions. In swift order, the various squads disperse to conduct a thorough search of the forest. The sound of gunfire soon reverberates through the trees. "Run! There are too many of them," echoes the voice of Gung Jihui, prompting the Lone Wolf team members, stationed at their respective positions, to scatter and flee. However, in the opposite direction, members of the Night Tiger Reconnaissance Company are also present. Before long, all but Zhuang Yin fall victim to the barrage of gunfire. "Damn it, that guy can really run." He is as reckless as Xiao Zhuang. After pursuing for a while, the soldiers find themselves outpaced, gasping in exasperation. Among them, Chen Shihua remarks, "That silhouette bears a striking resemblance to Xiao Zhuang, doesn't he? What a coincidence." The others exchange glances, fully aware that the individuals they are attempting to intercept are elite soldiers from the Wolf-Fang unit. Moreover, Zhuang Yin has indeed joined their ranks. At this moment, several more individuals arrive, one of whom is a sergeant. "What is the situation? Where are they?" "They fled," Chen Shihua stammers. "Useless." The sergeant barks. "Get after them. We must capture that Xiao Zhuang." "Wait, you really think it's Xiao Zhuang?" Chen Shihua and the others are taken aback. "Of course. Who else could run that fast?" The sergeant retorts. "We've taken down the rest of the Wolf-Fang team, including your old squad leader." With a hint of nostalgia, the sergeant adds, "I didn't expect this new company commander to possess some skill after all." He accurately deduced the Wolf-Fang team as presence in this area. Squad leader, "I think the new company commander is quite competent. Perhaps you should ease up on him," Chen Shihua suggests. "Get lost. I don't need you to tell me how to lead. Now move out and pursue." The sergeant commands. "Yes, sir." After a prolonged chase, they finally catch up with Zhuang Yin. However, upon encountering a familiar face, a casual exchange ensues. In the midst of their chatter, Zhuang Yin seizes the moment to hurl a flashbang, catching them off guard. Sergeant and Chen Shihua, among others, found themselves unable to keep their eyes open. Seizing the opportunity, Zhuang Yin swiftly turned and fled, narrowly escaping peril. However, just as Zhuang Yin had not ventured far, gunfire erupted at the scene. Chen Shihua and several others were enveloped in a cloud of white smoke. Were there others? Both Sergeant and Chen Shihua were momentarily taken aback, turning to investigate. They observed a figure emerge from the underbrush, grinning at them. "What the hell? Tang Ming, it's you," they exclaimed in astonishment, having only dashed a few meters away. Zhuang Yin, upon hearing the commotion, quickly turned around and spotted Tang Ming. "Old Tang, are you all right?" "This is fantastic," Zhuang Yin exclaimed in excitement. Tang Ming smirked. "I must say, you all are special forces, yet you are being pursued by comrades from the old unit. Quite embarrassing." Chapter 71. Locating the Blue Army command post, Zhuang Yin felt a flush of embarrassment. Everyone, it's been a while, Tang Ming greeted Qin Shiwa and the others. They all exchanged dry smiles. I knew you would accomplish great things after joining Wolfang. Even little Zhuang has been reduced to such a state. While you managed to take down several of them with a few shots, truly deserving of the title of the fastest man in our 702nd Regiment. The sergeant chuckled. Tang Ming replied, that comment sounds rather peculiar. Well, let us catch up later. If we don't move soon, your unit will surround us. He waved them off and called to Zhuang Yin. Run. What are you waiting for? Do you want to be chased by your own unit? Tang Ming's radar detected that the other members of the Night Tiger Reconnaissance Company were hastening toward the sound of gunfire. Zhuang Yin followed closely behind Tang Ming, sprinting rapidly. Soon, Tang Ming led him in a wide arc, emerging about 30 meters from a row of trucks belonging to the Night Tiger Reconnaissance Company. Wait. We'll hide beneath their trucks, gripping the chassis, and follow them to the Blue Army command post. Tang Ming instructed Zhuang Yin. Zhuang Yin nodded. As he harbored the same intention, little Zhuang, listen carefully. I have a plan, and I hope you will cooperate with me, Tang Ming said. Go on. Zhuang Yin replied. You are stronger than I, and your mind is more agile than ours. I trust you. I aim to capture the Blue Army commander. We will bring him back to our Red Army territory. What? Zhuang Yin, taken aback, stared at Tang Ming in disbelief. No, old Tang, say that again. I must have misheard you. You heard me correctly, Tang Ming affirmed. I need your cooperation. Soon, I will disembark just outside the Blue Army command post. You will sneak in and conceal yourself, awaiting my signal. Are you serious? Zhuang Yin still looked incredulous as he regarded Tang Ming. Of course. At this juncture, do you truly think I am jesting? Tang Ming remarked with a smirk. I have already consulted with the high school team, and he has consented. Prior to my arrival here, I established communication with him. They are en route. However, we cannot afford to wait for their arrival. We must proceed forthwith. Once you enter, await my signal and refrain from any rash actions. Wasn't the high school team captured by the Black Tiger Brigade? Zhuang Yin was taken aback. Tang Ming grinned. I have dismantled the command center of the Black Tiger Brigade, eliminating dozens of elite soldiers, including their captain, and rescued the high school team. Unfortunately, during subsequent combat with the Black Tiger Special Forces, a few of them were lost. Only the high school team and the Grey Wolf survived. Zhuang Yin stood in stunned silence, his expression one of disbelief. After a prolonged pause, he gazed at Tang Ming with an odd look and remarked, Old Tang. At times I genuinely question if you are even human. Tang Ming responded, Am I not a ghost then? After persuading Zhuang Yin, they quietly awaited the Night Tiger Reconnaissance Company to assemble their forces. Half an hour later, the newly appointed company commander dared not linger, as they needed to return to the Blue Army command. Once everyone was gathered, Tang Ming and Zhuang Yin swiftly moved from the opposite side, each slipping beneath a large truck, gripping the chassis above. After the company commander called roll, he ordered everyone to board the vehicles. Fortunately, the Blue Army command was merely 30 miles away, and the journey took just over half an hour. Both Tang Ming and Zhuang Yin possessed commendable upper body strength, enabling them to endure until they reached the Blue Army command. Before long, Tang Ming utilized radar to detect a garrison of over 1,000 personnel just 500 meters ahead. The distribution of guards indicated that this was undoubtedly the Blue Army command. After meticulously surveying the surroundings to ensure safety, he released his grip, allowing himself to drop beneath the truck, employing his Spider-Man-like agility to firmly grasp the ground, preventing his body from rolling due to inertia and being crushed by the wheels. As the vehicle passed over him, he quickly rolled into the roadside bushes, concealing himself. Siberian Wolf, I have safely disembarked. Once you enter the Blue Army command, seek an opportunity to hide and await my signal to plant the explosives. Received, came Zhuang Yin's faint response through the earpiece. Following Zhuang Yin's confirmation, Tang Ming immediately dove into the forest, commencing a thorough reconnaissance of the surroundings. He deployed the radar scan extensively and soon identified several Blue Army sentries. Nearly every 100 meters, there was one, effectively encircling the Blue Army command. Furthermore, among these sentries, there were numerous snipers. It can be said that these sentinels and snipers have rendered the Blue Army's command center impenetrable, were it not for Zhuang Yin's reliance on their vehicles to gain entry. His absence of such camouflage skills and silent crawling techniques would have made infiltration impossible, let alone the assassination or capture of the Blue Army's commander. Tang Ming did not immediately eliminate all the sentinels he had discovered. Instead, he utilized his camouflage abilities to stealthily approach within 30 meters of the Blue Army's command center to ascertain the situation inside. He planned to dispatch these sentinels collectively when the time came to execute his strategy. Chapter 72. I shall accompany this madman in his madness just as swiftly. Tang Ming comprehended the entire structural layout of the Blue Army's command center. The area it occupied was comparable to that of a football field, situated on a vast plain beneath a cliff. Behind them loomed a precipice approximately 70 to 80 meters high. Atop this cliff was a regiment stationed, while several sentinels were positioned a few dozen meters from the cliff's edge to prevent any Red Army snipers from attempting to ascend. Below lay rows of tents and vehicles. Within the confines of the Blue Army Command Center, excluding the fully staffed regiment behind the cliff, there were over 1,000 personnel. This force primarily consisted of the Guard Regiment, along with more than 100 elite soldiers from 2 Black Tiger battalions tasked with protecting the commanding officer of the Blue Army. It can be asserted that locating the Blue Army's command center and eliminating their commander under such formidable defenses was exceedingly challenging, let alone capturing him. Nevertheless, Tang Ming had anticipated this scenario. He gently opened his backpack, revealing dozens of grenades, smoke bombs, and flashbangs, items scavenged from the Black Tiger Special Forces he had previously defeated, as well as from other infantry regiments. However, at present, these supplies were insufficient. In an instant, Tang Ming's gaze fell upon the surrounding sentinels and those stationed atop the cliff. Generally, each would carry 2 smoke bombs, grenades, and flashbangs. During his earlier encounter with the Black Tiger Special Forces, some of their munitions had been expended, leaving him with little. Yet, if he could eliminate these sentinels and seize their equipment, it would suffice. Thus, he awaited the scheduled change of guard for these sentinels. Typically, sentinels would rotate every 2 hours, and barring any unforeseen circumstances, they would not communicate with one another. Now, he merely needed to wait for their shift change before taking action, allowing him ample time to gather the necessary equipment and commence his endeavor. Tang Ming promptly contacted Zhuang Yin to inform him of the plan. Upon hearing Tang Ming's audacious plan, Zhuang Yin was momentarily taken aback, his voice a low, raspy whisper. "No, old Tang, do you truly believe such a bizarre scheme is feasible?" Tang Ming chuckled. "How can we ascertain without attempting? Rest assured, even if we fail to capture the Blue Army's commander, we can certainly eliminate him. Regardless, we will not return empty-handed. So, what do you say? Are we in?" After a brief silence, Zhuang Yin's voice finally resonated through the headset. "Damn it, I shall accompany your madness just this once. Count me in," he rasped. "Excellent. Let us proceed as I have outlined. Exercise caution on your end. Ensure they remain oblivious to our actions," came the reply. After severing communication, Tang Ming immediately reached out to the high school team and Grey Wolf. "Firewolf, what is your current status?" inquired the high school team. Tang Ming responded. "The Siberian Wolf has successfully infiltrated the Blue Army's command post. I am currently stationed on the outskirts, preparing to execute the capture plan. Are you truly committed to this course of action?" High school team asked, taking a deep breath. "At this juncture, do you think I would jest?" Tang Ming replied. "I reached out to you to coordinate our efforts from the other side. Once we extract the Blue Army's commander from their headquarters, they will undoubtedly dispatch a significant number of troops in pursuit of us." "Very well, I shall join you in this reckless endeavor," high school team conceded. "What do you require of us?" Tang Ming promptly detailed the plan. After hearing it, both the high school team and Grey Wolf exhibited expressions of sheer bewilderment, mirroring Zhuang Yan's earlier reaction. "Damn it, this madman!" High school team exclaimed, shutting down the communication channel, a mix of laughter and frustration evident in his tone. Grey Wolf, with a wry smile, remarked, "Throughout the history of Wolf Fong, it seems only this fool would dare to undertake such a venture. Are we truly going to engage in this madness?" High school team replied, "Why not? Given his capabilities, I believe that even if we ultimately fail, there remains a chance to eliminate the Blue Army's commander. Let us take this gamble. Should we succeed, we will etch our names in history." Grey Wolf expressed his concern. "But have you considered that this is merely a drill within our military district? The Blue Army's commander is our top brass. While decapitating him might not pose a problem, as we have done so in the past without repercussions, capturing him would be a profound humiliation. Are you not apprehensive about facing repercussions from our superiors?" High school team scoffed. "Too trivial." Grey Wolf, puzzled, queried, "What do you mean by trivial?" "The perspective is narrow." Grey Wolf, the high school team leader stated, "It is precisely because this is merely a grand exercise within our military district, and that number one is one of our own, that we dare to engage in such antics. While he may feel displeased, deep down, he takes pride and joy in our Wolf Fong's ability to achieve such extremes. If your child, in a moment of disrespect, spoke back to you, yet later emerged as the top scorer in the National College entrance examination, would you still scold him for that moment of insolence, disregarding his accomplishments?" Grey Wolf, that seems quite reasonable. Chapter 73. Commencing action approximately an hour later, Tang Ming glanced at the time, realizing it was already 1:30 in the morning. At this hour, within the entire command center, aside from the necessary personnel patrolling and standing guard, 80% of the staff were already at rest, including the commander of the Blue Army. He had returned to his tent over half an hour ago. Tang Ming continuously utilized his eagle eye and radar to monitor the situation within the Blue Army's command center, swiftly capturing the figure of the Blue Army commander. In truth, Had he so desired, Tang Ming could have easily eliminated him on the spot upon his exit, achieving a decisive coup. Meanwhile, all the sentry posts began to change shifts. A few minutes later, every hidden lookout within a radius of several hundred meters, including those stationed on the cliffs, had completed their change of duty, save for the snipers. Siberian Wolf, I have received your response. Tang Ming initiated communication with Zhuangyan. Siberian Wolf acknowledges, please proceed, over. Tang Ming, I am commencing action now. You may begin installing the explosives on your end. Exercise caution, over. Understood. You take care as well, over. Following their brief exchange, Tang Ming set his plan into motion. He activated his camouflage skills, the silent low-crawl ability akin to Spider-Man, and the radar scanning skills, 3 crucial abilities fully engaged. He swiftly identified the optimal route and crawled rapidly towards the snipers. One blue army sniper was squinting slightly, attempting to catch a moment of rest. Suddenly, a hand clasped over his mouth, accompanied by a chilling dagger pressed against his throat. You're finished. Adhere to the exercise rules. A low, hoarse voice intoned. Bang. The blue army sniper barely had time to react before he felt a sharp pain in his neck, as Tang Ming delivered a decisive blow, rendering him unconscious. To mitigate any potential violations of the rules that could jeopardize his plans, Tang Ming opted to issue a warning before incapacitating him. Once this individual was dealt with, Tang Ming collected all the smoke bombs, grenades, flashbangs, and landmines from his person. These snipers typically carried such equipment, but it remained uncertain whether the ordinary sentries possessed similar gear. Immediately thereafter, Tang Ming continued to incapacitate the remaining snipers with remarkable efficiency. As he had surmised, aside from the few snipers equipped with landmines and explosives, the remaining sentinels were merely armed with rudimentary rifles, grenades, and smoke bombs. However, these resources, combined with what he had previously gathered, proved to be quite sufficient. Once he had neutralized all snipers and sentinels within a 500-meter radius, Tang Ming swiftly dashed towards a nearby turbulent river that cascaded down from the cliffside. His objective was to swim across and then scale the cliff to eliminate the sentinels and snipers positioned above. At present, his backpack was laden with an array of grenades, smoke bombs, landmines, and explosives, weighing nearly 100 kilograms. Yet, this burden was well within his capacity to bear. Gazing up at the nearly vertical cliff, he couldn't help but click his tongue. Without his extraordinary wall-crawling abilities akin to that of Spider-Man, ascending while encumbered with such heavy gear would have been utterly impossible. Taking a deep breath, he selected the most discreet route for concealment and activated his climbing skill, ascending with remarkable speed. This climbing ability was nothing short of extraordinary. Even on smooth rock faces, his hands and palms adhered effortlessly, allowing him to navigate as fluidly as if traversing flat ground. In no time at all, within less than half a minute, he had completely conquered the towering cliff that soared 70 to 80 meters high. The radar scan indicated that there were still sentinels on the plateau above the cliff. He could not approach directly, as that would surely expose him. Instead, he stealthily maneuvered into the underbrush along the side. His plan was to first eliminate the sentinels and snipers positioned behind him, and then address those on the cliff's plateau. Fortunately, the sentinels remained crouched, oblivious to the happenings on the cliff face. After all, in their minds, such a sheer cliff posed no challenge for anyone unbound by ropes. As he stealthily approached, Tang Ming rendered the snipers and sentinels within a 100-meter radius of the cliff unconscious without a sound. The 2 remaining sentinels on the cliff's plateau were still unaware of the unfolding events. In a swift motion, Tang Ming surged forth from the underbrush. Hearing the commotion, the 2 turned to investigate, only to see a dark figure lunging towards them. Before they could react, they felt a sharp pain at their necks, as Tang Ming's precise right hand struck with formidable force, rendering them incapacitated. Thus, all sentinels and snipers above the cliff were eliminated. Subsequently, Tang Ming retrieved all the landmines and explosives from his gear and moved to various positions behind the cliff to begin establishing a minefield. The purpose of this action is to prevent the infantry regiment from swiftly arriving after discovering that the Blue Army's command post has been attacked. If they arrive too late, it will create significant complications. It is essential to employ minefields to obstruct their reinforcements. Chapter 74. The commotion at the Blue Army camp. Half an hour later, Tang Ming finally completed all operations and returned to the edge of the cliff. Siberian Wolf, I have finished my preparations and am ready to initiate the capture operation. How are things on your end? Tang Ming inquired, clutching his headset. Upon hearing Tang Ming's words, Zhuangyan was utterly astonished. With dozens of hidden sentries and snipers, along with the establishment of minefields, he had accomplished all this in less than an hour. Could he possibly be any more extraordinary? I'm also ready. Just awaiting your signal, Zhuangyan replied, taking a deep breath. Excellent. In 3 minutes, I will immediately drop smoke grenades and grenades. Make sure to hide in the number 1 military vehicle. Once the Blue Army's commander emerges from the tent, drive the vehicle over quickly, Tang Ming instructed. Understood. Zhuang Yin responded solemnly. The plan was not complicated. After securing the optimal vantage point on the cliff, Tang Ming began to rain down smoke grenades and grenades upon the camp below, creating tremendous chaos within the Blue Army Command. Under such conditions, the Blue Army commander would undoubtedly be reluctant to remain inside the tent and would hasten to exit under the protection of his guards. However, they would be wary of entering other tents, as a single grenade could spell disaster for them. Moreover, they were completely unaware of the number of enemies present, and the pandemonium below would compel them to organize security personnel to swiftly escort the Blue Army commander to their nearby regiment for safety. At this juncture, if Zhuang Yin drove the vehicle over, posing as one of their own, in the midst of the confusion and urgency, it was highly probable that the Blue Army commander would board the vehicle. At that point, Zhuang Yin would drive off, successfully extracting the commander. Previously, Zhuang Yin believed this was impossible due to the overwhelming presence of sentries and snipers. Yet now, with Tang Ming having neutralized all those sentries and snipers, once he safely got the Blue Army commander into the vehicle, he could proceed without obstruction to effectuate the capture. Furthermore, an additional crucial factor was that he had installed remote-controlled explosives among the rows of vehicles. Thus, when he drove away, he could detonate the vehicle, making it improbable for even the Black Tiger Brigade's special forces to catch up on foot. At the very least, it would be quite challenging for them to pursue him in the immediate aftermath, unless their regiment and armed helicopters came after him. Report, Firewolf. I am fully prepared and ready to act, Zhuang Yin announced through the headset 2 minutes later. Good. Commence the operation, Tang Ming replied. Having spoken, Tang Ming swiftly extracted over 100 smoke bombs and grenades from his backpack. Heh, brothers of the Blue Army, prepare for the revelry of the apocalypse. With that, Tang Ming seized a smoke bomb, quickly pulled the pin, and hurled it down towards the Blue Army's command center with great force. The smoke bomb descended at an astonishing speed, landing within the confines of the Blue Army's encampment. The soldiers patrolling inside were momentarily taken aback by the sound, and soon, thick smoke erupted forth. Tang Ming's pace was remarkable. Within mere seconds, he had unleashed a dozen smoke bombs. Instantly, the area within several dozen meters was engulfed in smoke. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! The air was filled with the furious shouts of soldiers within the Blue Army command center. Shortly thereafter, the blaring sound of the first alarm resonated throughout, awakening the resting soldiers of the guard unit and the elite Black Tiger Special Forces, who hastily donned their gear. At that moment, Tang Ming began to launch grenades towards the tents of the Black Tiger Special Forces outside. The distance from the cliff to the tents was nearly 200 meters, yet Tang Ming's extraordinary strength enabled him to throw them with precision. As the Special Forces rushed out, they were met with the devastating explosions of the grenades raining down upon them. Tang Ming's radar scanner functioned flawlessly, ensuring he maintained control and did not recklessly throw grenades. After all, at such heights and speeds, an errant toss could prove fatal for the soldiers below. The radar scanning skill was proving to be crucial at this juncture. Tang Ming relentlessly bombarded the area with smoke bombs and grenades, effectively isolating those guard soldiers and Black Tiger Special Forces attempting to advance towards the command tent of the Blue Army. With each explosion, groups of Black Tiger Special Forces and guard soldiers were eliminated. Even those who were not directly hit found themselves lost in the smoke, gasping for air and stumbling aimlessly. Damn it! Where's the enemy? Find him now, the commander of the Special Operations Company bellowed. Upon our emergence, grenades and smoke bombs began raining down. The entire Blue Army command center is shrouded in smoke, rendering us blind. Damn. Quickly, protect the commander. The Red Army has likely infiltrated completely. We must evacuate the commander. He cannot remain in the tent any longer. Yes. What is happening outside? The Blue Army commander inquired hurriedly as he donned his attire, addressing the guards who burst in. Commander, we have been infiltrated by Red Army forces. They are bombarding our encampment with numerous smoke bombs and grenades. Chaos has erupted outside. The guard shouted anxiously. Quick. Let us see. No. It's too dangerous. Commander, we are currently unaware of the enemy's location. Venturing outside is perilous. We should await the arrival of the Special Forces from the Black Tiger Brigade, exclaimed the guard loudly. The commander of the Blue Army pondered for a moment, eventually nodding. Yet he remained incensed as he berated. What are those sentinels and snipers outside doing? How could they allow the Red Army to infiltrate our defenses? Siberian Wolf. Swiftly drive over and retrieve the commander of the Blue Army, shouted Tang Ming, fervently tossing grenades. Understood, replied Zhuang Yin, promptly starting the vehicle. Fortunately, the vehicle was not far from the Blue Army commander's tent. Although Zhuang Yin struggled to see the path clearly, he managed to reach the location with Tang Ming's guidance. Meanwhile, the infantry regiment stationed atop the cliff received news of the assault and immediately dispatched numerous soldiers towards the scene. However, after running a mere 200 meters, they stumbled into the minefield set by Tang Ming, a group of soldiers instantly eliminated by the detonated landmines. This is dire. They have laid mines here. Damn it. How did they manage to approach us? Quickly inform the Blue Army command. The Red Army must be deploying smoke grenades and grenades from the cliff. Bellowed the regiment commander. Yes. Chapter 75. Success at this juncture. The Special Operations Company commander also received the notification from the infantry regiment. Hurry. The enemy must be positioned on the cliff. Locate them, he shouted vociferously. At that moment, Tang Ming had nearly exhausted his supply of grenades, smoke bombs, and flashbangs. Over 100 grenades rained down, eliminating 300 to 400 adversaries, leaving the remaining soldiers disoriented. Tang Ming then raised his firearm and began to aim. Gunfire erupted incessantly, even through the smoke. Radar scans revealed no one could evade Tang Ming's marksmanship. With his eagle-eye shooting skill, he fired at an astonishing rate, landing 4 to 5 shots per second, each one striking a Blue Army soldier. Tang Ming was the first to suppress the Blue Army's special forces, preventing them from advancing and obstructing Zhuang Yin from extracting the Blue Army commander. After suffering losses of 20 to 30 men from Tang Ming's onslaught, the Black Tiger special forces sought to charge forward, yet bullets whizzed past them. The moment they dared to expose themselves from behind cover, they were met with the lethal hail of gunfire. Simultaneously, the Blue Army soldiers below were frantically shooting upwards at the cliff. However, shrouded in smoke, they struggled to discern the situation above. Tang Ming, having now concealed himself in the nearby grass, became even more elusive to their aim. Report. I am a Special Forces soldier from the Black Tiger Brigade. Commander, our company commander has instructed me to escort you to safety. After bringing the vehicle to a halt at the entrance of the Blue Army commander's tent, Zhuang Yin shouted into the tent. The Red Army outside has been subdued by us. Now is the time to evacuate swiftly to the adjacent corps. We are currently unaware of their numbers, and remaining here poses a grave risk. Upon hearing Zhuang Yin's words, the Blue Army commander hastily emerged from the tent. As he opened the flap, a thick cloud of smoke enveloped them. Zhuang Yin was clad in the uniform of the Black Tiger Special Forces, a precaution arranged by Tang Ming to prevent recognition. Although Zhuang Yin's face may have seemed unfamiliar, it was crucial to remember that the Black Tiger Brigade had been transferred from the Northwest Military District, while the Blue Army commander belonged to the Southeast Military District. Apart from Lei Qiming and a few principal squad leaders, he had not encountered many members of the Black Tiger Special Forces. Thus, upon seeing Zhuang Yin driving his military vehicle and donned in the Black Tiger's tactical attire, suspicions were naturally absent. Commander, quickly get in the vehicle. We must withdraw immediately, Zhuang Yin urged loudly. Without hesitation, the Blue Army commander complied and took a seat. At that moment, a few nearby guards attempted to board as well. However, Zhuang Yin swiftly drew his pistol and fired several shots at them, effectively neutralizing the threat. You have been eliminated. Stand aside, he bellowed. The guards were momentarily taken aback, bewildered by the turn of events. What is happening? Aren't you a Black Tiger Special Forces member? Aren't we on the same side? They questioned, but before they could process their confusion, the realization struck them. This Black Tiger soldier was an imposter from the Wolf Fong Special Forces. Damn it, we've been deceived. However, before the other guards could react, Zhuang Yin had already seated himself in the vehicle. The Blue Army commander sensed something amiss and attempted to leap from the vehicle. With a swift chop, Zhuang Yin rendered him unconscious. I apologize, Commander, he exclaimed, before flooring the accelerator, causing the vehicle to roar as it sped towards the exit. With a crash, the vehicle collided with the barricade of the Blue Army Command Center, breaking through and speeding out into the open. The sentries and snipers outside had already been dealt with by Tang Ming, posing no further threat. Firewolf, I have successfully extracted the Blue Army commander. Haha. We did it. We succeeded, Zhuang Yin proclaimed joyfully. You too, hurry and evacuate. Tang Ming responded with a laugh. I see it. Proceed as planned. You need not worry about me. Just wait for me at the designated location. Understood. After Tang Ming finished speaking, he noticed that the smoke below was gradually dissipating. Meanwhile, the infantry regiment had finally overcome the minefield and was rushing towards him. Without a moment's hesitation, Tang Ming swiftly leapt to the edge of the cliff and then, akin to a sprinter racing down the track, he rapidly descended. Just a dozen meters above the river, he plunged headlong into the water. Coincidentally, the infantry regiment had just reached the cliff's edge, only to find the ground littered with detonators. Yet no one was in sight. Damn it! Quickly pursue. We must not let them escape. Yes. Below, the Special Operations Company commander also arrived at the Blue Army command post. Where's the commander? Upon seeing the guards who had been eliminated by Zhuang Yin, an ominous premonition surged within him. He has been captured, one guard exclaimed. Although they had been eliminated, he cared little for the rules at that moment and hurriedly reported. A Red Army operative impersonated one of your Black Tiger members and took the commander away in a vehicle after incapacitating him. Damn it, what are you all doing? Hurry. Chase after them. The Special Operations Commander bellowed. If he successfully takes the commander back, we might as well return home to feed pigs. Yes. All the special forces and guard soldiers on the scene rushed towards their vehicles. At that moment, Zhuang Yin glanced at his watch, realizing it was time, and pulled out a remote control from his pocket, pressing the detonation button. Bang! Bang! A series of muffled explosions erupted. The rows of vehicles were instantly detonated. Though Zhuang Yin did not possess a substantial amount of explosives, the proximity of the cars ensured that the blast from one vehicle would trigger the others. Those who had hastily boarded their vehicles, before even starting the engines, were already caught in the explosion and eliminated. In an instant, over 100 individuals were directly disqualified. Nearly all vehicles within the Blue Army Command post were rendered inoperative, thus exiting the exercise. Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! The Special Operations Commander cursed furiously. Chapter 76. The cat swaps the prince. At this moment, other staff members from the Blue Army Command post hurried over. Upon learning of the situation, their faces fell, filled with immense rage. The dignified commander had been abducted from his own home, a sheer humiliation. Such an absurdity had never occurred since the founding of the Republic of China. Even during the War of Resistance, such an incident was almost unheard of. Now, they have yet to catch a glimpse of one another, and nearly half of the personnel at the Blue Army Command have been eliminated. With the highest-ranking commander of the Blue Army captured, such a revelation would likely be met with disbelief. Yet, the truth remains indisputable. Should they succeed in transporting the Blue Army leader back to the Red Army territory, the Blue Army would become a laughingstock among the entire military. These staff officers would undoubtedly face severe repercussions. Quick! Immediately notify all nearby units to intercept that Blue Army squad. We must ensure the safe return of the commander, bellowed a Colonel Chief of Staff. At present, he held the highest rank. With the capture of the Blue Army leader, he became the acting commander. The Colonel Chief of Staff turned to the Special Operations Team leader, instructing him to contact all assault teams from the Black Tiger Battalion, abandoning all previously assigned missions. They must return at once to rescue the commander, much like the Wolf Fong unit. Aside from the dozen or so special forces led by Lei Ming and the Special Operations Team stationed here, the Black Tiger Battalion also had several special teams engaged in sabotage operations within the Red Army territory. Yes, contact the Airborne Brigade. The colonel had yet to finish when a nearby guard interjected. Report. The Airborne Brigade has already been obliterated by the enemy. Meanwhile, on the other side, Tang Ming emerged from the river and swiftly made his way toward the predetermined rendezvous point with Zhuang Yin, within a radius of 20 to 30 miles. There were no fewer than 10 fully mechanized regiments of the Blue Army. Unlike Zhuang Yin, who possessed various skills, he knew that once these mechanized regiments surrounded him, escape would be impossible. Thus, after driving several miles, Zhuang Yin parked the vehicle. At that moment, two figures sprang forth from the shadows. It was Gao Zhangdue and Grey Wolf. My heavens! It truly is the commander! Grey Wolf exclaimed, momentarily stunned upon seeing the Blue Army leader in the vehicle. Gao Zhangdue stood beside him, mouth agape and eyes wide, though they had harbored some hope. They dared not fully believe that Tang Ming and Zhuang Yin could successfully extract the Blue Army leader. Yet, the fact remained, the Blue Army leader lay in the vehicle. You two are utterly extraordinary. Even the typically composed Gao Zhangdue could not help but express his astonishment. Gao Zhangdue, Grey Wolf, enough chatter. Quickly change clothes. Their pursuers are nearly upon us. Understood. The two wasted no time, hastily stripping the Blue Army leader of his clothing. Grey Wolf also removed his attire to don the uniform of the Blue Army leader. Let us move. Gao Zhangdue urged Zhuang Yin. Yes, Zhuang Yin, shouldering the Blue Army commander, swiftly made his way towards the predetermined rendezvous with Tang Ming. Meanwhile, the high school team and Grey Wolf had boarded their vehicle, hastily heading in a different direction. Indeed, this was their stratagem, an audacious switcheroo. By utilizing the high school team and Grey Wolf to divert the Blue Army's forces, they aimed to buy precious time for Zhuang Yin and Tang Ming. By donning the Blue Army commander's uniform, they sought to obfuscate any tracking efforts by military dogs. In this manner, they intended to draw most of the enemy's troops away. By the time the enemy realized their ruse, Zhuang Yin and Tang Ming would have already extricated themselves from the encirclement with the Blue Army commander in tow. On the Blue Army side, upon receiving orders from their command center, the mechanized infantry battalions dispatched a substantial force to pursue Zhuang Yin and his companions. Simultaneously, they fortified their front lines with numerous troops, lying in wait for Zhuang Yin's team to unwittingly stumble into their trap. Small reconnaissance drones buzzed overhead, surveying the forest, while various units unleashed their military dogs to track the scent. Soon enough, the dogs arrived at the spot where Zhuang Yin had parked but quickly redirected towards the high school team's trajectory, guided by the dogs. The various units converged on that direction, reinforcing their positions accordingly. Meanwhile, Zhuang Yin faced little pursuit. Minutes later, the vehicle driven by the high school team and Grey Wolf was finally spotted by the Blue Army forces, with a resounding crash. Several Blue Army vehicles collided forcefully with theirs, bringing them to a halt. The high school team and Grey Wolf offered no resistance, instead displaying knowing smiles. Although they had only delayed the enemy for a mere few minutes, the plan could be deemed a success. Disembark, the Special Operations Commander ordered, pulling the high school team and Grey Wolf from the vehicle. A swift inspection revealed no one else was inside. Report. No sign of the commander. What? The Special Operations Commander's expression darkened. At that moment, he noticed that Grey Wolf was clad in the uniform of their Blue Army commander. The realization struck him. They had fallen into a trap. The audacious switch had been executed flawlessly. Chapter 77. I underestimated you. All quick. Pursue them in the opposite direction. They surely haven't gotten far. The Special Operations Commander bellowed, his face grim. Notify all units to establish at least 3 defensive perimeters within a 30-mile radius to the northwest. Not a single mouse must escape. Yes. The subordinate swiftly contacted the Blue Army Command Center, urging them to expedite orders. The Special Operations Company commander swiftly produced a map. They must have retreated to the northwest. In this direction, where we are stationed, lie our missiles and heavy artillery units. Their reconnaissance capabilities on an individual level are quite limited, and they cannot deploy personnel for precise interception. However, our troops are relatively densely distributed in that area, leaving them with few options for retreating into the territory of the Red Army. The 3 routes are relatively flat with few obstacles. He would not dare to traverse them. Excluding these 3, it seems there are only the remaining 3 routes possible: the waterway, the cliffside mountain path, and the route that necessitates crossing the marshlands. Yet, if he is accompanied by the commander, taking the waterway would undoubtedly pose great difficulty. The marshlands are also unfeasible, as our unmanned reconnaissance aircraft can easily detect them. Thus, it is highly likely that they are taking the cliffside mountain path. 20 miles ahead along this route, there are more than 10 steep yet traversable mountains. Although challenging, it is the safest option. The subsequent 20 miles consist of desolate mountains, nearly devoid of trees, with sparse greenery but an abundance of rocks and obstacles, including numerous ravines that provide suitable hiding conditions. Furthermore, following this path leads them closest to the territory of the Red Army. Therefore, I speculate that they are most likely heading this way. We must deploy our forces in advance. The other Special Forces soldiers nodded in agreement upon hearing the analysis from the company commander. They immediately notified all the special teams of the Black Tiger unit to lay ambushes in the steep mountains and the desolate terrain behind them. Even if we pursue them now, we may not be able to intercept them. We must rely on them to slow down the pace of the Red Army squad. Yes. Soon, the 1,000-strong troop, accompanied by military dogs, swiftly advanced towards the direction where Zhuang Yin and Tang Ming were fleeing. Simultaneously, they dispatched 2 armed helicopters, continuously searching and circling in the air. Huff, huff. Zhuang Yin gasped for breath. He had been sprinting for nearly half an hour. The commander of the Blue Army weighed close to 200 pounds, traversing such mountainous terrain with a person of that weight at high speed for half an hour, even with strong physical conditioning, was exhausting. Moreover, carrying 200 pounds of equipment alongside a 200-pound individual was an entirely different experience. The latter was far more arduous. Finally, after nearly 40 minutes of running, a voice caused him to halt. Here. A figure leapt down from a tree, waving and calling out to Zhuang Yin. Damn it. I finally made it. If I had delayed any longer, I would have been utterly spent. Zhuang Yin gently set the Blue Army commander down, gasping heavily as beads of sweat the size of soybeans streamed down rapidly. At that moment, the Blue Army commander suddenly regained consciousness. Where am I? At this moment, the commander of the Blue Army found himself in a state of bewilderment. Commander, you have been captured by us. Tang Ming approached him, grinning. The Blue Army commander glanced down at his attire, noticing it had been changed. As he surveyed the unfamiliar forest surroundings, he realized there were no blue soldiers in sight. His gaze fell upon the panting Zhuang Yin, and memories of the moments leading to his unconsciousness flooded back. After a brief pause, he finally revealed a wry smile of resignation. It seems I have truly underestimated the prowess of this year's new recruits from Wolfang, the Blue Army commander remarked. I never anticipated that instead of being executed, I would find myself captured instead. You 2 new soldiers have made history. Commander, are you not angry? Zhuang Yin asked, slightly taken aback by curiosity. Angry? The Blue Army commander shot him a sidelong glance, chuckling. Why would I be angry? You are members of Wolfang, my soldiers. Witnessing my troops display such formidable strength fills me with joy. Zhuang Yin and Tang Ming exchanged glances, realizing that the higher one ascends in rank, the greater the enlightenment. However, taking me back to your Red Army territory will not be a simple task. If I am not mistaken, our Blue Army is undoubtedly dispatching a significant force to rescue me right now. Am I correct? Indeed, Tang Ming replied. They are currently pursuing us. But Commander, even if we ultimately fail, at the very least, we can eliminate you before they reach us, haha. Very well. I shall observe how you intend to transport me to your Red Army territory. The Blue Army commander laughed. Tang Ming then stated, "Commander, since you are now awake, I shall refrain from knocking you out again. However, you must remain silent and still, and cooperate with us." "Can you do that?" "Of course, if even I, the highest commander, do not adhere to the rules. What significance would the exercise hold? Thank you for your cooperation. Now let us embark." Tang Ming stood up, declaring, "Commander, I shall carry you." The Blue Army commander nodded, choosing not to protest. Given his age, running even a few hundred meters left him breathless, let alone sprinting like a special forces soldier. Moreover, Tang Ming and his companions would not permit him to run, which would greatly impede their speed. Tang Ming hoisted the Blue Army commander onto his back and turned to Zhuang Yin, saying, "This side is up to you. We shall meet after the exercise." Leaving Zhuang Yin behind to draw enemy fire, he knew that under such overwhelming circumstances, Zhuang Yin would unlikely survive. Yet, there was no other option. Zhuang Yin was already near exhaustion, and he would not be able to run far. Allowing him to remain and buy them a little more time was the best choice. "All right, Lao Tang, do not let us down." Tang Ming smiled. "When have I ever disappointed you? Let us go." Having spoken, Tang Ming swiftly dashed forward with the Blue Army commander on his back. His trajectory, as previously analyzed by the Special Operations Company commander, led him towards the steep mountain slopes and desolate valleys. There was no alternative. He understood that by taking this route, the Blue Army would likely deduce his movements. Nevertheless, it was the safest and most expedient path available. Even if enemies lay in ambush ahead, he had no choice but to proceed. Now, he awaited the moment when the Red Army would launch a full-scale assault upon receiving word of their capture of the Blue Army commander. Only then would the majority of the Blue Army abandon their pursuit in favor of the greater strategy, leaving only a few special forces or reconnaissance soldiers to chase after him. Chapter 78. An armed helicopter cannot deter me. Fortunately, during his rigorous training in the Wolf Tooth program, he had been accustomed to carrying a load exceeding 200 pounds daily, running dozens of kilometers. Even up to 100 had become second nature. Sprinting at full speed with the Blue Army commander was hardly taxing. His physical fitness now surpassed that of an ordinary person by 3 to 4 times, enabling him to carry them all without faltering. Moreover, the path he was retreating along was too narrow for any vehicle to pass. They could either deploy helicopters to fire upon him from above or lay ambushes ahead. However, the ruse he had just employed had diverted their main forces in another direction. Currently, the only threats in the vicinity were 1 or 2 heavy weapon units, with no other battalions present. These insights had been gleaned from meticulous map analysis. The treacherous nature of the mountain paths made it improbable for any unit to be stationed there. The soldiers of the Heavy Armored Division, constantly preparing for large-scale warfare, could hardly be reassigned at will. The exercise would not conclude with the Blue Army commander's demise. They could simply appoint another commander to continue the fight. However, should they abandon their posts, any delay in responding to an attack from the Red Army would jeopardize their overall strategic position. Thus, Tang Ming needed only to remain vigilant against small contingents of Blue Army soldiers lying in ambush and the pursuit of their armed helicopters, without any further concerns. He pushed the radar scanning and eagle-eye capabilities to their limits. If there were enemies within 500 meters ahead, he would immediately conceal himself or change direction. The radar detection range extended to 500 meters. Within the forest, unless an armed helicopter targeted him from the sky, ground-based snipers would find it nearly impossible to aim at him in such rugged terrain. This was one of the reasons he opted for this particular route. Tang Ming bore a rifle and a sniper rifle suspended from his chest, with several grenades and smoke bombs attached to his bulletproof vest. He had discarded all other equipment, deeming it utterly useless. As he sprinted at nearly 100 meters per second for several kilometers, the Blue Army commander clinging to his back was astounded by his stamina. He was hardly out of breath, and not a bead of sweat was in sight. Report. Target spotted. The enemy is in Area 2, a single individual carrying the commander, heading northwest. At this moment, over 1,000 meters behind Tang Ming, a sniper aboard an armed helicopter detected him sprinting through the forest with the aid of binoculars. Although the foliage obstructed the view, Tang Ming's silhouette, bearing the Blue Army commander, remained conspicuously evident. The frontline commander, the Special Operations Company leader, was elated upon receiving the report. Seize the opportunity and eliminate him. If not, do your utmost to intercept him. Understood, remarked the new recruit, astonished by the robust physical prowess displayed by the Blue Army commander. No wonder you claimed confidence in capturing me and bringing me to your Red Army territory. With that level of fitness, I doubt this distance would pose a challenge for you. As he continued to run, Tang Ming responded while slightly panting. It's all due to necessity. What is your name? Inquired the Blue Army commander with curiosity. Reporting, sir, my name is Tang Ming. You are Tang Ming? The Blue Army commander expressed mild surprise. Tang Ming, taken aback, wondered if the commander recognized him. Huh. You are the pig farmer from the logistics department of the 702nd Regiment, right? A staff officer from our military district brought your high school team to the 702nd Regiment for an inspection, and you showcased your marksmanship, defeating the high school team, correct? The Blue Army commander chuckled. Tang Ming, feeling a bit shy, replied, I didn't expect the commander to know about that. Good lad. You possess immense potential. Keep up the good work. Regardless of whether you succeed this time, I shall personally commend you upon your return. Thank you, sir. Before Tang Ming could finish his sentence, the radar alarm suddenly blared. A bullet hurtled toward him from the side. The moment the bullet entered the range of 500 meters, the radar had already sounded the alarm. The shot came from a high vantage point on his left side, and fortuitously, there was a stretch of open ground several meters wide directly ahead of him. At his current speed, he would reach the clear area just as the bullet arrived. What an impressive sniper. Tang Ming couldn't help but marvel at the skill. Yet, he instinctively slowed his pace. Half a second later, the bullet whizzed past him, missing by mere inches. At that moment, through the relatively spacious clearing, he spotted an armed helicopter appearing 800 meters to his left front. On board, a sniper and an observer were aiming directly at him. However, after firing a single shot, they refrained from taking a second. Clearly, they lacked confidence in their ability to achieve a precise shot after being detected, fearing they might inadvertently strike the commander of the Blue Army. Our Blue Army personnel were in pursuit, the commander chuckled. Yet, Tang Ming merely scoffed, declaring, It is but an armed helicopter. It cannot harm me. Chapter 79, one word. Absolute. With that, Tang Ming did not pause, but continued to sprint forward. Beep, beep, beep. The incessant sound of radar warnings echoed in his mind. Of course, upon entering a 500-meter range, any potential threat would trigger the alert. However, the bullets now striking before him seemed not to be aimed at him, but rather intended to obstruct his advance, hoping to delay his pace until their main force could arrive. Yet, none of this could hinder Tang Ming. He maintained his previous speed, pressing onward. Damn it. This guy knows we won't fire densely for fear of hitting the commander. The sniper shouted to the pilot. The observer marveled. This guy is incredibly fast. Carrying someone and running for so long while maintaining such speed, it's monstrous. How else could he have abducted the commander from the Blue Army headquarters? The sniper replied. Close in on him. See if we can take him out at close range. Understood. The pilot swiftly maneuvered the helicopter, rapidly closing the distance to Tang Ming. While his speed was impressive compared to other runners, a helicopter could easily catch up to a person in mere moments. As the armed helicopter approached within 500 meters of Tang Ming, his radar instantly locked onto it. This was the moment he had been waiting for. A cold smile graced his lips. Suddenly, he halted, gently setting down the commander of the Blue Army. Grasping a gun in each hand, he turned and fired. Bang, bang. The two gunshots rang out. The sniper and observer, witnessing Tang Ming release the commander, mistakenly believed he recognized the futility of fleeing with someone and was ready to surrender. They felt a surge of joy, preparing to aim to eliminate him. However, before they could even steady their aim, Tang Ming swiftly turned and fired. They barely had time to react. Tang Ming had already calculated the lead time. And without a doubt, his two shots struck true, hitting both the sniper and the observer. From the two individuals, wisps of white smoke suddenly rose. In an instant, they were utterly bewildered. Had they truly been hit? This fellow had merely turned around, wielding a gun in each hand, without a hint of aiming. The weapon still resting beneath his chest, and yet he managed to strike them? Could this truly be mere luck? But if it were luck, it was remarkably precise, as both had been directly targeted. Meanwhile, below, Tang Ming, with rifle and sniper rifle in hand, was relentlessly firing away. His target was, of course, the armed helicopter. Unlike a fighter jet, an armed helicopter, though armored on the exterior, could be rendered ineffective if its tail rotor or main rotor were struck repeatedly. At this moment, Tang Ming had his sights set squarely on the helicopter's rotor. The aircraft lay completely within his firing range, even without radar locking. His keen eyesight would suffice to hit it. Bang, bang, bang. As bullets struck the helicopter's rotor, it soon billowed white smoke, signaling its destruction and withdrawal from the contest. The other three individuals aboard the armed helicopter, positioned behind the sniper and observer, had not even had the chance to fire back before they too were eliminated. The entire sequence from Tang Ming firing to the helicopter's demise transpired in less than 3 seconds. Even the pilot above had not reacted in time to evade. In that moment, the 6 occupants of the helicopter were left utterly astonished. They had been dispatched in a mere 3 seconds by a single Wolf Fong Special Forces soldier, along with their helicopter. Was this a jest? The accuracy of this fellow's marksmanship seemed almost supernatural. Below, Tang Ming waved to them with a serene smile, exuding calmness. Meanwhile, the Blue Army commander seated on the ground was slightly agape. He had thought he was safe, only to realize, no wonder they could eliminate the high school team so swiftly. Your marksmanship, the Blue Army commander paused for a moment before exclaiming, is simply extraordinary. Tang Ming thought to himself, old commander, Your age and our contemporary vernacular seem at odds. This isn't the decade of trends yet, but rather the early 2010s of the internet age. How are things progressing over there with the three groups? Hurry and report. At that moment, the sniper's earpiece crackled with the voice of the Special Operations Team leader. The sniper exchanged a glance with his comrade, both wearing expressions of bittersweet amusement. Company commander. We few, along with the armed helicopter, have all been taken down and are unable to communicate. This is the end. After uttering these words, they removed their headsets. The Special Forces Company commander, several miles away, was immediately taken aback by the news. All down, including an armed helicopter? One individual managed to eliminate 6 of you. Along with a helicopter? Are you jesting with me? He attempted to call again, only to find silence on the line. Damn it. What about the unmanned reconnaissance drone? What is going on? Still unable to locate anyone? Report. At that moment, a soldier dashed over, clutching a green, heavy device resembling a small television. He exclaimed to the company commander, I've located him. After taking down our armed helicopter and 3 members of the team, he continued to advance. The company commander's eyes narrowed slightly. This individual was remarkably swift. Carrying a person, he managed to outpace us even when we were lightly equipped. Immediately request additional armed helicopters to support our advance and enable us to engage from a distance. Understood. As the communications soldier finished speaking, another soldier abruptly set down his radio and reported to the company commander, report. The Blue Army Command has issued orders, apart from our Black Tiger Brigade. All other units must return to their original positions. The Red Army has launched a full-scale assault. They must return to fight. The higher command insists we must not allow the Red Army squad to escort the commander into their territory. If absolutely necessary, we may need to consider. Consider what? Speak. The company commander commanded. Consider eliminating the commander. The moment those words were spoken, the faces of everyone present changed dramatically. They were to take down their own commander? However, upon reflection, it made a grim kind of sense. If rescue was impossible, eliminating the commander was preferable to allowing him to be captured by the Red Army squad. Should they succeed, it would be an immense disgrace for the Black Tiger Brigade. And indeed, for the entire Blue Army. It could even be viewed as a humiliation for the Blue Army's commander himself, who would undoubtedly wish for such drastic measures to be taken. Chapter 80. My dear, I may not return alive to see you. The company commander stated, all right, I understand. Tell the Blue Army Command that we require 3 armed helicopters. They must send them to us at all costs. Yes. The communications soldier quickly contacted the Blue Army Command. Soon, a message arrived, agreeing to dispatch 3 additional armed helicopters. Send a team to intercept him. The second team, move out. Remember, do not get too close. Understood. The other 2 helicopters immediately advanced to position us for an ambush. Yes. The Cobra Strike Team, the Cheetah Strike Team, and the Lightning Strike Team, have they returned? Asked the Special Operations Company commander. Report. 10 minutes ago, they departed from the Red Army's territory and have entered our Blue Army's domain. It is anticipated that they will require an additional hour to reach the designated area for ambush. Excellent. The company commander nodded, casting a glance in the direction of Tang Ming. I cannot believe that with our 3-tiered sniper ambush and 3 armed helicopters, we will be unable to intercept you. Bang. At that moment, while advancing, Tang Ming spotted a small military reconnaissance drone flying overhead. Without hesitation, he fired 2 shots, successfully eliminating it. In this era, the military equipment of the Huaxiao forces is not particularly advanced. Such reconnaissance drones are typically allocated only to special forces, and they are merely 30 to 40 centimeters in size. Those who have seen the film Wolf Warrior should recall the scene where the special forces deploy a small drone to search for the Wolf Warrior. These drones possess only reconnaissance capabilities and lack any offensive power, making them easily destroyed with just 2 shots. After dismantling the drones, Tang Ming continued his advance. Soon, he arrived at the base of a steep cliff, approximately 30 to 40 meters high, with an incline nearing 70 degrees. It was not that there was no alternative route, but taking a detour would waste time and require additional distance to cover. Despite Tang Ming's remarkable stamina, he was cautious not to exhaust himself unnecessarily. Observing the daunting rocky slope before him, he couldn't help but smile. He set the Blue Army commander down and retrieved the prepared rope. This rope was not intended for climbing, but rather to secure the Blue Army commander to himself. Ascending without the use of both hands would be impossible. Additionally, given the commander's advanced age, a single misstep could result in a disastrous fall. You aren't contemplating carrying me up, are you? The Blue Army commander asked with concern. Indeed. Tang Ming nodded. No, young Tang, look at how steep and high the slope is. How do you plan to ascend with me, a nearly 200-pound man, on your back? The commander exclaimed anxiously. I'll simply climb, replied Tang Ming. Without any tools? The commander's eyes widened in disbelief. Why would I need those? I can manage with my hands, Tang Ming assured him. Rest assured, Commander, it will be fine. Tang Ming added reassuringly. Upon hearing this, the Blue Army commander could not help but scoff. It will be fine, you say? This slope is so steep that even if you are a special forces soldier, it would be exceedingly difficult to ascend without a rope. Not to mention you have to carry me, this hefty figure. Do you truly believe that carrying a person is akin to bearing a mere backpack? One misstep could result in a fatal fall. I am deeply apprehensive. The commander of the Blue Army is on the verge of tears, imploring, "Oh, little Tang, have mercy on this old man. I have lived long enough and wish to extend my years." Tang Ming replied, "Come now, you are a distinguished commander. What is there to fear about this small slope?" Unbeknownst to him, what seemed trivial to him was perceived as a formidable challenge by others. With a height of over 40 meters and a gradient exceeding 70 degrees, coupled with the weight of arms and an additional 200 pounds, who in their right mind would dare to ascend without any supportive equipment? "Rest assured, Commander, I solemnly vow with my life that I will not let you fall," Tang Ming declared. "What good is your life? If we tumble down, we will land upon a bed of stones. Can you still survive? Are you attempting to make me, this old relic, your cushion for such a fall?" The commander internally lamented, his composure shaken despite decades of military service. He had never encountered such audacious rookies before. No newcomer in the entire army would dare undertake such a perilous task. As Tang Ming spoke, he had already secured the commander onto his back. Once he confirmed the bindings were tight, he turned to the commander and said, "Brace yourself, Commander. I am about to begin the ascent." As the commander looked up at the cliff towering over 40 meters above, his expression shifted to one of despair. "My dear, I fear I may not return to see you again." Chapter 81. The true spectacle is just beginning. Tang Ming took a deep breath and immediately employed his Spider-Man climbing skills, gripping the rocks above as he began to ascend. This extraordinary skill was not limited to his hands. His feet also possessed a remarkable adhesive strength. The initial stretch of the slope was relatively gentle and within mere seconds, he had scaled it. Even so, the commander was left in utter astonishment. Clinging to Tang Ming's back, he could distinctly feel the stability with which Tang Ming climbed, as if traversing flat ground, devoid of any swaying whatsoever. Moreover, the speed was remarkable. At that moment, an armed helicopter approached. Having lost track of Tang Ming and the commander after the unmanned reconnaissance drone had ceased its surveillance, they had now rediscovered the pair. Unbelievable. That fellow is actually scaling the steep incline while carrying the commander. Has he lost his mind? Quickly, inform the company commander. On the armed helicopter, the leader of the second team changed his expression dramatically and shouted loudly. Naturally, Tang Ming also noticed their presence, inwardly exclaiming that this was bad. If these individuals were to take aim at him now, he had little confidence in his ability to evade them. However, having already ascended several meters, he reasoned that if they were to open fire on him, the commander of the Blue Army would also face elimination. They were unlikely to take such a risk. Yet, he could not dismiss the possibility that upon reaching the cliff's edge, they might ambush him and immediately commence firing. Faced with this potential threat, Tang Ming had no choice but to decelerate his ascent and swiftly ponder his strategy. "Damn it, I wager that you wouldn't dare shoot." Tang Ming gritted his teeth, contemplating. He harbored doubts about whether the Blue Army, recognizing their inability to rescue their commander, might order both of them to be eliminated. After all, killing one's own commander was preferable to being captured by the enemy, right? Nevertheless, he also believed that they would hesitate to shoot, valuing the commander's safety above all. Once they fired, if he were startled and lost his footing, who would be responsible for his fall? They wouldn't dare gamble with that. Thus, he began to climb slowly, deliberately reducing his speed and feigning some difficulty, even executing actions that appeared perilously reckless to them. Meanwhile, 5 or 6 kilometers away, the Special Operations Company commander led his men in camouflaging their fortifications on a hilltop, preparing to ambush Tang Ming should the second team fail. Upon receiving the report from the second team, the company commander's expression shifted, and he urgently inquired about the commander's condition. "Is he in danger?" "How could there be no danger?" The second team leader replied anxiously. "That guy is utterly insane, climbing a cliff with a 70-degree incline without any gear. He dares to ascend while carrying the commander. He is out of his mind. This lunatic." Hearing this, the Special Operations Commander could not help but curse vehemently. "Should we eliminate him directly?" the second team leader suggested. "Do not act impulsively." The Special Operations Commander quickly interjected. "If we fire recklessly now, and he panics or instinctively tries to evade, what if he loses his grip and falls? Then what shall we do?" the second team leader queried. "Observe closely and see if he has a chance to reach the top," the Special Operations Commander instructed. The second team leader replied. "That guy's climbing ability is quite impressive. He hasn't encountered any issues yet. If he has enough stamina, he might actually make it. In that case, let us hold off for now." The Special Operations Team leader pondered for a moment. This individual is remarkably strong. Clearly, he has mentally prepared himself for this path. "Damn it. Let us take a gamble, wagering on his ability to ascend." Deploy 2 of you immediately to parachute in and conceal yourselves atop the cliff. As soon as he reaches the summit, eliminate him without hesitation. The second group leader expressed his concern, but what if he manages to ascend and an unforeseen event occurs? The special operations team leader replied, "What can be done? He has already climbed halfway. Do you truly believe he would voluntarily descend? We are in the midst of battle, and our options are limited. Moreover, should things go awry, that young man will undoubtedly seek your assistance, so be prepared for a rescue." Understood. The second group leader promptly arranged for 3 team members to parachute to the cliff's summit, preparing for an ambush. Simultaneously, they secured ropes, ready for immediate rescue should Tang Ming call for help. As I anticipated, observing their movements, Tang Ming couldn't help but smile. The officer from the Blue Army on his back remarked, "Little Tang, this time, you cannot escape. Whether you ascend or descend, you will be shot down. At this moment, are you not considering beheading me? Otherwise, you may lose your chance." Tang Ming replied with a smile, "Sir, isn't it a bit premature to say such things? Oh, do you perhaps have another strategy?" The Blue Army officer inquired, astonished. "Just wait and see," Tang Ming responded. "The grand performance has only just begun." Chapter 82. What is there that he cannot accomplish? Tang Ming's radar detected that the individuals above were already near the cliff's summit. At this juncture, if he were to carry the Blue Army officer up, he would be shot immediately upon arrival, leading to his elimination. Thus, he refrained from such folly. The 3 individuals lying in ambush were not foolish either. They did not reveal their positions. Yet, unbeknownst to them, even if they remained concealed, Tang Ming was fully aware of their locations. The Black Tiger Special Forces on the helicopter felt a slight relief as they observed Tang Ming climbing steadily. However, they were equally astonished by his climbing ability and physical strength. Carrying such a heavy person over a long distance and still possessing the strength to scale a steep cliff of dozens of meters was simply incredible. At least from their perspective, they could not find anyone in the Black Tiger team capable of such feats. Could this fellow truly be a novice? Surely, he cannot be an experienced soldier masquerading as a recruit. Wait, why has he stopped? The 2 individuals on the armed helicopter were taken aback when they saw Yi Yunhao just 2 meters from the cliff's edge. They quickly adjusted their binoculars and then widened their eyes in shock. What the hell? The second group leader's complexion changed dramatically as he grasped the radio and shouted urgently, "You all need to take cover." The fellow desired something. Yet before he could articulate his thoughts, he observed Tang Ming hurling 2 grenades upwards. The trio above, still processing their leader's words, suddenly found themselves with grenades landing perilously close by. Their expression shifted dramatically as they instinctively prepared to roll away for cover. However, it was far too late. Boom, boom. With the resounding thud of 2 explosions, white smoke erupted around the 3 individuals, leaving them momentarily bewildered. How was it possible that, amidst such a vast cliffside, this individual below could pinpoint their exact locations? Was he endowed with some supernatural insight? The 2 occupants of the armed helicopter were equally astonished. They had been closely monitoring Tang Ming's movements, and he had not ascended the cliff at all. How then had he discerned the positions of their 3 comrades? It was implausible to suggest he was merely guessing. The cliff spanned several meters in width, with 2 of the 3 men close together and 1 further apart. Remarkably, 1 grenade landed precisely between the 2 closest, well within the blast radius. Could it be that his luck was so extraordinary? As they grappled with their shock, Tang Ming accelerated, carrying the commander of the Blue Forces on his back, and leapt to the top of the cliff in an instant. Without hesitation, he raised his weapon and unleashed a barrage of fire upon the armed helicopter. Gunfire echoed as he discharged 7 or 8 rounds, 6 of which struck the helicopter's rotor, while 2 found their mark on the 2 black-clad Special Forces soldiers. As smoke billowed from their bodies, the helicopter too began to emit ominous plumes. Thus, the second armed helicopter sent by the Black Tiger unit, along with its second team, was rendered inoperable. The Black Tiger soldiers exchanged incredulous glances, as if caught in a surreal dream, utterly unreal. From the moment they spotted Tang Ming, not a single shot had been fired, and now they found themselves eliminated in their entirety. Was this not an extreme display of prowess? 3 veterans, kindly remove the grenades from your persons, if you please. Tang Ming approached them with a slight smile, his tone courteous. Second squad, report your status," came the voice of the Special Operations Company commander from the helicopter. The 2 leaders of the second squad exchanged bitter smiles and removed their headsets. "Descend. We are finished," the squad leader said, a note of resignation in his voice. "What is happening? No one is responding?" The Special Operations Commander, having received no reply, noted the peculiar expressions on everyone's faces. Beside him, a lieutenant with a somewhat grim expression remarked, "The lack of response signifies only one thing. They too have been eliminated." The Special Forces Company commander and the others, after securing their grenades, set forth once more with Tang Ming carrying the Blue Army commander on his back, without pausing for rest. Before departing, He made sure to confiscate their communication radio and headsets. Once he swiftly established a connection, Tang Ming, while running, used the radio headset to contact the Special Forces Company commander. Report. For members of Team 2 and the armed helicopter have been neutralized by that Wolfang special soldier. I was no match for him and have retreated. I am currently stealthily trailing him. He remains unaware of my presence. Just as the Special Forces commander and his team believed that all members of Team 2 had been eliminated, the voice once again resonated through the earpiece. This voice was, of course, Tang Ming, mimicking one of the three who had previously been eliminated. The Blue Army commander, upon hearing Tang Ming's voice, was left utterly astonished. Could this lad truly replicate the voice of his adversary so flawlessly? What else could he possibly achieve? Chapter 83. The Art of Luring the Tiger from Its Mountain. Little Black. The Special Forces commander was momentarily taken aback but quickly inquired, what transpired? Wasn't that Wolfang soldier scaling the cliff? How did you come to be eliminated? The Wolfang recruit had thrown several grenades up the cliff, striking our ambushed team members with precision. He then ascended the cliff with remarkable speed, employing his sharpshooting skills to dispatch the squad leader and the helicopter. Upon hearing this, the Special Forces commander and his team inhaled sharply. Regaining his composure, the Special Forces commander urged, continue to follow him, exercise caution, and report his exact location as the situation permits. Where are you now? Upon receiving the location from the commander, Tang Ming halted and quickly pinpointed it on the map. A smile crept across his face as a plan began to formulate in his mind. After shutting off communications, Tang Ming immediately altered his course. Given the current circumstances, he inferred that the Red Army had undoubtedly launched a full-scale assault against the Blue Army. Otherwise, they would not have merely dispatched these Black Tiger Special Forces. Therefore, ahead of him, there were likely only a handful of Special Forces attempting to intercept. This made things considerably simpler. Having already dispatched Rake Ming and his team, the remaining adversaries posed no challenge whatsoever. Ha ha ha, splendid, splendid, splendid. The Blue Army commander erupted into laughter. Commander, what has you so amused? Tang Ming gasped, slightly out of breath. The Blue Army commander replied, I never anticipated your prowess would reach such heights. Even if you were to truly capture me and return me to the Red Army's territory, I would be pleased. After all, you are my soldier. Ha ha. Tang Ming responded. You speak true, but at this moment, you are my enemy. How can you still find cause to laugh? After running several kilometers, when he was just 1.5 kilometers away from the location indicated by the Special Operations Company commander, Tang Ming came to a halt. He took out the communication radio and immediately contacted them. Report. The new recruit from the Wolfang has bypassed the commander and approached from the right side of Hill 2. They must be aware of the ambush you have set up on the cliff and have changed their strategy. Our previous plan is no longer viable. Understood. Keep a close watch on him. We will move in and set up our ambush now. The Special Operations Company commander replied. Received. A few minutes later, Tang Ming, carrying the Blue Army commander, reached Hill 2. Under radar surveillance, no one was detected lying in ambush above. Clearly, the Special Operations Company commander had led his men to the right to set up their own ambush. Tang Ming's tactic of luring the tiger away from the mountain had proven effective. The height of this cliff was similar to the previous one, and Tang Ming effortlessly climbed it while carrying the Blue Army commander. However, he did not leave immediately. Instead, he first found a relatively concealed position to place the Blue Army commander safely. Are you going to take them out first? The Blue Army commander asked, astonished at Tang Ming's determination. Tang Ming smiled, saying, one must resolve any lingering concerns, right? Please rest here for a moment. I shall return promptly. With that, Tang Ming turned and dashed away. He called the Special Operations Company commander again to request their location, then misled them with an incorrect position to divert them. After about half an hour, he finally spotted the 10-man squad from a high vantage point. Although their position was relatively concealed from Tang Ming's current location, they were almost entirely exposed. Tang Ming had deliberately lured them to that spot, making it convenient for him to take aim. He immediately took out his sniper rifle and began to focus. Through the scope, he locked onto the major company commander. Hello, veteran. May you walk well? A smile crept onto Tang Ming's lips, and he gently pulled the trigger. Bang! With the sound of the gunshot, the bullet soared forth. The Special Operations Company commander and the surrounding Black Tiger commandos, hidden on a small rise, had no inkling that Tang Ming had appeared behind them. Bang! The bullet struck the steel helmet of the company commander squarely. Instantly, the elimination device on him was activated, emitting a plume of white smoke. The company commander stared blankly at the smoke enveloping him, utterly bewildered. What on earth is happening? I've been sniped? The other 9 Black Tiger commandos, seeing the white smoke rising from their commander's body, were momentarily stunned, their expressions shifting drastically. There's a sniper. Quickly, take cover. Chapter 84. The Perfect Lure and Ambush Plan. Bang. As they were still in shock, the gunfire rang out once more. Bang. The third shot. Bang. The fourth shot. Tang Ming's shooting speed was astonishingly swift. Each bullet found its mark with precision. From his vantage point, he had a clear view of the opposing 10, even though certain positions were obscured by foliage. The radar skin rendered these obstructions insignificant. As long as there were no solid barriers like tree trunks, stones, or earth to impede him, no one could evade his aim. The enemy is directly behind us. Take cover! Take cover! A Lieutenant Special Forces soldier shouted. The remaining 5 pressed their bodies tightly against the cover, their faces etched with terror and anxiety. In a mere few seconds, they had already lost 5 comrades. They only had a vague idea of the enemy's general location, yet they could not pinpoint it. Damn it! Didn't Xiaohe say the enemy was in front? How did they end up behind us? Do they have additional sentries here? Hurry and contact Xiaohe to inquire about the situation. Xiaohe! Xiaohe! Do you copy? Do you copy? However, there was no response. Damn it! Could Xiaohe have also been eliminated? Bang! At that moment, gunfire erupted once more. While they remained hidden, Tang Ming had already repositioned himself, swiftly finding a vantage point from which he could shoot at one of the enemies, raising his weapon and immediately dispatching his target. After eliminating another foe, Tang Ming ceased his concealment and charged forward. At that moment, the Black Tiger Special Forces finally caught a glimpse of Tang Ming's silhouette. Though it was from an eliminated soldier's perspective, the remaining 4 did not dare to show their heads. There was no way they could see anything. This situation greatly distressed their squad leader. If all 4 of them were to charge out simultaneously and open fire, this Wolfang Special Forces soldier would undoubtedly be taken down. Unfortunately, they were all out of the game and unable to communicate. Bang! As Tang Ming charged down, he quickly spotted another adversary and fired, eliminating him. The remaining 3, upon hearing the gunfire draw closer, were taken aback. Has he launched an assault? A cautious second lieutenant tentatively poked his head out, eager for clarity. However, as soon as his head emerged, barely a third of the way, and before he could get a good look, gunfire rang out, and smoke erupted from his body. At this point, the remaining 2 finally understood that Tang Ming was closing in on them. If they did not act decisively, they would share the same fate as their fallen comrades. They exchanged a glance, and, almost simultaneously, rolled out from behind their cover. Bang! Bang! In that very instant they moved, Tang Ming had already locked onto them. The rifle in hand had been replaced with a handgun. In less than half a second, he fired twice, swiftly eliminating them all. Now, all 10 had been eradicated. Throughout the encounter, they had not even had the chance to fire a single shot before being completely dispatched. It was only now that they could fully discern Tang Ming's visage. A rookie. How could it be yet another rookie? Just how many prodigies has the Wolfang cultivated? One rookie effortlessly took down 2 armed helicopters and 2 teams of operatives. Now, another rookie appears and annihilates 10 of them, leaving no room for resistance. This is utterly absurd. In this day and age, do rookies possess such formidable prowess? My apologies. Esteemed veterans, Tang Ming waved at them with a smile. Wait, are you truly a rookie? The Special Operations Captain exclaimed. Indeed, without a doubt. Tang Ming replied with a grin. Oh my. The 10 exchanged glances in disbelief. These seasoned special forces had been entirely vanquished by a mere rookie. If this were to spread, it would surely leave many in astonishment. How many of you are there? When did you ambush us? I recall we scouted the rear and found no signs of life, the Special Operations Captain inquired. As Tang Ming collected their communication headsets, he replied, It was just me. I climbed up from the cliff and circled around to your rear. Just one person? A cliff? The faces of the 10 changed dramatically. Wasn't Little Black supposed to be bringing the Blue Army commander this way? How could there still be someone from the cliff? Moreover, if that were the case, wouldn't it mean there were 2 people? Had Little Black deceived us? What Tang Ming did next left them utterly astounded. Dear veterans, the Little Black you mentioned is actually me. He chuckled, mimicking Little Black's voice while holding the headset. The 10 stared at Tang Ming in bewilderment. You can actually imitate our voices? Without answering, Tang Ming activated their radio and called out through the Special Operations Captain's headset. All personnel, please respond if you receive this. Repeat. All personnel, please respond if you receive this. Over. This time, he utilized the captain's voice. The 10 were left dumbfounded by the shock. At last, they comprehended why Tang Ming had been behind them, executing such precise shots. The member they had been communicating with, Little Black, was none other than Tang Ming. Little Black had already perished, along with all the members of their second team. Tang Ming intentionally provided them with false information, luring them to this location while he seized the opportunity to scale the cliff and stealthily approach from behind, an impeccable ruse to divert their attention. This cunning individual adeptly imitated voices so convincingly that they were led to believe his fabrication. Now, he intended to employ this tactic once more to eliminate the remaining adversaries. How remarkable it is that someone can so perfectly replicate another's voice. Chapter 85, A Complete Defeat Group 4, Received. Cobra Assault Team, acknowledged. Please proceed. Black Panther Assault Team. Received. Lightning Assault Team, acknowledged. To his astonishment, there were still 4 squads remaining. Tang Ming gazed with slight surprise at the Special Operations Commander. We have detected the whereabouts of the Wolfang Special Forces and the commander. However, he is exceedingly cunning and possesses remarkable stealth. It is certain that he is heading towards the direction we previously studied, and his stamina is severely depleted. He cannot last much longer. What is your precise location? Report immediately. As he spoke, Tang Ming discovered their marked map on the Special Operations Commander. Soon, 3 assault teams reported their approximate positions. Upon reviewing the information, Tang Ming was taken aback. Every team was positioned at critical junctures along his anticipated route. These locations were easily defensible yet difficult to assault, perfectly suited for an ambush. Unbeknownst to them, they could indeed be caught unawares, even with his arsenal of stealth and reconnaissance skills at his disposal. All right, remain in position. We will aim to drive the Wolfang Special Forces into your ambush zone. After issuing the command, Tang Ming securely stowed the communication device and began to gather all explosives, timed bombs, grenades, and similar equipment from their gear. These items would prove crucial in vanquishing the remaining squads. As Tang Ming swaggered away, the Special Operations Commander and the other Black Tiger Special Forces exchanged silent glances. Commander, we cannot deny our defeat, a lieutenant remarked with a wry smile. Others followed suit, clearly impressed by Tang Ming's prowess. Indeed, we are utterly convinced, sighed the Major Commander. The Wolfang squad is truly formidable. Even a new recruit possesses such incredible skill. Commander, do you think the rest of us can stop this fellow? The lieutenant inquired. Considering the current situation, it seems unlikely, the Major Commander replied, squinting towards the direction in which Tang Ming had vanished. Have you noticed? From our command post to this location, it is no less than 20 miles. He had been carrying his superior for such a long duration and continued to engage in combat with us. Yet, one could not help but notice his earlier demeanor. Did he appear even slightly fatigued? The crowd nodded in agreement. Indeed, even if they were burdened with their own equipment and had run for over 10 kilometers, exhaustion would be inevitable. Moreover, Tang Ming was carrying an additional person. However, his previous state exhibited no signs of weariness. It hardly resembled the effort of running over 20 miles while bearing a 200-pound individual. His exceptional physical endurance, marksmanship, camouflage skills, reconnaissance abilities, climbing aptitude, tactical acumen, and the extraordinary talent to perfectly mimic the enemy's voice rendered him unparalleled within the entire military. At this juncture, it solely hinged on fortune. The Major, with a wry smile, lamented that our Black Tiger Brigade had utterly succumbed to the Wolfang Brigade, defeated in a disastrous manner. The group fell into a contemplative silence. The 4 subsequent squads were not densely distributed, with a few kilometers separating them. Furthermore, besides the 4th team still positioned in the steep hillside, the remaining 3 assault squads were all situated in the rocky valley behind. That area presented significant challenges for him, as the sparse vegetation allowed for an almost unobstructed view of several kilometers from the mountaintop. If he remained motionless and concealed, his camouflage skills might prevent detection. However, once he started moving with his superior in tow, it would be nearly impossible to evade their notice. Additionally, it was uncertain whether armed helicopters were present in that vicinity. Another crucial factor was that the 3 assault teams had formed a rudimentary triangular encirclement. Any attack on one side would prompt immediate support from the other 2. And many sniper positions had already been secured by them. At this moment, it was evident that not only could he not face them head-on alone, but even an entire special operations company would likely struggle to traverse 500 meters. Thus, Tang Ming understood that a direct confrontation was unwise. He still needed to employ a strategy of baiting them into isolation to defeat them one by one. As long as he could eliminate half of their numbers, the remainder would pose no significant challenge. As he ran, he glanced at the time. It was already 5 in the morning. By the time he reached the desolate rocky valley, it would undoubtedly be fully daylight. Meanwhile, the 7 or 8 members of the 4th team remained in the forest. Tang Ming approached them without employing any tactics, swiftly taking them out one by one. This was hardly a challenge. After dealing with this team, he promptly donned their attire. Subsequently, he led the Blue Army superior to a relatively flat grassy area, setting up a minefield around them. Finally, he retrieved the communication radio. Cobra Assault Team, do you copy? Do you copy? The Cobra Strike Team acknowledges. Please proceed. Commander, we have rescued him, but the Wolfang Special Forces have escaped, and we are in pursuit. The commander is injured and cannot endure further jolting. One of our team members is tending to him in a grassy plain within the 91st area. You are responsible for dispatching a helicopter to retrieve the commander. Acknowledge receipt. Over. The Cobra Strike Team acknowledges. Immediately dispatch a helicopter to retrieve the commander. We leave the rest to you. Over. Acknowledged. Over. Upon hearing the words of the Major, the 3 assault team members sighed in relief. The commander has been saved. At least they did not suffer a complete defeat. Have I completely fallen into your hands this time? The leader of the Blue Army remarked with a wry smile. Having discerned Tang Ming's intent, clearly, he aimed to have the Cobra Strike team send an armed helicopter, ostensibly to seize their aircraft. The goal was either to eliminate the remaining Black Tiger Special Forces or to return directly to the Red Army's territory. The Black Tiger Brigade lacked Tang Ming's extraordinary prowess to bring down an armed helicopter with a few shots. This fellow is indeed an anomaly. Tang Ming merely smiled and offered no reply. After approximately 10 minutes, he spotted an armed helicopter approaching from the desolate mountains. He quickly stood up and waved at it. His face was painted with camouflage, rendering him unrecognizable from such a distance. Moreover, he was betting that the members of the assault team were unfamiliar with all the elite soldiers and the special operations units, just as with their own Wolfang Brigade, which comprised nearly 1,000 personnel. Selections for the assault team were conducted separately, with minimal interaction with the combat units below. Opportunities for encounters during regular missions were scarce, making it unlikely that everyone would be acquainted, save for those in higher ranks. Additionally, he was still clad in camouflage and the specialized attire of the Black Tiger Brigade. Chapter 86. Returning to Red Army territory, descend below. Commanded the leader of the Cobra Strike team. Understood. The pilot began to maneuver the armed helicopter for landing. Soon, 7 individuals descended rapidly, 2 on guard duty, while 5, bearing a stretcher, hastened towards Tang Ming and the leader of the Blue Army. Their speed was remarkable, clearly oblivious to the impending minefield. Suddenly, one of their members stepped directly onto a landmine, abruptly halting in his tracks. "Landmine!" shouted the Cobra Special Forces member. The others' expressions changed drastically as they quickly halted. However, at that moment, a grenade was already thrown before them. "Grenade! Take cover!" The captain of the Cobra team narrowed his pupils suddenly and shouted, causing several individuals to quickly drop to the ground. A resounding explosion echoed as a grenade detonated. Fortunately, those few managed to leap beyond the blast radius and emerged unscathed. However, the ensuing explosions of 7 or 8 more grenades followed closely behind. The grenade thrown by Tang Ming had ignited the entire minefield. Consequently, all 5 individuals trapped within it were eliminated. At that moment, Tang Ming dashed forward swiftly, his weapon aimed directly at the 2 Cobra Special Forces soldiers who were still in shock from the unfolding chaos, swiftly eliminating them. The armed helicopter was now less than 50 meters away. The pilot, sensing imminent danger and realizing he had fallen into a trap, immediately initiated the takeoff sequence. Eager to escape, however, time was not on his side, as Tang Ming had already surged forward. With a single leap, he ascended onto the helicopter, pressing his pistol against the pilot's temple. "Pilot, your time is up. Land now." At that juncture, the helicopter had barely ascended half a meter. Even if the pilot were to perish, the damage inflicted upon the helicopter would be minimal, failing to meet the criteria for elimination. With no other choice, the pilot reluctantly powered down the aircraft. A trap. The expressions of the 7 members of the Cobra assault team turned grim. Yet, they were utterly baffled. How could they have been ensnared by a notification from what they believed to be their own ranks? They recognized the voice of their commanding major. Nevertheless, Tang Ming paid no heed to their astonishment and confusion, turning away as he guided the Blue Army commander aboard the helicopter. "Thank you for your gear, veterans. I shall graciously accept." Seated in the pilot's position, Tang Ming waved at the 7 members of the Cobra team below before promptly starting the helicopter. During their training with Wolfang, they had all undergone basic flight training. Although they did not meet the standards of ace pilots, they were competent in fundamental operations. As they watched the helicopter depart, the Cobra team experienced a sense of helpless frustration, akin to being forcibly taken advantage of without knowing the identity of their assailant. A surge of anger bubbled within them, seeking an outlet. Once aboard the armed helicopter, Tang Ming, accompanied by the Blue Army commander, set a course toward the Red Army territory, wisely avoiding the desolate mountain range. Who knew whether there were other armed helicopters in that area? Given his flight skills, encountering them might result in a swift downfall. Thus, he changed direction directly, for this armed helicopter belonged to their Blue Army, and they were unaware that it had been commandeered by their own forces. Surely, they could not engage in rocket or missile attacks without hesitation. Meanwhile, the 2 assault teams on the desolate mountains would never have imagined that Tang Ming was leading the Blue Army commander back towards the Red Army territory. 2 hours later, at the Wolfang command, He Jijun and his comrades stood outside the command center, visibly excited. Once they entered the Red Army territory, Tang Ming no longer feared that their communications would be intercepted by the Blue Army. He had successfully contacted the Wolfang command through their radio. When He Jijun and the others learned that Tang Ming had captured the Blue Army's overall commander, they were utterly astonished. After confirming the news multiple times, they finally believed it. At that moment, the thunderous roar of an armed helicopter filled the air. Indeed, Tang Ming was piloting the armed helicopter, having successfully returned with the Blue Army commander. As the helicopter landed, Tang Ming and the Blue Army commander disembarked. He Jijun immediately rushed forward and saluted, exclaiming, "Greetings, Commander." The other Wolf Fang Special Forces members also stood at attention and salute. Observing the serious expressions on He Jijun and his comrades' faces, the Blue Army commander appeared exceptionally displeased. Bellowing, "He Jijun, you truly have audacity. You dare to bring me back as a prisoner. Do you no longer wish to serve as the commander of Wolf Fang?" He Jijun's heart tightened, and an unsettling anxiety enveloped him. He had been somewhat apprehensive when Tang Ming returned with the commander, although it was merely a drill. Capturing the enemy's highest commander had never occurred in the annals of Huaxia's history. Moreover, this Blue Army commander was the superior of their military district, his direct boss. Was he this akin to slapping his leader in the face? Yet now that Tang Ming had accomplished this feat, what could he do? All he could do was steel himself and declare loudly, "Report, Commander. A drill is akin to actual combat. This is what you taught us." The Blue Army commander smirked coldly. "Ah, He Jijun, you awaited my arrival here. You think to employ the very tactics I taught you against me?" He Jijun quickly offered a sheepish smile. "Commander, that was not my intention." Before He Jijun could finish his sentence, the Blue Army commander could not help but chuckle. "All right. I shan't frighten you any longer. Look at you, so timid. Compared to young Tang, you are quite lacking. When he captured me, he showed no fear or concern about how I would handle him." He Jijun had not anticipated that the Blue Army commander would be completely unperturbed, and the anxiety that had gripped his heart instantly dissipated. "You are correct, Commander," He Jijun quickly replied with a smile. The Blue Army commander laughed. "Enough. I am not angry. On the contrary, I am delighted to see such an exceptional soldier emerge from our military district. How could I possibly be upset? Ha! Young Tang truly performed admirably this time. He exerted tremendous effort to capture me. 2 armed helicopters were eliminated, 1 was seized, and no fewer than 30 members of the Black Tiger Brigade's special forces were dispatched. Once the exercise concludes, I shall personally commend you." "Ha ha ha. Thank you, Chief." Tang Ming expressed his gratitude. Upon hearing the words of the Blue Army commander, He Jijun and the other members of the Wolf Fang Special Forces were left utterly astounded. Although Tang Ming belonged to their ranks, they had been operating behind enemy lines. To avoid detection of their communications by the enemy and to prevent their codes from being compromised, they refrained from communicating unless absolutely necessary. Furthermore, Tang Ming had not contacted them to report on his achievements. Now, hearing the Blue Army commander's remarks, they were utterly shaken. Chapter 87. Awarded first-class merit 2 days later, the exercise officially concluded. As expected, the Red Army emerged victorious. Within the conference hall of the Wolf Fang Special Brigade, the Blue Army commander Li Weiguo, the Black Tiger Brigade commander Lei Qiming, and the Wolf Fang Brigade commander He Jijun, along with the senior high command, were all present. In addition to these individuals, a group of leaders and advisors from various major units, predominantly of the rank of lieutenant colonel and above, were in attendance. They convened to summarize the outcomes of the grand exercise. Having been in session for a day, the particulars were well understood. Li Weiguo, seated at the head of the table, addressed those present. In summary, the Blue Army's defeat in this exercise was significantly attributed to my personal capture by the Red Army Special Forces, which led to a severe decline in morale. I bear an undeniable responsibility for this outcome. On the other hand, the Black Tiger Brigade also shares a measure of accountability. We must all learn from this experience. However, we cannot overlook the outstanding performance of the Wolf Fang Special Forces from the Red Army in this exercise, particularly, as mentioned by the Senior High Command. The 2 recruits, Tang Ming and Zhuang Yin, despite their status as mere recruits, they have already demonstrated such formidable prowess. Given further training and development, they are destined to become sharp blades for our Southeast military region. Therefore, let us now vote on whether to award these 2 recruits for their achievements. I invite everyone to share their perspectives. However, after Li Weiguo's statement, the attendees engaged in hushed discussions without voicing their opinions. Noticing the silence, Li Weiguo continued. "Since you're all still deliberating, allow me to express my own thoughts. I believe that both of these new comrades have made significant contributions during this exercise. Particularly the comrade, named Tang Ming. I have personally witnessed his strength and resolve throughout, and I propose that he be awarded first-class merit and promoted to the rank of captain with the corresponding company-level status. As for Comrade Zhuang Yin, I suggest he receive second-class merit and be promoted to the rank of lieutenant with deputy company-level status. What does everyone think?" When Li Weiguo spoke these words, the attendees exhibited little surprise, for in their eyes, Tang Ming and Zhuang Yin undeniably merited such high accolades. Although it is true that a first-class merit in contemporary military forces necessitates extraordinary accomplishments, one must not overlook the fact that Tang Ming captured the enemy's supreme commander, a feat that is historic within the annals of the Huaxia military. Not to mention, he single-handedly dismantled the Black Tiger Brigade's command center, eliminating dozens of elite Black Tiger soldiers and annihilating more than 2 fully staffed infantry and armored regiments. Such achievements have never before been realized by any special forces operative. All these miracles are attributed to Tang Ming. When considered collectively, awarding him a first-class merit is by no means excessive. Zhuang Yin, having accompanied Tang Ming into the Blue Army Command Center, played a pivotal role in facilitating this groundbreaking mission. Thus, he too is deserving of a second-class merit. Within the military, there exists a long-standing rule that soldiers who accumulate 2 third-class merits, provided they have not faced disciplinary action and excel in all assessments, are eligible for a direct promotion to second lieutenant. For those with a second-class merit, promotion to first lieutenant is attainable, and for first-class merit, the rank of captain is granted. I concur. So do I. Chapter 88, Captain. The prominent figures present unanimously raised their hands, with not a single dissenting voice. Li Weiguan nodded in agreement. Since everyone was in accord, the decision was made. He turned to He Jijun, instructing, prepare the Wolf-Tooth unit accordingly. Arrange for them to attend military academy for further training at an appropriate time. Yes. He Jijun stood at attention, responding emphatically. His heart swelled with excitement. The performance of the Wolf-Tooth unit during this exercise was nothing short of remarkable. Additionally, 2 comrades had been awarded first and second-class merits, an unprecedented achievement in the history of Wolf-Tooth. After the meeting, He Jijun, Lei Qiming, and Gao Zhang teamed up. Commander He, I, Lei Qiming, must admit defeat this time. Your Wolf-Tooth unit has truly excelled. Lei Qiming expressed sincerely. He Jijun chuckled and replied, your Black Tiger Brigade is commendable as well. However, this year, you encountered the extraordinary Tang Ming. Next time, our Wolf-Tooth may not enjoy such fortune. With a smile, Lei Qiming remarked, in next year's Special Forces competition, our Black Tiger Brigade intends to reclaim our honor. Tang Ming should participate, right? He Jijun responded, who can predict what next year holds? We shall see then. I too eagerly await it. Very well. I shall await your news. Old Tang, you are impressive. At this moment, within the training base of the Lone Wolf Assault Team, the members were animatedly patting Tang Ming on the shoulder. Tang Ming humbly replied, this is not solely my achievement. Without the collaboration of Xiao Zhuang and the high school team, I would not have accomplished this either. In any case, one of you has received a first-class merit while the other has earned a second-class merit, and both have been promoted. Yet, we have received no accolades whatsoever. Truly, I feel ashamed to be a part of the Lone Wolf. Indeed, I am quite resentful. No, next time, I shall capture the enemy's supreme commander and earn a first-class merit for myself. Song Kaifei said indignantly. You might as well give up. You, the ostrich, would likely be shot down before you even reach their command center. Haha. Sure, Dafin chuckled. Get lost. Am I really that weak? Song Kaifei retorted. Yes. The crowd nodded in agreement. In He Jijun's office, Tang Ming and Zhuang Yin each held a Medal of Merit, having been promoted to the ranks of captain and lieutenant respectively. He Jijun stated directly, congratulations, you have become officers in less than a year of service. Thank you. Wolf leader. The two saluted. No need for thanks. This is a result of your own hard work, He Jijun remarked. Now, the awards have been presented. Let's return to the main topic. According to regulations, soldiers promoted to officers are generally required to attend military academy for further training, which lasts from 6 months to a year, depending on your progress. However, since the Lone Wolf team has only recently been formed and still requires time to properly integrate, we will not arrange for you to attend military academy for the time being. As for you, Tang Ming, you do not belong to any assault team, and currently, there are no urgent tasks. You may go if you wish. If you prefer to wait, that is also acceptable. Tang Ming replied. Report. I will comply with the arrangements. Very well. Prepare yourself. You will depart in 3 days. Yes. Chapter 89. Journey to the academy. There were no farewells. After simply packing his belongings, Tang Ming changed into civilian clothes, and the high school team drove him directly to the train station. Once there, keep a low profile. They are not like us, the wolf teeth, who can act as they please. The high school team said with a serious expression. Understood. Tang Ming stood at attention and saluted, then smiled. High school team, I have always been quite low-key. Rest assured. The high school team scoffed, with you being low-key. There would be no one bold in this world. All right, let us go in. The train is about to depart. Yes. Tang Ming waved goodbye to the high school team, then turned and walked into the station, presented his ticket, and awaited in the waiting area. Watching Tang Ming's departing figure, the high school team let out a great sigh of relief. At last, this peculiar individual has been sent away. Let him wreak havoc on those instructors at the military academy. On the train, Tang Ming gazed at the admission letter from the Military Command Academy in his hands, filled with a sense of longing. Having been reborn, he had never attended university in his previous life, and thus yearned for the collegiate experience. Military academies, while indeed institutions of higher learning, are uniquely tasked with cultivating officers equipped with specialized skills for the armed forces. Consequently, the standards are considerably elevated. With stringent review and management protocols in place, graduates from these academies typically achieve ranks of second lieutenant or higher, for instance. A standard graduate is awarded the rank of second lieutenant, while those with a master's degree attain the rank of captain, and those with a doctorate earn the rank of major. It can be confidently asserted that admission to a military academy guarantees one a position as an officer. Upon graduation, individuals are assigned to various grassroots units according to the academy's distribution system, embarking on their military careers and commencing their service to the armed forces. In China, there are numerous military academies, and one must attain a score above the first-tier line in the college entrance examination to qualify for application. Additionally, one must meet health and family background criteria. Naturally, higher scores afford access to superior institutions. The Army Academy, Air Force Academy, and Navy Academy each possess their tiers of distinction, with the pinnacle being the National Defense Science and Technology University. Those fortunate enough to gain admission to this esteemed institution are generally regarded as possessing immense potential. However, Tang Ming's destination is not this illustrious university, but rather the Army Academy, which is considered to be of moderate to high standing. The primary discipline he is to study is command, which encompasses various specializations. Though he is currently unaware of the specifics and must await his arrival at the academy for clarity, prior to his departure, his high school peers advised him to mentally prepare for potential bullying, as while the academy's disciplinary regulations are indeed strict, they are comparatively more lenient than those of the military. After all, this is a university where the majority of students have gained admission through high examination scores. Moreover, those who achieve officer status generally possess a superior level of academic knowledge compared to their peers who entered through examination, fostering a sense of inherent superiority that often leads them to look down upon those who have been promoted from the ranks of ordinary soldiers. They inherently assume the role of officers, perceiving all soldiers as subordinates. It is rare to find a scenario in which company commanders or staff officers mingle freely with enlisted soldiers. Thus, even those who have been promoted to officer status may still regard you as merely a soldier, unable to meet them on equal footing. It must be noted that not every soldier possesses a heightened sense of awareness. This is a perspective that is difficult to grasp without having served oneself. The military environment is rife with competition, which manifests not only in training but also in various other aspects. Furthermore, Tang Ming does not share a close camaraderie with his peers, rendering any notions of brotherhood moot. Consequently, each year at the Army Academy, friction inevitably arises during both training and exercises. The Academy, however, turns a blind eye to these skirmishes, primarily to foster a spirit of competition that encourages progress among the cadets. This mirrors the dynamics within the military. As long as one maintains a moral compass in critical situations and refrains from egregious breaches of discipline, one is generally safe. The senior officers informed him of these realities not out of concern for Tang Ming being bullied, but rather out of apprehension that he might succumb to impulse, leading to unfortunate repercussions for the students at the academy. Given Tang Ming's potential, it is certain that the higher-ups in the military district would offer their protection. With substantial backing, as long as he avoids committing serious transgressions, he need not fear much. Those who have spent 2 to 3 years cultivating their skills at the military academy are simply no match for someone like Tang Ming, who has endured the rigors of special forces training. In a true confrontation, even an entire class might not suffice to contend with him. Naturally, those who enter the military academy through the military's examination process do not occupy the same classes as those who gain admission via the college entrance examination. The latter typically undergoes a 4-year program, whereas those admitted from the military partake in a program lasting from 6 months to 2 years, depending on their specialization. In simpler terms, it resembles the distinction between students entering university via the entrance exam and those admitted through direct recruitment by universities. The former are the standard military academy students. Chapter 90. Human traffickers. The latter group, who come for further training, receive different diplomas, and are taught by specialized instructors. Coincidentally, Tang Ming has just joined the latest cohort of students, which spans 1 year. Of course, if one excels and completes all assessments within 6 months, an early graduation back to their previous unit is possible. The Army Academy is located in northern China, and traveling by train from the southeast to the north takes nearly a day. Due to time constraints, he could only secure a seat ticket. However, a day's journey poses no significant challenge for him. He possesses the requisite endurance. The journey involves numerous stops along the way. Tang Ming, undeterred, carefully stored his admission notice and quietly gazed out at the passing scenery. In that era, trains were green and mobile phones were predominantly Nokia models. The trains were slow, often chaotic, and crowded with a diverse array of individuals. The seating arrangement consisted of pairs, totaling 5 seats in each compartment, with Tang Ming occupying a window seat. Soon, the train arrived at the station and came to a halt. A few minutes later, 2 men approached Tang Ming. The man next to him was in his 30s with long hair, and beside him was another man, clearly indicating that they were together. In the arms of the long-haired man lay a sleeping child. The two appeared somewhat anxious as they surveyed their surroundings. After noticing that everything seemed normal, they exchanged a glance and settled into silence. However, Tang Ming immediately noticed their expressions. Maintaining a calm demeanor, he casually turned to look at them. The long-haired man suddenly met his gaze and offered a simple, honest smile. Tang Ming reciprocated with a smile of his own. "Excuse us, young man. We are just migrant workers here to find jobs in the city. We may look a bit dirty and disheveled, so please don't mind us," the long-haired man said apologetically. "Not at all," Tang Ming replied with a warm smile. He had already discerned that something was amiss with the two men. With his keen perception, it was not difficult to conclude that their untidy appearance was intentional. A simple observation revealed that the fabric wrapping the child was clean and of high quality. If they were indeed migrant workers, it was unlikely they would spend money on such fine cloth for their child. Moreover, the fabric was remarkably pristine. Most importantly, within the train station, the number of migrant workers constituted no less than 1/3 of the crowd. In this era, unlike modern times, people did not look down upon the impoverished or those dressed in simple clothing, as poverty was still prevalent. While other laborers occupied different seats without uttering a word, these men proactively spoke to him, likely seeking sympathy to avoid suspicion. While others might overlook such details, Tang Ming was different. It was not merely his acquired skills that honed his sensitivity. Rather, the special forces had a specific training module focused on enhancing their observational abilities, particularly regarding subtle facial expressions. From these micro-expressions, one could glean valuable insights into a person's intentions. "Thank you for your understanding." The long-haired man chuckled. "Where are you headed?" "Young man, I am a student, on my way back to school," Tang Ming replied. "I had to take a few days off due to family matters. But now I must return." Upon learning that Tang Ming was a student, both men sighed in relief. "Being a student is wonderful. We envy you university students. If only we had studied a few more years, we wouldn't have to endure such laborious work now." The long-haired man sighed, expressing his determination. "When my child grows up, I will ensure he studies diligently and never follows in my footsteps. Rest assured, your child is destined for greatness." Tang Ming replied with a smile. "Thank you." Suddenly, a child awoke from slumber, wailing. The infant, merely 5 or 6 months old, was still unfamiliar with the world. But it was typical for a child to cry upon waking. The long-haired man and his companion with a buzz cut immediately grew anxious at the sound of the baby's cries. Don't cry, little one." The long-haired man gently cooed, rocking the child while casting furtive glances around, wary of attracting unwanted attention. Clearly, he was feeling guilty. However, the child continued to cry until the buzz-cut man brought forth a prepared bottle, allowing the infant to quiet down and settle. The two men finally exhaled in relief. Tang Ming remained silent, eyes slightly closed, and turned toward the window. He was now fairly certain that the two were traffickers, but he chose to bide his time and observe further. A few minutes later, the long-haired man's phone buzzed with an incoming message. He carefully scanned his surroundings, particularly eyeing Tang Ming, who appeared to be dozing off facing the window. Only then did he retrieve his phone to read the message. In that moment, Tang Ming's eyes narrowed, revealing a sliver of vigilance. His sharp instincts activated, and he discerned the message on the screen. "Where are you? We are waiting for you. We just need that little brat, and we are good to go." To his dismay, it was indeed a large trafficking syndicate. Chapter 91. Pursuit. The long-haired man quickly typed a response. "We will arrive in 2 more stops." After sending the message, the two resumed their facade of calm, cradling the infant as it drifted back to sleep. Throughout the journey, Tang Ming feigned sleepiness. Though he harbored intense disdain for these traffickers, he recognized that the time for action was not yet ripe. Since they were operating as a group, it was likely that other children had also fallen victim to their schemes. If he were to intervene, it must be to rescue them all. An hour and a half later, they finally reached their destination, a border town. During this era, such towns typically lagged in development. Automobiles were scarce, with motorcycles and older vans dominating the streets. Taxis were a rare sight, primarily found in larger cities. Nevertheless, at the train station, a number of taxis and minibuses were available to ferry passengers. Once the two individuals had arranged themselves, they cradled the child and swiftly exited the train, making their way towards the station's exit. After they disembarked, Tang Ming discreetly followed, carefully maintaining a distance of nearly 50 meters to avoid detection, all the while keeping his radar firmly locked onto them. The train station was bustling with a throng of travelers, either congregating in small groups or laden with numerous bags, creating a rather chaotic scene. Tang Ming observed that upon leaving the station, the two individuals boarded a rather dilapidated van. Without delay, he hailed a taxi, instructing the driver to start the meter. He produced 200 yuan notes and handed them over. Under the astonished and befuddled gaze of the driver, Tang Ming asserted, "Do not inquire about my destination, simply follow my directions. Should the fare exceed the amount, I will provide more. For now, proceed straight ahead." The driver's eyes sparkled with excitement. In that era, 200 yuan equated to over 1,000 yuan today. Such a fare was ample to explore the entirety of the county twice over. Without further ado, the driver complied, exclaiming, "Thank you, sir," before accelerating the vehicle. Tang Ming did not trail the van directly, wary of being discovered, but rather maintained a distance of over 200 meters. Although the road was not particularly congested, the gap ensured that the van remained out of sight. He utilized his radar to monitor the van and the traffic lights ahead. Increase speed to 70. Tang Ming instructed without elaboration. Understood, the driver replied, accepting Tang Ming's seemingly peculiar request without question, likely spurred by the allure of the 200 yuan. He promptly escalated the speed from 50 to 70. Despite speed limits being in place, the driver, seasoned by years of driving in the county, was well aware of the locations of speed cameras and felt no trepidation. As they traveled over 100 meters, a traffic light came into view. Approaching the crosswalk, the green light had 3 seconds remaining, just enough time to pass. Initially, the driver did not perceive any oddity in the situation. However, as Tang Ming alternated the speed between 50, 60, 65, and 70, they encountered several traffic lights, each allowing them to pass without delay. This left the driver bewildered. Could this individual possibly see the traffic signals hundreds of meters away and calculate the required speed and distance to ensure they could glide past the red lights? It seemed implausible. Nevertheless, Tang Ming offered no explanations, his focus unwaveringly fixed on the van ahead. He observed that after driving a few kilometers, another van emerged from a different direction, closely trailing the first. Inside, there were 5 or 6 children, one of whom was an infant, while the others appeared to be between 4 and 7 years old. 4 adults were watching him intently. He even witnessed one of the adults brutally kicking the crying child twice. The children trembled in fear, sitting silently in their seats, too frightened to make a sound. The sky gradually darkened. "Boss, we've already traveled over 20 kilometers. Should we continue forward? Beyond lies the mountains and forests." After nearly an hour, the ever-curious driver could no longer contain himself. "Boss, may I inquire as to where we are headed?" "Sir, might I ask if we are near the border?" Tang Ming inquired. "Indeed." The driver glanced at Tang Ming with hesitation before responding, "Boss, are you attempting to cross the border clandestinely?" Tang Ming, disinterested in offering an explanation, produced another 100 yuan and handed it to the driver. He preferred to resolve matters with money rather than engage in lengthy discussions. The driver was momentarily taken aback, but then his face broke into a wide grin. Whether or not Tang Ming crossed the border was inconsequential. What mattered was the money. After all, if trouble arose, it wouldn't concern him. "Yes," the driver continued, "however, the forest is quite expansive. You are still at least 20 miles from the border." "Thank you, driver. Please stop here," Tang Ming replied. "All right." The driver was eager for Tang Ming to disembark, as it would save him considerable fuel costs and allow him to avoid any risk. He had assumed Tang Ming wanted to be driven closer to the border. The driver promptly slammed on the brakes, and upon Tang Ming's exit, sped away quickly, as if fearing a change of heart. Tang Ming paid little heed to this and dashed into the woods. He chose to alight here because night had fallen, and pursuing him in a vehicle would likely draw attention. In any case, the van's speed through the forest would be slow. They were on the main road, while he could take shortcuts. Given his speed, it would be challenging for them to shake him off. Chapter 92. This pack of beasts, although there were paths in the forest, they were rugged and uneven. The 2 vans were not traveling quickly, allowing Tang Ming to easily traverse the nearby woods. Meanwhile, inside one of the vans, several men were conversing in dialect. "Dao Go. We've returned with 5 more little brats this time. I doubt we can sell them. They only want those under a year old now. The older ones are too difficult to raise," said a gaunt man to a bald man in the passenger seat, who was slightly squinting, resting his eyes. "If we can't sell them, we might as well break their limbs first, just like those other little bastards, and toss them into the county town to beg for money," Brother Dao casually remarked. "But there are already over a dozen of them in our area. The economy has been sluggish for the past 6 months, and the number of people willing to pay has dwindled. We're going to end up losing money taking care of this bunch of useless brats." "Indeed. I don't understand why the boss insists on having us abduct these little ones. Wasn't it agreed that we would only take those under a year old?" The other men grumbled in succession. "Enough with the nonsense. The boss has his reasons for instructing us to do this. If you have any objections, why don't you go tell the boss yourself?" Brother Dao slowly opened his eyes, glaring fiercely at the group. They quickly forced a laugh, saying, "We're just venting. We will follow the boss and Brother Dao." Upon hearing this, Brother Dao's icy demeanor softened considerably. "Rest assured, we never engage in unprofitable ventures. If these little bastards fail to bring back any money, we simply won't feed them. Right. Let us starve these little wretches who were born of a mother but raised without a father," the men said, kicking the children harshly, causing them to cry in fear. Their eyes wide with terror, yet they dared not let their tears fall. The commotion even startled the infant, who began to wail. "Damn it, if you keep crying. Do you believe I 1T crush you, you little bastard?" The emaciated man snapped impatiently, raising his hand as if to strike. Hey, this one has been booked by the boss. He is worth a considerable sum. If anything goes wrong, the boss will surely break your leg. Brother Dao shouted. The emaciated man quickly forced a smile, saying, I was just trying to scare him. How could I bear to harm our benefactor? Haha. Hurry and give him some milk to quiet him down. Drive faster, Brother Dao said impatiently. After about 40 minutes of driving through the mountains, the vehicle finally came to a stop. At that moment, Tang Ming had also halted in another direction. He was over 300 meters away from the van, and his radar detected that the vehicle had stopped in front of a row of wooden houses. As he approached within 50 meters, he could clearly see with his keen eyesight that it resembled a large estate, comprising 5 or 6 buildings surrounded by a 2-meter-high, sharp fence. 2 large wolves lounged at the entrance, and the barking of dogs echoed from 2 of the buildings. Tang Ming's radar scanned and revealed that the children they had just abducted were all thrown into those 2 houses. The total number of children inside those 2 buildings reached 18. Meanwhile, the 2 infants were in another larger wooden house, being scrutinized by a portly man. Inside this house, there were also 5 adult men. In another room, men were drinking and eating heartily. In the final room, a man sat before a computer, surrounded by surveillance cameras strategically placed around the fence, evidently to deter any intruders from uncovering the grim happenings within. Tang Ming pondered for a moment before cautiously advancing. He meticulously employed radar to scan the surroundings, ensuring that no nefarious individuals were stationed outside. Suddenly, his eyes narrowed as a surge of uncontainable fury ignited within him. The radar revealed several buried corpses beneath the ground at various locations behind the building, dozens of lifeless bodies, unmistakably those of young children. Were these fiends not mere traffickers? How could they resort to murder? Tang Ming's eyes reddened with rage. In both his past and present lives, he harbored an unyielding hatred for such despicable traffickers. These beasts, driven by greed, had abducted countless children from across the nation, shattering families and plunging them into a lifetime of relentless anguish over their lost offspring. It is fair to say that anyone with a semblance of conscience would wish for these traffickers to be executed without mercy. Yet now, not only had they brought children here, but they had also taken their lives. How utterly barbaric. Wait. Tang Ming rescanned the interior of the room, meticulously examining the 20 children. To his horror, he discovered that 7 or 8 of them were missing limbs or had suffered grievous injuries. Some limbs were broken, others severed. Furthermore, their eyes were either devoid of corneas or had been completely gouged out. In that instant, Tang Ming realized that these individuals were not merely traffickers. They were a vile group compelling children to beg for their profit. They viewed these innocent souls as mere instruments for financial gain. In this era, such atrocities persist in many regions, particularly in border towns plagued by poor security. Mutilating the children's limbs or blinding them could elicit greater sympathy, thereby increasing the likelihood of monetary alms. These wretches, their sins are beyond redemption. A torrent of murderous intent surged within Tang Ming. Chapter 93. You deserve death. Tang Ming stealthily approached, utilizing his radar scanning and climbing skills to deftly evade their surveillance, gaining entry into the interior. He edged closer to the wooden shack housing the 5 men, and their conversation drifted out to him. These 2 infants will be sent out tonight at dawn. Boss Lee has already arranged for someone to meet them. Just hand the children over directly. A robust voice resonated through the air, belonging to a middle-aged man, clad in a relatively respectable jacket, seated comfortably on a chair. He languidly remarked, moreover, select 3 of those with particularly fine eyes and send them to the old ghost, so he may extract their corneas. There are buyers awaiting them. Very well, replied the bald man. The emaciated man inquired, brother, what about the others? Should we break their legs? Indeed, we must. Without breaking their legs, how shall we procure our payment? The man in the jacket asserted. Furthermore, break the others as well. Remember, do not injure their eyes. Their corneas can still fetch a considerable price. All right, that will suffice. Let us dine first. Once we finish, we shall commence preparations. With a wave of his hand, the man in the jacket signaled for several individuals to exit towards another room. Meanwhile, within a different chamber, a group of men sat around a table, joyously engaged in a game while indulging in food and drink. A lavish spread of dishes lay nearby. However, as they exited the main door, a figure emerged from the shadows, casting a chilling gaze upon them. Startled by the sudden appearance, the emaciated man exclaimed, "Who are you?" The others grew wary, hastily retreating into the room to retrieve sticks and fruit knives. Simultaneously, those within the other room and the individual monitoring from the surveillance room swiftly armed themselves and rushed out. You need not concern yourselves with my identity. Simply understand that after today, you shall be as disabled for life as the children whose limbs you have shattered. Tang Ming's voice was remarkably calm, yet it bore an intense aura of menace. He had never felt such a fervent desire to kill as he did now. Having served nearly a year in the military without encountering true combat, this marked his inaugural confrontation with criminals. Moments prior, he had scanned the area with radar. These individuals were armed solely with iron rods and fruit knives, devoid of firearms. With this knowledge, what was there to fear? Possessing Captain America's combat skills, even doubled. These men were no match for him. You alone? The 11 men expressed mild astonishment. They initially believed their misdeeds had been uncovered, that the police had arrived. But such was not the case. This audacious youth dared to play the hero alone? Who did he think he was? A superhero? I alone am sufficient, Tang Ming declared, gradually advancing towards them. You insolent brat, meddling in affairs not your own can lead to your demise. The man in the jacket retorted coldly. We shall see if you possess the capability, Tang Ming replied, now within 3 meters of them. The 10 men, clutching their steel rods and fruit knives, bore expressions of fierce malevolence, poised to charge at Tang Ming at the slightest command from the man in the jacket, ready to rend him asunder. They have committed countless murders without a second thought. Why would they be concerned? To them, the lives of anyone outside their circle are no more valuable than those of beasts. Young man, if you seek your own demise, do not blame me. With that, the man in the jacket took several steps back, while the 10 individuals surrounding him approached with sinister grins. Eliminate him. At the command of the bald man known as Knife Brother, the first 3 or 4 assailants brandished their iron rods and fruit knives, striking forcefully at Tang Ming's body. Bang! Tang Ming retaliated with a powerful punch, striking the abdomen of the foremost attacker. The man doubled over, his body contorting in agony. And Tang Ming effortlessly seized the iron rod from his grasp. With a speed that left no room for counteraction, he delivered a crushing blow to the man's lower back, shattering his spine. He had vowed to render these brutes as incapacitated as the unfortunate children they preyed upon. The first trafficker's waist was broken, and he collapsed to the ground, howling in torment. Then, with a series of swift strikes, Tang Ming swung the iron rod with astonishing speed. The remaining assailants, charging forward, barely comprehended how he moved before their weapons were sent flying. Subsequently, their knees and lower backs were shattered by his relentless blows. Within mere seconds, all 10, save for the man in the jacket, lay sprawled on the ground, wailing in agony. Roar! Roar! The ferocious dogs, hearing the cries of distress, joined in an uproar, straining against their chains in a futile attempt to break free. After all, they were the masters of these traffickers, and upon witnessing their owner's defeat, they too were consumed by rage. Yet, Tang Ming paid them no heed, his icy gaze fixed upon the last man standing, the man in the jacket. The leader was paralyzed with fear. Tang Ming's prowess was simply terrifying. Having navigated the underworld for so long, they had encountered many formidable fighters, but none exhibited such a monstrous level of skill. They had never even heard of anyone like him. It was reminiscent of the martial arts films on television, which at least featured intricate and flashy moves. Yet Tang Ming was brutally efficient, incapacitating one opponent after another with raw power. The ferocity of his strikes was chilling. Who are you? What have we done to provoke you? The man in the jacket retreated several steps, desperately suppressing his fear as he shouted at Tang Ming. Tang Ming slowly raised his hand, pointing towards the room where the children were imprisoned. His voice was deep and devoid of emotion. What have these children done to deserve this? Why treat them so cruelly? Have you ever considered the agony they must endure when you break their limbs and gouge out their eyes? All for the sake of profit, without any scruples? The man in the jacket retorted, they are merely unwanted little bastards. I'm just making use of waste. What's wrong with that? Waste. The fury in Tang Ming's eyes intensified. In my view, you beasts are the true waste. As he spoke, Tang Ming brandished an iron rod and advanced towards him, causing the jacketed man to recoil in fear, stumbling backward and falling. Before he could rise, he pleaded, Brother, let us just say it was our mistake. Please, spare me. I'll give you whatever you want. I have over $1 million in my account. I can give it all to you. $1 million, such a sum could accomplish many things, ensuring a life free from financial worry for the rest of one's days. Indeed, in that era, $1 million equated to tens of millions in the 2020s of another world. It could be said that one had struck it rich. Yet, can money truly bring comfort or soothe the conscience? Very well, give me the money, Tang Ming replied. The jacketed man, feeling a glimmer of hope, was unaware that Tang Ming continued, I will spare your life, but like the others, I will first break your limbs. With a crack, 2 blows shattered his kneecaps. After subduing all the individuals involved, Tang Ming lost interest in them and directly made a phone call. Hey, you arrived at the military academy so quickly? A familiar voice came through the line. It was none other than Gao Zhongdue. No, I got off halfway. There has been a bit of a situation here, Tang Ming said. What kind of situation? You haven't gotten yourself into trouble again, have you? Gao Zhongdue's heart tightened as he asked. Tang Ming, no longer beating around the bush, explained the circumstances. Upon hearing this, Gao Zhongdue's tone grew serious. Stay there and don't move. Protect those children. I will contact the police. Understood. Just as he was about to hang up, Gao Zhongdue suddenly recalled something and exclaimed anxiously, Wait, did you say you broke their legs and waist? Yes, Tang Ming replied. You fool. Who told you to do that? Do you realize that counts as violent behavior? While you may have done well in this matter, if it comes to light, you will also bear responsibility. Gao Zhongdue scolded. I did not intend to cause any harm, Tang Ming remarked. When a multitude surrounds me, I must protect myself. In the chaos of their assault, how could I possibly maintain composure? Am I not justified in my actions? Chaos? You speak of chaos rather than a decisive strike? Gao Zhongdai furrowed his brow. Based on his understanding of Tang Ming's combat prowess, even if faced with 11 adversaries, he should not falter in his technique. Indeed, it was chaos, Tang Ming continued. Although I am a special forces operative, this is my first encounter in actual combat. With them wielding knives and clubs, is it not natural for me to feel fear? Gao Zhongdai exhaled in relief. If that is the case, then it should pose no problem. Very well, we shall await the police's arrival to address this matter. I must now report to Wolf Head. Do not act recklessly. Understood. After ending the call, Tang Ming brandished his club and approached the group of traffickers once more. The 11 men remained sprawled on the ground, wailing in despair. Upon seeing Tang Ming's return, they begged for mercy. Tang Ming showed no restraint and unleashed a furious assault upon them. Since he had labeled his actions as chaotic, it was only fitting that they bear additional marks of his blows. Otherwise, how could it be deemed a decisive confrontation? The opinions of these traffickers had become irrelevant. As long as he firmly maintained his stance of self-defense, he anticipated no repercussions. Truth be told, he harbored a desire to dismantle these fiends limb by limb, to slay them. Even though the corpses of the numerous victims would suffice for their execution multiple times over, he found no satisfaction in allowing them an easy demise. However, he understood the world operated under strict discipline, much like his previous life. He bore no authority to execute them outright. Otherwise, he too would find himself ensnared in dire consequences. It was not worth jeopardizing his own safety for their sake. Tang Ming swiftly opened the door to the room housing the children. Upon witnessing the scene within, his fury could no longer be contained. Chapter 95. Has conscience been consumed by dogs? Inside the room, each child's feet were shackled by chains, either sleeping or sitting on the bed, reminiscent of notorious criminals imprisoned in ancient dungeons. The so-called beds were mere heaps of dry grass, accompanied by 2 foul-smelling toilets, permeating the air with a nauseating stench. Beside the entrance, a large wolf dog was also tethered, clearly tasked with guarding the children. As the door swung open, the children scrambled to their feet in terror, gazing at Tang Ming with wide, frightened eyes. They huddled into corners, those who had not yet suffered the loss of their sight, their innocent eyes filled with profound fear. The fierce wolf dog, upon seeing this unfamiliar figure, erupted into a frenzy, barking ferociously as it lunged at Tang Ming. Bang! Tang Ming's iron rod struck fiercely against the creature's canine head, blood splattering in the air. The massive wolf dog collapsed into a pool of crimson, trembling on the ground. The children, terrified, erupted into wails. Approaching them, one frightened child cried out, "Uncle, please don't hurt us. We will behave, and we promise to earn money tomorrow. Please, don't strike me." The other children quickly joined in, pleading with Tang Ming. Hearing their cries, Tang Ming felt a pang of compassion and promptly discarded the iron rod. Speaking gently, "Little ones, do not be afraid. I am a police officer here to rescue you. I will take you back to your parents, and no one will bully or harm you again." Police officer? The children regarded him with uncertainty. At their tender age, they understood the concept of law enforcement. Yet they found it difficult to trust his words. Noticing the chains binding their feet, Tang Ming turned and exited the room, retrieving a key from one of the traffickers. He returned, liberating them from their shackles. "Come, follow me. The bad men outside have been subdued by the police. You are safe now." He gently urged 2 of the children, who, albeit still frightened, began to follow him outside. Upon witnessing the very traffickers who had tormented them lying on the ground in anguish, they finally believed Tang Ming, joyfully exclaiming, "Hooray! The police have come to save us. We are safe now. We can go home." Suddenly, an observant little girl spotted a dirt-covered bun on the ground nearby. She rushed over and eagerly picked it up, taking large bites. Tang Ming, noticing her, sprinted to her side and snatched it away, exclaiming, "You cannot eat this. It is moldy and will make you ill." With wide, sorrowful eyes, the little girl looked up at him and softly pleaded, "But uncle, I am so very hungry." Seeing her innocent face and emaciated form, Tang Ming could no longer restrain himself. He embraced her tightly, his voice choking with emotion. "I am so sorry for being late. From now on, you will have enough to eat." Suddenly recalling the meals prepared by the traffickers in another room, he declared, "Come, everyone, follow me. I will take you to a feast." The children, hearing of food, eagerly trailed after Tang Ming. Those with broken limbs or sightless eyes were aided by others as they made their way. Upon seeing the fragrant dishes laid out on the table, their eyes sparkled with delight, and their mouths watered in anticipation. But no one dared to approach the food. Instead, they all turned their gazes toward Tang Ming. "Go ahead and eat. This meal has been prepared for you," he urged. Upon hearing his words, a group of children ceased their hesitation, rushing forward to devour the food with their hands. Tang Ming did not intervene, observing their ravenous consumption. He realized they were genuinely starved. Those despicable human traffickers had tormented these children. Had their consciences been devoured by dogs? Chapter 96. These beasts. An hour later, the sounds of police sirens and ambulances finally resonated outside. Some of the traffickers had already succumbed to unconsciousness. Swiftly, officers and medical personnel disembarked from their vehicles. Upon witnessing the 11 traffickers writhing on the ground in agony, they were momentarily taken aback. The doctors hurriedly approached to examine the victims. Broken backs, severed limbs, the medical staff gasped in shock. Who could exhibit such brutality as to inflict such injuries upon these criminals? Before the traffickers could be transported to the hospital, the doors swung open. Tang Ming emerged, cradling a child in each arm, followed by a throng of children. The officers, startled, advanced quickly. Don't move. Who are you? They demanded, guns drawn, aimed at Tang Ming. I am the one who reported this, and I subdued these individuals, Tang Ming replied. These children were abducted from various areas. As he spoke, he tossed a military identification card from one hand. The head of the criminal police examined the card closely, confirming Tang Ming's identity matched the information provided. Before instructing the officers to lower their weapons, Comrade Tang Ming, greetings. I am Li Chao, captain of the criminal police in Bianqing. A sturdy man with a resolute face approached, initially saluting Tang Ming before retracting his hand upon noticing Tang Ming held a child in each arm. At that moment, medical personnel stepped forward to take the infant from Tang Ming, while others began to examine the remaining children. I recommend we first transport these children to the hospital. We will deal with these beasts later, Tang Ming stated coldly. However, these criminals are more severely injured, a doctor interjected. Once you thoroughly examine the children, you will no longer hold that opinion, Tang Ming retorted, casting a cold glance at him. Meanwhile, the medical staff had already commenced basic examinations on the group of children. Beasts. Have these scoundrels' consciences truly been devoured by dogs? A female medical worker, her eyes brimming with tears, exclaimed in anger, Dr. Jiang, there are over 20 children here, and more than half have either had their limbs brutally severed or their corneas excised. Look at this. These scoundrels, driven by greed, dare to inflict such torment upon these innocent children. Several doctors rushed forward, and after a brief examination, they too were consumed by outrage. These wretches deserve to be taken out and executed. They cried. Though they were healers by nature, they were utterly incensed at that moment. The criminal investigators were equally furious. They had witnessed the brutality of criminals before, but the sheer depravity displayed for the sake of profit was unprecedented. First, we must save them. How naive. The captain of the detectives instructed Dr. Jiang to send the children to the hospital for examination while leaving 2 officers to monitor the perpetrators. Dr. Jiang nodded and immediately arranged for the children to be taken to the ambulance. Captain Li, there's another matter, Tang Ming said to Li Chao. When I tracked them here, I overheard their conversation. They have a cooperative clinic in the nearby town, specifically for harvesting children's corneas. Those 2 infants are also slated for immediate sale to affluent buyers in need of children. I believe it is imperative that you take swift action to apprehend these criminals. He did not elaborate further, emphasizing the urgency of their investigation. Li Chao nodded in acknowledgement, understood. He promptly ordered his team to commence questioning the traffickers, disregarding their current state of distress. There is one more thing. Tang Ming took a deep breath, his voice laden with gravity. There should be numerous bodies of children buried on the hillside. What? Li Chao and the other detectives' expressions changed dramatically. They had murdered as well? Tang Ming continued. These children have suffered from long-term malnutrition and extreme torment. Over time, their bodies cannot endure. When they fall ill or cease to be profitable, what do you think will happen to them? Upon hearing this, the detectives' faces turned pale. Quickly, let us investigate. Bring shovels. Li Chao commanded loudly. Yes. The team swiftly proceeded to the location indicated by Tang Ming. He feigned squatting to examine the ground, but in truth, he already knew where the children's bodies were buried. Here, and here, these spots show signs of disturbed earth. If I'm not mistaken, there should be corpses below. Get to work. Li Chao, without uttering a word, promptly issued orders. A group of detectives, armed with shovels, began to excavate with fervor. The trenches dug by the criminals were shallow, and soon they unearthed a sack, somewhat tattered, emanating a foul stench. Clearly, it contained corpses. The expressions of the detectives soured considerably. Chapter 97. Silence. Is it not humiliating enough? Here, too. We have unearthed remains. Over here as well. Damn it, collectively there are no less than a dozen sacks. This band of beasts has already slain countless individuals. As they beheld the small arms and legs protruding from the sacks, the detectives felt a mixture of sorrow and rage. They promptly notified the bureau to arrange for forensic specialists to arrive. Li Chao, suppressing his fury, commanded his subordinates. Understood. Li Chao turned to Tang Ming, expressing his gratitude. This time, we owe you a debt of thanks. Otherwise, this tragedy might have remained undiscovered for an indefinite period. We shall seek justice for these children." Tang Ming merely cast a cold glance at them, retorting, "The emergence of such a significant case of child exploitation within your jurisdiction is a testament to your negligence. What you must do now is bolster your public safety measures to ensure that children are no longer subjected to the torment and harm inflicted by these brutes, rather than offering thanks, which I neither require nor desire." With that, he turned and departed. Indeed, he was incensed. While it is true that criminal acts can occur anywhere, witnessing the suffering and abuse of so many children rendered him unable to remain composed. The detectives, gazing upon the lifeless bodies, found themselves devoid of any counterarguments. Soon, the forensic team arrived, accompanied by higher-ranking officials. Upon witnessing the grim scene, they too were engulfed in sorrow and anger. Yet, what purpose did their indignation serve? The deeds had already transpired. Their current obligation was to expedite the investigation and apprehend all individuals involved in this case, seeking justice for these innocent children. Over an hour later, Tang Ming returned to the detective squad alongside Li Chao and the others. He documented all the events, both in writing and verbally. There remained one pressing inquiry. Li Chao, with a hint of hesitation, posed a question to Tang Ming. "The doctors have examined the traffickers. They were struck by iron rods, shattering their spines and limb bones. These individuals will likely spend the remainder of their lives confined to a bed. Moreover, each strike was executed with remarkable precision. I must ask you to clarify. Was this deliberate on your part?" Tang Ming fixed his gaze upon Li Chao's eyes, refraining from immediate response. Li Chao felt somewhat hesitant to meet Tang Ming's gaze, perhaps due to the negligence that had precipitated this tragic incident. Thus, standing before Tang Ming, the savior, he felt a tinge of guilt. Nevertheless, he articulated, "Comrade Tang Ming, I understand your intentions are noble, aimed at rescuing the children. However, I implore you to grasp that rules are rules. In situations where criminals pose no further threat, neither you nor I are permitted to engage in acts of violence against them." "I am a special forces soldier," Tang Ming asserted. Li Chao and the other detectives were taken aback. This revelation was indeed unknown to them. Official documents merely indicated that Tang Ming was a soldier, without specifying whether he belonged to the special forces. Moreover, such sensitive information would not be disclosed without the military's consent. For special forces operatives are shrouded in secrecy and cannot be easily exposed to outsiders. "You may verify this later," Tang Ming continued. "Our methodology in subduing criminals often emphasizes a decisive strike to neutralize the threat, preventing any possibility of retaliation. When they attacked me en masse, I was compelled to exert my full strength to incapacitate them with a single blow, ensuring my safety and that of the hostages. You have witnessed the weapons at the scene, a metal rod and a sharp fruit knife. Had I been overly cautious, adhering to the so-called rules, and had they suddenly countered, I could have been fatally wounded. What then would have become of those children? At the scene, they were either relocating the children or silencing witnesses. Have you contemplated the consequences of such actions? My intent was never to cripple them. I was merely safeguarding myself and the hostages." Upon hearing Tang Ming's explanation, several detectives exchanged glances, feeling a sense of relief. If Tang Ming's account held true, then indeed, there was no fault to be found. "Why did you not alert the authorities the moment you discovered them?" Li Chao inquired after a brief silence. Tang Ming replied, "Firstly, I did not wish to raise alarm. Secondly, I have confidence in my abilities. Thirdly, I lack trust in your team." Li Chao and the other detectives considered these three reasons to be rather arrogant and dismissive of their capabilities. "Comrade Tang Ming, I hope you will choose your words more carefully. Do you think we, as detectives, are inept?" One officer retorted. Tang Ming looked at him, a cold smile gracing his lips. "Perhaps you should convey that sentiment to the children who have already suffered. Tell them they are not helpless and that you are indeed capable. Do you believe those children would trust your words?" A few individuals flushed, speechless in rebuttal. Li Chao sighed, and at that moment, a voice echoed in his earpiece. He then addressed Tang Ming, saying, "Thank you for your cooperation. You may leave now. We will certainly handle this matter and provide an explanation for the children and their parents." Tang Ming stood up and turned to exit. "What audacity," remarked the criminal investigator, unable to suppress his discontent as he watched Tang Ming's departing figure. "Silence. Do you not find it humiliating enough?" Li Chao admonished. The investigator promptly sealed his lips, refraining from further comment. Upon reaching the lobby, the captain of the criminal police approached Tang Ming. "Comrade Tang Ming, you may leave directly. Should any issues arise, we will contact you through your unit. We genuinely appreciate your assistance this time. It is indeed our oversight, and we will reflect on it. Here are your belongings and your train ticket. We understand you are heading to the military academy, and we will compensate for the delay. Shortly, I will arrange for someone to escort you to the station." "Thank you," Tang Ming replied as he accepted his luggage and fare. Chapter 98. Arrival a few minutes later. In the vehicle, Li Chao was driving while Tang Ming sat in the passenger seat, lost in thought as he gazed at the scenery outside. Unbeknownst to him, he felt a slight shift in his mentality. Although he was a Special Forces soldier, this marked his first engagement in actual combat. Surprisingly, despite witnessing such tragic scenes, he had not felt the urge to vomit. Moreover, he felt no burden for having incapacitated those human traffickers. Could it be that having been reborn, his mindset had hardened somewhat? Nonetheless, what occupied his mind were the pitiful faces of those children. He could not fathom how they would confront their future lives or what their hearts would become. Previously, he had thought that no matter how wicked a person might be, they could not descend to the lowest depths of malevolence. Yet now, he recognized his error. The depths of human depravity know no bounds. For the sake of money, they would commit any atrocity. The so-called conscience is non-existent. This world is a harsh one, rife with incidents where humanity has been extinguished across the nation. All they could do was strive to minimize these tragedies and eradicate the malevolent individuals entirely. If they are evil, then you must be even more so. Are all you special forces so formidable? Li Chao inquired, breaking the silence as he glanced at Tang Ming. Tang Ming turned to him. Li Chao continued. You took down 11 of them effortlessly, one strike for each. Such prowess is unparalleled among us. I typed this randomly. Tang Ming shrugged. Never mind. You may deceive those newcomers, but you cannot fool me. Li Chao snorted. Can a random stick strike their vital points with such precision? Moreover, the doctor has already assessed that the other injuries to their bodies were indeed caused by your erratic blows. The time discrepancy is also notable. The doctor is quite professional. Tang Ming sighed. It's remarkable that they could ascertain this in less than 2 minutes. Do not worry, what you have stated aligns perfectly with our intentions. Li Chao remarked. Any person with a shred of integrity and courage, upon witnessing that scene, would yearn to dismember those scoundrels. You have accomplished what we wished to do but could not. Your testimony, if scrutinized rigorously, might not hold up. Yet, the authorities have no intention of holding you accountable. Your words conveniently provide us with a justification to absolve you. Thank you. Tang Ming replied, it is we who should express our gratitude. Li Chao sighed. If it weren't for you, we would still be unaware of such tragic events occurring within our jurisdiction. As for the dark clinic you mentioned and the individuals seeking to purchase children, we have already taken control of the situation and uncovered their other operations. It can be said that your actions have saved not just these children, but potentially many more from other cities and provinces. That is good to hear, Tang Ming nodded. Rest assured, this time, you have earned merit, and the higher-ups will ensure this recognition is relayed back to your unit. Upon your return, you are bound to receive at least a third-class merit award. Congratulations, Li Chao stated. Tang Ming remained silent. He cared little for such accolades. If it meant helping these children recover, he would willingly forego any achievements. Half an hour later, Li Chao escorted Tang Ming to the train station. Well, I will not see you off onto the train. Tonight's case will likely keep us occupied for quite some time. When you have the chance, come by. And I will treat you to a proper meal. Li Chao smiled at Tang Ming. All right, you should head back. Work is of utmost importance. Tang Ming nodded. Very well. I shall return now. If you have any questions, just give me a call. After saying this, Li Chao waved at Tang Ming and swiftly boarded his vehicle to return. Tang Ming glanced at his ticket. The train would depart in half an hour. After a brief respite in the waiting area, he boarded the train. The following morning, the train arrived in the city where the military academy was located. The academy resembled an ordinary university from the outside, yet it leaned more towards the outskirts and wooded areas. Many training exercises, akin to those of local troops, required such environments for practice. He arrived at the entrance of the military academy by vehicle. Outside, young duty soldiers stood guard. After Tang Ming presented his identification and admission notice, the sentry made a phone call. Soon, a captain drove up to the gate. You must be Comrade Tang Ming, the captain said, saluting him with a smile. Tang Ming returned the salute, replying, I am Tang Ming. Greetings, Captain. I am Lu Jitai, your squad leader. Let's proceed to report to the Director of Education. Once the formalities are completed, I will take you back to your class, Lu Jitai stated. Yes, squad leader. Tang Ming saluted once more. Lu Jitai nodded. Let's go. Get in the car. As the vehicle entered the military academy, the scenery revealed buildings that towered above those in the army, while the roads and greenery resembled those of local military bases. The personnel donned uniforms, either standard attire, training gear, or physical training outfits, all uniformly styled. Chapter 99. Could you please behave like a human being? Lu Jitai informed Tang Ming, regarding your unit's matters, apart from myself, the company commander, and a few higher-ranking officials. No one else in the company is aware. We understand the protocols. Tang Ming nodded, inquiring, so at this stage, am I the only Special Forces soldier from another military region coming for further training? Lu Jitai shook his head. In previous years, they were usually arranged after the new year, with very few sent during the summer due to the heavy training tasks. You are currently the only one this semester. Indeed. Special Forces are often overwhelmed with training or missions, particularly in the months surrounding mid-year, making it quite challenging to find time for further education. We will announce you under the designation of your old unit. When the time comes for introductions, simply refer to your old unit, Lu Jintai explained. Understood, Tang Ming acknowledged. That would be under the identity of the 702nd Regiment, Night Tiger. Before long, the vehicle arrived in front of the school's administrative building. Tang Ming followed Lu Jintai into an office where a colonel sat at a desk. Reporting. Lu Jintai called from the doorway. Come in. The colonel replied without looking up. Yes. Lu Jintai led Tang Ming inside. He saluted the colonel, stating, Director, the officer for further training sent by Wolf Fong has arrived, Comrade Tang Ming. The colonel then lifted his gaze to meet Tang Ming's. Tang Ming also saluted, declaring, Good day, Director. I am Tang Ming, a captain from the Wolf Fong Special Forces. Colonel was slightly taken aback by Tang Ming's appearance. You are so young. Reporting to the superior, I am 18 years old this year. 18? An 18-year-old captain? Both the colonel and the lieutenant were astonished. The colonel quickly opened Tang Ming's profile and upon checking the date of birth, realized that he indeed was exactly 18. He had previously overlooked this detail, assuming Tang Ming merely appeared youthful, but his actual age was even younger than he had imagined. 18. Then how long have you served in the military? The colonel inquired with curiosity. Reporting, I enlisted in December of last year. Only for more than half a year. Both men were taken aback once again. Did you enlist as a university student? No, I graduated from high school and joined the army directly. The colonel took a deep breath. So in just over half a year, you were selected into the Wolf Fong unit, achieved meritorious service, and were directly promoted to captain? Tang Ming nodded. Yes. Wow. Both men gasped in astonishment. This prodigy, in just over 6 months. He went from an ordinary field soldier to being selected for the Wolf Fong unit, accomplishing remarkable feats in such a brief period. Are today's field soldiers truly this extraordinary? Lu Jintao gazed at Tang Ming. Comrade Tang Ming, may I inquire what actions led to such significant achievements? Tang Ming replied, Actually, it was nothing much. During the military district's large-scale exercise, I merely captured the commander of the Blue Army. Upon hearing this, their eyes nearly bulged out. You captured the commander of the Blue Army, and you say merely. Do you have some sort of special misunderstanding regarding the phrase merely? Please take your merely and go away, all right? That is the commander of the Blue Army. You claim you just captured him. Are you some sort of deity? Is this even something a human can accomplish? Chapter 100. Arrival at the company. Even after Tang Ming exited the office, the colonel remained deeply shaken by the revelation. Outside, in the vehicle, Lu Jintao began to explain the course structure to Tang Ming. In reality, the military academy is not vastly different from the local troops. In summer, we have morning exercises at 6 o'clock, and in winter at 6:30. When not training, we focus on learning tactical knowledge or command studies and other specialized subjects. Additionally, every week, there are several classes on mathematics, computer science, and introductory English, all of which are essential. One could say that the military academy is half a social university and half a military lifestyle, with studies adhering to the standards of external higher education institutions. Life is conducted according to military standards. Subsequently, there are monthly evaluations and training assessments, along with a significant examination every 3 months. Additionally, there are large-scale exercises or long-distance drills once every 6 months. I will gradually share more details with you later. You have been promoted from the local forces, having undergone basic training after your time in the recruit company, and you are quite familiar with the military's regulations and guidelines. Unlike those who enter directly after the college entrance examination, who often arrive with little understanding and are more challenging to manage. Akin to our initial days in the recruit company, they are often quite naive. Thus, I can conserve a considerable amount of energy. This is, in fact, one of the reasons I prefer mentoring promoted officers over those who are still students. Tang Ming smiled at Lu Jintao and remarked, Squad leader, from what you say, you too have been promoted? Lu Jintao nodded affirmatively. Indeed, I was commissioned directly after graduating from university. After completing my training here, I was retained and appointed as the squad leader responsible for management. Tang Ming inquired, So, does that mean all members of our squad were promoted? Lu Jintao replied, Not quite. Only our 4th squad consists of promoted personnel. In the 7th company, there are 4 squads, with the first 3 comprised of student officers, each ranging from 25 to 35 members. Our 4th squad is the smallest, with merely 20 individuals. However, despite being in the same company, our training is conducted together. While our academic subjects differ, the promoted officers have a 1-year study period, whereas the student officers have a 4-year curriculum, leading to differing progress in subjects, thus preventing us from being scheduled together. Nevertheless, our training and daily lives are intertwined. Lu Jintao glanced at Tang Ming, hesitating momentarily before deciding whether to continue. Though we are in the same company, it seems somewhat incompatible with the other squads, doesn't it? Tang Ming interjected. Lu Jintao smiled wryly. It appears that you have been informed about the situation here in the military. Indeed, this is the case. Those who have served often look down upon student officers, while the latter regard the promoted officers as lacking in education. This creates a point of contention. Therefore, whether in daily life or training, there are often frictions. We who have previously served in the military naturally possess a stubborn spirit of resilience, while the student officers can be somewhat aloof, coupled with their commendable physical fitness, leading to inevitable conflicts. Thus, be prepared for some verbal exchanges and friendly competitions. The company commander and school leaders will not intervene. However, serious disciplinary infractions must be avoided. Tang Ming nodded in understanding, assuring, I am aware of this. Rest assured, I will be cautious. Lu Jintao remarked, given your capabilities. My concern is not that you might be bullied, but rather that you might be unable to restrain yourself from resorting to violence. After all, I have encountered numerous special forces soldiers, and their tempers can be more explosive than those of regular combat troops. Tang Ming offered a wry smile, acknowledging the truth in his words. Special forces operatives often exist under immense pressure. Thus, their time at the military academy can be regarded as a unique form of relaxation. When provoked, their tempers are understandably difficult to contain. Are all the officers in this promotion training new arrivals? Tang Ming inquired. Not entirely, Lu Jintao responded. Half are newcomers, while the other half are seasoned veterans. This arrangement mirrors that of local battalions, where the experienced guide the inexperienced, facilitating a smoother adaptation to life and training here. This principle applies to all three companies, as the subjects in training are uniform. However, when it comes to specialized studies in command or other subjects, the newcomers are separated and will receive instruction from dedicated instructors. Understood, Tang Ming nodded. The military academy is vast, yet a drive of merely 2 to 3 minutes leads one to the dormitories of the 7th Company, which, similar to local units, consist of 3 or 4 stories. The 3rd Battalion, hosting the promotion training officers, comprises 4 floors. The 1st Company occupies the ground floor, followed sequentially by the others, with the 4th Company located on the top floor. At that moment, it was noon, and the various companies were lining up in front of their barracks for the meal. Chapter 101. Oh my goodness. The 1st Company, 121, 121, 1234. Leading the formation was a lieutenant. 1234. The student officers of the 1st Company shouted their chants in unison while marching in place. On their shoulders, they bore not the insignia of officers, but rather the stripes of cadets. Until graduation, they cannot be considered officers. They remain students at the military academy. In our academy, while there are a few non-commissioned officers, the focus remains predominantly on officers. Captains typically serve as company commanders, while lieutenants or second lieutenants assume the role of squad leaders. They are all in their 4th year, which is regarded as their internship period. Upon completion of 4 years, they may either continue their duties at the academy or transition to local units. Our company commander and instructor are both majors. Tang Ming nodded, recognizing this as a common structure within the military. Once the 1st Company concluded their chants, it was time for the 2nd Company to follow suit. 2nd Company, listen to the 1st Company. They sound half asleep. Now, let us demonstrate for them. The sergeant of the 2nd Platoon bellowed, 121, 121, 1234. Instantly, the members of the 2nd Platoon gaped in astonishment, their voices rising in a fervent roar, each face flushed with intensity, their volume surpassing that of the 1st Platoon. Naturally, the 1st Platoon, unwilling to be outdone, retaliated with their own shouts, igniting a spirited contest between the two. Meanwhile, the 3rd and 4th Platoons, situated nearby, were also engaged in their own rivalry. Disembark. Let us first partake in a meal. You, queue up first. Lu Jintao instructed Tang Ming. Understood, Tang Ming replied promptly, hastening towards the 4th Platoon. At that moment, the 3rd Platoon was chanting their slogans, with unwavering resolve. Tang Ming summoned every ounce of strength within him, employing his vocal disguise skills to project his voice towards the lieutenant in charge of the formation. Reporting. New recruit Tang Ming from the 4th Platoon of the 7th Company is here to report for duty. This proclamation resonated with such power that it left the members of the 4th Platoon utterly stunned. Those at the rear felt as if their ears were ringing, akin to the roar of a colossal beast echoing beside them. His voice even managed to drown out the chants of the 3rd Platoon, and the members of the 1st and 2nd Platoons heard it distinctly. A profound silence fell over the scene as everyone turned their heads toward the source of the sound. There stood Tang Ming, composed and upright, his physique seemingly incapable of producing such a formidable volume. Even Lu Jintao was taken aback by the force of his voice. Was this individual a beast? How could he emit such a thunderous sound? Others from the 3 platoons shared similar thoughts. Another newcomer? And one with such a resounding voice? The members of the 4th Platoon scrutinized Tang Ming. After a brief moment of surprise, the lieutenant in charge of the 4th Platoon shouted at his troops. What are you all staring at? Who permitted you to turn your heads? Did you file a report? All of you, get to the main field and run 3 kilometers. If you don't return in 12 minutes, you will forfeit your meal. Move out. Upon hearing this command, the members of the 4th platoon wore expressions of dismay as they turned and sprinted towards the expansive field. They had all come from local military units with a strong sense of obedience to orders. However, completing 3 kilometers in 12 minutes proved to be a daunting challenge for them. This was particularly true when compared to local field units, for special forces would consider anything over 10 minutes unacceptable for a soldier. You all must run as well. The lieutenant of the 3rd platoon cast a glance at the lieutenant of the 4th platoon before turning to his own recruits and bellowing. How is it that the voice of a single individual from another platoon is louder than that of an entire platoon? This is utterly disgraceful. In the future, when you go out, do not claim to be from my 3rd squad. Run until your limits. Return in 11.5 minutes, otherwise you shall not be served lunch. 11.5 minutes? Is this a jest? This is akin to a death sentence. The faces of the trainees in the 3rd squad turned pale, filled with indignation. For the seasoned trainees, this was hardly a challenge. After all, this is a military academy, and the physical constitution of veterans is relatively robust. With just 6 months of training, running 3 kilometers in 11.5 minutes is achievable with sheer determination. However, many among them are fresh recruits who have joined less than 2 months ago, and their physical fitness is rather lacking. Completing the distance in 13 minutes would already be a commendable feat, let alone in 11.5 minutes. Is this not a matter of life and death? The squad leaders of the 1st and 2nd squads also turned to their respective trainees. Upon noticing their leaders' gazes, the trainees shivered in apprehension. No way. We must run too? What are you standing there for? Hurry and run. 11.5 minutes. Commence. The 2 lieutenants bellowed. Oh my goodness. This truly feels like a death sentence for us. Amidst the wails of despair, the individuals from the 1st and 2nd squads turned and sprinted towards the training ground. As they departed, they cast resentful glances toward Tang Ming. It's all this fellow's fault. He has caused us to forfeit our meal for this physical ordeal. It seems today's lunch is a lost cause. Chapter 102. United in punishment. Tang Ming wore a look of grievance. What does this have to do with me? Why are you all staring at me like that? When soldiers shout commands, aren't they supposed to do so with greater volume? Just then, Lu Jintao approached, and the leading lieutenant saluted him. Squad leader. Lu Jintao nodded. These are our new trainees. They have been assigned to your 10th class. Each squad comprises 3 classes, and the 7th company has a total of 13 classes. The first 12 are combat classes, while the 13th is the culinary class. Hello, squad leader. I am Tang Ming. Tang Ming immediately saluted the lieutenant. Although he held the rank of captain, he was a trainee here, akin to a recruit. In this environment, he is indeed a novice. Regardless of rank, a squad leader is considered superior. Moreover, only Lu Jintao and the school leadership were aware of Tang Ming's captaincy. The lieutenant returned the salute. Greetings. I am Zhao Tao, the class leader of the 10th class. Which unit are you from? Zhao Tao inquired. In the Southeast Theater, the 702nd Regiment of the Army Group. Zhao Tao nodded, stating, I hail from the Northwest Theater. Welcome to our 4th platoon. Henceforth, we shall be a cohesive unit. Should you have any uncertainties, feel free to consult the seasoned recruits or myself. We have all been promoted from the ranks and are generally easy to get along with. The implication behind his words suggested that those who entered through the college entrance examination might not be as amiable. Understood. Tang Ming saluted. Lu Jintao remarked, All right, Zhao Tao. Please arrange his accommodations while I inform the company commander. Certainly. After Lu Jintao departed, Zhao Tao took the initiative to assist Tang Ming with his luggage, saying, Come along. I shall escort you to the dormitory. Report. Am I not required to participate in the run? Tang Ming inquired. The run? Zhao Tao paused, glancing at the 7th company, approximately 200 meters away on the vast playground, and chuckled. You have just arrived and are yet to settle in. There's no need for you to join. Moreover, their noise indeed surpasses yours. A reprimand is warranted. Report. I request to share in the punishment. Tang Ming declared loudly, as you mentioned, upon joining the 4th platoon. We are now a collective. When one errs, the entire group must bear the consequences. I am willing to run 3 kilometers alongside my comrades. I implore the squad leader to permit me to partake. Zhao Tao nodded appreciatively. Impressive, coming from the military. I admire your resolve. Very well. Off you go. Yes. Thank you, squad leader. With that, Tang Ming saluted Zhao Tao and turned to sprint towards the playground. At this moment, the 4th platoon, along with the others, had already been running for nearly 2 minutes. The playground was exceedingly vast. Unlike a school track measuring merely 400 meters, it spanned a full kilometer. Thus, 3 kilometers entailed running 3 complete laps. In the span of 2 minutes, the recruits from all 4 platoons had covered more than half the distance. Running 3 kilometers was akin to running 5 kilometers, testing a soldier's physical fitness and endurance. The strategy was to sprint the first kilometer, maintain a steady pace in the second, and enter a sprinting phase in the final kilometer. This was why the initial kilometer had seen such significant distance covered in less than 2 minutes. As Tang Ming surged ahead, Zhao Tao followed suit, albeit not in pursuit. Instead, he held a stopwatch, timing the run. Hey, how did that new recruit from the 4th platoon manage to catch up? The leading squad leaders of the other 3 platoons were taken aback by Tang Ming's sudden burst of speed. Such a rapid pace. Is this fellow out of his mind? Sprinting from the start? The trio, initially astonished by Tang Ming's velocity, soon wore expressions of mockery. From the very beginning, sprinting at such a pace, one could hardly endure for more than 500 meters. It appears this individual has gained entry through connections, completely lacking in comprehension. The 3 exchanged glances, each revealing a hint of disdain and mockery. Chapter 103. This fellow is truly extraordinary. What is wrong with him? Has he never participated in long-distance running? As Zhao Tao approached and beheld the scene, he could not help but furrow his brow. Could it be that this person was promoted from clerical duties? Or perhaps possesses no real strength and merely entered through the back door? Typically, those who have undergone serious training in the military would never commit such a basic error. No one can sprint at full throttle at the front and still have the energy to complete the distance behind. Inside the company commander's office. Is this truly the training methodology of the special forces? Do they regard 3 kilometers as merely a 100-meter dash? By the window. Company Commander Wang Zhan paused momentarily as he observed the field. Lu Jintao, equally perplexed, noted that special forces are still human. Our company has hosted special forces before. Yet none had behaved in such a manner. As the crowd remained in stunned conversation, half a minute had already elapsed. Meanwhile, Tang Ming had covered nearly 300 meters. His sprinting speed could rival that of Olympic athletes, yet he showed no sign of diminishing his pace. This lad possesses remarkable explosive power. To maintain such velocity over 300 meters is no small feat. There seem to be few in our school capable of achieving this. Humph. For us soldiers, physical fitness is measured not by explosive power, but by endurance. What use is explosive strength when deployed into combat, like in a traditional infantry unit? Who would dare send you into the battlefield without running several kilometers? Indeed, mark my words, he will likely only manage another 200 meters before his speed plummets. At this juncture, the bulk of the unit had covered nearly 1,000 meters, and the overall pace had begun to slow. The elite runners at the forefront, comprising the best from each squad, were all capable of finishing within 11 minutes. They were engaged in a fierce competition. It was essential not to lag behind. Otherwise, a loss would surely result in severe repercussions from the squad leader and platoon leader upon return. Further back were those with reasonably good physical conditioning, capable of completing the distance in under 12 minutes. 2/3 of the participants found themselves in this intermediate category. The remaining individuals, judging by their current pace, would find it exceedingly difficult to finish within the designated time. Even among those who had been promoted from the ranks, 6 or 7 were trailing behind. Perhaps, as Zhao Tao suggested, they had been promoted from units with less rigorous training, such as tank or armored divisions, which are technical branches and do not focus on physical conditioning as assiduously as pure infantry units, leading to a disparity in their physical capabilities. Among the student officers, there are naturally some who do not meet the required standards. It is not solely within military academies. Even in field units, there are numerous individuals who falter. It is commonplace to find both exceptional soldiers and those who lag behind. This is entirely normal. 500 meters. He is about to reach his limit, remarked the leading sergeant of the 3 platoons with a hint of disdain. However, just 10 seconds later, Tang Ming had already covered nearly 600 meters, showing no signs of slowing down, maintaining the speed of a 100-meter sprint. Impossible. How can this fellow's explosive power endure for so long? The faces of the 3 leading sergeants paled in disbelief. Even the most physically gifted individuals can sustain full-speed running for a maximum of 400 to 500 meters. Maintaining such a sprinting pace beyond that is inconceivable. Even if he were to reduce his speed by 1/3, he would have no strength left to continue. Yet, Tang Ming was entirely extraordinary. As they were still in shock, he had already reached 700 meters, still sprinting at an impressive speed. This was an astounding feat. Is this even humanly possible? Zhao Tao could not help but exclaim. In the office above, Commander Wang Zhan and Lu Jintao were equally stunned. This special soldier from Wolfang is far superior to any we have encountered before. Wang Zhan murmured in astonishment. Lu Jintao chuckled wryly and proceeded to explain how Tang Ming had been promoted to captain at such a young age of 18. Upon hearing this, Wang Zhan was left utterly speechless. We've got a trump card in our ranks. Moments later, Wang Zhan exclaimed joyfully, "This is fantastic. With him on our side, we are sure to seize the championship in the upcoming school competition in 3 months. In previous years, our unit had consistently ranked in the middle, struggling to break into the top 10 in various disciplines. However, with this remarkable individual among us, we are poised to shine." While they conversed, Tang Ming had already completed a full kilometer in less than 2 minutes, leaving everyone utterly speechless. The word extraordinary seemed to hover above their heads. Soon after, Tang Ming caught up with the last group of runners, who had started 2 minutes ahead of him. Despite their head start, they were effortlessly overtaken by Tang Ming. As a figure suddenly emerged from behind, the last group was taken aback. Wait, isn't he the new guy? How did he catch up to us? They exclaimed in disbelief. No way. He completed a full lap and caught up to us in such a short time? This is unbelievable. Is this fellow cheating? The trainees, who are lagging behind, are utterly shocked and disheartened. Chapter 104. No matter how exceptional you are, there should be a limit, right? As everyone was astonished, Tang Ming's speed finally began to wane. Has he finally run out of steam? I was startled. I thought this lad would sprint the entire 3 kilometers. It seems he is completely exhausted. The team leaders all breathed a sigh of relief. If Tang Ming had indeed managed to sprint the full 3 kilometers nonstop, it would have been an insurmountable blow to them. Observing such an extraordinary Tang Ming made them feel like mere shadows of their potential. Can't run anymore? Wang Zhen turned to Lu Jintao. Didn't you say he was remarkable? Lu Jintao looked equally perplexed. Could it be that this fellow merely pretended to be formidable for a moment, and now he lacks the stamina? At this moment, Tang Ming had come to a complete stop. To everyone's astonishment, he began to run backward. Indeed, he was running backward. What on earth is he up to? Amidst the confusion, Tang Ming suddenly dashed into the back of the group, approaching 2 soldiers from the 4th row. Before the 2 trainees even had a chance to react, Tang Ming immediately instructed them, relax your bodies, don't be too tense. Follow my rhythm, 2 steps in, 2 steps out. I'll push you forward. The 2 trainees were taken aback. Brother, you run ahead, don't let us hold you back. We know our physical limits. We can't possibly reach the finish line in 12 minutes. One trainee expressed his heartfelt gratitude. The other, gasping for breath, added, yes, brother, we appreciate your kindness. But don't let us hinder you from your meal. Rest assured, I can manage just fine, and so can you. Tang Ming replied swiftly, we are a collective. It is my duty to assist you. Just as the 2 were about to protest further, Tang Ming interjected, all right, no more talking. Pay attention. I'm about to exert some effort. Follow my breathing rhythm. Let us go. With that, Tang Ming placed his hands on their waists and began to push them forward. Anyone who has served knows that during a collective physical training session, as long as the instructor does not prohibit assistance, it is customary for those with better stamina to slow their pace and help their less capable comrades. Soldiers possess a strong sense of teamwork. Helping one another has become second nature. Although this isn't a competition based on squads, as a member of the 4th row, he is determined to assist. Not a single one should be left behind. With the assistance of Tang Ming, the 2 individuals felt a significant sense of relief, quickly adjusting their stride and breathing rhythm, accelerating their pace forward. Before long, they had distanced themselves from the laggards trailing behind. To my astonishment, it turned out that this fellow was not lacking in strength. Rather, he was aiding the underperforming team members. The expressions of the squad leaders from the 3 classes, along with Zhao Tao, Wang Zhan, and Lu Jintao, were one of utter astonishment. Splendid. Moments later, the enthusiastic squad leader Wang Zhan emphatically slapped the windowsill, marveling at Tang Ming's remarkable team spirit. It was indeed rare and commendable to exhibit such strong camaraderie on the very first day. He immediately summoned the communications officer to notify the kitchen team to provide additional meals for all members of the 4th squad. Understood. The communications officer responded. Thank you. Squad leader. Lu Jintao was equally elated, with such a formidable individual joining them. The 4th squad was poised not only to stand out within the company, but perhaps even to shine as the most illustrious squad in the entire school. On site, Tang Ming propelled the 2 individuals forward at an extraordinary speed. Though their physical condition was subpar, his assistance allowed them to run with remarkable ease. Soon, they caught up with the 2nd echelon. Incredible. This newcomer is astonishingly strong. He can push 2 people and still run so swiftly. Is this for real? The leader of the 1st squad shouted urgently from the edge of the playground. Everyone in the 1st squad, run with all your might. If you lose to the 4th squad, just wait and see how I will deal with you. The leaders of the 2nd and 3rd squads echoed his fervent shouts. These 3 squads were imbued with a fierce competitive spirit. Witnessing the 4th squad's prowess, they were unwilling to lag behind, each exerting themselves to the utmost as they charged forward with fervor. Fueled by Tang Ming's encouragement, the atmosphere of competition intensified dramatically. Yet, despite their fervent efforts, they could not match the speed of Tang Ming and the 2 team members he was assisting, as he effortlessly led them ahead of the 1st echelon. All right, the remaining 1,000 meters are up to you. Keep it up. Tang Ming encouraged the 2, then turned around to run back. In the 3rd echelon, there were still 2 members remaining. He intended to return and bring them forward as well. As Tang Ming retraced his steps, the entire crowd was left in bewilderment. Was this fellow not feeling fatigued? He had sprinted a full kilometer at maximum effort and had already pushed 2 individuals of lesser stamina for most of a lap. Yet he was now going back to continue propelling others forward. What manner of creature is this? No matter how exceptional one may be, there should be a limit. Shouldn't he there? How can anyone be like this? Chapter 105, Breaking Limits. Upon returning to the last two members of his team, Tang Ming realized that less than 4 minutes remained. They were still a daunting 1,200 meters from the finish line. Without Tang Ming's assistance, it would take them no less than 5 minutes to cover that distance. In essence, having already run 3 kilometers, they would require at least 13 minutes or more to complete the task. At this moment, the second echelon seemed to have been galvanized by Tang Ming's presence. Each member striving fervently to surge ahead. It was evident that their latent potential had been awakened. If they maintained this pace, reaching the finish line within 11.5 minutes was certainly within their grasp. However, the situation was more precarious for the third echelon, particularly among the individuals in the first 3 rows. Their elite members were preoccupied with competing against those in the first echelon, leaving no one to assist them. The second echelon was barely managing to fend for themselves, offering little support. Meanwhile, Tang Ming was propelling the last 2 members of the formation forward at a rapid pace. It was astonishing how fast he could still move. How much stamina did he possess? The leaders were utterly astounded by Tang Ming's physical prowess. Having spent several years in military school, they had encountered individuals with remarkable fitness before, yet none had ever matched Tang Ming's extraordinary capabilities. With Tang Ming's support, though fatigued, the 2 members were determined not to hinder his progress. They understood that if they failed to reach the finish line within the stipulated time, Tang Ming would also forfeit his chance to eat. Anyone with a modicum of pride would compel themselves to push forward with all their might, even as their bodies neared their limits. Through their combined efforts, the duo's speed rapidly increased. 3 minutes later, they finally caught up with the second echelon. By this time, the first echelon had already crossed the finish line, vocally cheering on their comrades. The second echelon had a mere 150 meters remaining to the finish. With only half a minute left, they needed to cover that distance to meet the 11.5-minute mark. Although 150 meters may seem short, after running over 2,000 meters, each individual was utterly exhausted, their stamina nearly depleted. Achieving a full sprint in the last 100 meters was simply unattainable. Even Tang Ming could not manage it. Yet, if they could merely reach half the speed of a sprint, there was still hope. With just 100 meters left. Go for it. Hurry. Tang Ming shouted at the 2 comrades. You are the last 2 left in the squad. Do not bring shame to your team. You can do it. At this moment, the expressions of the 2 teammates had turned exceedingly pale, although they had the support of Tang Ming. The vigorous sprint earlier had drained a significant amount of their stamina. Without Tang Ming's propulsion, their speed noticeably diminished. Their legs felt heavy, and their breathing became labored, as if they were on the brink of collapse. Damn it. Are you trying to embarrass the entire squad along with you? I've brought you this far. And with just 100 meters left, can you not rise to the occasion? Don't make me lose respect for you. You are men, just like anyone else, each bearing a head upon 2 shoulders. If others can achieve it, why can't you? Do you deserve to be called soldiers? Do you wish for the others in the platoon to label you as worthless? If you don't want to be deemed useless, then run. Charge forward with reckless abandon. For your dignity and honor, for the honor of the entire squad. Do not give up. Tang Ming shouted vehemently in their ears. The 2, who had already slowed down, found their dazed eyes suddenly brightening upon hearing Tang Ming's words. Useless. Useless. The very thought of being perceived as worthless terrified them, regardless of the setting. The fundamental quality of an infantryman is physical fitness. Without it, no matter how exceptional one might be in other areas, one would still be deemed inadequate, unworthy of being a soldier. Over the years, whether in their old unit or at the military academy, they had often been looked down upon. Though unspoken, they could discern such sentiments in the gazes of others. Charge. 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 I refuse to remain worthless. I must prove myself. They roared inwardly. Simultaneously, their legs seemed to gain newfound strength, propelling them forward with increased speed and longer strides. Indeed, at that moment, they had transcended their limits. To become formidable, one must consistently push the boundaries of both physical and mental endurance. Only through such perseverance can one cultivate greater strength. With just 50 meters remaining, their comrades from the 4th platoon surged forward alongside them, cheering exuberantly. Think of the grievances you've endured over the years. Recall how you were once looked down upon. You were soldiers. You were officers. If you do not grow stronger, when you join your unit, even the new recruits will outpace you. How will you have the face to lead them? Run faster. Accelerate. Time is running out. Charge. Charge. The 4th platoon continued to rally them with fervent encouragement. Ah! The 2 individuals opened their mouths wide, unleashing a defiant roar, and surged forward as if possessed by madness. Chapter 106. Could you refrain from being so astonishing? 30 meters to go. 20 meters. Accelerate swiftly. The final 10 meters. Each member of the 4th squad was increasingly exhilarated, for they realized that with just 5 seconds remaining in the 11.5 minutes, they could indeed reach the finish line. 5 seconds was undoubtedly ample time for them to arrive at their destination. Click. At last, as the last two members crossed the finish line, Zhao Tao promptly pressed the stopwatch. It displayed 11 minutes 28 seconds. This meant that everyone from the fourth squad had successfully reached the finish line within the stipulated time. This brought immense joy to all. Not only the fourth squad members, but also squad leader Lu Jintao, who dashed down with excitement. 11 minutes 28 seconds marked the best collective result in the history of the fourth squad. In previous assessments, they had never even managed to finish under 11 minutes 50 seconds. This can be regarded as a significant advancement. Their remarkable achievement was largely thanks to Tang Ming. Though it was a result of collaboration, what did that matter? Now, the individuals with the weakest physical attributes in the squad had surpassed their limits. Moving forward, as long as they committed to relentless training, their physical capabilities would undoubtedly improve swiftly. They merely needed an opportunity like today. And this opportunity was afforded to them by Tang Ming. Consequently, at Lu Jintao's call, the members of the fourth squad rushed towards Tang Ming. Before he could react, he found himself lifted into the air, celebrated enthusiastically by the crowd. Meanwhile, the first to third squads wore expressions of dejection. In this contest, they had been utterly overpowered by the fourth squad. Not only did none of the top three secure a position, but several members from each squad failed to complete the run within 12 minutes. With no one breaking their limits, they left with nothing to show for their efforts. In comparison to the fourth squad, their embarrassment was palpable. The squad leaders of the first three squads wore grim expressions. Although they were all part of the same company, their rivalry with the fourth squad had never truly ceased. While defeats had been experienced before, none had been as humiliating as today, losing in spirit, speed, and time. Assemble. At that moment, a sharp whistle pierced the air. Everyone from the 7th Company rushed over and lined up promptly. Company Commander Wang Zhan soon approached, a smile gracing his face. Clearly, his spirits were lifted, as the progress of the 4th squad was unexpected and delightful. However, that beautiful smile was directed solely at the 4th squad. When he glanced at the other 3 squads, a hint of displeasure crossed his face. Observing this demeanor from the platoon leader, the cadets from the 3 squads felt a wave of anxiety. Wang Zhan declared loudly, "I witnessed the 3-kilometer competition among the 4 squads just now. To be frank, I am thoroughly impressed with the 4th squad soldiers, both in terms of their solidarity and their speed. Their performance speaks for itself. Therefore, I have specifically instructed the kitchen staff to provide extra dishes for the 4th squad as a reward for their progress." Upon hearing this, the members of the 4th squad were filled with joy. However, Wang Zhan paused, turning his gaze toward the cadets of the other 3 squads, and his smile vanished instantly. His tone shifted to one of sternness. With rewards come penalties. The duty officers from the 3 squads previously stated that anyone not completing the run in under 11.5 minutes would forfeit their lunch today. I observed that nearly 1/3 of each of your squads did not meet the standard. Since you are a collective unit, the punishment shall be collective as well. Therefore, everyone from the 3 squads, including the squad leaders, shall forego lunch and reflect on where they fell short. A wave of grievance swept through the cadets of the 3 squads, especially those who had sprinted ahead and even finished within 11 minutes. They felt particularly aggrieved. Had they known, they would not have run so fast. Exhaustion aside, they would end up missing their meal. How unfair. As Wang Zhan issued the dismissal order, the members of the 4th squad joyfully sang military songs while making their way to the dining hall. Their triumphant demeanor made the others from the 3 squads seethe with frustration. What are you all standing around for? Squad leaders, take your cadets back to the dormitory for squats and push-up training. With such poor performance, you think you deserve a meal? Not a chance. You will practice until you drop. I will conduct inspections later, and anyone caught slacking will also miss dinner. The squad leaders from the 3 squads barked in response, their expressions grim. The cadets from the 3 squads could only express their discontent in silence. But what could they do? In both the military and military academies, if your performance is lacking, there is no room for argument. You must train. In the dining hall, the 4th squad's cadets had never been so jubilant, devouring their meals and sipping soup. Meanwhile, the sounds of the other 3 squads performing push-ups and squats echoed from the dormitory, creating a stark contrast. Tang Ming, having assisted the underperforming members, received immense admiration from the 4th squad cadets. Before long, he had grown familiar with everyone, and his formidable physical prowess earned him their respect and admiration. Chapter 107. I must be dreaming after finishing dinner and returning to the dormitory. The sounds of other squads' lamentations echoed from downstairs. Ha ha ha, I was utterly delighted. I finally witnessed this group of wretched souls receiving their comeuppance. Our squad is truly basked in glory this time. Damn it, these past 6 months have been stifling. So what if their college entrance examination scores are slightly higher than ours? What is so remarkable about that? The future is uncertain. Who will emerge as the true leader remains to be seen, right, old Tang? An experienced cadet inquired of Tang Ming. Tang Ming smiled faintly, choosing not to engage. and instead directed his question toward the class leader. Zhao Tao, is there a school regulation prohibiting training during rest periods? Zhao Tao was taken aback, pondering what Tang Ming was up to. Could he be planning to skip his midday rest to train? Zhao Tao replied, this afternoon is unrestricted. Just ensure you don't disturb others' rest. All training grounds on the main field are open. However, that is not the case in the evening. Old Tang, why do you ask? Are you planning to run 3 kilometers? A classmate queried. Tang Ming chuckled, in our unit, we typically do not rest at noon. It's all about training, and I've grown accustomed to it. Since I'm idle anyway, why not practice a bit? The others in the class were left speechless. Wait, Old Tang, what kind of unit are you from? So strict? No midday rest allowed? That is utterly bizarre. By the way, we still don't know which unit you hail from. I am from the Southeast Military District Group Army, Tang Ming replied. Pure infantry. No wonder your physical abilities are so formidable, they realized. Zhao Tao advised, Little Tang, I recognize your strong self-discipline and ambition. However, this afternoon, our squad is slated for combat training. If you train now and are exhausted later, what will happen? I must warn you. The instructor teaching you combat is not to be trifled with. The class nodded earnestly, clearly wary of the combat instructor. Tang Ming smiled reassuringly. No worries. I know my limits. So, class leader, I want to be resting this noon. I'll head out to train. Faced with Tang Ming's unwavering enthusiasm, Zhao Tao found it difficult to refuse, merely nodding in agreement. In that case, go ahead. Just be cautious. Don't overexert yourself. The sun is quite intense. We wouldn't want you to suffer from heat stroke. Rest assured, I won't push too hard. Just 100 kilograms of weight and a 20-kilometer warm-up. Tang Ming chuckled, turning to leave the dormitory and sprinting downstairs. Zhao Tao and the others stood there, mouths agape. Did he just say what I think he said? 100 kilograms? 20 kilometers? And merely a warm-up? Is this fellow made of steel? Do you believe that? I certainly do not. I, too, find it hard to believe. Who possesses such extraordinary prowess? Amidst their astonishment and skepticism, Tang Ming had already dashed onto the expansive playground. From their vantage point on the 4th floor, they could distinctly observe a figure racing down. Tang Ming made a beeline for a large automobile tire resting on the grass of the playground. This tire, weighing over 100 kilograms, was designated for their strength training exercises. Could he possibly intend to carry this enormous tire while running? Such a feat seemed impossible. How could a human achieve this? With a diameter of 1 meter and 20 centimeters, how could he even lift it? Even the strongest of overseas giants would struggle. Yet, as several onlookers believed Tang Ming incapable of such a display, they witnessed an astonishing sight. Tang Ming, with arms outstretched and a mighty shout, effortlessly lifted the tire weighing over 100 kilograms. He then hoisted it above his head, resting it behind his neck. Had he truly lifted it? Was he genuinely going to carry this tire for a distance of 20 kilometers? The students from Class 10 gaped in disbelief, swallowing hard. Who was that formidable individual? At that moment, the students from various classes, engaged in squats by their respective beds, suddenly caught sight of the awe-inspiring scene on the playground and gasped in astonishment. Everyone turned to gaze, equally stunned. Good heavens! I recall that tire weighing over 100 kilograms, yet he lifted it with such ease. Where did this strong man emerge from? Due to the distance, they could hardly discern his features. What was he planning to do with that tire? Practicing squats? Who knows? Let's just wait and see. At this juncture, all the students paused their physical training, drawn by curiosity to gather around. Even their squad leader refrained from issuing commands. After all, Tang Ming's actions were truly breathtaking. Other students residing in nearby dormitories, drawn by the spectacle, also peered out of their windows. Who is this impressive fellow? Is he from our battalion? How could that be? Our battalion lacks anyone with such immense strength. While everyone speculated about Tang Ming's identity and his intentions with the tire, they observed him gripping it tightly with both hands before crouching down. Was he preparing to perform squats? The crowd was momentarily stunned. However, what Tang Ming executed next nearly left everyone in disbelief. With a powerful thrust of his legs, he sprang upward, resembling a frog, leaping a full meter into the air while still bearing the weight of the tire. My goodness, tell me this is not real. I must be dreaming. Chapter 108. With such relentless training every day, how could he not be extraordinary? Amidst the astonishment of the crowd, Tang Ming had already lifted a massive tire above his head and was bounding down the track with remarkable vigor. His speed was impressive, and he continued without a moment's pause, leaping dozens of meters in a single breath, showing no sign of stopping. Everyone was left in awe. They had witnessed greatness before, but never anything quite like this. Is this even human? Frog jumps, known to be one of the more physically demanding exercises that effectively strengthen the legs, can leave an average person exhausted after just a few dozen meters. And here was Tang Ming, hoisting a tire weighing over 100 kilograms. The sheer weight would make even walking a challenge, let alone jumping. Wait, look closely. The tire he is lifting does not rest on his shoulders. He is entirely relying on his arm strength to hold up this colossal weight. Madness. This is absolute insanity. Either he has lost his mind, or the world has gone mad. In any case, everything feels surreal. Was he raised on steroids? His arm and leg strength could rival that of a gorilla. Everyone witnessing this spectacle was utterly at a loss for words to describe Tang Ming's extraordinary physical prowess. At this moment, it was clearly past the designated lunch break. Yet, in the nearby dormitories adjacent to the grand playground, hundreds of students found themselves unable to sleep, all leaning out of their windows to watch Tang Ming's astonishing display. 5 minutes passed, and Tang Ming showed no signs of stopping. 10 minutes later, he was still jumping. Half an hour, he had jumped an astounding 3,000 meters. That is 3 kilometers. Carrying a tire weighing over 100 kilograms, he had not paused for a second, effortlessly completing the distance. Who would believe such a feat if told? Yet, it was undeniably unfolding before their very eyes. Finally, just as the crowd felt overwhelmed by Tang Ming's superhuman abilities, he came to a halt. He gently set the tire down and collapsed onto the grass, gasping for breath. His entire body was drenched in sweat. Not a dry spot to be found. He felt every muscle ache and tremble, not wanting to move an inch. But he knew he could not lie there. His body had reached its limits, and this was the perfect opportunity to push beyond them. He had forced himself to jump for so long to subject himself to this intense physical training, striving to reach his utmost potential. Just when everyone thought Tang Ming was utterly spent, he gritted his teeth and miraculously rose from the grass. Then, on the track, he took off running swiftly. With this sudden exertion, his legs were immediately beset by intense soreness. Before he had covered even 10 meters, his legs buckled, and he stumbled forward, rolling several meters. This is bad. We need to check on him. Zhao Tao's expression changed at this sight. He called out, and quickly led his classmates towards Tang Ming. What? Why are the students from class 10 rushing over? The other 2 classes in the 4th row were momentarily stunned. Suddenly, someone seemed to have an epiphany. Stammering with trepidation, could that mighty figure be Old Tang? Old Tang. The crowd was taken aback. It did seem somewhat plausible. Goodness, it must be him. Apart from him, I can hardly think of anyone else in our school with such remarkable prowess. This guy is unbelievably formidable. Let us go see for ourselves. The students from both classes hurried over. Those from one row dashed towards the playground, while the other 3 rows gradually pieced together the identity of the individual on the field. They exchanged incredulous glances. What? Why are the 7th company members rushing towards that powerhouse? Could he possibly belong to their ranks? No way. When did the 7th company acquire such an extraordinary figure? I had no idea. I heard that a newcomer arrived today from the Southeast Military District, renowned for his exceptional physical capabilities. It must be him. The Southeast Military District? Really? Are there recruits that intensely trained? Look, that fellow is getting back up. He is running again. Goodness, what is he trying to achieve? Why is he pushing himself so hard? Does he have a tendency for self-harm? On the playground, after falling 2 or 3 times, Tang Ming finally allowed his legs to adapt to the rhythm. Then, he began to sprint with remarkable stability. At that moment, he was once again consumed by an insatiable desire to push past his limits, reminiscent of his time in the 702nd Regiment and the Wolf-Fawn Unit. Everything outside seemed to fade into oblivion. He relentlessly urged himself onward in his mind. Hold on, just one more minute, just one more 100 meters. Achieving such a state is no easy feat. It's not merely about his usual training. It depends significantly on his condition during practice. Previously, while he trained diligently in the Wolf-Fawn Unit, opportunities to reach that critical point of breaking through his limits were exceedingly rare. Now that he finally had this chance, how could he possibly let it slip away? When Zhao Tao and the others rushed down, Tang Ming was already racing frantically across the playground. Seeing the pallor etched on Tang Ming's face, they were filled with deep concern. Would he be all right running like that? Could he possibly collapse from exhaustion? At last, I have come to understand why his physical prowess is so extraordinary. With such rigorous training every day, how could it not be remarkable? Chapter 109. System rewards. As the 4 onlookers hesitated to intervene and prevent Tang Ming from encountering an unfortunate incident, a thunderous roar resonated throughout the venue. There stood Tang Ming, resembling a ferocious tiger, emitting a deep, gravelly growl. In an instant, his speed surged, reaching the same astonishing pace he had previously demonstrated in the 100-meter dash. My heavens, this is impossible. How can he maintain such terrifying velocity? Everyone was once again rendered speechless. They had believed Tang Ming had exhausted all his energy. Yet, against all odds, he managed to elevate his speed instantaneously. He had surpassed his limits. Zhao Tao took a deep breath. When a person transcends their physical boundaries, an explosive force is unleashed within the body. Now I understand why he is pushing himself so hard. It is to break through this barrier. This madman. Upon hearing this, the crowd experienced an epiphany. They had not been strangers to transcending physical limits. The sensation prior to such a breakthrough can be so agonizing that it makes one wish for death. However, Once the barrier is crossed, though one may enter a state of extreme weakness, the exhilaration of the mind is undeniable. For a breakthrough signifies an enhancement of one's physical capabilities. Yet, such opportunities are exceedingly rare. They cannot be summoned by mere desire. At this moment, Tang Ming also came to a halt. He lay on the grass, gasping for breath, and began to laugh. Congratulations, host. You have once again surpassed your physical limits through self-enhancement training. Your physical attributes have increased by 10 points, and the system rewards you with an additional 10 points. Please continue to strive forward. As Tang Ming reclined, the system's voice echoed in his mind. With the 10 points plus the reward, that amounts to 20 points. My physical attributes have now reached 32 times that of an ordinary person. Tang Ming swiftly accessed the system's attribute panel. Name, Tang Ming. Position, Captain. Physical attributes, 320 skills, Eagle Eye shooting skill, 30 integration, Captain America combat skill, 40 integration. Scroll disguise skill, Spider-Man climbing skill, knowledge domain skill of Dr. Banner, Iron Man radar warning skill, 500 meters, complete tactical knowledge skill of Nick Fury from S. H. I. E. L. D. Little Tang, are you all right? Zhao Tao and the others rushed over, their faces filled with concern. Tang Ming took a deep breath and slowly stood up. I'm fine, just need a moment to rest. With the system's reward of 10 points, he could regain his peak performance in no more than half an hour. Yet, this left him feeling somewhat helpless. During the exercises, he had completed numerous tasks, receiving skills as rewards from the system. However, there were no rewards for his physical attributes. In other words, the system intended for him to enhance his physical condition through this method. Consequently, the intensity of his training would likely need to be increased. A 32-fold increase may seem substantial, but it is merely relative to ordinary soldiers or special forces. He could not believe that among the many formidable individuals in this world, there wouldn't be someone stronger than him. While skills could significantly elevate his prowess, as a special forces operative, physical fitness was paramount. Otherwise, lacking stamina would render even the most abundant skills ineffective. It was akin to combat. Skills may be bestowed upon you. But what happens when your endurance falters in the midst of a fight? What if your resilience is insufficient to withstand a blow? All these aspects are intricately connected. The members of the 4th Squad unanimously raised their thumbs in admiration for Tang Ming. Old Tang, you are truly incredible. How did you cultivate such leg and arm strength? One curious trainee inquired. Tang Ming chuckled, just like today, seizing every training opportunity and practicing relentlessly. Steel is forged through persistent effort. The crowd was momentarily taken aback. With your level of training, you might just train someone to death. Forget it. We can never compete with your level of intensity. They all shook their heads. All right. Hurry back to rest. We have less than half an hour before we rise. Do you want to be reprimanded by the combat instructor this afternoon? Get moving. Zhao Tao urged. The group promptly made their way back. Tang Ming followed Zhao Tao, walking behind him. This time, you truly made a name for yourself. Zhao Tao remarked with a wry smile. What? Tang Ming replied, momentarily stunned. Look at the windows of those dormitories, Zhao Tao pointed out. Tang Ming glanced up and was taken aback. The windows of the dormitory buildings were filled with trainees, all gazing in their direction. Wait, are these guys not sleeping? Chapter 110. Revenge for grievances upon returning. Tang Ming quickly washed up and lay on his bed to recuperate. The wake-up call soon rang. As he descended the stairs, he distinctly noticed the changed glances from the other members of the 3rd Squad towards him. Once assembled, by 3 o'clock in the afternoon, all the trainees gathered on the field. This afternoon's combat training was an opportunity to regain their dignity. Indeed, the 4th Squad subjected us to a midday physical training session. And this frustration must be adequately expressed. The members of the 1st to 3rd Squads continue to regard the 4th Squad with disdain. The 4 Squads sit in a circle on the grass, awaiting the arrival of their combat instructor. How proficient are you in combat, Lao Tang? Inquired a classmate named Wu Feng, who occupies the bunk below Tang Ming. Wu Feng, one of those who assisted during the midday session, holds Tang Ming in high esteem. Not too shabby. Why do you ask? Tang Ming replied. If you're not exceptionally skilled, then you might want to exercise some caution, Wu Feng cautioned quietly. This afternoon's combat training consists of an hour of instruction from the instructor on combat techniques, followed by an hour of sparring between the squads. It's essentially a small competition, or more simply put, an opportunity for settling scores and grievances. Our 4th Squad has always been at odds with the other 3, and tensions are ever present. However, the school has regulations against private fights. Consequently, grievances are often vented during combat training, which has become a sort of unspoken rule among the squads. This method not only addresses minor conflicts, but also motivates the trainees to train harder, achieving 2 objectives at once. After the instructor's lesson, he will call upon each squad to send representatives for sparring. Additionally, each squad will be granted a chance to challenge any individual from another squad. Tang Ming realized. So, we 4th Squad members are typically the ones being challenged? Wu Feng nodded with a wry smile. Indeed. The members of the other 3 squads revel in challenging us. Although we do have a few capable fighters, overall. Our combat prowess pales in comparison to theirs. Many of them had trained in combat before enlisting, with some even being local martial arts champions. Our squad often endures considerable frustration during weekly combat training, but what can be done when our capabilities are lacking? Sighing, he continued, this afternoon, due to your actions. The members of the other 3 squads missed their lunch and were penalized with an entire afternoon of physical training. Their resentment towards you and our 4th squad has intensified. They may target you during today's combat training. Target me? Tang Ming chuckled inwardly. With just them? Even if they all came at me. They might not stand a chance. He nodded calmly. All right, I understand. Wait, you're not the least bit frightened? Wu Feng gazed at Tang Ming's serene expression. Momentarily taken aback. What is there to fear? If they're not skilled enough, they can just give me a beating. Surely, they wouldn't dare to kill me. Tang Ming replied with a smile. Wu Feng remarked, you truly have a remarkable outlook. In summary, may heaven bless us. Just do not challenge me. Given my physique and combat prowess, I would undoubtedly be on the receiving end of a beating. Tang Ming, not far away. Lu Jintao wore a grim expression as he addressed Company Commander Wang Zhandao. Commander, during lunch, you intentionally punished the other 3 squads by forbidding them from eating. Making them train instead. This was deliberate, wasn't it? It was to prepare the 3 squads for an afternoon confrontation with our 4th squad. What, are you afraid? Wang Zhan glanced at him sideways and smiled. Of course. Lu Jintao retorted. Who doesn't know that our 4th squad's overall combat strength pales in comparison to the other 3 squads? In every engagement, we are always the ones getting beaten. You wish to inspire them to rise to the challenge, but there are better ways to do it. Do we not have any pride in our 4th squad? Wang Zhan scoffed. Pride must be earned. If one's own capabilities are lacking, can one blame others? As the commander, my objective is to elevate their abilities swiftly and effectively, employing whatever methods necessary. I believe this competitive approach is quite beneficial. Lu Jintao added, besides, isn't there a special forces soldier in your squad now? With him around. What do you have to fear? Lu Jintao chuckled. True, Tang Ming is indeed a special forces soldier, but we are not fully aware of his specific combat skills. Moreover, the combat experts from the other 3 squads may not necessarily be inferior to a special forces soldier. Furthermore, this afternoon, Tang Ming neglected his rest and went down to lift tires for frog jumps. His physical strength has likely not yet recovered. Wang Zhan squinted slightly, observing Tang Ming on the field. This shows you do not understand special forces. Do you truly think those who become special forces soldiers appear as simple as they seem? Their indomitable willpower is beyond your comprehension. Just wait and see. I believe this lad will astonish us. Chapter 111. The 4th Squad's Disgrace. Stand up. Suddenly, the voice of the duty officer rang out. Over 100 members of the company promptly rose to their feet. A middle-aged man, with a stern expression, approached with an air of seriousness. The duty officer quickly ran forward, saluted him, and proclaimed loudly, Report, Instructor Lin. All members of the 7th Company are assembled. Please provide your instructions. Duty Officer Wu Xingbiao. The Lieutenant Colonel returned the salute, his voice resonant. Sit down. Yes. The duty officer responded, turning to the entire company. Everyone, take your seats. With a swift motion, the entire company sat down in perfect unison. The Lieutenant Colonel walked to the center, surveying all members of the 7th Company. Every cadet in the 7th Company regarded him with respect, fully aware of the formidable prowess of the instructor who taught them combat skills. Let me tell you, our instructor was formerly a Special Forces soldier, having emerged from the Special Forces of the Northwest Theater. Wu Feng whispered to Tang Ming. Is he a Special Forces soldier? Tang Ming was taken aback, lifting his gaze to discern an almost imperceptible aura of lethal intent emanating from their instructor. Only those who have truly experienced the battlefield possess such a commanding presence. In this era, apart from border defense troops, it is only special forces who have genuinely engaged in combat. It seems Wu Feng's assertion was not unfounded. This Instructor Lin may indeed have once been a special forces operative. All right, let us not waste time, Instructor Lin stated directly. In the last class, I taught you numerous techniques and granted you a week to practice. Now, I shall assess your progress. As before, I will randomly select 2 individuals from each squad to engage in combat. Now, the first 7 students from the first squad, please stand. Goodness, why me? Wu Feng's expression was more sorrowful than that of someone in mourning. He and Tang Ming were both in class 10, seated in the front row. Tang Ming was in the 8th position, while Wu Feng occupied the 7th. It was unfortunate that he was the one chosen. Come on. Tang Ming gestured encouragingly. Wu Feng was on the verge of tears. Encourage my foot. My combat skills, like my physical fitness, rank at the bottom of the squad. Why is it always me who draws the short straw? Yet, he had no choice. Once called out, he had to stand up, regardless of his fears. Wu Feng, pull yourself together. Even if you lose, do it with dignity. Don't bring shame to our squad. Lu Jintao reprimanded him in a hushed tone. Yes, Wu Feng replied, attempting to appear calm despite his inner turmoil, which Tang Ming could easily sense. All right, considering all that you've shared with me, I will provide you with some extra training later, Tang Ming thought to himself. The four soon took their positions. Instructor Lin announced, last time, it was odd numbers against odd numbers, and even numbers against even numbers. This time, however, we will switch things up, 1 against 2, and 3 against 4. First, the first and second squads will come forward. At Instructor Lin's command, the 6 students from the first and second squads stepped into the arena. Both were of similar stature, around 6 feet tall, and of comparable age. After exchanging a respectful salute, they squared off, loosening their bodies while locking eyes with each other. The first squad member was the first to launch an attack against his opponent from the second squad. He swiftly advanced, delivering a right hook aimed at the second squad member. The second squad member quickly retreated a step, evading the punch by leaning back, and then executed a spinning side kick. The first squad member raised his arms to block, and their limbs collided, causing both to stagger back 2 steps. In this initial round, neither participant gained an advantage over the other, observing the speed and strength of the 2 individuals. Instructor Lin exhibited a hint of satisfaction on his face. While it may not compare to that of elite soldiers, their velocity and power were commendable within the context of a field unit, especially considering their limited training duration. Soon, the 2 resumed their sparring. Below, Tang Ming discerned that they were employing basic military boxing techniques, albeit with a lack of mastery that prevented them from unleashing the true potential of the art. After a mere half-minute of exchanges, both fell to the ground several times, resulting in a win for the first squad. The students erupted in cheers. What are you all celebrating? After such a lackluster display, do you have the audacity to applaud? Instructor Lin bellowed. Instantly, the first squad fell silent, too intimidated to utter a sound. Instructor Lin approached the first squad and sternly inquired, just now, during the third round, when he struck your abdomen, why did you choose to block? You were well aware that his strength was inferior to yours. Had you delivered a hook to his jaw in that moment, his head would have succumbed to a brief state of unconsciousness. Instead, you opted to evade rather than confront him directly. Is it due to fear of pain? Or perhaps a reluctance to harm someone with whom you share a bond? The first squad cast a glance at the second squad, their heads bowing slightly. Instructor Lin coldly remarked, it seems it is the latter. With that, he turned sharply. Yet, in the next instant, he executed a swift pivot, delivering a powerful sidekick to the abdomen of a member of the first squad, sending him sprawling across the ground. I have emphasized repeatedly that even in training scenarios, you must treat them as if they were real combat. If he were a criminal, that moment of compassion could cost you or your comrades your lives. Your mercy towards the enemy does not guarantee their mercy in return. Have my words fallen on deaf ears? The essence of a soldier's combat lies in swiftly subduing the enemy. Look at the pitiful display you just put on. When you leave this place, do not dare to claim you are my soldiers. I cannot afford such disgrace. Get back. The 2, gritting their teeth against the pain, hurried back, fearing that any delay might result in further reprimand from Instructor Lin. The other squads, witnessing his fierce demeanor, dared not even breathe. Next group, Instructor Lin called coldly, and the third squad along with Wu Feng stepped forward. The third squad cast a disdainful glance at Wu Feng, fully aware of his combat capabilities. Wu Feng found himself utterly outmatched. A bitter smile crossed his mind as he realized that he would inevitably suffer a beating today. As expected, once Instructor Lin signaled the commencement, the third squad of trainees surged forward to launch their assault on Wu Feng. Their speed and strength surpassed that of both the first and second squads. Wu Feng quickly found himself in a position of passive defense, struggling to keep pace with their rapid onslaught. In less than 5 seconds, a powerful punch sent him crashing to the ground. At that moment, the third squad descended upon him like a ferocious tiger, unleashing a barrage of punches aimed squarely at his face. After a mere few feeble blocks, Wu Feng lost his ability to defend himself, absorbing several blows that left him battered and bruised. Enough. Stop. Instructor Lin sighed softly, issuing the command. The third squad members swiftly rose to their feet. Throughout the ordeal, Wu Feng had not managed to land a single blow on them. Meanwhile, he lay on the ground, gasping for breath, his abdomen and chest bruised from the assault, his face a portrait of misery. Tang Ming hurried over to help him up. Unable to suppress a wry smile, you really need to practice diligently when you return. It was evident to not only Instructor Lin but everyone present that Wu Feng was simply not at the same level as the third squad members. Recognizing this disparity, Instructor Lin refrained from casting blame. Instead, he approached the 2 fighters, offering insights into their recent offensive and defensive techniques, encouraging them to improve. His words were directed not only at the 2 of them but also at the audience gathered around. Listening to Instructor Lin's guidance, Tang Ming nodded in quiet agreement. The instructor demonstrated considerable skill, possessing a keen eye that could pinpoint the trainees' shortcomings and provide effective counsel. Witnessing Wu Feng's brutal beating left the members of the fourth squad feeling frustrated and resentful, eager to avenge their comrade. However, as they had yet to enter the challenge phase, they could only bide their time. Meanwhile, the third squad members felt a sense of relief. Their grievances from the previous day's punishment finally finding an outlet. After more than an hour, Instructor Lin commenced the teaching segment. His methods were straightforward. He invited individuals to engage in one-on-one practice sessions, demonstrating each technique's purpose, attacks, defenses, and countermeasures. While this was of little benefit to an expert like Tang Ming, it provided valuable lessons for the other trainees. Finally, after an hour and a half, Instructor Lin addressed the entire company. All right, we have arrived at the final segment, the challenge. I know you all have been holding back for quite some time. Today, there are no limits on the number of participants. Anyone who wishes to challenge can stand up. However, those being challenged may choose not to respond. Let us begin. Report. 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 As Instructor Lin's words fell, 7 or 8 individuals immediately rose to their feet. On this side of the fourth row, 2 others stood as well, evidently eager to avenge Wu Feng and restore some pride to their row. However, Tang Ming remained motionless, quietly seated. A faint smile played on Instructor Lin's lips, suggesting that the grievances among them were indeed numerous. Yet, the first to stand was Zhao Chong from the first row. You go ahead. Who do you wish to challenge? With that, the others took their seats, leaving only the robust figure of Zhao Chong, towering at over 6 feet, standing tall. His icy gaze fixed on Tang Ming, seated in the first row of the fourth row. I challenge him. Tang Ming, do you dare to accept the challenge? A smile flickered across Tang Ming's face. He had anticipated this moment. Instructor Lin had only just noticed Tang Ming and remarked, "Oh, I didn't realize we had a newcomer among us. You must be Tang Ming?" Tang Ming stood up and responded loudly. Yes, reporting to the instructor, I am Tang Ming, and I just arrived at the 7th company today. To be singled out upon arrival? It seemed there were matters he had yet to comprehend during the past half day. Instructor Lin continued, regardless of what transpired. I am not interested. My question is straightforward. Zhao Chong wishes to challenge you. Will you accept? If not, take your seat. At that moment, Zhao Chong cast a provocative glance at Tang Ming. What is the matter? Weren't you quite impressive at noon? Are you now ready to become a coward? Tang Ming smiled slightly. It is not that I am unwilling to fight you. Rather, you have yet to earn the right to face me. What did you say? Zhao Chong exclaimed in anger. Instructor Lin narrowed his eyes slightly, intrigued by the boldness of this young man. The other students from the various rows snickered derisively. Zhao Chong was among the strongest fighters across the 3 rows, ranking within the top 5 of the entire company and among the top 30 in the school. He had trained in combat for several years prior to entering the military academy, possessing a solid foundation. Yet, this newcomer dared to look down upon Zhao Chong. Truly, the audacity of youth. In the back, Wang Zhan chuckled inwardly. The exciting spectacle was about to unfold. Tang Ming, let me witness the true prowess of a special forces soldier. Tang Ming then addressed the individuals from the 3 rows, stating, It seems clear to me that the reason you all jumped to your feet is that you wish to challenge me. I will grant you this opportunity. Those who stood earlier, step forward. I challenge all of you. Of course, if anyone else wishes to challenge me, feel free to join. I welcome the challenge. Turning to Instructor Lin, he inquired, Instructor, is this permissible? As his words echoed through the air, a profound silence enveloped the scene. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. Everyone believed they must have misheard. What did this fellow just say? Is he alone challenging all 3 of us? Chapter 113. A shocking challenge. As Tang Ming's words resonated throughout the venue, astonishment enveloped the crowd. Instructor Lin approached him, his voice steady yet authoritative. Newcomer. What did you just say? Repeat it. Tang Ming, undeterred by the imposing presence of Instructor Lin, confidently declared. I said that the members of the 3 squads seemed to hold me in disdain. Therefore, I offer them an opportunity. Anyone who wishes to challenge me may stand up and face me together. I will resolve all conflicts in one go. Such audacity. Tang Ming. Do not be overly arrogant. Who do you think you are? Challenging all 3 squads by yourself. How dare you utter such words? Indeed, even special forces would hesitate to speak so boldly before us. The members of the 3 squads were incensed, rising one by one to confront Tang Ming with indignation. Being challenged by a newcomer felt like a profound insult to their honor. Tang Ming, what nonsense are you spouting? Sit down at once. The 4th squad was equally taken aback by Tang Ming's audacity. Lu Jintao hurriedly grasped his arm, exclaiming, Do not act recklessly. This is a military academy, not a place for frivolous banter. Tang Ming smiled at Lu Jintao, replying, Squad leader, I am not joking. If such challenges are disallowed, then let it be as if I said nothing. They can come at me one by one, and I will handle them all. However, if it is permissible, I prefer they come at me all at once to save time. Damn it, I will fight you. Let me see what kind of strength you possess to look down upon us 3 squads. A formidable member from the 2nd squad rose, shouting at Tang Ming. I will take you on. Who does he think he is? How dare he speak so arrogantly? Does he truly believe we are a bunch of pushovers? As one individual stood, eager to rush at Tang Ming, Instructor Lin suddenly turned and bellowed, "Silence. Who gave you permission to speak?" The members of the three squads, wary of Instructor Lin's wrath, fell silent, yet their eyes burned with fury and combativeness, fixated on Tang Ming. Instructor Lin then turned to Tang Ming. His tone low and serious. "Newcomer Tang Ming, you must take responsibility for your words." "Report, Instructor. I shall take responsibility for my words," Tang Ming proclaimed loudly. "Therefore, I ask for your approval." "Very well. Since you have made such an outrageous request, I am eager to see just how strong you truly are to utter such claims. I hope you do not come to regret it. I detest those who lack strength, yet boast boldly. If I find you lacking in skill later, you will come to understand the severity of my methods as your instructor." With that, Instructor Lin stepped back a few paces and addressed the members of the 1st through 3rd squads. "You 3 squads. Each send 2 representatives forward." I will go. As Instructor Lin's voice faded, the members of the 3 squads swiftly emerged one by one. "It's just you 6. Instructor Lin declared upon spotting the first 6 to exit. "Good heavens. It's them." These 6 individuals ranked among the top 10 in combat prowess throughout the entire battalion. How on earth could Tang Ming take them all on? The eyes of the 4th squad members widened in disbelief. What could this fellow possibly be thinking? It was clear he was seeking trouble. Lu Jintao exclaimed to Tang Ming, "You madman. You still have time to regret this. I can have the company commander intervene and request Instructor Lin to rescind the order." Tang Ming chuckled. Tang Ming, never engage in acts of regret. Just watch." With that, Tang Ming took 3 large strides forward, gazing at the 6 individuals with a slight shake of his head, disappointment etched on his face. "I'm not boasting when I say this. You 6 truly aren't even worthy of filling my gaps between teeth. Initially, I had no desire to stand out, merely wishing to quietly complete my studies here before returning. But since you refuse to let me and my squad enjoy a moment's peace, I see no reason to remain silent any longer. Come now, let me witness the capabilities of you so-called educated officers who entered through the college entrance examinations, looking down upon those of us promoted from the ranks." With that, Tang Ming extended his hand, gesturing for them to commence their assault. "How dare you? Damn it. Hit him." The 6 were thoroughly incensed by Tang Ming's audacious words, and the one at the forefront unleashed a furious roar as he charged at Tang Ming. Just a meter away, he propelled himself forward, delivering a powerful kick aimed at Tang Ming's body. The members of the 4th squad felt their hearts clench in unison. Yet Tang Ming remained rooted in place. Just as the student's kick was about to connect with Tang Ming, he suddenly crouched down, swiftly pivoting on his right foot to strike the student's left foot. Bang! The student instantly lost his balance. Before he could even crash to the ground, Tang Ming withdrew his foot and, with a fluid turn, unleashed a devastating kick to the student's abdomen. The student had no chance to collapse onto the ground. He merely felt a sharp pain in his belly before being propelled backward. A stunned silence enveloped the crowd. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. Chapter 114. Stunned. They were all utterly astonished. Observing the 3rd squad member, who had been sent flying by Tang Ming's consecutive kicks, the audience erupted in astonishment. What incredible speed! What immense power! These were the exclamations echoing in everyone's minds. Indeed, Tang Ming's technique had been remarkably simple. A low sweeping leg followed by a spinning kick had sent the 3rd squad member soaring. These 2 maneuvers possessed no remarkable qualities. In fact, anyone who has practiced for merely 6 months would be capable of executing them. However, what sets Tang Ming apart is the astonishing speed of his kicks. So swift that their eyes could scarcely keep pace. It was so rapid that the 3 rows of students had no opportunity to react, let alone defend themselves. Instructor Lin squinted his eyes sharply. This fellow truly conceals his prowess. Even I, under the weight of his speed and strength just now, would have met the same fate. I never anticipated that such a formidable fighter existed within this institution. As Tang Ming came to a halt, the 3 rows of students clutched their abdomens, sprawled on the ground, writhing in agony and retching uncontrollably, their faces flushed and veins bulging. "What are you still dawdling for? Come on." Tang Ming shouted at the remaining 5, one by one. "You've witnessed the outcome. If you 5 attack together, perhaps you can last a second longer." The remaining 5 exchanged glances, a silent understanding passing among them before they nearly shouted in unison, "Let's go." With this command, they surged forward, encircling Tang Ming. They struck. 5 individuals launched their attacks simultaneously. 2 from the front, 2 from the back, and 1 from the left. The 2 in front aimed horizontal kicks at Tang Ming's sides, while the 2 behind hurled punches towards his back. The lone assailant on the left executed a low sweep, forming a scissor kick that ensnared Tang Ming's legs, preventing him from lifting his feet, with assaults coming from both the front and back. This offensive was formidable enough to challenge not only the other students but perhaps even Instructor Lin. Yet for Tang Ming, it was hardly a concern. He spun his body abruptly, causing the punches from the two behind him to miss entirely. In the same motion, he reached out and grasped the legs of the two assailants attempting to kick him. The momentum of their strikes was effortlessly neutralized by Tang Ming's immense strength. The expressions on their faces shifted dramatically as they attempted to break free, only to find their legs ensnared as if caught in an iron vise, utterly immobile. In the next instant, they felt an overwhelming force radiating from their legs, as Tang Ming, gripping their limbs, forcefully swung them aside. Their bodies soared into the air, hurtling towards the two individuals behind him. Oh no. The two who had just missed their strikes were about to launch their next attack when they noticed a massive shadow barreling toward them from either side. The speed was so tremendous that they had no chance to evade. Bang, bang, bang. A series of heavy collisions echoed as the two in front collided with those behind them, the force of the impact driving the latter into one another. In that fleeting moment of collision, the four individuals were struck with such force that they became disoriented, collapsing to the ground, their muscles aching and numb. Their minds swirling in a haze, unable to rise. This entire process transpired in merely a second. Even the student lying on the ground, whose legs were pinned beneath Tang Ming, failed to react before Tang Ming suddenly bent down. As he beheld Tang Ming's rapidly enlarging visage, the student nearly lost his wits, instinctively throwing a punch upward. Yet, his speed paled in comparison to Tang Ming's. By the time he swung his fist, Tang Ming's own fist had already landed solidly against his face, rendering him unconscious. Stunned, everyone was left in a state of shock. The entire assembly gaped, mouths agape and eyes wide, witnessing this spectacle. These 5 students were among the most formidable fighters in their ranks. Yet, in under 2 seconds, they were all laid low by Tang Ming. His moves remained so deceptively simple that they began to question their very existence. A turn of his body, a grasp, and a toss, and 4 men were sent crashing to the ground. However, what astonished them was the sheer terrifying power of his physique. Standing still, he effortlessly hurled 2 burly men, each over 6 feet tall, with ease. Moreover, his agile and swift form left them in awe of his exceptional physical prowess. No one could have anticipated that the 6 individuals from the first to the 3rd row would be so utterly bested by Tang Ming in such a manner. Bravo! Tang Ming is remarkable. After a brief moment of astonishment, someone from the 4th row finally reacted, springing to their feet and cheering loudly. Others in the row quickly followed suit, standing and applauding Tang Ming. Meanwhile, those in the 1st to 3rd rows remained somewhat dazed, unable to believe the outcome. At the back, Company Commander Wang Zhan was equally elated. Truly, this is the prowess of a special forces soldier. His skills surpass even those of the instructor. With this young man in our midst, how can my 7th company not emerge victorious in this year's competitions and assessments? Instructor Lin gazed intently at Tang Ming. Despite his own background as a special forces soldier, he found it hard to discern Tang Ming's true strength. Reflecting on the earlier predicament, he questioned whether he could have navigated it so effortlessly. Even if he were to prevail, he would undoubtedly have endured several blows and kicks. Yet Tang Ming emerged unscathed. Tang Ming slightly lifted his head, surveying all those from the 1st to 3rd rows. Who else wishes to challenge me? He inquired. If there are any, rise and face me. Regardless of how many, I shall accept your challenge. Or, if you prefer, you may all come at once. After all, defeating one is merely a tad more laborious than vanquishing you all. Chapter 115. Challenged by the instructor as Tang Ming's voice fell. None of the individuals from the 1st to 3rd rows stood up. Firstly, they were intimidated by Tang Ming's formidable combat prowess. Secondly, it would be utterly embarrassing for dozens of them to rush forward only to become a laughingstock, even if they emerged victorious. They had previously underestimated Tang Ming's strength. But now, fully aware of his capabilities, they dared not display any further disdain. Instructor Lin cast a penetrating glance at Tang Ming before instructing someone to escort the unconscious student to the infirmary. The others, who had been dazed by the earlier confrontations, gradually regained their senses but refrained from taunting Tang Ming, retreating in a dejected manner. Is there anyone else who wishes to challenge me? If so, stand up. Instructor Lin surveyed the entire unit and called out. Silence ensued. After witnessing Tang Ming's earlier display, no one dared to step forward. Even the thought of challenging others felt akin to a clown performing. Very well, if no one else will, then I shall take the initiative, Instructor Lin declared, turning his gaze towards Tang Ming. How about a match, Comrade Tang Ming? A wave of astonishment rippled through the crowd. The instructor was challenging Tang Ming. What an unexpected turn of events. However, the onlookers were intrigued, eager to see who would prevail in a contest between the instructor and Tang Ming. They had witnessed Tang Ming's prowess, yet the true extent of the instructor's combat abilities remained a mystery to them, as he had only demonstrated a few techniques during his teaching. Tang Ming glanced at Instructor Lin and sensed the surge of battle spirit within him as he observed Tang Ming's earlier fight. As someone well-versed in this domain, upon encountering an opponent of equal caliber, it was only natural to wish to engage in a friendly contest. It was not merely about winning. It was a manifestation of the combative spirit inherent in a martial enthusiast. Very well. Tang Ming stood once more, saluting Instructor Lin. I welcome your guidance, Instructor. Please do not hold back. You need not worry about sparing me, Instructor Lin replied. As soldiers, we do not indulge in pretenses. Engage me with your full strength. Tang Ming furrowed his brow, questioning, full strength? Are you certain? He initially assumed that, as the combat instructor of the entire unit, Instructor Lin might show some leniency, allowing for a draw to save face. However, it seemed his thoughts had been discerned by Instructor Lin. Absolutely. Instructor Lin's expression was resolute. He held no trace of condescension towards Tang Ming at this moment. All right then, let us begin. With the instructor's lack of hesitation, Tang Ming decided against being overly formal. Prepare yourself. Tang Ming wasted no time and proactively launched an attack on Instructor Lin. He swiftly closed the distance, delivering a powerful punch. As the fist hurtled towards him at an astonishing speed, Instructor Lin felt an overwhelming pressure bearing down upon him. The velocity of Tang Ming's strike left him no room to evade. He could only extend his arm to block it. With a resounding thud, Tang Ming's fist connected solidly with Lin's arm. Instantly, Lin felt a tingling numbness coursing through his limb, as if it had lost all sensation. The force of the blow sent him staggering backward, nearly causing him to lose his balance and fall. Such formidable strength. Lin's eyes widened in astonishment, mixed with a thrill of excitement, a thrill that arises only when encountering a genuine adversary. His combat prowess was undoubtedly the finest in the military academy. And even among the elite special forces in the Northwest military region, he was considered exceptional. It had been a long time since he faced an opponent who exerted such immense pressure on him. Chapter 116. You win, well done. Keep going. Instructor Lin bellowed, charging toward Tang Ming once more. Naturally, Tang Ming had no intention of simply knocking Lin down in one blow. With his combat skills, he could easily incapacitate Lin within 3 seconds. Although Lin's fighting ability was formidable compared to others, it paled in comparison to Tang Ming's prowess. Every move Lin attempted had already been anticipated by Tang Ming. He effortlessly devised appropriate defenses and swiftly countered. Onlookers watched in awe as Tang Ming and Instructor Lin seemed evenly matched, swallowing hard. They had all sparred with Lin before, and no one in the entire unit had managed to last more than 5 exchanges with him. Yet, Tang Ming had far surpassed that number, dominating Lin with ease. Finally, sensing the opportune moment, Tang Ming seized Lin by the throat, executing a swift kick that struck Lin's calf. With his upper body restrained and his lower body disrupted, Lin lost his footing and fell, Tang Ming's arm pressing firmly against his throat, rendering him immobile on the ground. The crowd fell into a stunned silence. Instructor Lin had been defeated, and so decisively. Tang Ming gazed down at Lin, asking, Instructor, are you all right? Lin managed a bitter smile, acknowledging, you've won. He recognized that Tang Ming had intentionally held back to preserve his dignity. From the moment their sparring began, he had sensed it. Given Tang Ming's capabilities, he could have easily bested him in a matter of moments. Tang Ming released his grip on Lin's throat, standing tall with arms outstretched. Instructor Lin displayed no pretentiousness as he firmly grasped Tang Ming's hand. With a mutual exertion of strength, both stood upright. Which military district do you belong to? Instructor Lin inquired. Reporting to you, sir, I am from the Southeast Military District, Tang Ming replied. Ah, now I understand your origins. My defeat was not in vain. There was no trace of bitterness on Instructor Lin's face as he continued. Who is your instructor in the army? It was no surprise to Instructor Lin that he could deduce Tang Ming's background, especially after employing several special combat techniques during their earlier encounter. As a member of the Special Forces, he was well versed in the unique combat skills of his unit. In the Southeast Military District, there existed but one special operations team, Wolf Fong. Tall and robust, a high school team, Tang Ming candidly responded. So it is that old Gao fellow. He has proven to be as formidable as I anticipated, Instructor Lin chuckled. I have sparred with him, and it was a balanced match. It seems you have surpassed your mentor. He must hold you in high regard. I suppose so, Tang Ming modestly replied. You may return now. Yes, sir. Tang Ming saluted and made his way back to his position in the 4th platoon. The cadets of the 4th platoon held Tang Ming in high esteem, marveling at his exceptional physical prowess and combat skills. He had even bested an instructor. Wang Zhan was utterly elated. For Instructor Lin was renowned as the most formidable combatant in the military academy. With Tang Ming's victory, he undoubtedly claimed the title of the academy's foremost fighter, securing a championship in one of the events for their company in the upcoming competition. Old Tang, you must teach me later, Wu Feng exclaimed, excitedly grasping Tang Ming's arm. I wish to become as formidable as you. Certainly, as long as you are willing to endure the hardships, Tang Ming replied with a smile. Damn it. After being beaten so mercilessly today, I must seek revenge. What is hardship? Just train me relentlessly until I can't go on, Wu Feng declared through gritted teeth. Subsequently, after Instructor Lin explained various techniques, he instructed them to practice on punching bags or spar in pairs. Tang Ming found himself surrounded by members of the 4th Platoon eager to learn combat techniques. Naturally, he did not withhold his knowledge, guiding them, and he had seemingly become a second combat instructor. That evening, there were no scheduled classes, only free time. Yet not a single member of the company ventured out for leisure. Instead, each was found in their dormitory, engrossed in their books. I must say, your dedication to studying is commendable. After training so diligently all day, you do not take a moment to relax? Tang Ming inquired with a smile. Relax? What nonsense is that? Wu Feng smiled wryly. In just a few days, we will be taking our monthly cultural examination. Following that, we will also have military assessments. We are all busy revising our coursework. A monthly exam? Tang Ming was taken aback. Just then, squad leader Lu Jintao entered with a water bottle, chuckling. In our military academy, we have cultural and military exams every month, and the results contribute to our end-of-year evaluations. Since you're new here, you are exempt from this exam. The rest of this cohort arrived 6 months ago. As for your midterm entry, the Student Affairs Office will make the necessary arrangements. You likely want to be assessed alongside them. Chapter 117. The monthly exam approaches. Tang Ming was aware that typically, students who come for further training enroll at the beginning of the academic year, divided into 2 semesters. However, the Special Forces are an exception due to the demanding nature of their training, which does not permit them to arrive like the regular field units. Generally, they join midway. And the Academy has corresponding policies to accommodate such circumstances. After contemplating, Tang Ming said, Squad leader, may I request to participate in this exam? The results are not what concerns me. I am simply eager to gauge my proficiency in cultural subjects. Lu Jintao replied with a smile, you should think this through. Although your scores 1T factor into your end-of-year evaluation, a poor performance might be discouraging for you. Let me give it a try, Tang Ming insisted. It was also a chance for him to test his knowledge from Dr. Banner and the tactical skills from the One-Eyed Phantom. He had a basic understanding of the cultural subjects at the military academy, including advanced mathematics, foundational English, physics, chemistry, basic army tactical command, and communications, among others. All right then. I will speak to the company commander. The day after tomorrow, you can take the exam with them. This will also allow me to assess your cultural proficiency in advance, so I can formulate an appropriate study and training plan for you. Lu Jintao concluded. Thank you, squad leader. Tang Ming sat down and glanced at the books of his fellow students. He found the content to be exceedingly simplistic. After reading just a brief passage, he could almost predict the subsequent discussions. All this knowledge was already embedded in his skill database. For instance, he could effortlessly solve a mathematical problem, often with multiple methods. The same applied to chemistry and physics. English was even less of a challenge for him, as he was fluent in 8 languages. As for Army Tactical Command, the skills imparted by the One-Eyed Phantom were 3 decades ahead of the current era. The standard answers to the questions posed were neither as comprehensive nor as advanced as those in Tang Ming's mind. As he continued to read, a sense of boredom began to wash over him. It was akin to a prodigious scholar poring over the multiplication table. Indeed, being exceptionally gifted could sometimes be rather tedious. Upon witnessing Tang Ming's demeanor, Wu Feng patted him on the shoulder in a gesture of consolation, saying, do not lose heart. For individuals like us, whose college entrance examination results are rather underwhelming, these concepts can indeed be somewhat challenging. However, with diligent study, we too can master them. And we shall certainly not fare worse than those students. Tang Ming replied, in the future, should you encounter any doubts or uncertainties in cultural subjects, feel free to consult me. Although my physical abilities and combat skills are lacking, I excel in cultural subjects, ranking among the top 3. Observing Wu Feng's proud expression, Tang Ming felt somewhat speechless. Are you certain you can provide the answers? The following day, they did not engage in training, instead focusing on preparing for the upcoming monthly examination in cultural subjects. The company commander had also secured an examination slot for Tang Ming. Naturally, such a valuable opportunity was to be cherished, and the commander would unconditionally accommodate this modest request. Soon enough, the monthly examination commenced, encompassing 8 subjects over 3 days, with 2 subjects scheduled for the evening. The subjects Tang Ming was to undertake were the same as those for the cadets arriving from the military. In addition to the officers from the military, first-year students from the college entrance examination were also required to take the tests. The content was largely similar, with only minor variations in military subjects such as tactical command and communications. Upon receiving the mathematics paper, Tang Ming merely glanced at it and instantly recognized all the answers. With a slight sigh, he thought to himself, is the academic rigor of this military academy truly so simplistic? He picked up his pen and swiftly began to calculate and write. Advanced mathematics differs significantly from the mathematics learned in high school, introducing entirely new methodologies that would be challenging to grasp without prior study. Thus, both Commander Wang Zhan and platoon leader Lu Jintao were rather skeptical of Tang Ming's prospects. However, a mere half-hour later, He raised his hand and announced, "Report, teacher, I have completed my exam. May I submit my paper? Already?" The two invigilators were momentarily taken aback. In truth, Tang Ming had finished all the questions within just a few minutes. But examination rules dictated that early submissions were only permitted after a minimum of 30 minutes. Among the candidates in the examination room were several from the 7th Company, specifically from the 1st to 3rd platoons. Upon seeing Tang Ming raise his hand, they were momentarily stunned before breaking into disdainful snickers. In their view, what level of cultural knowledge could someone like Tang Ming, who had just arrived from the military, possibly possess? Furthermore, having been there for just a few days and having learned nothing, how could he dare to take the exam? Was he not merely seeking to embarrass himself? Submitting so early could only mean he was handing in a blank paper. "Please bring it up," instructed the invigilator. After tidying up his belongings, Tang Ming approached and handed over his paper to the invigilator, who promptly sealed it away. According to the school's regulations, these papers can only be viewed by the designated instructors responsible for grading. Tang Ming returned directly to the squad. "Tang Ming, did you not go for the exam? Why are you back?" Lieutenant Lu Jintao was taken aback upon seeing Tang Ming. Chapter 118. Breaking records across the school. "I finished the exam," Tang Ming replied. "Finished?" Lu Jintao glanced at the clock, bewildered, as only half an hour had passed since the start. "I submitted my paper as soon as I completed it," Tang Ming explained. "Did you really finish?" "I fear you may not have known how to answer at all," Lu Jintao thought to himself but chose not to voice his concerns. After all, Tang Ming's participation in this exam was merely a trial and did not contribute to his actual assessment. "Lieutenant, may I proceed to training?" Tang Ming inquired. "Go ahead," Lu Jintao replied, understanding Tang Ming's relentless nature. This individual would never allow himself a moment's respite. Whenever there was even a modicum of time, he would devote it to training. If all the recruits in the squad exhibited Tang Ming's diligence, there would be no worry about their physical prowess. Tang Ming donned his weighted gear and made his way to the training ground. Over the next 2 days, he submitted his papers for each subject after merely half an hour and then returned to train. Lu Jintao had grown accustomed to this routine and refrained from commenting. Following the written examinations, it was time for the military skills assessment, which focused on individual capability rather than the collective strength of the squad. The tests included the usual 5-kilometer run, exercises on the horizontal and parallel bars, handgun and rifle shooting, grenade throwing, sand table simulations, and communication operations, among others. All these tasks were mere trifles for Tang Ming, as he had set record-breaking performances during his time in the Special Forces. Indeed, he shattered the school record for the 5-kilometer run, finishing in 14.5 minutes. His proficiency on the horizontal and parallel bars surpassed even that of Olympic gymnasts. He threw the wooden-handled grenades over 100 meters, nearly causing the examiners to drop their jaws in astonishment. He excelled in the sand table simulations and communication operations, achieving perfect scores on his first attempt. It can be said that Tang Ming completed these subjects with the finest results in the history of the school. Initially, Captain Wang Zhan had merely provided him a chance to participate in the examination. Little did he know that Tang Ming's accomplishments would reverberate throughout the entire institution. It is noteworthy that Tang Ming had not even spent a week at the military academy upon his arrival. Of course, this was not to dismiss the exceptional performance he had displayed during his previous service. Nonetheless, his results were indeed astonishing. Consequently, during the final assessment of handgun and rifle shooting, nearly all the school leaders gathered at the shooting range to observe the evaluation of the 3rd Battalion. Certainly, what they truly wish to witness is Tang Ming's marksmanship. The assessments involving pistols and rifles are rather straightforward, primarily focusing on dynamic shooting. The course spans 100 meters with 30 target positions, 10 of which will be accompanied by hostage targets. During the initial 70 meters, as you advance, targets will emerge from beneath the low walls on either side. The requirement is to hold the rifle and hit the target within 1.5 seconds of its appearance. Failure to do so will be deemed a miss. There are a total of 20 targets. Upon reaching 70 meters, the shooter must transition from the rifle to the pistol to engage the remaining 10 targets. Adhering to the same time constraints as with the rifle, the limit is set at 40 seconds to reach the finish line. Exceeding this time will result in disqualification. The evaluation criteria state that hitting 10 targets with the rifle and 3 with the pistol within the allotted time is considered satisfactory. Hitting 13 targets with the rifle and 4 with the pistol is deemed good, while striking 15 targets with the rifle and 5 with the pistol is regarded as excellent. Achieving a perfect score entails hitting all targets. However, if a shooter inadvertently strikes any hostage, regardless of the number of targets hit, they will be disqualified. The assessment commenced with the 7th Company, starting from the 1st squad. Each trainee took their turn, some achieving outstanding results while a few did not meet the standards. When it was the 4th squad's turn, their performance surpassed that of the first 3 squads. After all, they had been promoted from field units. Thus their training intensity and duration had been superior to that of the cadet officers. Finally, it was Tang Ming's turn to perform. At this moment, the previously drowsy audience became alert. For over the past 3 days of evaluations, Tang Ming's remarkable achievements had truly astounded them. They were eager to see if he could also set a record in this final assessment. Within the military academy, only a select few were aware of Tang Ming's status as a special forces operative. The director of instruction and the principal sat together, with the principal inquiring, "Director Zhou, is this Tang Ming your arrangement? What are your thoughts?" The director responded with a smile, "Principal, have you not perused his profile? This lad has managed to capture the Blue Army's commander and has proven to be a formidable opponent even against the Black Tiger Special Forces of the Northwest Military Region. How could his abilities be lacking?" The principal remarked, "I have heard that even Lin Yu, our school's top martial artist, was defeated by him. Such prowess at such a young age truly exemplifies the notion that heroes emerge in youth. If we could recruit talents like him for our school, our military training quality might rival that of the National Defense University. What do you think?" Chapter 119. Shocking the audience, the director of education, taken aback, offered a wry smile and remarked, "Principal, as you have stated, this child possesses immense potential. We can certainly recognize it. Do you think the leaders of the Southeast War Zone are oblivious to such talent? How could they possibly bear to part with such a gem?" Upon hearing this, the principal sighed in agreement. Indeed, what military leader would not cherish such a treasure, keeping it close to their heart? The prospect of enticing such a talent away is no simple task. "He is about to begin," the director of education suddenly announced. At this, the principal immediately raised his binoculars to observe, while everyone present anticipated eagerly, filled with curiosity. Before them stood Tang Ming, gripping a rifle, poised at the starting line. Ahead, 100 meters away, lay numerous low walls, behind which a target would emerge. This 100-meter rapid-fire assessment not only tested the soldiers' shooting prowess but also their vision and reflexes. If one did not perceive the target swiftly enough, they could not complete the shot in time. If the aim was not precise, there was a risk of hitting a hostage. "Ready, start." With the examiner's command, Tang Ming's demeanor transformed instantaneously. He resembled a warrior who had stepped onto the battlefield, propelling himself forward with astonishing speed, reaching 7 meters per second. The onlookers were momentarily stunned. How could one shoot accurately while running at such a pace? Yet, in the next instant, they witnessed a breathtaking scene. The first target sprang forth from behind the third low wall on Tang Ming's left. As he sprinted, Tang Ming swiftly raised his rifle, firing without hesitation. Bang! Click! The bullet soared forth, striking the target. Everyone was left in shock. The speed at which Tang Ming detected the target and executed the shot was simply astounding, while others required a brief pause to aim upon spotting the target, taking anywhere from 0.8 to 1.5 seconds or even longer, uncertain if it was a hostage target. Tang Ming, maintaining his speed, raised his rifle and shot without even aligning through the sights, simply lifting and firing. Moreover, he hit the bullseye with unwavering precision. From the moment he spotted the target to the moment of impact, no more than 0.3 seconds elapsed. This was nearly 3 to 5 times faster than his peers. Remarkable. From afar, the principal enthusiastically slammed his hand on the table, rising abruptly. The other school leaders were equally astonished. They had witnessed skilled marksmanship before, but never to such an extraordinary degree. Under the swift onslaught, the necessity for precision aiming was rendered obsolete. Merely raising his hand to fire had completely upended their previous understanding of rifle shooting. Were the firearms we once wielded mere illusions? The other members of the 3rd Battalion were equally astounded by Tang Ming's remarkable display. This shooting speed and accuracy were feats that, given a decade, they might not even achieve. While they remained in awe, Tang Ming pressed on without pause, maintaining a relentless pace of 7 meters per second. Bang! 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 Bullets erupted from his weapon, each shot executed in under 3 seconds from the moment the target appeared. His running speed remained unwavering throughout, accompanied by 8 human targets that were swiftly deployed. Yet, Tang Ming deftly discerned each one, never once causing harm to an innocent. The arena fell silent, utterly captivated by Tang Ming's formidable shooting prowess. However, the next scene left everyone utterly speechless. As Tang Ming approached the 70-meter mark, where he would switch from rifle to handgun, he abruptly flung the rifle to his left, resting it against his back. Simultaneously, his right hand retrieved the handgun from its holster just above his knee. At the precise moment the handgun was drawn, his right calf lifted, and his heel struck the slide of the handgun with remarkable precision. Click! The bullet was successfully chambered. The crowd nearly gasped in disbelief. What kind of sorcery was this? Chambering a bullet with one's heel? Was this even possible? The timeline of the world Tang Ming traversed was set in the late 1990s, a period when such a technique had yet to be conceived. For those familiar with Wolf Warrior, they might recall the protagonist, Lung Feng, employing a similar maneuver against mercenaries. In the reality of the new century special forces, many operatives could indeed execute this feat. Tang Ming merely showcased this extraordinary technique a decade ahead of its time. Before the audience could fully comprehend the astonishment of Tang Ming's heel-chambering trick, he had already fired 10 shots from his handgun and reached the finish line. The examiner at the endpoint instinctively pressed the pause button, then lowered his stiff neck slightly, mouth agape, eyes wide with disbelief as he glanced at the timer. 14 seconds and 50 hundredths. Chapter 120. Perfect score. The examiner cast a penetrating gaze at Tang Ming, inhaled deeply, and then announced through the intercom. Cadet Tang Ming from the 4th Squad of the 7th Company, 30 rounds, all hits. Time, 14 seconds and 50 milliseconds. Score, full marks. As the examiner's voice resonated, the entire venue was enveloped in an eerie silence. 14 seconds and 50 milliseconds. Although they were aware that Tang Ming was likely to achieve a perfect score, hearing such a completion time left everyone utterly astounded. 14 seconds and 50 milliseconds. For individuals with even a slightly weaker physique, completing 100 meters would likely exceed this time. This fellow had managed to run and shoot in merely 14.5 seconds. Remarkable. Bravo. Upon the examiner's proclamation, someone from the 4th Squad was the first to rise, enthusiastically applauding. Moments later, thunderous applause erupted throughout the hall. Even those from the 1st to 3rd Squads, who harbored lingering grievances against Tang Ming, were now swayed by his prowess. They too stood and joined in the fervent clapping, including the school leaders observing from a distance. Upon returning to the 7th Company, Tang Ming's company commander nearly succumbed to the urge to embrace him on the spot. Yet, mindful of the surroundings, he restrained himself. Instead, delivering a hearty pat on Tang Ming's shoulder and exclaiming with a broad grin, "You rascal! Well done! You have brought glory to our 7th Company. Today, the entire company shall enjoy a feast." The members of the 7th Company, upon hearing this, were filled with even greater excitement. One day later, all subjects had finally concluded. Unsurprisingly, Tang Ming passed all military subjects with perfect scores. Furthermore, each subject had directly shattered the school's records. He became the highest-scoring cadet in the history of the military academy. The day following the completion of the military subjects, the cultural subject papers were finally graded. Results began to be announced. At that time, the military academy was far from the technologically advanced institutions of the modern world. Even at the Wolfong Academy, there was merely a computer room with a few computers. The notion of each dormitory housing several computers was unfathomable. Thus, the results were printed on paper by the school administration and distributed to each company, where the company leaders would announce them to the cadets. When Company Commander Wang Zhan received the report card, he was nearly startled enough to topple from his chair. In his hands, the roster of the 7th Company revealed that Tang Ming astonishingly ranked first. Perfect in mathematics, perfect in English, perfect in chemistry, perfect in physics, perfect in Army Basic Tactical Command, perfect in communications and reconnaissance. In the subsequent subjects, he achieved perfect scores across the board. He completed the cultural subject assessment with full marks. It is worth noting that the content of these examinations is typically only accessible within military academies. How could Tang Ming, who has never attended university, possess such knowledge? Wait, Lu Jintao seemed to mention that Tang Ming submitted his exam papers for each subject in just half an hour. Did he truly finish the entire paper in that time and score full marks? This is absurd. Wang Zhan's breathing became somewhat labored. Report. At that moment, Lu Jintao rushed in. "Commander, you called for me?" Wang Zhan inhaled deeply, his hands trembling as he handed the score sheet to Lu Jintao. "Take a look at the prodigy in your squad." "What?" Lu Jintao received it with suspicion and was nearly taken aback. "What the hell? Is this kid cheating? Full marks across the board. Are you kidding me? Since the establishment of our military academy, no one has ever achieved full marks in every subject. Moreover, he has only been here for a week and hasn't attended any cultural classes. Cheating?" Wang Zhan scoffed coldly. "In such an examination environment, go ahead and try to cheat." "Then how did he score full marks?" Lu Jintao asked, bewildered. "You asked me. Who should I ask?" Wang Zhan replied helplessly. "All right. Take the score sheet out for public display." Although the presence of a genius in the company brought him joy, witnessing such an extraordinary record in a single day was indeed a significant challenge to his emotional fortitude. "Report. Commander, the school headquarters called, asking for Tang Ming from our company to come to the headquarters." "The headquarters?" Wang Zhan was taken aback. It was likely that his exceptional scores prompted the headquarters to request a meeting. "All right, I understand. I will personally escort him." Wang Zhan tidied himself up and left the dormitory, directly summoning Tang Ming, who was instructing the 4th Platoon in combat training, and they headed to the headquarters. After they left, Lu Jintao posted the cultural assessment scores on the company bulletin board. Immediately, the entire area was shaken. Wu Feng rubbed his eyes vigorously to confirm what he was seeing. Tang Ming actually achieved full marks in every subject. Meanwhile, his best score was merely 90 points. Although his overall performance was still among the top ranks in the school, it paled in comparison to Tang Ming's results. Before the exam, he even told Tang Ming to ask him if he had any questions. What a foolish notion. A struggling student dared to suggest that a top student consult him. How utterly absurd. Chapter 121. Serving as a lecturer? But I am merely a student. Not only does he possess extraordinary prowess in various military subjects, but his academic achievements are equally remarkable. How has this individual managed to excel so remarkably? He has only just arrived at our military academy and has never attended university. Has he? A self-taught prodigy? I have made up my mind. From now on, Tang Ming shall be my idol, my sole idol. Oh heavens! How can such an exceptional person exist in this world? This makes us feel utterly inadequate. The members of the 7th Company appear to have suffered a profound blow, each questioning their suitability for the role of an officer. Tang Ming, I must inquire, without a university education and having been here for merely a week, how did you achieve such astonishing results? In the vehicle, Wang Zhan directly voiced his confusion to Tang Ming. Oh, I studied these subjects independently while at Wolf Tooth. It's quite simple, really. Is it difficult? Tang Ming responded. Quite simple. Difficult, you say? Wang Zhan retorted incredulously. Could you please refrain from using that term? In your world, is there anything that poses a challenge? Wang Zhan was left speechless, clearly overwhelmed. Soon, the vehicle came to a halt beneath the main building. You may go on ahead. I will remain in the car for a moment, he said. Understood. Tang Ming exited the vehicle and ascended to the 3rd floor, where a meeting room awaited him. Occupied by 7 or 8 school leaders, including the principal and the director of education. Report, Tang Ming announced. Come in. The director of education beckoned, his tone imbued with a rare gentleness. Yes. Tang Ming strode in, standing behind the conference table, saluting all present. Greetings to all esteemed leaders. The school leaders, comprising colonels and senior colonels, included a few who had witnessed Tang Ming's shooting performance the other day and held him in high regard. Now that Comrade Tang Ming has arrived, if anyone has questions, please feel free to ask, the principal addressed him. Tang Ming, this is our academy's master of army tactics. Colonel Lin, Professor Lin. Greetings, Professor Lin. Tang Ming saluted. Adjusting his thick glasses, Colonel Lin inquired, Comrade Tang Ming, are you aware of your results from the recent monthly examination? Report, I am aware, Tang Ming replied. And what are your thoughts on this? Report, I have none. You achieved full marks across all subjects. Are you not at all pleased? The room fell silent. Tang Ming furrowed his brow slightly, stating, for me, this merely constitutes the completion of a small training task. There is nothing to feel joyous about. The others thought to themselves, this fellow truly is audacious. Although the Army Command Academy is not the most prestigious military institution in the country, yet it is still capable of ranking among the top 5. The difficulty of the exams in various subjects is undoubtedly formidable. For others, attaining a score of 80 would be quite commendable. How dare you claim it to be merely a trivial training task? Very well. If you wish to be arrogant, so be it. After all, you achieved a perfect score and possess the credentials to be so. You have only just arrived at our institution, without even commencing your studies. Yet you have achieved such remarkable results. We are eager to know how you acquired this knowledge, Professor Lin inquired. Report. There are 2 aspects, Tang Ming replied. First, during my time at Wolf Fong, I self-studied much of this material. Second, the day before the exam, I reviewed the knowledge taught at the school over the past 6 months using a comrade's books. The crowd widened their eyes in astonishment. Are you implying that you learned this through self-study? Indeed. A collective gasp echoed among them. What an extraordinary intellect it must take to accomplish such a feat. The principal remarked, regarding your records, we lack the authority to access those from the Wolf Fong Special Forces, so we shall take your word for it. However, we must address one point concerning the questions in the Army Basic Tactical Command paper. Your answers are not only more comprehensive than our standard responses, but they also possess practical applicability. Therefore, our administration has decided to adopt your answers as the standard. Moreover, without affecting your academic pursuits, we would like to invite you to contribute to the development of our school's curriculum. Your knowledge could prove invaluable to us. Additionally, we wish to involve you in the creation of future examination papers. This marks the first occasion in our school's history that a student has been invited to partake in such high-level endeavors. Professor Lin continued, furthermore, our tactical command instructors are in need of distinguished lecturers. Given your expertise in this subject, we would like to offer you the opportunity to serve as a lecturer. Should you be willing? What are your thoughts on this? Tang Ming was taken aback. A lecturer? Esteemed leaders, you hold me in far too high regard. I have been here for less than 10 days, and you wish for me to become a lecturer? I am merely a student. Laughter erupted among the school officials. As the saying goes, learning knows no age, and those who excel should lead. If you possess the capability, why not? Of course, we cannot entirely ascertain your abilities based solely on this one examination. We have several more papers for you to complete. Take them home tonight. and I will arrange for someone to collect them tomorrow. With that, Professor Lin handed over 5 examination papers. Tang Ming glanced through them and said, "Very well. Since esteemed leaders hold me in such regard, I shall give it a try. However, I won't need the entire night. Just provide me with a pen. I can finish in half an hour." Chapter 122. The prowess of the scholar. Upon hearing the statement, "I can complete this in half an hour," the entire assembly was taken aback. It is important to note that the 5 examination papers presented to Tang Ming were significantly more comprehensive and challenging than the previous one he had encountered. Even students who had been studying at the academy for 3 or 4 years might struggle with some of the questions. To assess Tang Ming's abilities, they had allotted him an entire evening, a duration that was considerably brief. For other students, it would likely take a whole night just to tackle half a paper, let alone 5. Yet, here stood Tang Ming, asserting that he could finish in merely 30 minutes. What does this imply? Are you suggesting that your capabilities far exceed those of your peers by several folds, even dozens? Comrade Tang Ming, are you certain you are not jesting? Professor Lin squinted slightly and inquired, "Are you aware that the questions we have provided are exceedingly difficult? Not only the senior students, but even the tactical instructors might not be able to answer them all." Tang Ming replied with a smile, "When it comes to training and academic matters, I, Tang Ming, do not joke. I assure you, I shall complete it within half an hour." The crowd exchanged glances, and the principal remarked, "Let us give him a chance to prove himself." After a contemplative glance at Tang Ming, he added, "I have a feeling that this young man is capable of delivering surprises and miracles at any moment." Professor Lin promptly handed him a pen, to which Tang Ming responded with a grateful acknowledgement. Taking his seat, he began to write rapidly on the examination paper. A few minutes later, he requested additional blank sheets. Time ticked away slowly, yet the school leaders exhibited remarkable patience as they waited. At last, with the final stroke of his pen, Tang Ming exhaled softly and handed over the examination paper along with the filled blank sheets to Professor Lin. "I have finished," he declared. Professor Lin and the others checked the time. Less than 25 minutes had elapsed. As they gazed at the densely packed characters on the table, doubt crept into their minds. Was this young man merely guessing, or did he genuinely possess the knowledge? There were some questions that were not entirely comprehensive, presenting multiple potential scenarios. Therefore, I detailed all possible handling strategies on the blank sheets, clearly marked for your convenience, Tang Ming explained. Upon hearing this, several school leaders began to examine the examination paper. Their astonishment grew as they encountered one particular question. The 5 papers they had devised consisted either of argumentative prompts or question and answer formats. There are no multiple choice or judgment questions. It can be said that each question necessitates a certain level of combat experience and academic research to answer. However, the school leaders, particularly Professor Lin, grew increasingly astonished as they reviewed the responses. "Excellent! Excellent! Excellent!" he exclaimed, his excitement palpable. Raising his head abruptly, his eyes gleaming with admiration, he gazed at Tang Ming and declared, "Your answers are truly remarkable. They are comprehensive and pragmatic. Not to mention the ability to draw analogies and outline potential scenarios and solutions for any battlefield situation. You even included illustrations for clarification. Simply perfect. Utterly perfect. Even I could not produce such a plan. Incredible. Absolutely incredible." The other school leaders, having exchanged glances while perusing the examination papers, were equally astounded. Tang Ming hesitated before stating, "In truth, such responses are somewhat limited. If we were to incorporate computers and utilize 3-dimensional graphics to simulate the scene, accompanied by explanations alongside, I believe it would yield the best results." Upon hearing this, the school leaders were taken aback. "What did you say? 3-dimensional graphics?" Tang Ming nodded, explaining that by employing technology, battlefield scenarios could be simulated in 3 dimensions. To put it simply, it involves using computer technology to recreate the battlefield in high definition, rendering every detail. Through computer operation, everything would become clear at a glance. Of course, this would not be feasible in an examination setting. However, in a classroom environment, utilizing this method of instruction would be significantly more effective than merely lecturing from textbooks. Professor Lin quickly inquired, "What you mentioned?" "I was told about by some individuals during my overseas exchange a few years ago. They came from a technologically advanced nation. Here in our country, we currently do not possess such capabilities. Even if we did, it would be on a limited scale. Our military academy lacks the talent to develop this for us." The principal looked at Tang Ming with anticipation, asking, "Comrade Tang Ming, could it be that you possess this technology?" Tang Ming replied, "I could certainly give it a try, but it would depend on whether the school can acquire the technical software copyrights necessary for creating these graphics. If we can obtain them, I would be able to produce the work. However, if not, it's not entirely unfeasible. As long as the equipment is sufficient, I could develop a few software applications myself."